Volume 3. Chapter 201. Chapter 201, Dragon King's Rejection. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After entering the West Sea, Qin Yun continued flying at his beam transformation speed for another hour. Splash! After that, Qin Yun flew straight into the sea. Dozens of feet of water parted around him. With his sword intent domain spanning about 1,000 feet, parting the water was a trivial matter. When he descended to the bottom of the sea, Qin Yun continued proceeding until he saw a lofty and resplendent palace in the distance. "Halt there!" Two voices boomed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two water race soldiers flew over. They blocked Qin Yun's progress with spears held in front of them. "I'm Qin Yun, a cultivator from Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance. I wish to seek an audience with the West Sea Dragon King." "Please inform your king," said Qin Yun with a smile. With the sword intent domain parting the water, it naturally affected the surroundings. The two water race soldiers also felt pressure from the sword intent domain. "Qin Yun of Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance? All right. Cultivator, wait here. I'll pass on the message now," one of the water race soldiers shouted before rapidly heading for West Sea Dragon Palace. The remaining water race soldier looked curiously at Qin Yun. After all, the West Sea Dragon King was of respectable standing. Even Khanate Golden Core cultivators would find it difficult to meet the Dragon King. Why did this Qin Yun suddenly dare to seek an audience with the Dragon King? What background did he have? West Sea Dragon Palace. Qin Yun looked far into the distance at the resplendent and lofty palace. In terms of strength, the West Sea Dragon race was on equal footing with the humans' Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands. The East Sea Dragon race was the leader of the Four Seas, and it was unfathomable. The Four Seas Dragon race allied together and controlled the Four Seas. Of course, it was due to a common enemy, the 9 lineage fiendish demons. Therefore, the Four Seas Dragon race always had a rather good relationship with humans. "Ha, are you Sword Immortal Qin from Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance?" From afar, a dragon youth came over. He was laughing loudly, and beside him was the water race soldier that had previously left. "That's me," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Sword Immortal Qin, it is very rare for you come to our West Sea." "My name is Ao Chen. Father sent me to welcome you," said Ao Chen warmly. Qin Yun was enlightened. "You must be the third prince." The West Sea's third prince escorted Qin Yun in. As Qin Yun looked around, he was astonished. The periphery of the West Sea Dragon Palace was heavily guarded. Array formations were hidden, and it was only because Qin Yun's intent domain was so sensitive that he was able to sense the terrifying might lurking within them. After he entered the Dragon Palace, he saw many beautiful water race women that probably worked there as palace maids. Inside West Sea Dragon Palace's main hall. After Qin Yun stepped in, he saw the West Sea Dragon King and 2 dragons seating on an elevated throne. The 3 had magnificent auras that put them on the level of immortals and fiend celestials. It was known as the true dragon realm among dragons. "Father, Sword Immortal Qin is here," Ao Chen said respectfully. With that, he stood in a corner. There were other dragon youths that were standing by the side, watching. "Greetings, Dragon King and elders, I'm Qin Yun from the human race." Qin Yun bowed. The Dragon King was being hospitable by meeting him with 2 elders. "Ha, I have heard that the humans have produced an impressive Sword Immortal. I was actually sighing that since Sword Immortal Qin lives beside the East Sea, it was unlikely he would come to my West Sea. But it hasn't taken long for you to come meet me. It gladdens me greatly." West Sea Dragon King's voice was sincere as he laughed out loudly. Qin Yun smiled faintly. A gray-robed dragon elder asked, "Sword Immortal Qin, might I know why you came to our West Sea Dragon Palace?" "I do have a request," said Qin Yun. "Feel free to say it." If there's something you need help with, our West Sea Dragon Palace will definitely help you, said West Sea Dragon King. Qin Yun looked around him. This matter is somewhat confidential. Oh? West Sea Dragon King swept his gaze around the room. Immediately, the palace maids and guards rapidly retreated. Other than Qin Yun, the West Sea Dragon King, and the 2 dragon elders in the hall, the rest were dragon youths. You can speak freely now, said West Sea Dragon King with a smile. Qin Yun could tell that the dragon youths were pure-blooded dragons. They likely knew of his mother-in-law, Ao Shui. After all, there were very few pure-blooded dragons left in the world. The West Sea Dragon race has a dragon lady whose name is Ao Shui, said Qin Yun. Ao Shui? The dragon youths were astonished. Why is he mentioning Ao Shui? Ao Shui has been imprisoned for more than 2 decades. Sister, that's because you are unaware. Back then, Ao Shui secretly had a daughter with a member of the Yi family. That daughter's name is Xiao, and she is Sword Immortal Qin's wife. I see. The few dragon youths discussed through voice transmissions. Qin Yun continued, I believe your majesty and the elders know the relationship between Ao Shui and my wife. Therefore, I wish to implore your majesty to pardon Ao Shui and release her. Of course, I am aware that Ao Shui has violated the clan rules. I am willing to give this treasure to the West Sea Dragon Palace to offset her crime. With that said, Qin Yun took out a black jade bottle. In this bottle is an immortal pill, named the Golden Core Outer Pill, said Qin Yun with a smile. Currently, there are only a handful of Golden Core Outer Pills in the world. It's rare enough to make many cultivators go crazy over it. Even the water race can be rejuvenated after consuming a Golden Core Outer Pill. I'm willing to provide the immortal pill in exchange for your majesty's pardon of Ao Shui. My wife and I would definitely be grateful for it, said Qin Yun as he bowed. West Sea Dragon race and the 2 dragon elders exchanged looks as they communicated over voice transmissions. Sword Immortal Qin, said West Sea Dragon King with a frown. This matter is supposed to be confidential among the West Sea Dragon race. We have never made it public, but since you know about it, I guess you can say that you are a relative of our West Sea Dragon race. However, the dragon race's rules are jointly determined by the 4 Seas Dragon race. We are pained that Ao Shui has to suffer for the grave crime she committed, but it is necessary that she be punished. Sword Immortal Qin, it's best you take the immortal pill back. Ao Shui made a mistake, so she has to suffer the punishment, said West Sea Dragon King. Qin Yun's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He said immediately, she's also a dragon. Why is there a need to cause her such suffering? She has already been imprisoned for more than 20 years, not to mention the suffering of being separated from her family. Sword Immortal Qin, said one of the dragon elders. You humans have laws while we dragons have clan rules. A violation of the clan rules deserves punishment. Sword Immortal Qin, there's no need for you to continue. Sword Immortal Qin, it is rare for you to come to the West Sea. Let Ao Chen accompany you around. We have matters to tend to. West Sea Dragon King stood up together with the 2 dragon elders before they turned to leave. Your Majesty, Qin Yun began shouting. However, West Sea Dragon King and the 2 elders did not turn their heads. They left through a side door. Sword Immortal Qin, let's go. Third Prince walked over and said, it's very difficult to make an exception when it comes to our dragon race's rules. I heard the last exception was when the Divine Firmament Chapter's ancestral master Zhang went to the East Sea. Third Prince, asked Qin Yun softly. Do you know of any way to save Ao Shui? I do not know. Third Prince shook his head. This is a matter that Father and the elders hold authority on. If they could pardon her, the rest of the dragon race from the 3 seas would not force it on us. Dragon King and the elders? Qin Yun frowned. Qin Yun stayed another hour in the West Sea Dragon Palace where he chatted with many dragon youths. They also knew that Qin Yun was considered a relative of the West Sea Dragon race, so they were very warm. But as juniors, they were unable to help save Ao Shui in any way. An hour later, Qin Yun left helplessly. The Four Seas dragon race have a long heritage and countless treasures. If I want to get them to make an exception, Qin Yun shook his head gently. Ao Shui is a pure-blood dragon and there are very few dragons left to begin with. Yet, they still insisted on imprisoning her for 500 years. Getting them to agree to release her is easier said than done. Furthermore, our meeting might have appeared cordial but they rejected me very swiftly. There was no room for discussion at all, thought Qin Yun. If he was a sword immortal that had stepped into the Tao, making him invincible, perhaps there would be room for negotiation. However, how should I tell Xiao about this? Qin Yun flew out of the sea and rode a cloud. His brows remained frowned. If I tell Xiao that her mother is imprisoned and can't be freed, I will only make Xiao sad and worried. Right, let's try another method. Qin Yun's heart stirred. Above a cloud, Qin Yun held the Inspect Heavenly token. His Inspect Heavenly token had already been changed to a purple token. There was no need to verify if Qin Yun had reached the Golden Core realm or not. Just his killing of great fiendish demons was enough reason to make him a purple token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. An image appeared in front of him in midair. It was the interior of a water palace. There was water flowing around as a flood dragon covered in dark red scales coiled there. His dragon whiskers were flailing and he looked at Qin Yun. Sword Immortal Qin, might I know your reason for contacting my Myriad Temple? Ao Shui, a West Sea dragon is imprisoned for 500 years. I wish for the West Sea dragon race to pardon her and let her go free. Qin Yun looked at the dark red-scaled flood dragon projection in front of him. Is it possible for the Myriad Temple to do so? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202. Chapter 202, Conditions for Pardoning. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The Myriad Temple had once bragged that it was so formidable that it could do nearly anything. Qin Yun decided to test that claim. Pure-blooded dragon? The dark red-scaled flood dragon had an amused glint in its eyes. According to what I know, she violated the dragon race's rules. The West Sea dragon race was infuriated back then and imprisoned her for 500 years so as to make her suffer the pain of lonely solitude. You wish for the West Sea dragon race to pardon her? I'm asking you if the Myriad Temple is capable of accomplishing that. Qin Yun frowned. Yes. The dark red-scaled flood dragon nodded slightly. There is a price for everything, however. As long as one can make appropriate payment, it is naturally doable. What are your terms? Qin Yun was delighted. My Myriad Temple will have to investigate the matter thoroughly. I'll tell you the way to pardon her in an hour, said the flood dragon. All right. Qin Yun nodded. With that, the transmission was cut. I hope that whatever they ask for in exchange is something I'm capable of delivering. When all is settled, I can finally tell Xiao. Qin Yun overlooked the West Sea. Meanwhile, I have two other things to do on my trip here to the West Sea. One of them is to search for the missing Yi family members and the other is to confirm Bai Junshin's outcome from Curmudgeon Blacktide. Qin Yun held the Inspect Heavenly token in hand as he commanded with his mind. Large paragraphs of text appeared in the Inspect Heavenly token with all sorts of figures and information. It was not difficult to ascertain Bai Junshin's outcome. He just needed to meet Curmudgeon Blacktide. As for searching for the Yi family members. Disappearance? Two Kane True Core cultivators vanished just like that. The Divine Firmament chapter has also investigated before. Their transmission marks have yet to dissipate, so they are clearly still alive. However, they cannot be contacted, thought Qin Yun. Back when we were in the scenic Yang Immortal abode, we were unable to communicate with the outside world as well. These two Yi family members must have fallen into some special region. The location of their final message is here. Qin Yun looked at the map that appeared in his Inspect Heavenly token as he ruminated with knitted brows. Disappearance in the vast sea was indeed troublesome. Qin Yun waited for the Myriad Temple's reply as he studied the other two matters. As for the dark red-scaled flood dragon from Myriad Temple, it contacted another existence. Elder Ao Cheong. The flood dragon smiled as a female dragon elder appeared in a projection in front of it. Elder Ao Cheong was very old. She asked, "Why is your Myriad Temple looking for me? Might I know what conditions must be met for the West Sea Dragon race to pardon Ao Shui and give her freedom?" asked the flood dragon. "Pardon Ao Shui?" Elder Ao Cheong hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Either produce a transcendent grade Dharma treasure or a Skydragon blood crystal. If either of these two conditions are accomplished, I can pardon Ao Shui. Also, I can pay the commission that the Myriad Temple requires on my side." "All right." The flood dragon nodded. "Elder Ao Cheong, you must not go back on your word once you agree to it. I understand the Myriad Temple's rules." Elder Ao Cheong nodded. The flood dragon nodded its head slightly as well. In the Divine Firmament chapter, the sect master had a rather high status and appeared to manage the external affairs. But the one that had the final say in the Divine Firmament chapter was Ancestral Master Zhang. By that same logic, the person who could truly make the decision for the West Sea Dragon race was Elder Ao Cheong. Her words carried weight. It was not difficult for her to even change the reigning West Sea Dragon King. In the clouds, Qin Yun was ruminating over methods to find the missing family members. He was also waiting. "Oh?" Qin Yun revealed a look of glee. He held the Inspect Heavenly token and quickly made the connection. A projection appeared in front of him in midair. It was the unfathomable dark red-scaled flood dragon. Qin Yun always felt wistful when he saw the flood dragon. This was a flood dragon that was at the level of immortals and fiend celestials, yet it dealt with such trifling matters. "How is it?" asked Qin Yun immediately. "To the Myriad Temple, the violation of the dragon race's rules is nothing," said the flood dragon. "I can give you two options. One of them is to secretly rescue Ao Shui and the other is to get the West Sea Dragon race to initiate the pardon." "Naturally, I would pursue the pardon," said Qin Yun. "Secretly rescue her?" "He would probably be hunted down by the Four Seas Dragon race for the rest of his life." "The price for the pardon is a little higher," said the flood dragon. "There are 3 methods. You can choose any one of them." Qin Yun listened carefully. "First, it can be accomplished with enough treasures." "One transcendent grade Dharma treasure would do," said the flood dragon with a faint smile. Qin Yun felt his heart twitch. A transcendent grade Dharma treasure? He had already sold the golden core cauldron he obtained. Many top-grade cultivation sects would not even have one transcendent grade Dharma treasure. Even the Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands only had a small handful of transcendent grade Dharma treasures. "Second, a Skydragon blood crystal," said the flood dragon with a smile. "It is something left behind after an ancient Skydragon dies. It is extremely precious. I can tell you where to seek one out. But it's very difficult and very dangerous." "Then, what about the third option?" asked Qin Yun eagerly. "The third method is that you have to agree to work for my Myriad Temple for 100 years after you step into the Tao, Sword Immortal Qin," said the flood dragon with a smile. "If you agree to it, my Myriad Temple will help you get the West Sea Dragon race to pardon Ao Shui. Work for 100 years after stepping into the Tao?" Qin Yun frowned. A sword immortal that stepped into the Tao was invincible. There were many things he could do. For instance, in Elder Sword's craziness, he stormed the 9 lineage fiendish demons' territory to rob them of their manuals. The fiend celestials who did not wish to cross swords with him were forced to. He defeated many of them, and there was even one fiend celestial that was ultimately killed by Elder Sword. Of course, my myriad temple can guarantee that you will only be dispatched to deal with great fiendish demons and fiend celestials. We will not send you to your death, said the flood dragon. It added, as long as you are agreeable to that, you do not need to make any payment now. You can help my myriad temple for 100 years after you step into the Tao. Aren't you afraid that I would go back on my promise? Asked Qin Yun. It will not just be a simple promise, obviously. My myriad temple will request Sword Immortal Qin to undergo a Magus Hex ritual. If you went back on the promise, the hex would trigger and you would die on the spot, said the flood dragon with a laugh. Of course, as long as you do not go back on the promise, you would be fine. This Magus Hex is a heritage that even Magistress Mountain has lost. The cost of setting up the ritual is almost that of a first-grade Dharma treasure. It is because my myriad temple believes that you will eventually step into the Tao that we are willing to pay such a huge price. Qin Yun was resistant to the idea. As the myriad temple was too mysterious, he was unwilling to allow them to cast hexes on him. What if they tampered something in secret and made him their puppet? Qin Yun knew that there were means in the Magus arts to make others follow them loyally forever. A Magus hex? Work for 100 years? Qin Yun rejected it in his heart. As for the transcendent grade Dharma treasure? He could not produce one. The Skydragon blood crystal? Might I know where I can seek a Skydragon blood crystal? Asked Qin Yun. It's just 100 years of service. As for the Magus Hex, it's only to prevent you from going back on your promise. My myriad temple's reputation has been known by all since ancient times. We will definitely not harm you, Sword Immortal Qin, said the flood dragon. Sword Immortal Qin, aren't you going to deliberate on it? There's no need. I want to know how I can find a Skydragon blood crystal, urged Qin Yun. The flood dragon nodded. Alright, I'll tell you the method to find the Skydragon blood crystal. However, it's very difficult and very dangerous. Whoosh. A large wall of text and figures were sent. Be careful. The Four Seas dragon race have gone on several risky expeditions before, said the flood dragon before it terminated the transmission. Qin Yun held the Inspect Heavenly token and looked at the detailed information the flood dragon had sent him. In the West Sea, there was an ancient Skydragon palace. The ancient Skydragon was a terrifying dragon breed in ancient times that vied for supremacy with various fiend celestials. It was powerful, and it had a palace it stayed in temporarily that was naturally heavily defended. Legend said that the ancient Skydragon eventually fought to its death with an other-realm fiend celestial in a final battle. From then on, the ancient Skydragon palace was lost. After a long period of time, with the array formations of the ancient Skydragon palace gradually breaking down, an entrance was discovered 6,000 years ago. However, the Dragon Palace's array formations suppression was extremely powerful. Immortals were unable to gain entry, but those below could. The experts of the Four Seas dragon race had entered to explore it several times. In the beginning, they had obtained quite a few Skydragon blood crystals. But the remaining areas became more perilous. It became more and more difficult to find Skydragon blood crystals. According to the intelligence from the Myriad Temple, not a single Skydragon blood crystal had been found from the ancient Skydragon Palace in the last 3,000 years. The ancient Skydragon's temporary palace might be a dangerous place, but the Four Seas dragon race have explored it several times. The danger shouldn't be that high, thought Qin Yun. Based on the range of the array formations of the palace, it spans about 1,500 kilometers. It sure is huge, thought Qin Yun. He looked at the general location of the ancient Skydragon Palace as well as the 12 entrances that had been discovered. The so-called entrances were actually flaws in the array formations, allowing others to gain entry. The Four Seas dragon race had long probed these areas repeatedly. Oh? Qin Yun revealed a look of surprise. He waved his hand as a map appeared beside him. It was also the last known location of the Yi family members before they went missing. As he compared the two maps, he realized something. The location where the Yi family members disappeared is very close to the 1500-kilometer ancient Skydragon Palace's periphery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203. Chapter 203, Ancient Skydragon Palace, Part 1 half. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun looked at the vast West Sea and pondered. According to the Myriad Temple's intelligence, the ancient Skydragon Palace has 12 entrances. The Four Seas dragon race has been exploring them for more than 6,000 years. However, in the last 3,000 years, no Skydragon blood crystal has been obtained. The Four Seas dragon race has many experts, and I'm sure that in the past 3,000 years there have been experts who have stepped into the Tao. If I use the same old entrances, the chances of me obtaining a Skydragon blood crystal are slim, but if I can find a new entrance that leads into a new area of the ancient Skydragon Palace, perhaps I might be able to obtain a Skydragon blood crystal. The Yi family members left Kunlun Prefecture and entered the West Sea. They flew the whole way, and this is their last known location before they disappeared. And here is where the ancient Skydragon Palace is. Qin Yun compared the maps. If the Yi family members had accidentally entered the ancient Skydragon Palace, they might have entered from the southeast. Qin Yun gently drew a circle over the likely areas. I'll investigate the area around here. So, he cast beam transformation art and rapidly tore through the sky. After some flying, he plummeted deep into the sea. At the bottom of the sea, there were corals and schools of fish. Qin Yun stayed close to the seabed as the water naturally parted. The ancient Skydragon Palace has profound array formations. I will not be able to sense them with my psyche, thought Qin Yun. I can only use my sword intent domain to probe. Thankfully, my sword intent domain covers 1,000 feet of my surroundings. As he flew beneath the sea, he gradually entered a region of the ancient Skydragon Palace according to the map's markings. Oh! Qin Yun's expression changed slightly. Despite seeing an underwater mountain, he could not approach it no matter how hard he tried. I can see it, but I can't reach it. I'll retreat. I should give it another try from a different spot. Qin Yun retreated. The spot where the Yi family members disappeared was close to the ancient Skydragon Palace, but Qin Yun still needed to extrapolate their general direction. He could only make repeated attempts, probing carefully with his 1,000-feet range sword intent domain, in search of the array formation's entrance. However, most regions of the array formation were operating normally. Qin Yun's efforts were wasted time and time again. He was also certain that nothing about this was a coincidence. The transmission marks of the Yi family members were clearly still there, but they could not be contacted. That meant that they were trapped in some odd space. The surrounding area happened to have the ancient Skydragon Palace, so how could it be a coincidence? Therefore, he could only take it slow. In what seemed like a blink of an eye, he had spent slightly more than half a month probing the area. Brother Yun, have you found my Yi family members? On the seabed, Qin Yun was communicating with Xiao using his Inspect Heavenly token. No, I'm still looking for them. Qin Yun shook his head. You have already been searching for so long and have done your best. If you can't find them, just forget it. I heard you mention the ancient Skydragon Palace. That is quite a dangerous place, said Xiao. The ancient Skydragon Palace's array formation keeps throwing me off the path. I'll give it another try. If they have entered, as I surmise, I should be able to enter too, said Qin Yun. Every time I advance, I record my path. Xiao, don't worry. Xiao nodded. All right, just remember that we are only lending a hand to help others. Don't endanger yourself. Rest assured, my wife. Qin Yun grinned. Although he had informed his wife about the ancient Skydragon Palace, he temporarily kept the matter about the search for the Skydragon blood crystal and saving Ao Shui from her. He would inform her only after he found it. In another blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. Qin Yun retreated time and time again. He tried different paths to advance towards the ancient Skydragon Palace and recorded the details of his travels every time. Oh! On the seabed, the seawater was naturally parted around Qin Yun. He revealed a look of surprise. His repeated searches were indeed very dull and boring. If it were not for Xiao's mother, Qin Yun would have given up long ago. He felt a little jaded after more than 20 days of fruitless searching. But at that moment, although he could not see it with his naked eyes, Qin Yun's sword intent domain could sense an entrance 920 feet away from where he was. When he sent his sword intent domain in, he could sense a brand new world. I found it. Qin Yun was excited. The flaw in the array formation's operations. An array formation that has existed since ancient times. With the array formation operational, the ancient Skydragon Palace disappeared and could not be found. 6,000 years ago, the ancient array formation finally began to show its flaws, resulting in the palace's detection, thought Qin Yun. The Four Seas dragon race has obtained sizable amounts of treasure, such as the Skydragon blood crystal they go crazy for, on their expeditions. However, all 12 known entrances have been swept clean numerous times. This is an entrance that has not been marked on the map. I wonder if the lost family members entered through this entrance. Whether they did or not, it's definitely another entrance to the ancient Skydragon Palace. Qin Yun felt undulating emotions as he took out an inspect heavenly token. A projection appeared in front of him. It was light blue-dressed Xiao in front of a drawing board. She was drawing talismans. Brother Yun. Xiao beamed. I found it. I found the entrance, said Qin Yun. You finally found it? Are they inside? Asked Xiao. I do not know. I have to go in to take a look. But once I enter, you might not be able to contact me, said Qin Yun. I believe transmissions are shielded inside, so don't be worried if you can't contact me. You have to be careful. Xiao turned nervous when she heard that. Qin Yun looked at his wife, feeling both nervous and anticipant. He looked forward to finding the Skydragon blood crystal and informing his wife about her mother when the time came. Wait for me to return. After Qin Yun cut the transmission, he headed for the entrance. But as he flew towards it, he felt distortions from the array formation. The more he flew, the farther he seemed to get from the entrance. Thankfully, he had the entrance pinpointed. Only after attempting more than 10 times did he reach the entrance. His sword intent domain around him tore through the obstruction as Qin Yun entered through the array formation's flaw. The moment he entered, Qin Yun saw a towering and grandiose palace. It was ancient and it extended far out. It was even bigger than the West Sea Dragon Palace. Furthermore, it was made mostly of crystal, making it exude a picturesque beauty. However, portions of the ancient Crystal Palace were in ruins. From afar, Qin Yun could see bloodstains. Who? Bloodlust auras lingered. Despite the bloodstains having existed since time immemorial, the bloodlust aura in them was still fresh. It even gave Qin Yun a repressive feeling. This must be a bloodstain left behind from the ancient Skydragon's final fight, thought Qin Yun. According to data on the other 12 entrances, one of the entrances allowed one to barely see the ancient Skydragon's corpse from afar. The ancient Skydragon's corpse remained in the palace to this date. According to the information, it was believed that the ancient Skydragon had killed an other realm fiend celestial and died from heavy injuries. But before his death, he had sealed off the entire Skydragon palace. He did not wish for his corpse to be desecrated or controlled by other fiend celestials. After all, a Skydragon corpse had many uses. He had protected his corpse very well. He had sealed off the entire dragon palace and locked it down with array formations. Even now, immortals and fiend celestials were unable to enter. His corpse was hidden at the core of the palace. Even thousands of years later, one could only see it from afar through a crack in the palace's crumbled walls. How exquisite! As Qin Yun walked, he entered one of the palace corridors that was closest to him. The corridor was laid out with large crystal panels that showed his reflection. This must be done through a dermic spell. This crystal is frozen in place. More than 90% of the palace is constructed with crystal. How extravagant! The ancient sky dragon's dermic powers were just too immense. If it were me, I'll barely be able to construct a hall while constantly freezing crystal. Qin Yun gasped in awe. He was also very careful as he had his sword intent domain permeate his surroundings. He entered the hall that was closest to him. Whoosh whoosh. Invisible auras howled as they infiltrated Qin Yun's sword intent domain. Immediately, they showed themselves. Kill! Kill! Two blood-colored blobs of mist took form as they rapidly surged at Qin Yun. Qin Yun's expression changed slightly. Break! The sword intent domain barely blocked them. The two blobs of mist constantly encroached upon him, occasionally transforming into sinister-looking heads that stared at Qin Yun, or strange dancing boys and girls. They were shockingly mesmerizing, but with Qin Yun's soul having reached the Khanate Golden Core level, and is achieving the sword intent paramount realm, how could he fall for charms that easily? The two blobs of mist flew about 500 feet into Qin Yun's sword intent domain before dissipating. Just two aura blobs can resist the sword intent domain for that long? Qin Yun's expression changed slightly. For it to be so sinister, it has to be a fiend's aura. Even great fiendish demons are not that terrifying. It has to be a fiend celestial. It could even be the other realm fiend celestial that had been killed. It died in ancient times, but the remnant auras it leaves behind are still this terrifying? Or could I have guessed wrongly? Qin Yun turned more vigilant. From accounts of the other 12 entrances, there was an instance of seeing the ancient sky dragon's corpse from afar, but the other realm fiend celestial's corpse or aura were not detected. It could also be possible that the Four Seas dragon race had discovered it, but it was not included in the intelligence the Myriad Temple gave him. After a cursory look at the hall, he proceeded through a side door. Just a few steps later, Qin Yun saw two men dressed in Taoist robes. They were sitting cross-legged a distance away in the hall's passage. However, they were motionless with their faces occasionally twitching. Found them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204. Chapter 204, Ancient Skydragon Palace, Part 2 halves. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. It's the two missing family members. Qin Yun confirmed at a glance that they were the ones he was looking for. His sword intent domain enveloped the duo and silently entered their bodies. There were sinister, blood-colored fiend auras inside of them. Fiendish auras have entered their bodies. They chose to seal their souls? Qin Yun nodded gently. Perhaps their souls have already been tainted slightly. In order to prevent themselves from fully losing themselves, one option would be to seal their own souls. Thankfully, they are Khanate True Core Realm cultivators. They have a tremendous amount of dermic powers that can ensure that they will be fine without eating or drinking for more than half a year. If this continued on for another year or two, they would really starve to death. Khanate cultivators could survive on consuming the wind and imbibing the dew. It sounded good, but, in fact, they were absorbing the spirit energies of the heaven and earth to convert into dermic powers, replenishing the body's expenditures. At the same time, water was still needed or their bodies would be severely dehydrated. If Khanate cultivators sat there without eating, drinking, or absorbing the spirit energies of the world, they would eventually die after 2 years of hunger or thirst. They would be fine even a few months from now. I'll enter and take a look around first. Qin Yun continued striding in. Kill. Kill. The deeper he went in, the more fiendish auras he encountered. Qin Yun's sword intent was swift and powerful, and his sword intent domain spanned 1,000 feet. The fiendish auras swarmed him but dissipated before they could even touch him. The fiendish aura is increasing? Qin Yun traversed many halls. Occasionally, he would find weapons and treasures left behind by water demons on the ground. Many of them were damaged, while some were low-grade items at the Dharma artifact level. There were also some Dharma treasures at the 8th or 9th grade. At one point, he chanced upon a 5th-grade trident which left Qin Yun pleasantly surprised. Back when the ancient Sky Dragon fought the other realm Fiend Celestial, many of the water demons in the palace probably died from the aftershocks. Many of the Dharma treasures were destroyed and can only be used by melting them into their base components. Furthermore, the Dharma treasures have not been conserved well since ancient times. The weaker Dharma treasures would be severely damaged. Yet, this trident remains intact. That's rare. Qin Yun only took the Dharma treasures that were intact. He walked leisurely the entire time. This must be the periphery of the entire ancient Skydragon Palace. I haven't even encountered any array formations that impede my progress. After walking a kilometer or so, Qin Yun was still walking in the periphery of the ancient Skydragon Palace. Just outside a golden door, there was a black-scaled monster hanging above the door. When Qin Yun walked over, the monster suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils were amber-green in color. Kill. The black-scaled monster resembled an ape as it pounced over. Go. Qin Yun casually pointed his finger. An extremely sharp sword beam tore through the air. As a Paramount Realm Sword Immortal, any sword beam he produced was at the level of an ordinary Khanate golden core. Phew! The sword beam struck the black-scaled monster, producing grinding sounds as it hit the monster's armor. However, it was not injured in any way. It landed on the ground and continued its charge towards him. What monster is this? Qin Yun was baffled. However, he waved his hand and sent a misty flying sword shooting out. Instantly, the surrounding heaven and earth powers condensed sword flashes that pursued it. Dozens of sword flashes accompanied the intrinsic flying sword as they swarmed towards the monster. Pwa! 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 Successive cracking sounds were heard as the black-scaled monster had its armor split open. However, it did not perish. Instead, it continued charging straight for Qin Yun. Its body is already more powerful than typical Khanate Golden Core Great Fiendish demons. Qin Yun was alarmed. Bright moon over river, go! River waters roared around. A bright moon rose. The moon-like sword beam bolted towards the black-scaled monster, bringing along with it dozens of sword flashes. In a blink of an eye, it struck 6 times before the monster stopped completely. Its body was covered in wounds when it began to disintegrate with a fizzle, dissipating into nothingness. Why did its corpse completely disintegrate? Qin Yun was perplexed. I didn't use my sword intent domain to destroy its corpse. Also, I could sense that it lacked sentience, but its strength was so formidable. Qin Yun was baffled, but it made him even more careful. As he advanced, the sword intent domain began passing through the back of the golden door. Immediately, he saw 2 more black-scaled monsters. Following that, his sword intent domain could not proceed any further. It was suppressed by a more terrifying domain. What? The sword intent domain has been suppressed? Qin Yun quickly walked through the golden door. It took one glance to see everything ahead of him. The passage behind the golden door led to a hall. But the entire hall was in ruins. The columns had collapsed, and amid the hall's ruins, he could see more than 10 black-scaled monsters clinging to different spots. Some were on the collapsed columns while there were others leaning against the broken crystalline walls. None of them were moving. When Qin Yun walked through the golden door, the black-scaled monsters opened their eyes and turned their heads towards him. But at that moment, Qin Yun was staring at the middle of the hall. Sitting there was a red-scaled gigantic arm that spanned 390 feet. The arm was thick and mighty and the palm was in the shape of a gigantic claw. The fingers resembled sharp sickles. Every finger's blade ranged from 60 feet to more than 100 feet long. On second look, every runic fractal on the scaled arm would remain profound even when magnified thousands of times. It was many times more profound than Patriarch Krokragon's scales. The 5 sickle-like fingers made Qin Yun shudder just from the sight of them. He felt a baffling sense of horror. Furthermore, the arm seemed to form a natural suppressive domain. It suppressed Qin Yun's sword-intent domain, preventing it from approaching the arm. Around the wrist area of the arm, there were 3 black bangles that suffused a special aura. These bangles must form a Dharma treasure set. Qin Yun made an instant judgment. And these 3 bangles alone give off the feeling that they are not inferior to the transcendent great golden core cauldron. If there are other bangles, the entire Dharma treasure set might be a numinous treasure. Qin Yun swept his gaze over the room. He locked his gaze on a pool of red-colored blood that suffused golden light in the middle of the hall. Even after all this time, the blood continued emitting a lofty suppression effect. Furthermore, there were 5 blood crystals the size of fingertip segments in the blood. Sky Dragon blood crystals? They are identical to the figures given to me by the Myriad Temple. Qin Yun was excited. It's obvious that this gigantic arm doesn't belong to the ancient Sky Dragon. It must belong to the other realm Fiend Celestial. This other realm Fiend Celestial is equally terrifying, for its battle with the ancient Sky Dragon to end with mutual destruction. Roar! Roar! More than 10 scaled monsters stared at Qin Yun. Some emitted a low growl. In addition, the gigantic arm began to emit black mist that condensed to form more black-scaled monsters. In just a blink of an eye, there was a dense horde of black-scaled monsters that numbered in the hundreds. 6 of them were clearly larger than the other monsters. No good. Qin Yun's expression changed as he turned to flee. As he fled, Qin Yun released his intrinsic flying sword. The sword flash bolted towards the Sky Dragon blood crystals that were in the large pool of red-colored blood. Whoosh! The dense black-scaled monsters began moving, as well as the 6 leaders. They are fiend monsters. Servants of fiend celestials. Legends speak of fiend celestials that have extremely powerful bodies. Their auras would naturally form slaves that are known as fiend monsters. However, fiend monsters cannot be killed completely. After the fiendish aura disperses, it will condense again to give birth to new fiend monsters, thought Qin Yun. However, fiend monsters cannot be too separated from the fiend celestial. Secondly, they are usually very weak, but why are these fiend monsters almost equal to a connate golden core great fiendish demon? Is it because the other realm fiend celestial is overwhelmingly powerful? Even the fiend monsters its corpse generates are so powerful? Qin Yun cast the cyclic sword flash with the first grade 7 kill sword as he sent his intrinsic flying sword to steal the Sky Dragon blood crystals away as it was easier to control and more agile. Bam! 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 The fiend monster leader disapparated and was extremely fast. Soon, 3 leaders were holding back Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword. The moon-like sword beam was extremely fast. But the 3 fiend monster leaders ignored it and used their bodies to resist the attack. Only small cracks appeared in their scale armor. Samsara. Kill. Qin Yun did not hesitate. After all, no matter how powerful his cyclic sword flash was, it could not withstand an assault from hundreds of fiend monsters since all of them were in no way inferior to a connate golden core realm great fiendish demon. Boom! Boom! The intrinsic flying sword was blinding as it led hundreds of sword flashes to rip through the 3 fiend monsters' bodies, as well as another fiend monster leader. However, it lost its momentum and was unable to do a thing to the second fiend monster leader. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black mist rose again from the gigantic arm, reviving the dead fiend monster leader and the 3 fiend monsters again. Qin Yun knew that he was unable to kill all the fiend monsters. Any that died were simply instantly revived. The only solution was to eliminate their source, the fiend celestial's body. Bam! The first great flying sword, the 7-kill sword, cast the cyclic sword flash and blocked the passage, but after the relentless assaults of more than 300 fiend monsters, it shattered. As for Qin Yun himself, he had already begun fleeing. The second great flying sword, heavy sand sword, cast the cyclic sword flash once again. Time to leave. Qin Yun put away his intrinsic flying sword and the 7-kill sword. By the time the cyclic sword flash from the heavy sand sword shattered, Qin Yun had already escaped more than half a kilometer away. As for the fiend monsters, they could only rush out a few hundred feet from the golden door before they had to stop. Why did they stop? Qin Yun frowned. I was planning on deliberately luring them out and sneaking into the hall through a different path. The hall had collapsed, so he could naturally circle around it. Qin Yun made several attempts and even tried storming the area through open holes from the ruins by circling around the main entrance. These fiend monsters were bound to the vicinity of the hall, and the furthest they could go was just slightly more than 1,000 feet from the arm. They were guarding it, as well as the 5 Skydragon blood crystals, as though they were their owner's spoils of war. They are too powerful. Just the number of fiend monsters add up to 666. This number must mean something. Each of them has a strength that matches that of a great fiendish demon. There are also 6 leaders, each matching 9 Mountain Island Lord in strength. Even though their bodies aren't as powerful as 9 Mountain Island Lords, they are undying. They are classic examples of fiend monsters as recorded in canon, but even so, I have never heard of them being this strong. Qin Yun was momentarily at a loss. He could clearly see the Skydragon blood crystals and the other realm Fiend Celestial's arm. The latter was priceless as well. The 3 bangles were probably in no way inferior to the transcendent grade golden core cauldron. But Qin Yun was out of options. His strength was insufficient. If I stepped into the Tao, my strength could match immortals and fiend celestials. Even hundreds of fiend monsters would not be able to crack my cyclic sword flash. However, how long will it take for me to step into the Tao? Qin Yun stood a distance away as he looked at the massive red-scaled arm through the collapsed walls. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205. Chapter 205, Temporary Departure. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. As he was out of options, Qin Yun could only give up for the moment. He began exploring other regions of the ancient Skydragon Palace. The ancient Skydragon Palace was massive, and just the periphery of the palace could be demarcated as a district in and of itself. Qin Yun circled the area and found that the district he entered when he came through the array formation's entrance spanned about 10 kilometers. I have finished exploring this area. The water race soldiers that were guarding this district must have either escaped or died. As so much time has passed, not a single corpse can be seen. There is only dust. Dharma artifacts and weaker Dharma treasures have disintegrated. Qin Yun held a cosmic bag. After searching the district, I have found 2 third-grade Dharma treasures, 5 fourth-grade Dharma treasures, 12 fifth-grade Dharma treasures, many special herbs, and this intact cosmic bag. After Qin Yun circled the area, he returned to a spot not far from the ruined palace hall and looked at it. Everywhere else is intact, but I have no way of getting into the other districts of the ancient Skydragon Palace. The only way is through this spot. Qin Yun looked carefully. The hall collapsed, forming a ruin. The scuffs left behind here are a clear indication of the battle. If I probe the area from here, I might be able to reach different areas of the ancient Skydragon Palace. Unfortunately, this spot is completely defended by the fiend monsters. Normal palaces had their compounds connected by passages. Every district would have array formations isolating itself from the other districts. As for cracking the array, the Four Seas dragon race had entered from the 12 other entrances and obtained skydragon blood crystals and many treasures. However, they could only enter through whatever cracks they could find left behind by the battle, or from flaws in the array formations. As for cracking the array formations with overwhelming strength, how could the ancient Skydragon Palace's array formations be something a group of people beneath the level of immortal be able to crack? It was hopeless. Even existences that had stepped into the Tao would not be able to crack the array formations. Qin Yun lacked the strength to crack the arrays, and he certainly didn't have the means to destroy the walls. As for areas where the ancient Skydragon fought the other realm Fiend Celestial, there were forbidding cracks. Through two of the cracks, Qin Yun could see the end of another palace hall. It was a hall he had yet to reach, but the collapsed hall was completely guarded by the fiend monsters. Qin Yun retreated helplessly after attempting for an hour. He returned to where the two family members were sitting cross-legged. The both of you lack an intent domain and can't even withstand the most basic fiend aura, the first thing you encountered upon entering the ancient Skydragon Palace. Qin Yun shook his head. That makes you lucky, however. If you ventured deeper and encountered just one fiend monster, it would probably rip you two apart. The fiend monster's strength was absolutely not something these two cultivators that had yet to grasp the implications of the heavenly Tao would be able to resist. Let's go. Qin Yun waved his hand. The two Taoist-robed men floated in midair and followed beside Qin Yun. I'll bring the two of you back to the Yi family and get Patriarch Yi to save you. Sealing your own souls? With your souls being tainted by the fiendish auras, I have no way of saving you. Qin Yun shook his head. Sword immortals had sharp and overbearing dermic powers which were formidable in battle, but as for saving people? And to actually rescue their souls, with the complications caused by the fiendish auras? Just the thought of it gave Qin Yun a headache. Swoosh. With the two in tow, he quickly returned to the entrance, by the array formation's flaw. Qin Yun placed the duo down first. Following that, he took out several array formation items from his cosmic bag. Back when I exited Scenic Yang Immortal Abode and sold the Golden Core Cauldron to the Divine Firmament chapter, I had yet to reach the Paramount Realm. In order to ensure my safety, I bought quite a number of protective items and array formations that I could carry around with me. I can finally put them to use. Qin Yun rapidly set up the array to mend the flaws in the array formation. All the suitable arrays were set up: camouflage, concealment, and sealing. A total of 6 array formations were set up. They were used to feign and conceal auras for the sake of life preservation. Even if the ancient Skydragon Palace's array formation has this flaw, it will be very difficult to find it. I previously relied on my sword intent domain to probe numerous times before discovering it, thought Qin Yun. Now, even if I were to probe it again, my sword intent domain will only see it as part of the normal seabed. I have to monopolize this entrance. If not, it will be difficult for me to find Skydragon blood crystals again, thought Qin Yun. He finished setting up the array formations. As the array formations owner, Qin Yun naturally could control them easily. He quickly passed through the entrance with the duo. Swoosh. He carefully proceeded forward. According to the route he had recorded, he twisted and turned and eventually, he walked out of the ancient Skydragon Palace's periphery array formations. In order to find them, I had deliberately recorded the route I took. The both of them were flying under the sea and it is unlikely they recorded a detailed route. Just 2 or 3 feet deviation in the boundless sea would lead one to a completely different region because of the ancient Skydragon Palace's array formations. Qin Yun looked at the two men floating behind him. I guess I'm just unlucky if the both of you actually had recorded the route you took to enter. Flying across the boundless sea normally allowed people to traverse more than 50 kilometers in a short while. Typically, one would not deliberately chart out a path with precision down to the foot. Let's go. He flew upwards with the duo and soon broke through the water's surface. It was already late at night. He steered a cloud in flight with him standing in front while the duo continued sitting cross-legged on the cloud. He headed all the way east. Steering a cloud in flight was much slower than casting beam transformation art. However, Qin Yun had done so deliberately. Qin Yun saw the ancestral land of the Kunlun Prefecture's family, Water City, only the next morning when the morning sun rose. Water City was a city on a high plateau that circled around a humongous mountain. The mountain peak was covered in perennial snow. As for Water City, it had a snowy mountain peak in its backdrop. Above the mountain was Purple Cloud Palace, a cultivation area where patriarchy stayed most of the time. Swoosh! Qin Yun landed outside Purple Cloud Palace. The disciples there saw him as well as the sitting duo beside him. Martial uncles. Immediately, disciples ran over and saw the sitting duo. There was a disciple who immediately entered to report the matter. Aren't you Grand Dominance's sword immortal Qin? Soon, a female Taoist flew over. When she saw the sitting duo, her eyes could not help but moisten. She immediately asked, Sword immortal Qin, how is Feng Lai? Fiend auras have infiltrated their bodies. It's a little troublesome. Perhaps patriarchy can save them, replied Qin Yun. The female Taoist immediately said gratefully, Sword immortal Qin, our family will forever be indebted to you for saving the two of them. Patriarch is here. Patriarch. It was rare for the disciples at Purple Cloud Palace to see Patriarch E. But at that moment, Patriarch E had rushed over and, in a few steps, he was beside Qin Yun. Qin Yun, thanks. Patriarch E looked solemnly at the duo. What a formidable fiend aura. Their souls have been partially tainted. Both of them have sealed their souls to guard their Tao hearts and are barely holding on. However, it's possible for them to fail at any moment. I have to save them immediately. Qin Yun, you can have a rest for now. There's no need. I still have things to do in the West Sea. I'll be leaving first, said Qin Yun with a smile. All right then. Patriarch E nodded. I really must thank you for this. My E family doesn't have many cultivators, to begin with. Fenggu is dead, and if Feng Lai and Fengqi were to die, the E family only had one Khanate Golden Core cultivator in the present generation. Previously, they had 6 Khanate True Cores. E Fenggu was dead. Now, if these two died, the Yi family would suffer terrible losses. Patriarch E would also be saddened on a personal level. Senior, you will definitely save them with your capabilities, said Qin Yun. Patriarch E nodded slightly before he waved his hand. The two immediately transformed into a stream of light that flew towards Purple Cloud Palace. Patriarch E also took a step before vanishing. Clearly, he was also very worried. So, following that, Qin Yun transformed into a beam that streaked through the sky and vanished across the western horizon. What a fast-flying art! The disciples at Purple Cloud Palace looked up and exclaimed. We previously requested help from the Divine Firmament chapter, but they failed to find our martial uncles after searching for more than half a year. Yet, Sword Immortal Qin found them. He sure is impressive. Sword Immortal Qin is a Paramount Realm Sword Immortal. There are only a few of those in this world, but for him to find them in the boundless sea, it shows that he must have put forth a lot of effort. Thankfully, Sword Immortal Qin is our E family's son-in-law. If not, why would he ever search for them without asking for anything in return? The disciples were discussing fervently. In a quiet chamber, Patriarch E was trying his best to save them. Thankfully, the fiendish auras had not tainted their souls too deeply. After more than an hour, the two finally awakened. When the duo awoke to the sight of Patriarch E, they heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, they respectfully greeted him, Patriarch. Both of you have Qin Yun to thank, said Patriarch Yi. Qin Yun? The duo was baffled. Isn't he trapped in the scenic Yang immortal abode? He came out of the scenic Yang immortal abode sometime after the both of you disappeared. Furthermore, he has fought more than 20 fiendish demons and slew 2 of them. This battle is known throughout the world and Qin Yun is already a paramount realm sword immortal. He is even able to cast a flying sword art with infinite converging sword, explained Patriarch Yi. The duo was shocked once again, but they felt grateful. Patriarch Yi asked with a frown, did the both of you accidentally enter the ancient Skydragon Palace? The ancient Skydragon Palace? What Skydragon Palace? The duo was somewhat perplexed as it was a confidential location. We accidentally entered an area with a crystalline palace compound that stretched far beyond what the eyes could see. A distance away, there were portions of the palace compound in ruins as well as blood that stained the palace walls. Moments after we entered, we quickly felt our bodies invaded by invisible fiendish auras, explained the duo. Patriarch Yi instantly confirmed that it was the ancient Skydragon Palace. How did the 2 of you enter? Do you still remember the route? Patriarch Yi inquired in detail. In order to find the duo, the Divine Firmament chapter had already searched the other 12 entrances to no avail. We were chasing a fiendish demon under the sea. He was fleeing the entire way and eventually escaped into that region of the sea. It was a strange region. Despite the fiendish demon being right in front of us, we could not fly up to him. After some time, we lost him. Later, Fengxi and I were flying when we felt the scene in front of our eyes change before we saw that extended palace compound, Yifenlai explained. Chasing a fiendish demon. You entered the ancient Skydragon Palace by chasing? Patriarch Yi frowned. If they were caught up in a fervent pursuit, how could they accurately remember the precise route? Just a tiny deviation in that region could result in all sorts of possible routes. It was useless to try doing a carpet search. For example, despite there being a region in front of them that they wanted to search, there would be no way of passing through it. If it were so easy, the Four Seas dragon race would have long scoured the entirety of the region that spanned 1,500 kilometers. Qin Yun found them, but even if he had blindly entered, he would have recorded a detailed path when he exited, thought Patriarch Yi. Has he found a new array formation entrance? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206. Chapter 206, A Word of Caution. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. West Sea. Qin Yun headed for Curmudgeon Blacktide's lair in a form of a beam. Splash. After entering the sea, Qin Yun went straight for Blacktide Chasm. It was a deep valley at the bottom of the sea with a seemingly bottomless pit. Curmudgeon Blacktide had entrenched himself deep in the chasm. There were many water demons in the region. There were also caves built beside the valley, fortified with array formations. Curmudgeon Blacktide! Qin Yun shouted loudly. His voice transmitted through his sword intent domain, piercing right through the array formations. It resounded throughout the valley, giving many lesser water demons a fright. There's a cultivator. A human. To think he dares come to our Blacktide Chasm. These water race demons readied a large variety of weapons. Other demons went to report the matter. Soon, a gigantic octopus demon, who was escorted by more than 1,000 water demons, flew out of the chasm. His massive body spanned more than 2 kilometers, making it resemble a tiny island. His tentacles were terrifyingly long and twisted. At that moment, the octopus demon's black eyes were staring at Qin Yun, but he was alarmed. It's him? Qin Yun became famous among the fiendish demons after the battle at Blue Granny. Even though Curmudgeon Blacktide was a powerful great fiendish demon, he was somewhat afraid of Qin Yun. Are you sword immortal Qin? We do not know each other. Why did you come to my Blacktide Chasm? Curmudgeon Blacktide's voice boomed. I came here to ask you something, said Qin Yun. Speak, I'm listening, replied Curmudgeon Blacktide. 100 years ago, did a human cultivator at the Kane True Core realm from the Bai family named Bai Junshin die under your hand? Asked Qin Yun. Curmudgeon Blacktide said with a frown, yes. I killed Bai Junshin. What's the matter with you humans? Isn't it very common for fiendish demons to kill cultivators? Why have you come to ask me time and time again for the past 100 years? Some even deliberately come to me for Bai Junshin's corpse. Since it was I who killed him, he has naturally been reduced to dust. Qin Yun nodded. I'm not asking for Bai Junshin's corpse. You killed him and all his possessions fell into your hand. Did you obtain a Dharma treasure of Bai Junshin's known as the Moon Bamboo Flute? The Bai family have bought Bai Junshin's heavy mountain seal from me in the past. That was his Dharma treasure, so why would you want the Moon Bamboo Flute? Asked Curmudgeon Blacktide angrily. The heavy mountain seal is a Dharma treasure for ranged attacks. Losing that does not necessarily mean that he's dead. Qin Yun asked, I am willing to exchange his intrinsic talisman amulet or the Moon Bamboo Flute for treasures. Neither are left. Those were already damaged and I threw them out, said Curmudgeon Blacktide. Nothing is left? Qin Yun frowned. Dharma treasures were not that easily destroyed. I did not hold back during that battle. I whipped him to death and ended up destroying the Moon Bamboo Flute, the intrinsic talisman amulet, and other things. With all of them broken, I threw them away, said Curmudgeon Blacktide. All right, I have entertained you long enough. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. You can't produce anything? Not the Moon Bamboo Flute, the intrinsic talisman amulet, the Dharma treasure robe, or any other personal items? Qin Yun frowned. Is there a need for me to lie about killing a cultivator? Fine, if you think I didn't do it, go ahead and think that way. Go seek out other murderers, said Curmudgeon Blacktide. The surrounding array formation suddenly activated with a rumble. Water surged over and shielded the Blacktide chasm. Following that, Curmudgeon Blacktide turned and flew deep into the Blacktide chasm. Qin Yun shouted, hold on. However, Curmudgeon Blacktide did not even turn back as he flew down into Blacktide chasm. Oh? Qin Yun frowned as he waved his hand. A misty sword beam, accompanied by dozens of sword flashes, instantly penetrated the array formation in front of him. However, the flying sword seemed to enter a quagmire that impeded it greatly. The dozens of sword flashes dissipated totally while the intrinsic flying sword flew a short distance within, scaring the distant water race demons into fleeing to the deep depths of the chasm. Quick, hide! That cultivator is too powerful. That flying sword is terrifying. What a powerful sword, immortal! The lesser demons wailed. Qin Yun could not be bothered with them. All he did was to probe the array formation's strength. In the sea, my flying sword's strength is reduced by 30%. And inside the array formation, my flying sword's strength is halved again. Qin Yun shook his head secretly. This Curmudgeon Blacktide approaches the paramount realm in the water. His body is also extremely powerful. If he is bent on hiding in the array formation, I really can't do a thing to him. Although him not being able to produce any of the personal items is odd, there's no reason for him to lie. Qin Yun shook his head gently before turning to leave. Deep in the Blacktide chasm, there was an underwater residence. Whoosh! Curmudgeon Blacktide took human form and walked into the underwater residence. Along the way, many demonesses greeted him obsequiously. Patriarch! Patriarch, you are back. All of you are dismissed. Curmudgeon Blacktide waved his hand and entered a private chamber alone. In the private chamber, Curmudgeon Blacktide looked respectfully ahead. A phantom image had appeared in front of him, one of a man with blood-colored hair. He had patterns on his face and although he was male, his coquettish look made him a lot more alluring than many women. Fiend Celestial, greeted curmudgeon Blacktide politely. What is the matter? The strange blood-haired man asked with a frown. You instructed me to proclaim that I killed Bai Junshin. The humans have never given up on the matter. Just today, Sword Immortal Qin Yun from Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance came to me and asked about him. He also wanted me to hand over the moon bamboo flute, the intrinsic talisman amulet, and other items of Bai Junshin's. All I could say was that I had destroyed them during the battle and later threw them away, said curmudgeon Blacktide respectfully. The blood-haired man frowned slightly. Oh? Qin Yun from Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance? I suspect it's that Bai Junyue again, said curmudgeon Blacktide immediately. She has never given up all this while. She has been using all sorts of means to investigate Bai Junshin's outcome for the past 100 years. Bai Junyue, sure, is an infatuated woman. The man nodded. All right, the matter regarding Bai Junshin involves some secrets. You just need to proceed as I have instructed. Ignore everything else. Yes, curmudgeon Blacktide answered respectfully. Above the sky in the West Sea, Qin Yun was flying on a cloud. He was reporting to Bai Junyue. Curmudgeon Blacktide is hiding in his lair and there are array formations protecting him. I can't do a thing to him if he doesn't come out, said Qin Yun. He could not produce the moon bamboo flute, the intrinsic talisman amulet, Dharma treasure robe, or any personal items? Asked Bai Junyue immediately. He said that all of them were damaged or destroyed in the battle, said Qin Yun. Bai Junyue looked excited. All of them were damaged? How can it be that coincidental? My brother must be alive. He's definitely alive. I can sense that he is located somewhere in this world, but he has no way to tell me. That's all I can do, said Qin Yun. I'm already very grateful. If it were anyone weak, curmudgeon Blacktide would have killed them instantly. He wouldn't even be bothered with people that are his equal. He was only willing to tell you that much because he's afraid of you, said Bai Junyue. Qin Yun nodded. Both parties quickly ended the communication. Not long later. Oh? Qin Yun held the Inspect Heavenly token. It projected an image of Patriarch Yi. Senior, greeted Qin Yun. I have to thank you for saving the members of my Yi family, said Patriarch Yi with a smile. Also, congratulations on finding another array formation entrance to the ancient Skydragon Palace. Qin Yun pricked up his brows. Don't worry. I guessed it, but I won't spread the news, said Patriarch Yi. If you were wicked and merciless, you might have killed the Feng Lion Yi Fingqi to keep the secret, but I abhor the thought of doing something like that, said Qin Yun. I'll remember this favor. Patriarch Yi added, if you discover any treasures in the ancient Skydragon Palace such as the Skydragon Blood Crystal, do not sell it easily to the Four Seas Dragon race. You tell me ahead of time and I can try to exchange for more benefits for you. Even one Skydragon Blood Crystal can make the old fogies of the Four Seas Dragon race go crazy. Qin Yun obviously knew. For a Skydragon Blood Crystal, the West Sea Dragon race was willing to ignore the Dragon race's rules and make an exception to release Ao Shui. That proved how attractive a Skydragon Blood Crystal was. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without norms or standards. Mortals had laws. Cultivators were bound by the regulations of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. The Dragon race had their clan rules. Even the maneuvering of the Heavenly Tao had its rules. Once the rules were set, violation required punishment. And to make an exception? That was very, very difficult. Senior, how powerful was the ancient Skydragon? Qin Yun was curious. He wondered at it because after the other realm Fiend Celestial, which was on par with the ancient Skydragon, died, just the fiend monsters its arm produced were terrifying. Just know that he's stronger than me, said Patriarch Yi with a laugh. Also, although I'll keep it a secret for you, the Divine Firmament chapter will probably guess from the fact that both of them returned alive. Perhaps, Khanate Golden Core Realm cultivators will be sent there soon. Help me tell them, said Qin Yun. If they want to enter, even existences at the Paramount Realm might lose their lives. What? Patriarch E was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207. Chapter 207, 3 years. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A new entrance would naturally hold unexpected dangers. Qin Yun did not further elaborate. Even his cyclic sword flash could only last a moment before cracking under the assault of hundreds of fiend monsters. He had to use several flying swords to continuously cast cyclic sword flash so that he could escape with his life. Furthermore, the sword intent Paramount Realm he had grasped was intrinsically defensive, yet it still could not withstand the assault. If other existences at the Paramount Realm were weaker than him when it came to defense, they could very likely lose their lives if they were surrounded by the fiend monsters. Alright, I will remind them of that if they decide to barge in. Patriarchy said with a solemn nod. The Divine Firmament chapter only had one person in the Paramount Realm at present. Following that, Qin Yun went to the other 12 entrances of the ancient Skydragon Palace, but the result was as he had expected. The Four Seas dragon race had explored the area for 6,000 years. Even existences that had stepped into the Tao had gone in before, so how could Qin Yun expect to find anything of worth? There wasn't even a broken Dharma treasure. Every entrance had been wiped clean. After that, Qin Yun returned to Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance and began leading a relatively peaceful life of cultivation. Time passed quickly and, in a blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. March, Lu Prefecture. Above Mystic Port Island. Qin Yun was riding a cloud, overlooking the island from a good distance away. 2 sword beams were dazzling beside him like 2 swimming dragons. The beams were formed of 10 streams of sword flashes. The 2 sword beams inundated Mystic Port Island beneath him. Bam! 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 The array formation of the island resonated before it exploded apart. The blast left many of the lesser demons inside the array formation horrified. Escape! Quick, run! All the lesser demons fled in panic. Some charged straight out of Mystic Port Island and jumped into the lake. There were other lesser demons that were caught up in the blast, and they died right on the spot. An angry bellow was heard from Mystic Port Island that seemed to quake the heavens. Sword Immortal Qin, don't you humans have a saying, take not a musket to kill a butterfly? You are a famous Paramount Realm Sword Immortal. Is there a need for you to attack a Khanate True Core Realm demon like me? Also, I live here in the Lu Prefecture. You traveled 5,000 kilometers from the Jiang Prefecture just to deal with me? Half a month ago, you destroyed 9 villages and killed tens of thousands of humans to cultivate your demonic arts. Did you think no one could touch you because of your powerful array formation on Mystic Port Island? Qin Yun's voice boomed. If you had coexisted peacefully with humans, I would naturally leave you alone. But you have killed humans without any regard, so I, Qin Yun, will definitely kill you. There's no way for you to escape today, At. With the array formations exploding in succession, the old demon that hid on the island finally gritted his teeth before transforming into a black wind to flee in panic. You won't escape. Die! Qin Yun shouted coldly. The 2 sword beams that had broken the array formations caught up to him in a blink of an eye. They easily ground the black wind as an old man with a protruding mouth and chin that resembled those of an ape appeared in the black wind. His face was covered in black fur and the hideous expression on it was one of panic. However, the difference in strength was too great. He died without even putting up a resistance. He transformed back into his true form and plummeted. It was a stag that had turned into a demon. Phew! Phew! 2 sword beams rapidly flew back to Qin Yun, who grabbed them before putting them away. Sword Immortal Qin, you have eliminated a scourge of our Vapor Sun County. 2 cultivators flew over from a distance. They were extremely excited as they bowed politely. We have fought with this old demon for more than a century but have always failed to destroy him. We were furious and helpless watching him wreak havoc on the villagers. We are very thankful that you were willing to help. Millions of my Vapor Sun County's citizens are grateful to you, Sword Immortal Qin. The duo was very excited. Qin Yun nodded and said, "It's not a big deal. The great demon has been slain. I'll leave the rest to you." Compared to killing a great demon, these trifling matters are a lot simpler to deal with. We are glad to pursue these lesser demons. Many of them have Dharma artifacts and silver, said the duo. All right. Qin Yun nodded. So, following that, he transformed into a beam that streaked across the sky, heading south for the Zheng Prefecture. The duo looked up and watched from afar. What a peerless sword immortal! Sword Immortal Qin is really worthy of being deemed the best sword immortal of the present era. If all the top cultivators in the world abhorred evil in such a manner, it would be a blessing for the people. The more powerful a cultivator, the more scruples they have. This is why I'm increasingly impressed with Sword Immortal Qin. With his sword, he dominates the 19 prefectures, making all fiendish demons prostrate before him. The 2 cultivators marveled. There was no one in the world that didn't know. Sword Immortal Qin Yun from Zheng Prefecture's grand dominance abhorred evil. Anytime he knew of a fiendish demon wreaking havoc, even if it were a fiendish demon at the Khanate false core or true core realm, Qin Yun had no qualms about bullying the weak. He would rush to their location to slay them. Over the past 3 years, apart from cultivating, Qin Yun would frequently embark on such endeavors. He brought happiness to the people, and numerous commoners built ceremonial plaques on their altars as a way to show their gratitude towards him. Many ordinary cultivators admired Sword Immortal Qin greatly too. Although there were 2 Paramount Realm Sword Immortals at present, one being Qin Yun and the other being Sword Tower's Cui Lianfeng, all the ordinary cultivators in the world respected Qin Yun more. All of them have scruples for various reasons, but can't they see that countless humans are suffering? Qin Yun was flying amid a blinding sword beam. He lived in a village when he was young. He had seen the way fiendish demons brought immense misery onto humans. Now, all he needed to do was make a quick trip to slay a powerful fiendish demon and he could end the suffering of the land's commoners. He was naturally willing to do so, There were other Khanate Golden Core cultivators that abhorred evil. However, fiendish demons that dared to entrench themselves in an area would typically have extremely powerful life preservation abilities. Even Khanate Golden Core cultivators could not kill them. Perhaps an existence at the Paramount Realm could accomplish that. But there were too few people at the Paramount Realm. Most of them were busy attempting to step into the Tao for immortality. Also, bullying the weak could be done, but the fiendish demons had existences at the Paramount Realm too. After the weak were bullied, the Paramount Realm great fiendish demons would likely seek revenge on humans. Humans at the Paramount Realm mostly came from large clans. They viewed mortal commoners like they viewed ants. They were more concerned about their own benefits and their longevity. Some had too many scruples and some did not wish to make too many enemies. But Qin Yun remained unyielding. Those that wreaked havoc had to be killed without question. As a result, the great fiendish demons of the world were in a dilemma as well. Over the past 3 years, there were Paramount Realm great fiendish demons that tried to deal with Qin Yun, but no one could do a thing against Qin Yun's cyclic sword flash. Unfortunately, there are just so many fiendish demons that I can't solve the problem. Qin Yun shook his head. For example, demons like Nine Mountain Island Lord and Matron Centauria. Even if I fought them one-on-one, it would be difficult for me to kill them. And those with strong life preservation means and those that hide in their lairs are particularly hard to deal with. Over the past 3 years, I have killed some powerful fiendish demons. Others that have a good information network would immediately flee to pledge allegiance under great fiendish demons. To truly get rid of those great fiendish demons, I will have to wait till I step into the Tao. If he could step into the Tao, Qin Yun would definitely be able to take out the entrenched great fiendish demons in many parts of the world. He did not care if he had many enemies. As long as the children of the world could be spared from the misery he felt back in his childhood, and countless young girls were not eaten like his sister, Qin Yun felt that it would be worth it. Qin Yun felt that, compared to those cultivators that disregarded their lives to withstand the demon horde at the northern borders, what he did was very ordinary. Swoosh! Grand Dominance's Qin Manor. A beam plummeted straight into Qin Manor. Brother Yun. Xiao hurriedly came to him. She had already entered the Kane True Core realm. Xiao. Qin Yun immediately smiled when he landed. Did you rid the great demon from Mystic Port Island? Asked Xiao. Yeah, my sword has slain many fiendish demons, but I never expected him to dare wreak havoc, said Qin Yun. Xiao said with a smile, that great demon at Mystic Port Island is just an itinerant fiendish demon, and doesn't hail from the 9 lineage fiendish demons, therefore, he did not receive any warnings about you. Furthermore, a cultivation seclusion can last a year or 2, so he probably did not hear of your modus operandi. Brother Yun, you began to wipe out fiends 3 years ago. In a few more years, probably all the great fiendish demons in the world will know about the way you handle things. In that case, it will only invite trouble on our Qin family. I'll be alive for 500 years. Those great fiendish demons would not dare to provoke me, said Qin Yun. It's already considered a long time if a family clan can thrive for 5 centuries. As for what happens after 500 years, I'll do my best to put precautions in place. Besides, it might even be possible for me to create a formulation to condense an essence soul. Definitely. Xiao nodded. By the way, I plan on entering seclusion in a few days, said Qin Yun. Seclusion? Xiao was astounded. Brother Yun, do you plan on? Qin Yun nodded. I have already made the sufficient preparations. It's about time to break through into the Khanate Golden Core realm. After coming out of Scenic Yang Immortal Abode, he had a large number of treasures. He naturally made it a point to furnish the Qin family's cultivation chambers to be excellent. There were many array formations that gathered the world's spiritual energies. Cultivating in the chamber was a lot faster. The reason why Xiao was already at the Kane True Core realm was also partially due to this. Of course, it was also because she had grasped the implications of the heavenly Tao. Qin Yun, for instance, even though he had the chamber's array formations helping him, he would have taken a decade to reach the Khanate Golden Core if he were only at the sword intent domain level. But now, he was at the paramount realm. Be it the cultivation of his flying sword or the pure sword immortal quintessential essence, it went a lot faster. After 3 years, it was about time to make the breakthrough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208. Chapter 208, Forming the Golden Core, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The sun shone gaily in March. It was also the period when green leaves grew once again as pinkish-red flowers revealed their vibrancy. Beside the mirror lake, Qin Yun was sitting on the ground. He could smell the fragrance of the grass as well as the cherry blossoms that were floating over. Inside the clear lake, he could see fish swimming. He watched the world around him and took in the sights of nature. Qin Yun had been sitting by the lake for several days. The breakthrough should happen today. Qin Yun felt that his soul and mind were in complete harmony with absolute clarity. He got up immediately and walked towards a seclusion chamber. In the yard where the chamber was, Xiao was preparing tea. My wife, prepare some good food and wine tonight, said Qin Yun as he walked into the yard. All right, I'll cook for you personally, my husband. I'll go now to buy all the ingredients for a table full of delicacies. Xiao stood up. Sorry for troubling you, my wife. Qin Yun smiled as he walked into the seclusion chamber. Xiao watched the chamber door close before she turned solemn. She muttered to herself, the final barrier for a sword immortal is the golden core. As of now, Brother Yun grasps 2 paramount realms and has immense accumulations. He will definitely form the golden core. I just wonder what stage the golden core he forms will be. Just like the false core, there were different grades. Golden cores also had strength of varying levels. Reaching the golden core was the limit of the sword immortal lineage. Therefore, whatever golden core was formed would be Qin Yun's limit. As for the idea that he might create a dermic formulation to condense an essence soul himself, that was too distant. Since ancient times, many sword immortals who stepped into the Tao, such as Elder Sword, had attempted to create dermic formulations but all of them failed. As such, they never lived longer than 500 years, eventually returning to dust. The golden core realm was the absolute limit a sword immortal could attain. And now, Qin Yun would be reaching that limit. In the chamber. The fragrance of incense emanated throughout the chamber. There were emerald green crystals, each the size of a fist, hanging from the ceiling of the chamber. All of them were valuable jade watercore stones. They had abstruse runic patterns engraved on them. They were also a part of chamber's array formations. They would pull in the world's spiritual energies constantly, enriching the chamber with worldly spiritual energies. Even mortals who lived in such an environment for prolonged periods of time could live past 100 years old. Swoosh! Qin Yun sat cross-legged on a mat as he gently breathed out and closed his eyes. There was no need for him to calm his mind. He had purged his mind and soul while beside the mirror lake for the past few days. He was in optimal condition. He studied his dantian. There was a whitish gold true core and a sword ball inside his dantian. His intrinsic flying sword had undergone a long period of cultivation and nourishment. With all the treasures he had amassed, his intrinsic flying sword had already reached the 2nd grade 2 years ago. A 2nd grade intrinsic flying sword could produce strength at the level of a transcendent grade Dharma treasure. As for the whitish gold true core, its diameter was 9 times that of the sword balls. It contained massive sword immortal quintessential essence. Although it was only a true core, the immensity and quality of the dermic powers were approaching that of an ordinary golden core. Up! He commanded with his mind. The whitish gold true core appeared to be solid, but, if it were greatly magnified, one could see that there were countless thread-like sword immortal dermic powers weaved together in layers. As it obeyed Qin Yun's thought, the countless threads of sword immortal dermic powers began to experience a miraculous change. From inside the true core, half of the dermic powers used the paramount realm of defense as its center. The other half used the paramount realm of decimation as its center. Instantly, tens of millions of sword beams interlocked as they began to automatically spin outwards. As they spiraled outwards, they began to compress and twist together, forming something more corporeal and pure. Phew! Phew! In just a few seconds, the whitish gold true core spun and disintegrated. It split into 2 massive blobs of dermic power. The 2 powerful dermic powers were like 2 fishes pursuing each other in a spiraling fashion. Logically speaking, a connate true core that contained immense dermic powers could blow Qin Yun to smithereens if it exploded completely. However, the promotion from the true core to the golden core was mystical. By letting the true core enter the dual modes of yin and yang, they were in a compact balance that did not explode despite containing immense powers. But as the countless sword beams compressed and interlocked to become purer, his quintessential essence also underwent a qualitative change. Therefore, there was no turning back. It needed to be condensed into a golden core. He might even lose his life if he failed to form the golden core. Qin Yun's realm was high, so he naturally wouldn't fail, but he also sought the limit of the golden core. He wanted to form a superior-grade golden core. The dual modes of yin and yang. Yin represents defense while yang represents decimation. A single entity with two sides, condense. Qin Yun did not hesitate at all. 3 years ago, his Misty Rain sword intent had reached the paramount realm. He realized that he needed to pursue the core ideal of defense. But when he dealt with the fiendish demons of the 19 prefectures, Qin Yun felt that his flying sword art strength was lacking. Compared to Cui Lianfeng, who was also a paramount realm sword immortal, and aside from Samsara which could achieve infinite converging sword at the expense of burdening his soul, his moves were inferior. A sword immortal could destroy all Dharma with a single sword. They were well known for decimating their foes, but back when he fought the paramount realm great fiendish demons, he found himself lacking in the offense department. Over the past 3 years of cultivating, Qin Yun's insight grew deeper and he was more assured in his beliefs. A truly perfect sword Dao naturally separates into yin and yang. It can't just be defense alone, there is a need for decimation as well. Only with the two combined will it be perfect. With this realization, Qin Yun traveled the world to kill fiendish demons for the past 3 years. He was unfazed by the threat of the 9 lineage fiendish demons. He remained unyielding and, powered with this Tao heart, Qin Yun gradually gained insight into a second paramount realm of decimation for his Misty Rain sword intent. With decimation, the Misty Rain sword intent was closer to perfection. Phew. The two immensely powerful dharmic powers spun under the two completely different paramount realms' guidance. These two paramount realms were simply two sides of the same Misty Rain sword intent. Like the yin and yang fishes, they pursued each other, slowly. As the two yin-yang fishes gradually shrank, a point of light was finally born in the middle of them. It was as though it was the first light of the universe's birth. Time seemed to turn still at that instant. Boom! Following that, the two yin-yang fishes rapidly spun as they continued their pursuit, transforming into a beam of light. Both of them rapidly contracted as the point of light gradually turned into a blinding flash. Slowly, the light converged on itself, revealing its true form. There was a very tiny golden core. It represented a form of perfection, the perfection of quintessential essence dharmic powers. The golden core was not golden in color as foretold in legends. Instead, it was deep purple gold that suffused purple light. It was noble and pretty. Its existence was naturally imbued with the magnificence of the heavenly Tao. Golden core, with purple gold as an extremum. Qin Yun felt overjoyed. I condensed a purplish gold golden core? Qin Yun was full of excitement and joy. His foundations were indeed robust. He had attained the connate false core after grasping sword intent. His connate false core was a lot stronger than that of his peers. Later on, he condensed a connate true core with the sword intent domain. At the connate true core, he was approaching the power of an ordinary connate golden core. Therefore, with the sword intent paramount realm, Qin Yun believed that the golden core he formed would be of a rather high grade. However, a purplish gold golden core was legendary. Taoists had a saying golden core, with purple gold as an extremum. It meant that the formation of a golden core with a purplish gold golden core was perfection. It could not be any better, and in such a realm, the purity of the golden core dharmic powers could match that of essence soul immortals. There have been other cases in history of those who had first gained insight into the paramount realm before forming the golden core. However, those with a purplish gold golden core are even fewer, thought Qin Yun. I can attain it, firstly, because my false core and true core had robust foundations. Secondly, the fact that I relied on two sword intent paramount realms to form the golden core with the dual modes of yin and yang played a part. Regardless, he had attained a purplish gold golden core. Qin Yun was quite happy. After all, he had attained the golden core extremum as spoken in legends. However, the sword immortal legacy has also reached an end, said Qin Yun silently. As he absorbed the world's spiritual energies, he constantly enlarged the purplish gold golden core. At the same time, he knew that with his great improvement in strength, his dharmic powers had reached their limit. To make another improvement? To condense an essence soul to become immortal and have everlasting youth? The path was destined to be fraught with difficulties. Could he accomplish it within 500 years? Although Qin Yun was filled with fighting spirit, he truly did not have much confidence. After 10 hours, his purplish golden core absorbed sufficient spiritual energy from the world. It reached the limit of what his dantian could withstand. In size, it was only slightly bigger than his intrinsic sword ball. In terms of golden core dharmic powers, Qin Yun probably stood atop the current generation. His attainment of the purplish golden core had even caused a qualitative change that allowed him to match the dharmic powers of immortals of fiend celestials. Creak. The chamber's door opened. Qin Yun walked out the chamber. In the yard, Xiao was waiting by a table in a daze. When she heard the door creak open, she immediately stood up. At that moment, the moon was hanging above them. Stars could be barely seen as Qin Yun looked at his wife with a smile. "Brother Yun, how was it?" asked Xiao immediately. Qin Yun walked to the table and looked at the myriad of dishes laid out on it. When Xiao saw this, she waved her hand to undo her dharma spell. The dishes were as warm as when they were fresh. "It smells great." Qin Yun took a deep breath. "I'm asking you, how's the golden core formation?" asked Xiao immediately. "Golden core, with purple gold as an extremum," Qin Yun said as he picked up a wine flask to fill the cups. "Come on, let's eat and drink." "Purplish golden core?" Xiao was astonished. "Yeah. This lion's head is great. It's firm and chewy," Qin Yun said after biting off a lion's head meatball. "My wife, your cooking has improved. I'm talking to you about the purplish golden core, but you're talking about meatballs." Xiao felt helpless. What's wrong with the meatball?" Under the night sky, the couple ate and chatted in the yard. That night, almost no one in the world knew that a cultivator with a purplish golden core had appeared. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209. Chapter 209, Skydragon Blood Crystal. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. After reaching the Khanate Golden Core realm and condensing the legendary purplish golden core, Qin Yun spent most of his time over the following days practicing various flying sword arts on the Mirror Lake. Soon, it was the 29th of March. Qin Yun stood above the lake's waters and retrieved his flying sword. Back when I comprehended the second paramount realm of my Misty Rain sword intent, decimation, it was to make my flying sword art more perfect and balanced. The defensive enhancement against enemies was negligible, but the offensive aspect was greatly improved. My intrinsic flying sword went from the 3rd grade to the 2nd grade. Its strength increased by about 60 to 70%. However, none of that could be considered a qualitative change, said Qin Yun with a laugh. Now, having formed the purplish golden core, my strength has truly undergone a qualitative change. Previously, Qin Yun's flying sword was barely a mosquito bite on those with extremely powerful bodies, such as Patriarch Krokragon. But in fact, Buddhist and Taoist cultivation held an advantage over other schools of thought. Their advantage stemmed from the intrinsic Dharma treasure or intrinsic talisman amulet. This was different from the imperial government's god-fiend lineage, which cultivated the body, or the fiend celestial lineage, the demonic cultivation, and the water race's cultivation. None of them had an intrinsic Dharma treasure. Between mighty figures at the same paramount realm, one side would have an intrinsic Dharma treasure. A 2nd grade intrinsic Dharma treasure could produce strength equaling that of a transcendent grade Dharma treasure. As for other paramount realm experts, they were in a good place if they could obtain a 1st grade Dharma treasure. As such, they were the weaker ones when it came to the Dharma treasures. Consider the primordial chaos sect which followed the physical establishing sage. Although it did not have intrinsic dharma treasures, the bodies of its disciples were equivalent to one. Their body strength was superior to the god fiend, fiend celestial, dragon race, and other lineages. They had the strongest bodies in the world. As a sword immortal that could destroy all dharma with a single sword, Qin Yun was at the same level as the others at the paramount realm. But now, the golden core dharma powered by my purplish gold golden core matches the dharmic powers of an immortal of fiend celestial. Powered by such dharmic powers, the same flying sword art would reach a whole new level of strength. Even strength, my weakest trait, is now much higher than Patriarch Krokragon's. Qin Yun gasped in surprise. My strength can probably now match typical existences that have stepped into the Tao. Many of the existences that had stepped into the Tao did not have purplish gold golden cores. The advantage of a golden core's dharmic powers could perhaps make up for the difference in their understanding of the Tao. Of course. It also depended on what Tao one had stepped into. For example, the Tao Elder Sword comprehended had once defeated many immortals and fiend celestials. He had even slain a fiend celestial before. Such an existence that had stepped into the Tao was horrifying. Swoosh! As he strode across the lake's waters, he reached the bank where the garden was. His wife, Xiao, was drawing a talisman serenely in the idyllic garden. Xiao, I'll be going out. I will probably be gone a day or two, said Qin Yun. I was drawing a talisman but you startled me by suddenly speaking. Now my talisman is ruined. All right. What did you say? Are you going out? Come back quickly. Xiao helplessly threw the ruined talisman paper into a bamboo wastebasket beside her. Qin Yun had often left to rid the world of evil over the past 3 years. Xiao was already accustomed to it. It's my fault. Sorry. Qin Yun smiled as he transformed into a beam of light and streaked across the sky towards the west. Xiao looked up before smiling. She lowered her head to continue drawing her talisman. After Qin Yun condensed a purplish gold golden core, Xiao felt increasingly more at ease. There were 2 existences that had stepped into the Tao other than the immortals and fiend celestials. One of them was a human at Mahakasayapa Monastery and the other was a fiendish demon. However, both of them were on extended seclusion in a bid to attain immortality. Besides, their Tao was something that Qin Yun could match with his present strength. It made preserving his life against them a non-question. After all, existences that had stepped into the Tao had strength a grade lower than the true immortals and fiend celestials. As immortals and fiend celestials had long stepped into the Tao and had cultivated for longer, their dharmic powers were even stronger. There were a few existences that could match immortals and fiend celestials after stepping into the Tao. As for defeating immortals and even killing them, that was extremely rare. Very few sword immortals that had stepped into the Tao could achieve that. Of course, Elder Sword was at that level. Boom! A beam of light tore through the sky as it headed for the West Sea. My strength has improved drastically. It's time to enter the ancient Skydragon Palace again. If I can succeed, I'll obtain the Skydragon blood crystals and can tell Xiao the truth, thought Qin Yun. If he could not obtain the Skydragon blood crystals, he could not save his mother-in-law. Qin Yun would then have to continue hiding the truth from his wife. Whoosh! He flew extremely fast, much faster than in the past. After he entered the West Sea, it did not take long for him to enter the vicinity of the ancient Skydragon Palace. He charged straight to the seabed and followed the path he was familiar with to the entrance of the array formation he had found back then. This array formation entrance has not been discovered by others, thought Qin Yun. The Divine Firmament chapter must have trusted my warning, so no one has been sent, but... The Divine Firmament chapter had also realized that Qin Yun could have silenced Phone Lion Finchi to ensure the array formation entrance stayed a secret. However, he did not do so. Clearly, Qin Yun had a pride in him that made him abhor the thought of doing something so despicable. The Divine Firmament chapter also believed that Qin Yun's warning was likely genuine. Besides, the only paramount realm existence in the Divine Firmament chapter was busying himself with stepping into the Tao. To him, obtaining the Sky Dragon blood crystal was meaningless. As the only paramount realm of the Divine Firmament chapter's present generation, he had no lack of treasures. Why should he take the risk? Qin Yun entered the ancient Sky Dragon Palace and was still familiar with the area. However, he still released his sword intent domain and used it to probe carefully as he headed straight for the ruined hall. Oh! When he saw the golden door ahead of him, there was a black-scaled monster clinging to the wall above the door. Fiend monster. Qin Yun waved his hand. Shoo! His intrinsic flying sword instantly flew out from his fingertip. Although more than 100 sword flashes were generated, they fused with the intrinsic flying sword entirely, transforming into a sword beam that resembled a swimming dragon. The more sword flashes the sword flash dissociation produced, the more powerful it was. However, if all the sword flashes converged into one, the offensive might could be further enhanced. After Qin Yun comprehended the second paramount realm of decimation, he was capable of doing this. Kill! The fiend monster opened its eyes and immediately pounced toward Qin Yun. Boom! The swimming dragon-like beam was unassailable as it brushed past the fiend monster, pulverizing it to pieces. It died right on the spot. Qin Yun took a few huge strides and walked through the golden door into the passage. He instantly saw another fiend monster clinging to the wall of the passage. Far inside the ruined hall, there were more than 10 fiend monsters. They were either prostrating above shattered rocks or collapsed columns. They were motionless, but, once he entered, all of them had opened their eyes and turned their heads towards him. Qin Yun's gaze swept across the treasures in the ruined hall. The pool of red-colored blood that suffused golden light continued emitting a suppressive might. The 5 fingertip-sized blood crystals remained. The 390-foot-long gigantic arm that was covered with red scales was equally terrifying in strength. It even produced a domain. Qin Yun's sword intent domain was repressed, as it was the last time. A black mist began rising from the gigantic arm and instantly, hundreds of fiend monsters materialized. Very good. All the treasures are still here. Qin Yun showed no fear. Time to take action. Qin Yun instantly attacked. The swimming dragon-like sword beam flew out and headed straight for the pool of blood. Roar! Roar! Kill! These fiend monsters had low intelligence, but they were terrifying when in a frenzy. They crawled out from crevices and many of them tried to block the blinding sword flash. 3 fiend monster leaders tried to hinder Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword. Bam! The intrinsic flying sword flew around unpredictably like a swimming dragon. It was unfathomable as it easily dodged the fiend monsters. Only the fiend monster leaders were able to have any effect on it. After one of the leaders was killed, the flying sword's momentum decreased drastically. The other 2 fiend monster leaders rapidly came to put up a struggle. Furthermore, another fiend monster leader materialized from the mist that arose from the gigantic arm. With time, more flying swords surrounded the pool of blood. With more than 100 fiend monsters surrounding the pool, they made it difficult for the flying sword to dodge. Boom! 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 On the other side, more than 300 fiend monsters had surrounded Qin Yun. The 7-kill sword cast cyclic sword flash as it circled around Qin Yun. Now, Qin Yun could control the 7-kill sword easily with his golden core dermic powers. It was as though he was an adult brandishing a wooden stick. It put no pressure on him and the expenditure of dermic powers was very low. Return! Qin Yun ordered the intrinsic flying sword to fly back to him. Ha, my dermic powers have increased greatly. 300 fiend monsters are unable to crack my cyclic sword flash. Qin Yun was overjoyed. Roar! Roar! Roar. More fiend monsters swarmed over. The fiend monsters could change in size. At that moment, they rapidly shrunk, allowing more fiend monsters to surround Qin Yun's cyclic sword flash barrier. When more than 600 fiend monsters surrounded it, the cyclic sword flash began to quake. That's the limit. I can't hold on any longer. With a thought, the intrinsic flying sword cast another cyclic sword flash barrier. The 7-kill sword was put away. The cyclic sword flash barrier cast by the intrinsic flying sword was a lot stronger. Even when Qin Yun deliberately expanded the cyclic sword flash barrier, the fiend monster horde still failed to crack it. Great, my cyclic sword flash can currently withstand immortals and fiend celestials at the moment. Qin Yun rejoiced. With more than 600 fiend monsters attacking the barrier, he forcibly walked straight towards the blood pool. With a wave of his hand, 5 sword beams flew out. They were extremely gentle as they lifted up the 5 blood crystals in the pool. Qin Yun held a bottle in hand as he opened the stopper. Store. The 5 Skydragon blood crystals flew into the bottle under the guidance of the sword beam. I have the Skydragon blood crystals in hand. When I'm out, I can tell Xiao. Qin Yun placed the stopper back on the bottle and was delighted. Following that, he looked at the large pool of blood that was suffusing golden light. This blood must be the ancient Skydragon's blood. After so long, it still contains infinite vibrancy. Well, I should take some of that too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210. Chapter 210, Dharma Treasure Cosmic Bangle. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun took out another bottle and filled it with the gold-suffusing blood. Bam! 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 Kill! Kill! The 600-plus fiend monsters continued their attacks, and Qin Yun could hear their angry roars as they threw themselves at his cyclic sword flash barrier. But with his present dermic powers, the cyclic sword flash cast from his intrinsic flying sword was not something these fiend monsters could crack. Next, it will be this. Qin Yun walked to the gigantic arm beside him. The fiend monsters tried frenetically to stop him but to no avail. Qin Yun directed with his mind. Boom! The cyclic sword flash barrier expanded to cover a range of 500 feet, enveloping the entire red-scaled arm. The fiend monsters were repelled and blocked by the barrier. Although they were furious, none of them could enter. At Qin Yun's new realm, the cyclic sword flash could still maintain its peak power in a 3,000 feet range. It died in battle during ancient times, yet, it can still naturally generate such a domain. The remnant aura forms fiend monsters that match great fiendish demons. This strength sure is terrifying. Qin Yun marveled at the gigantic arm in front of him. Each scale and every fingernail blade left him shuddering. I'll take these Dharma treasures first. Qin Yun waved his hand. Immediately, 3 streams of golden core dermic powers flew towards the 3 black bangles on the gigantic arm. They were worn on the wrist and had a diameter of about 60 feet. The aura they exuded was deep and profound. The bangles resembled a dehydrated traveler on a desert road or a dried-up riverbed when Qin Yun's golden core dermic powers were injected into them. They sucked up Qin Yun's dermic powers ravenously. Dharma treasures also required the nourishment of dermic powers. The 3 black bangles were ownerless Dharma treasures. As they absorbed Qin Yun's golden core dermic powers, they were quickly refined as Qin Yun's. The moment he refined them for himself, he realized how much more esoteric the runic patterns engraved on the inner side of the black bangles were. When he sensed it, each bangle seemed like a pocket world in and of itself. As I expected, these 3 bangles are 3 pieces of an entire Dharma treasure set, thought Qin Yun. Every black bangle is a first-grade Dharma treasure. Just these 3 combined can match a transcendent grade Dharma treasure. If I can gather the complete set of Dharma treasures, it should be at the numinous treasure grade. Furthermore, it would be a very powerful numinous treasure. Qin Yun perceived the esoteric runic patterns contained on the 3 bangles. Numinous treasures also differed in strength. For example, the Tuta Divine Fire Talisman Amulet might be a talisman amulet at the numinous treasure grade, but it was mainly used to kill foes. On the other hand, the Heaven Inspecting Mirror was mainly used to observe the world. As for the most ancient by family, its stellar heavenly cycle combined the acts of life preservation, enemy entrapment, and the killing of foes into one treasure. The reason why the Bai family had been strong since ancient times and created the best family clan in numinous treasure mountain, the origin of the Taoist movement, had a lot to do with the stellar heavenly cycle. This set of black bangles is naturally inferior to the stellar heavenly cycle, but I think it's much better than the Tuta Divine Fire Talisman Amulet. That was Qin Yun's evaluation. I can sense that it's best at 2 things, killing and entrapment. 1 bangle alone was like a pocket world. When trapping an enemy, it trapped them in an entirely separate pocket world. When killing an enemy, it slammed them with the force of an entire pocket world. And with the 3 bangles in close proximity, the runic patterns would combine together. If it were an entire set of bangles, the power would only be more frightening. A bangle resembles an entirely different world, thought Qin Yun. It also mimics the heavenly cycles and bears some resemblance to the heavenly cycles my flying sword produces. Retrieve. Qin Yun directed with his mind. Whoosh. The 3 black bangles immediately expanded and flew off of the arm. As they flew towards Qin Yun, they rapidly contracted and wrapped around Qin Yun's left wrist. Other realm fiend celestial, I'll be taking your treasure. I do not know their names, however. From this day forth, they will be called cosmic bangles. They will join me in slaying evil. Qin Yun could not help but say with a smile as he looked at the gigantic arm. What a precious treasure. Qin Yun was delighted. Each of the 3 cosmic bangles was a first-grade dermic treasure. Even if he controlled all 3 at once, it would be relatively undemanding thanks to his purplish golden core dermic powers. After all, the purity of his dermic powers could match that of immortals and fiend celestials. Let me test its strength. Qin Yun extended his arm. Whoosh! The 3 cosmic bangles flew off of his wrist. 2 of the cosmic bangles spun as they each struck a fiend monster outside. Bam! Bam! With 2 bangs, the 2 fiend monsters exploded to their deaths from the collisions. Another cosmic bangle expanded abruptly and instantly clamped down on a fiend monster leader. As it held the fiend monster leader in place, it shrunk to trap it. The fiendish demon leader stood in midair as it put all its strength into its arms and struggled as much as it could. As a result, the cosmic bangle began stretching. In terms of strength, the fiendish demon leader was equivalent to Matron Centauria and 9 Mountain Island Lord. Just a single cosmic bangle was insufficient to trap it. Qin Yun furrowed his brows and immediately, another cosmic bangle flew over with a whoosh and trapped the fiend monster leader. With 2 cosmic bangles trapping it simultaneously, the fiend monster leader could no longer resist. It fell to the ground, and although it tumbled on the floor in desperation, it could not escape by dematerializing. After it is trapped by my cosmic bangles, it is completely restricted. It is not able to use any divine powers or dharma spells, preventing it from escaping. Qin Yun suddenly saw black mist rise from the red-scaled arm. The mist transformed into 2 fiend monsters. These 2 were born right inside the cyclic sword flash's interior. Immediately, they pounced toward Qin Yun. Go, dot. The 7 kills sword moved in with a swing. The 2 fiend monsters were split apart before they were diced up by the black mist. Seal. With a thought from Qin Yun, the 3 black cosmic bangles immediately gave up on the fiend monsters outside and flew towards the red-scaled arm. They lodged onto the arm and instantly sealed the powers the arm contained. Who? The 600 plus fiend monsters disappeared completely. Their power stemmed from the other realm Fiend Celestial's arm, but once the arm's fiendish aura was contained, the fiend monsters naturally vanished. The ruined hall quietened down as all the fiend monsters disappeared. There was only Qin Yun and the sealed red-scaled arm. Let's see if I can cut it apart. Qin Yun gave the order. Shoo, dot. The intrinsic flying sword flew out and began attempting to cut through the red-scaled arm. The flying sword was extremely sharp, but it only produced sparks when it struck the arm. It only barely left a few scuffs on the scales. This body is just too powerful. I feel like I would need to burn my life to cast samsara before I could split open even a few of the scales. As for cutting apart the whole arm, it would probably require hundreds if not thousands of samsara. Qin Yun shook his head. He proceeded forward to cast a few dharma spells. He tried various sealing spells, or spells that isolated auras. But every time Qin Yun attempted to retrieve the cosmic bangles, the red-scaled arm would immediately produce black mist. The various spells at his disposal could not repress it. I think I need to use a Tao talisman. The Heaven's sealing charm can seal a world. It should be able to seal the fiendish aura on this arm. Qin Yun took out a purple-colored Tao talisman and activated it with his dermic powers. Boom! Runic patterns appeared in midair. The runic patterns descended and engraved themselves on the red-scaled arm. Only then was the black mist repressed. A success. Qin Yun retrieved the 3 black cosmic bangles. He took out another cosmic bag from his waist and opened its mouth. The mouth expanded tremendously, taking up about half the size of the hall. Dermic powers began carrying the 390-foot-long arm, pushing it into the cosmic bag. Thankfully, Senior Elder Sword's cosmic bag is big enough, allowing me to store it. If not, I would have had to leave just to buy a cosmic bag. Qin Yun was extremely thankful. He had obtained cosmic bags around the immortal abode's periphery back then. He also received cosmic bags when he killed great fiendish demons, but the biggest one among them was Temple Lord Rui's cosmic bag. It only had about 180 feet of space. Those cosmic bags would not have been able to store the arm. Elder Sword was someone who had once slain a fiend celestial before. He was rich, and so the cosmic bag he used was a lot better than a typical Khanate golden core cultivator's. Just his cosmic bag alone matched the price of a second-grade Dharma treasure. It had a space that stretched for 1,000 feet. In fact, few cultivators in the world would spend the price of a second-grade Dharma treasure for a cosmic bag to store items. Only typical immortals or fiend celestials would be so extravagant. I have taken all the treasures in this ruined hall. I'll slowly study that other realm fiend celestial's arm in the future. Qin Yun looked towards another huge crack in the ruined hall. Through the 2 cracks, he could see the other end of the hall. Let me take a look at the other areas of the ancient Skydragon Palace. Qin Yun followed the large crack and flew in. The crack was 3 feet wide and about 70 or 80 feet deep. It stretched deep into the other end of the hall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211. Chapter 211, Great Harvest. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The Dragon Palace was mostly constructed of crystal. Qin Yun marveled at its crystalline beauty through the cracks. After passing through cracks, he entered another hall at the other end. There were scattered vessels on the ground, and not far from the entrance were damaged Dharma treasures and weapons. Qin Yun judged at a glance, the 4 Seas dragon race have yet to come to this district. After taking a few steps, he beckoned for a sword on the ground to fly into his hand. Qin Yun sized it up. A 6th-grade dermic treasure, but it has gone too long without the nourishment of dermic powers. It's already showing signs of damage. With that said, he injected his golden core dermic powers into the sword. It immediately suffused lightning and, as the dermic powers circulated through the sword, the minute damages healed slowly. Nourishing it for about half a month will restore it completely. Qin Yun nodded. It had probably the least amount of damage of all the Dharma treasures and weapons on the ground. The others' runic patterns had dissipated and they were completely damaged. It was troublesome even to melt them for materials. Unless the materials were expensive, there was no need for him to gather them. The hall he was in was considered as part of another district within the palace's periphery. Qin Yun carefully explored the area. The battle back then must have been truly terrifying. As he walked, he picked up the Dharma treasures that were still barely usable. He also saw more obvious signs of the fateful battle that happened a long time ago as he approached the ancient Skydragon Palace's core. Without the fiend monsters blocking his path, Qin Yun traveled through 3 districts in the ancient Skydragon Palace's periphery. He obtained a pile of Dharma treasures, the most precious item being a 3rd-grade Dharma treasure. It was likely left behind by a soldier of the Dragon Palace from that era. Oh! Qin Yun suddenly caught sight of a massive dragon corpse through a crack in an adjacent hall. This corpse has been preserved all this time? Qin Yun was astonished. It would be pretty impressive if a few bones of a connate golden core corpse were left from ancient times. For this corpse to be intact, could he have been at the level of immortals? Qin Yun was delighted. He did not believe it was the ancient Skydragon. Through the crack, the dragon's corpse did not release a powerful suppressive aura. It was nowhere comparable to the red-scaled arm. I should get there quickly. Qin Yun immediately searched for the path. As the crack was too fine, he could not crawl through it even if he tried to squeeze. After searching for some time, he was pleased to realize that the adjacent hall was in the same district. He soon circled the area and followed a passage into that hall. In that hall lay the remnants of a dragon corpse. It was covered with azure-colored scales and its whiskers were sprawled to the side. Its body had been torn into 2 and the ground was covered with dried blood. The dragon corpse had many wounds that suffused a black, fiendish aura. This must be a dragon at the true dragon realm. Qin Yun made the judgment. He is on par with ordinary essence soul immortals and must have been a subordinate of the ancient Skydragon. Back when the ancient Skydragon fought the other realm Fiend Celestial, the battle caused many areas of the ancient Skydragon Palace to collapse. The subordinates must have been killed by the other realm Fiend Celestial. Based on his judgment of the aura, the other realm Fiend Celestial's claw probably needed just 2 to 3 strikes to kill a true dragon realm dragon. Oh! Qin Yun beckoned. Immediately, treasures flew up. They were a white threaded net, a huge seal, and a big bag. The treasures of a true dragon realm dragon must be pretty good. Qin Yun felt a little excited. He injected them with dermic powers, causing the white threaded net to instantly expand. Furthermore, water began to circle around him. As for the huge seal, it produced swirling lightning bolts. They are all 1st-grade Dharma treasures. This threaded net can bind an enemy and also temporarily block enemies. This huge seal is used to attack enemies head-on. Qin Yun nodded. The present 4 Seas dragon race, such as the West Sea dragon race, does not have more than 10 figures at the true dragon realm. This dragon that died in the ancient Skydragon Palace must have been a member of the upper echelons. Presently, immortals and fiend celestials typically used a 1st-grade Dharma treasure. As for transcendent-grade Dharma treasures, very few used that. As for numinous treasures, that was something that could determine the fate of the entire human race. Those that could use a numinous treasure were typically the leaders of a Taoist or Buddhist sacred land. Furthermore, there was a high barrier of entry to being able to bring out the power of a numinous treasure. Back then, Immortal Scenic Yang was a leader of the Taoist movement. After him, no one from the Scenic Mountains sect could really use his Tuta Divine Fire Talisman amulet to its full potential. For example, if Qin Yun gathered all the cosmic bangles, they would be considered a numinous treasure. However, Qin Yun's dermic powers were insufficient to use it, and his comprehension of the runic patterns on the cosmic bangles was still too shallow. He was capable enough to use the scattered three, but to use the entire numinous treasure? He needed to have deeper levels of comprehension before he could use it. Qin Yun put away the treasures and following that, stored the 2 parts of the dragon corpse inside his cosmic bag. With this second large corpse in his possession, Yun was grateful that Elder Sword's cosmic bag was bigger than the true Dragon Realm dragon's cosmic bag. Time to go elsewhere to take a look. Having harvested a great yield, Qin Yun was in an extremely good mood. He continued walking. Previously, the periphery of the palace complex was mostly intact, but the deeper he went, the more damage he encountered. This place is completely isolated by array formations. I can't enter. Qin Yun searched the entire way and finally found a flaw in the array formation. I knew it. It's impossible for an array formation to be in perfect condition after running for so long. There has to be a flaw, said Qin Yun as he attempted to enter. Halt! A voice boomed. Whoosh! A stocky soldier appeared out of thin air. He was slightly more than 10 feet tall and he was covered in golden armor. He held a golden hammer in each hand as he stared at Qin Yun. A yellow-scarfed strongman? Qin Yun was alarmed. I'm the Dragon Palace's Guardian General. The stocky soldier pointed at Qin Yun and shouted, the interior of the Dragon Palace is the living quarters of the Dragon King and his children. You are not to barge in. Qin Yun was enlightened as he nodded with a smile. Looks like this is the inner district of the Dragon Palace. However, Guardian General, the Dragon King and his children are long gone, aren't they? The Guardian General was slightly taken aback, but he nodded. Yes, they are all dead. But I'm responsible for keeping watch here. Naturally, I will keep watch forever. Qin Yun was rendered helpless. Entities like yellow-scarfed strongman were not real life forms. They were absolutely loyal. Even after their master's death, they would continue to abide by the orders that were given to them. Then let me see how powerful you are. Qin Yun waved his hand as the gray blurry 7-kill sword shot out in the form of a sword beam that resembled a swimming dragon. How audacious! The Guardian General bellowed. Boom! Immediately, a surging bolt descended from the sky and gathered over the Guardian General's body. It increased his might greatly as he brandished the golden hammers in his hands. With a boom, he reduced the sword beam to smithereens. The 7-kill sword was sent flying back before it rapidly returned to Qin Yun's side. Go! The Guardian General threw one of its golden hammers. With lightning bolts, the golden hammer hurtled towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun retreated rapidly as his intrinsic flying sword flew out, immediately forming the cyclic sword flash to block it. Bam! A loud explosion was heard. The cyclic sword flash distorted and quaked, but Qin Yun had already directed the 7-kill sword to form a second cyclic sword flash layer. Thankfully, it did not crack. Qin Yun was alarmed. But that smite is stronger than the combined attacks of 600 plus fiend monsters. Human, you have some interesting tricks up your sleeve. Take another strike of mine. The Guardian General suddenly threw out another golden hammer. It struck the cyclic sword flash with bolts of lightning, disintegrating it immediately. And at that moment, Qin Yun had already fled a distance away. With a thought, he immediately summoned his intrinsic flying sword to return. He escaped rather quickly. The Guardian General stopped and looked at the fleeing Qin Yun. But what a boring outcome. It's rare for a human to give me some fun, but he fled after a few throws of my hammer. Qin Yun escaped a distance away and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Guardian General had not pursued him. Guardian Generals manned the ancient Skydragon Palace's interior districts. They will naturally abide by orders. Unfortunately, the interior is augmented by the array formation and the Guardian General is truly powerful. My cyclic sword flash found it difficult just to withstand his strikes. Qin Yun shook his head. Guardian generals are similar to yellow-scarfed strongmen. They are indestructible. Unless my cyclic sword flash can completely withstand his attacks, I cannot enter for the time being. Killing a guardian general was meaningless. As soon as he killed it, the guardian general would regenerate instantly. Whoosh! Qin Yun jumped onto the top of a relatively tall palace hall's roof. He continued flying upwards before encountering the obstruction of the main array formation. Standing atop the palace hall, he looked towards the direction of the inner palace compound. Tisk! The battle in the inner palace complex was even more horrifying, Qin Yun commented after a glance. He saw that many areas in the inner palace compound had collapsed. There were blood stains everywhere. Because it was in ruins, Qin Yun could naturally see their interior. He easily found 2 dragon corpses and a gigantic black crab corpse. The corpses that remained intact since ancient times were probably at the level of immortals and fiend celestials. The ancient Skydragon Palace's experts are probably all dead. Even the ancient Skydragon only managed to kill the other realm fiend celestial in a desperate attempt and died soon after. Qin Yun shook his head. That other realm fiend celestial was too confident of himself. He dared to storm the ancient Skydragon's lair. Although nearly all the experts of the ancient Skydragon Palace were killed, he also lost his life. That is. Qin Yun suddenly caught sight of a massive, red-scaled fiend celestial corpse in the distant ruins. The corpse was missing a leg and half an arm. The other arm remained intact and there were 3 black bangles on it. Furthermore, the massive fiend celestial corpse had fiend monsters lurking around it. They were all larger in size than the fiend monster leaders that Qin Yun had previously encountered. The other realm fiend celestial's corpse. Qin Yun was alarmed. The fiend monsters condensed from before came only from an arm. As for these fiend monsters, they are condensed from a nearly intact other realm fiend celestial's corpse. These ordinary fiend monsters appear to be even stronger. Qin Yun gasped in shock. He carefully studied the area. The inner district of the palace complex was very large. Many of the palaces were very tall, but thankfully, many of them had collapsed due to the battle. This allowed Qin Yun to see the various areas through the many cracks. After carefully observing the area, he discovered 5 dragon corpses, a gigantic crab corpse, and a gigantic fish corpse. They were likely at the immortal or fiend celestial level. Of course, the most powerful entity was the other realm fiend celestial's corpse. Even though it was tens of kilometers away, the evil and horrifying Tao that the corpse contained left Qin Yun feeling suppressed. Qin Yun trod through the ancient Skydragon Palace carefully and, including the district he first discovered, he found 8 other districts on the ancient Skydragon Palace's periphery. In comparison, the area that Qin Yun had visited was just a tiny portion of the palace complex's periphery that spanned more than 500 kilometers. As for the palace complex's interior, he could not enter for the time being. It was isolated by an array formation and there was a guardian general manning the entrance. Splash! A beam shot out from the surface of the sea and rapidly streaked across the horizon as it headed east. I have obtained the Skydragon blood crystals. I can now tell Xiao what happened years ago. Qin Yun was overjoyed. He had been hiding the matter from his wife for the past few years. After all, he did not have confidence that he could obtain the Skydragon blood crystals until now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212. Chapter 212, Truth. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Night fell. In a garden at Qin Manor. Xiao continued drawing a talisman serenely, while sitting in front of a table with a lamp on it. One needed to be calm and composed while drawing talismans. This was because each stroke contained the wonders of the heaven and earth. There was a saying, not knowing the key to drawing talismans incurs the ridicule of gods and ghosts, knowing the key to drawing talismans instills fear in gods and ghosts. At Xiao's stage of grasping the implications of the heavenly Tao, she understood the meaning behind every stroke. She could even modify Tao talismans. There were many talisman amulets created by experts of various eras. For example, the best lightning dharma, the divine firmament lightning dharma, was created by ancestral master Zhang. So, Qin Yun returned from the West Sea and landed silently in the garden. He stood beside the table and watched Xiao draw. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded as he watched from the side. The path of cultivation led to the same goal by different paths. He had long attained the paramount realm and could naturally tell that Xiao's talisman drawing technique was approaching the acme of perfection. Phew! Xiao breathed out as she looked at the Tao talisman in front of her with satisfaction. Following that, she seemed to notice something and looked to the side. She could not help but exclaim, "Brother Yun, you really gave me a scare. You were standing there silently without me even knowing." Although the Qin manor was covered in array formations, Qin Yun wielded control over them, so he could naturally enter and exit without causing a stir. "When I left in the morning, didn't I make you waste a Tao talisman?" "I was just being careful when I returned." "Xiao, you would probably have jumped in anger if I caused you to waste another Tao talisman," explained Qin Yun. "At least you are sensible." Xiao smiled and then shouted, "Yuzhu, prepare some dishes. I will be eating with master." "Yes, madam." A maidservant that had been waiting outside the garden answered immediately. The Qin family was now a famous family clan throughout the world. The Qin family's owner was naturally Qin Yun, with Xiao appearing on his behalf sometimes. After all, those that required Qin Yun and Xiao's presence were usually the scenic mountain sect, the imperial government, the Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands, the dragon race, or other important factions. Qin Yun's parents were mortals that had not knocked open the gate of immortality, so they were unable to handle certain matters. In the manor, Qin Yun was addressed as master, while Qin Liehu and his wife were addressed as old master and old madam. His mother, Shanglan, was already 55 and his father, Qin Liehu, was already over the age of 60. After she instructed for the dishes to be made, Xiao asked, "Brother Yun, you left early in the morning and only returned after it was dark. What kept you so busy?" "It's something important." "Listen to what I have to say carefully," said Qin Yun. "You were dealing with fiendish demons?" guessed Xiao. "Just listen to what I have to say," replied Qin Yun. "All right. I'll listen. Go ahead." Xiao felt helpless. "Why do you keep even me guessing?" Only then did Qin Yun say, "Do you know that pure-blooded members of the dragon race are forbidden from marrying members of the other races?" "I do know. Every pure-blood dragon can achieve the Khanate Golden Core realm. They enjoy extremely high standing even as dragon children. Half-bloods would not have the ability to tap into that natural strength. They would not be recognized by the Four Seas dragon race." Xiao nodded. "For example, in the Four Seas and the various lakes and rivers, there are all sorts of dragons that contain a strain of the dragon race's bloodline, but they are not considered true dragons." Qin Yun nodded. "The West Sea dragon race has a dragon lady. Her name is Ao Shui. Ao Shui?" When Xiao heard that name, she felt her heart tremble for no good reason. This Ao Shui once went ashore and into the human world. "She took a liking to a human man," said Qin Yun. "They got married and had a child." Xiao became nervous listening to this. As a Divine Firmament chapter disciple, she knew what repercussions awaited the dragon lady. The West Sea dragon race was infuriated when they discovered the marriage. The marriage was a violation of the clan rules. The West Sea dragon race immediately captured Ao Shui and punished her severely. She was imprisoned for 5 centuries, explained Qin Yun. Although she was unwilling to abandon her husband and daughter, she had no way of putting up a struggle. It was also dirty linen for the dragon race, so it was kept completely confidential. Neither her husband nor daughter know that she is a member of the dragon race. Brother Yun, why are you telling me all this? Xiao looked intently at Qin Yun. This dragon lady, Ao Shui, is your mother. Qin Yun looked back at Xiao. Xiao's body jolted as her face turned pale. My mother. My mom? My mom is a dragon lady? Xiao instantly fell into a daze. Yeah, and very few people know of this matter. Your father, Kaisher, doesn't even know. In the entire family, probably only Patriarch knows about it. Even among the Four Seas dragon race, only a few know of it, said Qin Yun. My mom did not abandon me. She was forced to do so. Xiao's eyes reddened instantly as she grabbed Qin Yun's hand and pleaded, Brother Yun, help me. Help me save my mom. I want to save her. Save her, please. Of course. Qin Yun nodded. Xiao retracted her hand and said uneasily, she violated the dragon race's rules and was imprisoned for 5 centuries. She violated the rules, so how can she be saved? I have heard that there was once a dragon that violated a rule so severely that he was beheaded. Pure-blooded dragons were few in number. They were typically punished or imprisoned. As for really beheading a dragon, there were very few instances in history, but it did happen. Don't worry, Xiao. Qin Yun held his wife's shoulder and said with a smile, I have a way to save your mom. But you have a way? What way? Xiao found it unbelievable. This is a violation of the dragon race's rules. If exceptions to the clan rules could be so easily granted, how could it remain authoritative? 3 years ago, I visited the West Sea Dragon Palace. The West Sea Dragon King and company refused my request, explained Qin Yun. Out of options, I inquired through the Myriad Temple for means to convince the West Sea Dragon race to pardon your mom. The Myriad Temple gave one method, which is to use a Skydragon blood crystal to exchange for your mom's freedom. Skydragon blood crystal? Xiao asked in detail, what is it? Why would it get the West Sea Dragon race to make an exception? It is the source of an ancient Skydragon's power, said Qin Yun. The ancient Skydragon was extremely powerful, with strength far exceeding the immortals and fiend celestials of our present era. A single Skydragon blood crystal is enough to make the Four Seas Dragon elders go crazy. You have one? Asked Xiao hurriedly. Yeah, I do. In fact, I have more than one, Qin Yun said with a smile. Isn't your husband awesome? How did you get them? Asked Xiao. I made a trip to the ancient Skydragon Palace, said Qin Yun with a smile. I was lucky to find a new entrance. And, coupled with your husband's awesome strength, I barged into the ancient Skydragon Palace. Although I failed initially, I succeeded today. I obtained the Skydragon blood crystals. Not only that, I received other treasures too. Take a look at this. The 3 cosmic bangles on my wrist are all first-grade Dharma treasures. In addition, they are a set that, when combined together, match a transcendent grade Dharma treasure in strength. Qin Yun pointed at the 3 black bangles on his wrist. Xiao looked at Qin Yun and could not help but tear up. Why are you crying? Asked Qin Yun immediately. You knew about it 3 years ago. You knew about my mom. Xiao looked at her husband. You attempted the ancient Skydragon Palace 3 years ago but only succeeded today, informing me only after succeeding. That is the ancient Skydragon Palace. Yet, you went to risk your life without telling me a word? It's fine. Qin Yun smiled. Don't I look fine now? To be honest, the danger in the ancient Skydragon Palace was difficult to predict. He encountered the arm of an other-realm fiend celestial on his first trip. The fiend monsters that were produced from its aura indeed posed some danger. Thankfully, it was still within his level of tolerance. If he had encountered the fiend monsters created by the other realm fiend celestial's entire corpse, they would probably be 10 to 100 times more powerful than those produced by the arm. If that was the case, Qin Yun would probably have lost his life. However, such unexplored lands always posed some risk. Qin Yun had also used his sword intent domain and was very careful as he advanced. It would be too late if something did happen. Xiao hugged Qin Yun, and her tears moistened Qin Yun's shirt. I really want to meet my mother, but Brother Yun, you are the most important person in my life. Don't go risking your life without a word ever again. Qin Yun hugged Xiao and smiled. Under the night sky, the couple embraced each other silently. Xiao could feel the care and concern from Qin Yun, but she was more worried about him. Frankly, she did not have deep feelings for the Yi family. Although finally knowing the story of her mother pained her heart, her mother was something from before her first memory. She lacked memories of her mother, so in this world, the most important person to Xiao was still Qin Yun. Brother Yun, tell me about that ancient Skydragon palace. Others weren't able to obtain Skydragon blood crystals, but you managed to? Asked Xiao. Speaking of that, didn't the Yi family ask me to help find 2 missing Yi family members? Qin Yun began explaining. It was partly luck and partly his own strength that caused him to reap such a bountiful harvest. After she heard the story, Xiao was astounded by the strength of the ancient Skydragon and the other realm fiend celestial. She also felt a lingering fear as she could not help but say, we shouldn't have agreed on that disappearance case. It made you fall into danger. Who can predict danger? Besides, it turned out to be a good thing, said Qin Yun. By the way, I'll contact the Myriad Temple today and begin the process of getting the West Sea Dragon race to pardon your mother. All right. Xiao nodded. Master, madam. A maidservant's voice sounded from outside the garden as maidservants began bringing in dishes. Let's eat dinner first, said Xiao. We have to consider our actions carefully before getting the West Sea Dragon race's pardon. Yeah, let's eat dinner first. Qin Yun nodded. The couple sat by the table and under the flickering light, began eating. After the maidservants took their leave, the couple began discussing over the meal. Be wary that the West Sea Dragon race might target your Skydragon blood crystals. Xiao said while eating. You did say that the Skydragon blood crystals are immensely attractive to the Four Seas Dragon race. They are even willing to make an exception over a violation of the clan rules for one, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213. Chapter 213, Dragon Lady Ao Shui. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. That night, Qin Yun and Xiao thought deeply about the matter. They even contacted Patriarch Yi for advice. He also acknowledged that the Myriad Temple's reputation was impeccable. Everything was arranged through the Myriad Temple. The next day, at dawn, in a secret location in the West Sea, the Dragon Lady, Ao Shui, was imprisoned. She was dressed in white, sitting cross-legged in the dungeon. She had no one to talk to and seemed to suffer unending loneliness. Xiao clearly resembled her mother. Although Ao Shui lacked the fairy-like disposition of Xiao, she had the air of poised nobility as expected of a dragon lady. She was also a lot more mature. Cough. Ao Shui coughed, and blood appeared by the corner of her mouth. Kaishir, shower. Ao Shui's eyes welled with tears. She had been imprisoned in what seemed like perpetual solitude. Although she spent most of her days cultivating, she would fervently miss her husband and daughter once she stopped cultivating. Her separation with Xiao happened back when Xiao was still in her infancy, a garbling baby. Shower. Mom misses you so much. 5 centuries. Will Shower and Kaishir still be alive 5 centuries from now? Ao Shui looked up as her tears could not help but flow down. Will we still be able to meet in our present lifetime? She did not bear hopes that Xiao and Xiao would be able to condense an essence soul to become immortal. Reaching the true dragon realm was extremely difficult for pure-blooded dragons too. No. I have to meet Xiao. As long as my cultivation reaches the true dragon realm, I can be released early. Ao Shui bore the grief and continued cultivating. To pure-blooded dragons, attaining the level equivalent to the Khanate Golden Core was very simple. But to attain the true dragon realm? That was difficult. Ao Shui had been cultivating like a maniac for the past 2 decades or so. Yet she did not even come close to reaching the true dragon realm. Suddenly. Rumble. The sealed stone door opened. Oh. Ao Shui opened her eyes as she looked at the stone door in a daze. Logically speaking, she was to be imprisoned for 5 centuries. That meant that the stone door would not be opened for 5 centuries. Yet here the door was opening to reveal an aged female dragon elder, Elder Ao Cheong. Standing beside her was a grey-robed male elder. Ao Shui. Elder Ao Cheong spoke in a stoic manner. Elder. Ao Shui immediately stood up and paid her respects. Follow Elder Qi to the Dragon Palace, said Elder Ao Cheong. If everything goes according to plan, you can regain your freedom today. With that said, Elder Ao Cheong turned and left. Ao Shui was taken aback. Regain her freedom? She had violated the clan's rules. Let's go, the grey-robed elder said with a smile. Elder Qi, I'll regain my freedom? Ao Shui did not dare believe her ears. You have a good daughter and a good son-in-law, said Elder Qi with a smile. Daughter? Son-in-law? Ao Shui was in a daze. Back when she was taken away, her daughter was still a babbling infant. West Sea Dragon Palace. There were already water race soldiers that peeped their heads out of the sea surface to look at the distant sky. When they saw Qin Yun and Xiao approaching on a flying sword, they were overjoyed. Immediately, a water race soldier dove to the seabed and rushed towards the Dragon Palace. At present, the West Sea Dragon King, Elder Qi, Ao Shui, and the other dragon children were already waiting in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, reported the water race soldier hurriedly. Sword Immortal Qin and his wife are here. Let's go over. Dragon King nodded. Whoosh. With West Sea Dragon King and Elder Qi leading the way, they brought Ao Shui and the dragon children, as well as a large group of water race soldiers, along as they flew towards the water's surface obstreperously. Above the sea. Qin Yun and Xiao were standing on a cloud, waiting. Nothing will go wrong, right? Xiao felt a little uneasy. Don't worry. Didn't Senior E mention it yesterday? If we had directly negotiated with the West Sea Dragon race, they might go back on their word. However, with Myriad Temple as an intermediary, the West Sea Dragon race will obey the rules properly, said Qin Yun. The Myriad Temple placed paramount importance on their reputation. If anyone dared to tarnish that reputation, the Myriad Temple would strike with swift retribution. Myriad Temple was a mysterious and unfathomable faction. It had existed since ancient times and had always maintained neutrality. They are coming. Qin Yun sensed their arrival and looked down. Xiao felt a little nervous too. Splash! The surface of the sea parted as a group of dragons flew out obstreperously. Dragon King and Elder Qi were at the true dragon realm and so naturally had extraordinary might. The dragon children behind were mostly at the level equivalent to the Khanate Golden Core. The remaining were either too young or slacked off in their cultivation. They simply needed to spend a bit more time and they would definitely achieve the level equivalent to the Khanate Golden Core realm. Greetings, Your Majesty and Elder Qi. Qin Yun bowed. Beside him, Xiao bowed as well. At that moment, Ao Shui was staring at Xiao. Her eyes were red as she continued staring. She was comparing her to the infant from her memories, as well as Xiao and herself. She resembles me. She resembles me a lot, Ao Shui muttered under her breath. Xiao, who was standing beside Qin Yun, took note of her mother. She noticed at a glance the excited eyes that were turning red. The dragon lady even resembled her, albeit being a more mature version of her. Furthermore, having cultivated to their respective levels, their sixth senses were a lot more sensitive. She's my mom? Xiao was nervous as well. As expected of Sword Immortal Qin to actually obtain a Sky Dragon blood crystal. I'm truly impressed, said West Sea Dragon King with a smile. I was only lucky, said Qin Yun. There is no such thing as luck when it comes to obtaining treasures, Dragon King said with a smile. This person beside me is Ao Shui. Ao Shui looked at the couple. They are my daughter and son-in-law? His Majesty addressed him as Sword Immortal Qin? From the looks of it, my son-in-law isn't a typical cultivator. After Xiao heard Dragon King's introduction, she immediately confirmed that the dragon lady that resembled her was her mother. She looked at Ao Shui and was momentarily at a loss for words. She had conjured many depictions of her mother, but her mother was no longer with her since before her first memory. Speaking of which, Sword Immortal Qin, you and your wife have close ties with my West Sea Dragon race, said Dragon King with a smile. However, Ao Shui violated the clan rules, so I couldn't help even if I wanted to. Sword Immortal Qin, you are willing to give a Sky Dragon blood crystal in exchange for Ao Shui's freedom. And a Sky Dragon blood crystal is of great importance to us. It's even enough to offset the sins of Ao Shui. Hand me the Sky Dragon blood crystal and Ao Shui will go free, said Dragon King. All right. Qin Yun nodded and waved his hand. Shoo! A blood crystal the size of a finger segment flew out. The dragon children beside felt their blood boil when they saw it. They had a strong urge to devour the Sky Dragon blood crystal. Even West Sea Dragon King and Elder Chi felt their gaze warm up. Dragon King reached out his hand and grabbed the Sky Dragon blood crystal. It's with me. Dragon King looked at the Sky Dragon blood crystal in his hand and felt tremendous excitement. Ao Shui. Dragon King looked at Ao Shui. From this moment forth, you are free. Remember, do not violate the clan rules again. Yes. Ao Shui nodded. She eagerly flew toward Qin Yun and Xiao. Your name is Xiao? Ao Shui looked at Xiao. Her gaze was one of unease but also of anticipation. Can you tell me what happened back then? Xiao was incapable of calling her mom at that moment. Ao Shui nodded immediately. Yes, of course. Xiao found her alien, but Ao Shui felt affection for Xiao since she resembled the grown-up daughter she imagined her to be. And on the other side, West Sea Dragon King and Elder Chi were feeling excited. Sword Immortal Qin. Dragon King beamed even more cordially. Ao Shui and her daughter still need time to warm up to each other. We just need to get together more often in the future. Speaking of which, Sword Immortal Qin, you are considered a relative of our West Sea Dragon race. Come visit as often as you like. I will. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. Sword Immortal Qin, did you only obtain one Sky Dragon blood crystal at the ancient Sky Dragon Palace? Dragon King could not help but ask. Elder Chi and the surrounding dragon children were staring intently at Qin Yun as well. Qin Yun said with a smile. I had quite a fortuitous encounter and obtained 2 Sky Dragon blood crystals. I also obtained the ancient Sky Dragon's dragon blood and other treasures. Can you sell the other Sky Dragon blood crystal to our West Sea Dragon race? Also, we would be willing to buy the ancient Sky Dragon's dragon blood and other items as well, said Dragon King warmly. The Sky Dragon blood crystal was the essence of the ancient Sky Dragon's life. It was naturally precious. As for the Sky Dragon's blood? An ancient Sky Dragon had a lot of blood, but its value was inferior to that of a Sky Dragon blood crystal. However, it was still rather attractive to ordinary pure-blooded dragons. There's no hurry. Qin Yun shook his head. I do not plan on selling them at the moment. Skydragon blood crystals are extremely important to our Four Seas dragon race. It's of not much use to you humans, said Dragon King. Qin Yun replied, let's put this matter to rest. There's no need to continue trying to persuade me, Your Majesty. Dragon King frowned when he heard that. Sword Immortal Qin, for you to obtain those Skydragon blood crystals, you must have found a new entrance to the ancient Skydragon Palace, am I right? A male dragon spoke out. Can you tell us? We will definitely reward you. Qin Yun shook his head with a smile. What a joke. Although he believed that the Four Seas dragon race would not be able to obtain any treasures even if they did find the entrance, there was no reason for him to share his discovery with others. Besides, Qin Yun did not have an iota of gratefulness toward the West Sea dragon race. Previously, he had visited them and sought their help, but they had directly rejected his request. He only managed to secure his mother-in-law's freedom by getting the Myriad Temple to intervene and arrange an exchange for a Skydragon blood crystal. According to Qin Yun's understanding of the Skydragon blood crystal's value, the West Sea dragon race had made a killing simply by pardoning Ao Shui. I have yet to spread that news to anyone, said Qin Yun. You refuse to sell the Skydragon blood crystal and you aren't willing to tell us the entrance to the array formation? Sword Immortal Qin, aren't you going a little too overboard? The male dragon bellowed. A few of the dragons revealed angry looks. Alright, cut it out. Dragon King said, but he was also looking straight at Qin Yun. Qin Yun said with a smile, this dragon prince, might I know your name? That tone of yours is rather biting. I, Qin Yun, have traveled the world and no one has dared to force a sale on me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214. Chapter 214, Investigating the Entrance. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. How can such a secret be told to just anyone? Quipped Xiao. Ao Shui did not utter a word. How could she not feel disgruntled after being imprisoned all these years? Furthermore, she was more concerned with her daughter's thoughts. This was the first time they were meeting and she didn't want to dampen her daughter's feelings towards her. Secret? The male dragon shouted, Qin Yun, our West Sea dragon race has done nothing but treat you well. You wanted to free Ao Shui and our West Sea dragon race gave Ao Shui her freedom without so much as a word. Yet here you are making all sorts of excuses when we request your help. You even claim that no one has ever dared to force a sale on you during your travels throughout the world? I'm asking you again. What's your name? Asked Qin Yun with a smile. You have to let me know your name after baring your fangs at me. Or could it be that you do not dare to tell me your name? Listen up. My name is Ao Chong, said the male dragon loudly. Almost at the same time, the West Sea Dragon King said, the lot of you. Your Majesty, there's no need for you to say a word, said Ao Chong. I want to make sense of this matter between us. Qin Yun, we are not profiting at your expense when it comes to the Skydragon blood crystal. We are also willing to buy it with treasures. As for the array formation entrance, isn't it only an entrance? You've probably already taken away all the treasures in it, anyway. So what's wrong with letting us in, ? Do you mean that I have to sell you the Skydragon blood crystal because you are willing to pay with treasures? If I ask for a numinous treasure, would you give it to me? Asked Qin Yun. You really dare to name your price? A numinous treasure? Ao Chong glared at him. That's right. If it's expensive, you aren't agreeable to it. The item is mine, so it's naturally my decision to sell it or not, said Qin Yun. As for the array formation's entrance? I discovered the entrance as a fortuitous encounter. Why should I tell you? Qin Yun scanned the group of dragons. He could sense that they knew that after the stick didn't work for the West Sea dragons, they immediately used the carrot approach. Just as Patriarchy said, the Four Seas dragon race yearned for a skydragon blood crystal. If not for the Myriad Temple being the intermediary, the West Sea dragon race might have suddenly raised the conditions. But with the Myriad Temple involved, they had no choice but to abide by the agreement. As for releasing my mother-in-law, said Qin Yun with a shake of his head, that has nothing to do with you, the West Sea dragon race. You were the ones who imprisoned her. In order to save her, I made an agreement with the Myriad Temple. I paid a skydragon blood crystal in exchange for her freedom. That is an ordinary transaction for the Myriad Temple. What right do you have to say that you treated me well? Ao Chong turned agitated. All right. Dragon King frowned and felt a little vexed. Ao Chong, you and your bad temper. I even treated him as a relative, but he said such nasty words, said Ao Chong angrily. Shut up! Dragon King bellowed. Humph, Ao Chong grunted coldly. Qin Yun watched the scene play out before him. Some cultivators might be advanced in age, but, due to their long periods of cultivation, they did not understand the darkness that resided in the hearts of others. Qin Yun had traveled the world when he was 15. In those 3 years, he saw more darkness in people's hearts than he did in the decades that followed. Qin Yun could tell at a glance that West Sea Dragon King had berated Ao Chong after realizing that Qin Yun did not fall for the characteristic approach. Ao Chong has a bad temper. Sword Immortal Qin, please do not fault him. Dragon Race said with a smile as he shook his head. Our dragon race is few in numbers to begin with. Most of them do not even listen to what I have to say. If he has a bad temper, he needs to keep it in check, said Qin Yun with a smile. On account of my mother-in-law, all I did was give back remarks. If he were someone unrelated to me, I would have released my flying sword to teach him a lesson or two. Ao Chang's expression changed when he heard that. Qin Yun swept his glance. Ha ha. Dragon King laughed out loudly before looking at Ao Shui. Ao Shui, do you plan on staying in the Dragon Palace or do you have other plans? This is my first meeting with Xiao. I want to stay in the human world for a while, replied Ao Shui. All right then. We should get together in the future. Dragon King nodded. Sword Immortal Qin. Dragon King looked at Qin Yun. If you really have any intention of selling the treasures you obtained from the ancient Skydragon Palace, especially the Skydragon blood crystal, please inform my West Sea. When the time comes, our West Sea dragon race will pay the price. Let the highest bidder win. Qin Yun nodded. If I do want to sell, I'll definitely inform you, Your Majesty. As for who he sold it to, it was his right. He could sell it to the East Sea Dragon race, Numinous Treasure Mountain, or even the Imperial government. I'll take your words to heart, said West Sea Dragon King with a smile. We won't impose on you any longer. Goodbye, said Qin Yun. With that, Qin Yun, Xiao, and Ao Shui rode a cloud and headed east. The West Sea Dragon race watched from afar before heading for the underwater Dragon Palace. Darn you, Qin Yun. You are only a Paramount Realm Sword Immortal, yet you are so arrogant. Ao Chong said angrily. Anyone from my dragon race can match a Khanate Golden Core and we have impressive combat strength. How dare a mere human sword immortal not give our West Sea Dragon race face? This human sword immortal has what it takes to be arrogant. Which one of us can crack the flying sword art of his that produces the heavenly cycles? The dragon youth surrounding him discussed. As for Dragon King and Elder Qi, they were already inside the Dragon Palace. He is impervious to either aspect of the characteristic approach, said Elder Qi. That Qin Yun also knows how important the Skydragon blood crystal is. Unless it's critical, he will not sell it easily. If he sells it publicly, our West Sea is far inferior to the East Sea when it comes to our accumulated reserves. Yeah. Dragon King nodded. Among the Four Seas dragon race, the East Sea reigned supreme. The East Sea Dragon Palace was more powerful than the dragon races from the other 3 seas combined. The main reason for this was that the dragon race originated from the East Sea Dragon race. "Investigate," said West Sea Dragon King. "Investigate carefully and find out where this new entrance Qin Yun found is. If he can obtain treasures from it, it's unlikely we dragons can't. If we can't find out anything, ask the Myriad Temple and see if it knows." The Myriad Temple infiltrated the Four Seas water race, humans, and fiendish demons. It naturally knew a lot of secrets. In a manor beneath the sea, a dark red scaled flood dragon sat coiled. His dragon whiskers flailed freely as a projection in front of him depicted a fiend celestial in the form of a black mist which had two curved horns on its head. The black-misted fiend celestial said, "Response WIRM, some information regarding Qin Yun's skydragon blood crystal has been obtained." "Speak," said the flood dragon. 3 years ago, 2 family members were rescued by Qin Yun. They were sent back to Water City's Purple Cloud Palace, said the fiend celestial. The last known location of the 2 family members' disappearance is very close to the ancient Skydragon Palace. It is likely that Qin Yun's discovery of a new array formation entrance has to do with the 2 family members. I believe if you question those 2 you will find answers. All right. The flood dragon nodded its head slightly. With that, the transmission was cut. The dark red-scaled flood dragon immediately arranged to investigate the 2 family members. After all, a new array formation entrance represented astounding harvests. It was possible that Qin Yun did not take much from the new array formation entrance due to his limited strength. Up to that moment, the Myriad Temple did not know that Qin Yun had attained the purplish gold golden core. Before he attained the purplish gold golden core, Qin Yun was only considered ordinary among those at the Paramount Realm. He could not even deal with the fiend monsters produced by the other realm Fiend Celestial's arm. But now, Qin Yun had obtained most of the treasures and he had stormed all the way to the inner palace complex where the Guardian General was. Finding someone below the level of immortal or fiend celestial in the world that was stronger than Qin Yun was too difficult. The boundless sea. Qin Yun, Xiao, and Shui were peering at the distant shoreline while they flew on a cloud. During the slow flight, Xiao and Shui gradually familiarized themselves with each other. They became a lot closer, and Xiao started to call Shui Mom. Shui was especially fond of the daughter she had not met in years. "Brother Yun, I plan to travel outside with my mom," said Xiao. "For now, I'll not be returning to Grand Dominance." "All right then." Qin Yun nodded. "Do you need me to go with you?" "There's no need," rejected Xiao. Qin Yun nodded. Let the 2 of them spend some time together. "Mother, do you need any protective items while you're out?" queried Qin Yun. His wife already had many extremely powerful life preservation items. Shui said with a smile, "During the years of my imprisonment, I have been cultivating arduously. Although I'm still very far from the true dragon realm, I have already reached the intent domain realm. When we dragons reach the intent domain realm, our strength is not much different from those at the paramount realm." Qin Yun was surprised. His mother-in-law was quite an expert. "Mom, you have already reached the intent domain realm?" Xiao was astonished. "We dragons can achieve the Khanate golden core level very easily, but it is because it's so easy that few come to grasp the implications of the heavenly Tao," explained Shui. "After I was captured, I continued cultivating arduously amid my grief and figured out the implications of the heavenly Tao. As such, over the past 2 decades or so, I was able to reach the intent domain realm, but..." "Mother, you are probably ranked 1st or 2nd among the younger generation of the West Sea Dragon race," praised Qin Yun. "I might barely make it into the top 3, said Shui. Qin Yun nodded. The dragon race was not inferior to the mutated strains like Crocragons. Dragons at the intent domain level could indeed match a paramount realm in battle. With them being more adept fighting underwater, it allowed the Four Seas dragon race to rule over the Four Seas. Qin Yun, I have many places I would like to visit. Later on, I'll go to grand dominance with Xiao, said Ao Shui. It's alright. Feel free to travel. I can find Xiao at any time, said Qin Yun immediately. Xiao smiled. Mom, let's go. Brother Yun's beam transformation art can easily reach me within 2 hours if he wants to see me. Ao Shui nodded with a smile. She was very happy to see the deep relationship between her daughter and son-in-law. With that, Ao Shui and Xiao rode a cloud and headed for the Kunlun prefecture. Qin Yun watched them leave before turning to fly towards the Jian prefecture. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215. Chapter 215, Putting an End. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Kunlun Prefecture, a nameless lake. Ao Shui and Xiao were walking alongside each other. Kaisha and I lived here back then. Ao Shui pointed at a collapsed straw hut. This is also where you were born. The three of us were together, undisturbed by anyone. It was like an otherworldly paradise. I once thought that if the dragon race could discover my marriage a little later, allowing me to spend a few decades with the both of you, it would be worth it even if I was imprisoned. However, that day came too early. You were still young when the dragon race discovered us. Ao Shui shook her head and sighed. The matter was kept confidential among the West Sea dragon race, but they still informed Patriarch Yi. There were many immortals among the Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands. Even places like Magistress Mountain and Scenic Mountain sect had them. There was also a handful in the world that were conferred princely titles by the imperial government. From this point of view, it proved Patriarch Yi's strength. Large factions like the Cloudfiend Mountain and West Sea Dragon race were even afraid of Patriarch Yi. As for Ancestral Master Zhang, who held an even higher status in the Divine Firmament chapter, he was Patriarch Yi's master. He had not only cultivated the best Taoist formulation, Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma, to the highest realm, he was the one who created it. Furthermore, he had single-handedly uplifted the Divine Firmament chapter to the status of sacred land. The Divine Firmament Zhang family was in no way inferior to the royal family. I didn't have a chance to tell Kaisha of the matter, nor was I allowed to leave a message or note before being taken away. And that separation ended up lasting more than 20 years, said Ao Shui. It is all thanks to Qin Yun that I regained my freedom. Yeah. Xiao looked carefully at the area. Had she spent her infancy here? She did not have any memory of it. She was just too young. Xiao, I want to see Kaisha, said Ao Shui. He is currently with Princess Marshall Maple, Xiao could not help but say. She had already told her mother of her childhood, as well as what Kaisha had done and how he was with Princess Marshall Maple now. We have to meet. There is a need to resolve the situation after all, said Ao Shui. Xiao nodded. All right then. Whoosh. The two rode a cloud and left the nameless lake, heading for the Kong Prefecture. At noon, Kong Prefecture's Li City. Ao Shui and Xiao descended from the sky and headed straight for a manor. Ao Shui could clearly see Kaisha and Princess Marshall Maple there. They were in a garden, bantering in front of a canvas. Kaisha even laughed as he put a few strokes of his brush on Princess Marshall Maple's face while she frolicked with him. Whoosh! Ao Shui and Xiao landed. Kaisha! Ao Shui shouted. Princess Marshall Maple and Kaisha looked up. Kaisha felt like a bolt had struck him out of the blue as he stared at the white-dressed woman standing beside Xiao in a daze. Shui, Kaisha could not believe his eyes. All the deep repressed memories began to flood his brain. Princess Marshall Maple was in greater disbelief. When she saw how much Ao Shui resembled Xiao, as well as Kaisha's reaction, she knew what was happening. You are that slut? Princess Marshall Maple bellowed angrily. Third Madam. Kaisha hurriedly spoke out to stop her. Shut up. Princess Marshall Maple yelled angrily. Slut, since you had the gall to come here, don't you plan on leaving? I want to have a good chat with you. As she spoke, the array formation began to activate. They were in her home, so she naturally wielded control of the array formation. Immediately, the array formation activated to trap Ao Shui and Xiao. Ao Shui swept her gaze and waved her hand. Boom! A dragon's roar sounded faintly. A gigantic golden dragon claw appeared out of nowhere as it tore apart the array formation and struck Princess Marshall Maple, sending her flying to a corner. She was thrown onto a bed of flowers as she held her chest while spitting out blood. Third Madam. Princess! Princess! The experts from the manor rushed over. They usually would not disturb the princess, but they could sense this was an extreme situation. Take down that slut for me. Princess Marshall Maple pointed at Ao Shui. When the cultivation experts rushed over, Ao Shui swept her gaze across them with a frown. The golden dragon claw in midair swiped down at the cultivators with a whoosh, causing them to fly backward. Princess Marshall Maple was stunned. Seal. Ao Shui cast another Dharma spell. Immediately, Princess Marshall Maple was completely bound. Even her dermic powers and mouth were restrained. She could not say a word. All right, there won't be any more disturbances now. A simple cast of the dragon race's Dharma spells from Ao Shui was at the level of the Khanate Golden Core Intent Domain realm. If she revealed her true form, she could be at the level of the Paramount realm. How could she be stopped by ordinary cultivators? When Ikaisher saw that Princess Marshall Maple was only looking nervous and furious but not injured, he heaved a sigh of relief. Shui, you are back. Ikaisher gave Ao Shui a conflicted look. Although he hated his wife for abandoning him and his daughter without a word, he recalled the sweet memories the moment he saw her again. He could not harden his heart anymore. Kaisher. Ao Shui looked at Ikaisher. I came here only to ask you the reason for your heartlessness towards Xiao. Don't tell me that you were afraid of Princess Marshall Maple's threats. Your E family is a 1,000-year-old family clan. Can it not protect Xiao? Ikaisher felt a jolt through his body as he muttered under his breath, Shui, since you are asking me, I'll tell you. Firstly, Xiao and I cannot live in the ancestral land forever. Xiao needs to experience a wider world, so I went to be with Third Madam. I made sure that she agreed not to attack Xiao. Secondly, I hated you for leaving us. I brought up Xiao alone and had to be both a mother and father to her. I hated you. Why did you leave? You left without a word and Third Madam never forgot me. Comparing her to you, I felt that I was being too selfish when I abandoned her back then. I brought up Xiao till she was 9. By then, she was mature enough to not freeze or starve to death in the Yi family. Therefore, I left with Third Madam, said Ikaisher. Back when we were together, you never mentioned anything about this princess. Ao Shui stared at him. Yes, I was being selfish. I was afraid that you would leave me if I told you, muttered Ikaisher. It was all my fault. Ikaisher, how could you be so heartless towards Xiao? I hate your guts. How could you let this Marshall Maple do such a horrific thing to our daughter? Said Ao Shui angrily. Thankfully Qin Yun was there to save her, or who knows what the outcome would have been. I also, Ikaisher tried to say something but he could not finish his sentence. Useless, berated Ao Shui angrily. When she heard that Princess Marshall Maple had once sliced her daughter's face, she had planned on a crueler torture. Thankfully, Xiao was saved by Qin Yun. Ao Shui nearly went into a mindless rage when she learned of the matter. Xiao had to persuade her against it as Qin Yun had already sought revenge for her. Ao Shui turned to look at Princess Marshall Maple and extended her hand. She slapped Princess Marshall Maple angrily dozens of times. It left the corner of Princess Marshall Maple's mouth covered with blood. Her face swelled and her eyes were filled with fury. As a mother, I'm standing up for my daughter. If not for my son-in-law's actions, do you think I'd spare you that easily? Ao Shui's eyes were filled with killing intent. Shui. Yi Kaisher immediately tried to put himself between them. That's enough. It's really enough. Ao Shui looked at Yi Kaisher and said, Kaisher, I'm asking you now. Do you want to follow this vicious bitch or do you want to leave with us? Yi Kaisher was taken aback. At that moment, his heart wavered. Daughter. Wife. The extremely infuriated Princess Marshall Maple turned anxious at that moment. She looked at Yi Kaisher nervously as tears streamed down noiselessly. As he looked at the nervous Princess Marshall Maple's red, tear-stained, and swollen face, as well as the marks he had left behind with a brush, Yi Kaisher sighed lightly. He turned to look at Ao Shui. Shui, I disappointed third madam back then. I cannot let her down again. Princess Marshall Maple's tearing eyes immediately gave a look of pleasant surprise. After treating our daughter in such a manner, did you really think I would allow you to leave with us? Ao Shui said coldly. I was only testing you, to see what you would choose. Your choice has allowed me to think a little higher of you. With that said, Ao Shui undid the sealing spell. Princess Marshall Maple was able to speak again as she rushed to Yi Kaisher's side. She hugged his arm tightly. Kaisher. Third madam, I won't leave. It was my fault for letting you down back then, said Yi Kaisher. Princess Marshall Maple was truly and extremely touched. The slut had come but Kaisher still chose her. At that moment, she felt completely relieved. Yi Kaisher loved her the deepest. I only want to be with Kaisher and lead peaceful days. Princess Marshall Maple looked at Ao Shui and Yi Kaisher. I will not bother any of you from now on. Let's go, said Ao Shui. Yi Xiao nodded. Whoosh. The mother-daughter duo left on a cloud. Yi Kaisher watched from afar and then looked at Princess Marshall Maple beside him. It was finally over. Princess Marshall Maple's dirty and swollen face was filled with sweetness. Mom, you are crying. On the cloud, Yi Xiao looked at her mother. Ao Shui wiped her tears and said with a chuckle, when I heard what he did to you, I knew it was impossible for me to be with him again. It's better that he can be with Princess Marshall Maple. Then, where shall we go now? Asked Yi Xiao. Let's travel the world, just the two of us. Ao Shui smiled at her daughter. She wanted to compensate her daughter for the time they lost. She was long disappointed with Yi Kaisher and all she cared for was her daughter. All right, let's travel the world. Just the two of us. Yi Xiao was happy as well. In Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance, Qin Yun was already back home, where he spent his time cultivating peacefully. Occasionally, he would chat with Yi Xiao. Regarding the duo's travels, he was very assured since his mother-in-law was in existence that matched the paramount realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216. Chapter 216, Jade Bottle. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Cloud Prefecture, Azure Wing Gorge. Azure Wing Gorge was part of the biggest river in Cloud Prefecture, Goat County River. It spanned more than 200 kilometers across. A famous great fiendish demon, Azure Wing Demon King, settled there. He wreaked havoc around the surrounding counties for more than 1,000 years. This also gave Azure Wing Gorge its name. Jade Bottle. Oh Jade Bottle. I have accumulated blood from children's hearts for 10 years. It's enough to enhance my fiend body to the 19th level, right? In a secret cave, Azure Wing Demon King stared at a 10-foot wide blood pond in the middle of the cave. Floating in the middle of the pond was a green jade bottle. The blood in the pond began to sink as strands of blood seeped into the jade bottle. Relax. Relax. The jade bottle produced a sharp voice as it shook. When have I ever misled you? When I'm done absorbing this, I'll naturally have the strength to aid you in enhancing your fiend body. He waited silently. About 2 hours later, the blood in the pond was completely sucked dry, leaving not one drop. Azure Winged Demon King beckoned for the jade bottle to fly into his hand. Help me enhance my fiend body. Azure Winged Demon King's eyes looked cold. Alright. I'll help you now. Immediately, an extremely pure power was transmitted from inside the jade bottle. Azure Winged Demon King began circulating his dermic formulations. The pure power naturally melded into his body and aided his cultivation. Azure-colored armor made of scales appeared on the surface of Azure Winged Demon King's body. It was filled with profound runic patterns as a terrifying power constantly reshaped his body. An hour later. Boom! The jade bottle stopped transmitting power to Azure Winged Demon King as a powerful aura blasted out of the cave from his body. Alright, I'm tired. I need to rest. Don't seek me for at least another year. The jade bottle's voice sounded weak. Sure thing. Jade bottle, have a good rest. I'll seek you out again when I gather enough heart blood of children for the next fiend body level. Azure Winged Demon King smiled with squinted eyes. He was clearly in an extremely good mood after having his strength improved. He waved his hand and placed the jade bottle in the dried-up blood pond. The blood pond sank with a rumble underground before it was sealed by layers of array formations. It's best to ensure that no one interacts with this jade bottle. Azure Winged Demon King narrowed his yellow eyes that were filled with dread. I come into contact with it occasionally to enhance my fiend body, but it has to be sealed at all other times. I cannot allow a chance for it might make contact with any other sentient being in the outside world. I have long prepared enough ingredients to make a sacrifice to the other realm fiend celestial. Once my fiend body raises to the 20th level, I can undergo a ritual to break through to the 21st level instantly. When that happens, my strength will undergo a qualitative change. I will be able to match the paramount realm. And then, I will finally be able to carefully probe the secret of the jade bottle. Azure Winged Demon King sneered. I can't afford to let Jade Bottle take action at the critical moment I break through to the 21st level, but... Although his strength had increased rapidly after obtaining the Jade Bottle, Azure Winged Demon King dreaded it immensely. He was wary every time he used it. Your Majesty! A voice sounded from outside. Cultivators are attacking us. Oh? Azure Winged Demon King was shocked, and then revealed a look of anger. He sealed his cultivation ground and charged out. High above Azure Wing Gorge, Xiao and Ao Shui were standing in midair beside each other. They were looking down at the demon lair with furious expressions. I was wondering who would be so daring as to attack me. Accompanied by a resounding voice, Azure Winged Demon King flew out of the mountain and looked at Xiao and Ao Shui. So it's you, Madam Qin. Why? Does Sword Immortal Qin plan on attacking me in his bid to rid evil from the world? Where is he now? As he spoke, Azure Winged Demon King observed his surroundings. He was not afraid at all. As a great fiendish demon at the intent domain level, he might be a little afraid of Qin Yun if they were fighting out in the world. But now, he was in his own lair. Qin Yun's attacks would be weakened if he tried to attack when so many array formations were aiding him. His newfound strength, augmented by the array formations, made him unafraid of Qin Yun. Why is there a need for my husband to deal with you? Said Xiao angrily. Demon King, you have cultivated for more than 1,000 years yet you remain so crazy? How many children from the surrounding counties have perished under your hand? Xiao and Ao Shui had passed through the area and learned of Azure Winged Demon King's insanity. He was a lot more terrifying than Water God of Grand Dominance from several years back. Azure Winged Demon King was fearless as long as he was in his lair. Therefore, his actions were crazier and he had a lot more demons under his command than Water God. I'm a great fiendish demon, so what's wrong with eating a few boys and girls? Azure Wing Demon King laughed out and thought nothing of it. Shower, there's no need to waste time talking with him. Ao Shui was also incensed. Perhaps it was because she had been separated from her baby daughter that her heart pained for the lost human babies. Ao Shui's eyes similarly turned red after knowing that many children, as well as babies, had perished at Azure Wing Demon's hand. Azure Wing Demon King, die. Ao Shui waved her hand. The sky darkened and a strong wind howled in response. Sharp ice blades within the wind began slashing in every direction wantonly. What a ruthless attack! Azure Wing Demon King was alarmed as he immediately activated his lair's array formation. Instantly, the array formation enveloped the surrounding mountains. Both sides began fighting in earnest. Ao Shui had shown her true form. She flew in midair as a silver-scaled dragon. She either cast Dharma spells, swiped her claw or lashed out with her tail. All Azure Wing Demon King could do was hide inside the array formation and resist her with it. Occasionally, he would sneak in an attack or two. What does my eating of humans have to do with a dragon like you? Azure Wing Demon King roared as he hid inside his array formation. The other demons did not dare get involved. True members of the dragon race were of esteemed statuses. They were the leaders of the massive 4 seas. They naturally could reach the Khanate Golden Core level easily, and their strength matched that of mutated strains, allowing their combat strength to be at the intent domain level. Keep hiding if you can, bellowed the silver-scaled dragon in the sky. Following that, her body spun and transformed into Ao Shui and floated beside Xiao. Azure Wing Demon King peered at Xiao and Ao Shui through the array formations. He said in surprise, Madam Qin, you and that dragon elder look alike. The dragon race is pure-blooded and does not share the E family's bloodline. Could it be that Madam Qin possesses a dragon bloodline? Is she your mother or your senior? Why do you even care? Shot back Ao Shui. With me here, don't you dare think you'll be continuing with your evil ways. From now on, I'll kill any demon that exits Azure Wing Gorge. Azure Wing Demon King turned nervous when he heard that. A dragon that matched the Paramount Realm was watching him. And if the dragon really did keep her promise to kill any demon that exited, how could he amass the required blood from the children's hearts? He was feeling anxious, but he laughed loudly and said, "Ha, as a member of the dragon race, you actually want to enter conflict with a demon like me? Sure, go ahead. Blockade this place as much as you want. I was just planning on entering 2 or 3 centuries of seclusive cultivation. If you have what it takes, stay out here and watch for 2 or 3 centuries. Ao Shui was taken aback when she heard that. She wanted to spend time with her daughter, so how could she stand guard outside for more than 100 years? Oh, by the way. Azure Wing Demon King scanned his surroundings. Madam Qin, where is Sword Immortal Qin? Ha, the two of you are actually willing to be apart for so long? Ha, anyways, I'll be entering seclusion now. Excuse me. With that said, Azure Wing Demon King turned and descended into his lair. And in midair, Ao Shui and Xiao were left feeling somewhat anxious. This Demon King is powerful, commented Ao Shui. He's at the intent domain level just like me. Although he is of ordinary birth and definitely weaker than me in a fight, I can't do a thing to him when he hides in his lair. I'll tell Brother Yun, said Xiao. Son-in-law? Ao Shui asked puzzledly. Qin Yun is also a Paramount Realm Sword Immortal and shouldn't be that much better than me. He too would be powerless to do a thing to this Demon King, right? Mom, said Xiao with a smile. Brother Yun is a lot stronger than you think. In this world, among all those below the level of immortals, only that old monk from Mahakasayapa Monastery and the great fiendish demon from the northern lands, existences who have stepped into the Tao, are equal to Brother Yun in strength. He matches existences that have stepped into the Tao? Ao Shui was astonished. In terms of realms, Qin Yun was naturally inferior. But Qin Yun was at a level higher when it came to dermic powers. Those two existences that had stepped into the Tao apparently did not have heaven-defying Tao, so Qin Yun's dermic powers could bridge the gap. Grand Dominance, Qin Manor, beside the tiny mirror lake. Qin Yun was sitting cross-legged on the grass as two sword beams were whistling through the sky above the lake a distance away. Oh! Qin Yun felt something as he beckoned with his hand. The two sword beams flashed and appeared in his hands. Buzz! A projection appeared and it was none other than Xiao and Ao Shui. Brother Yun, greeted Xiao. Xiao, it's been 2 days. How was your tour of the Cloud Prefecture? Asked Qin Yun with a smile. Brother Yun, are you not planning on dealing with fiendish demons after attaining your purplish golden core? Asked Xiao. Of course I have plans, said Qin Yun. I plan on choosing a powerful great fiendish demon to slay. However, the moment I take action, my strength will be exposed. Every fiendish demon in the world would know of it, therefore I only have one chance. In fact, Qin Yun wished to deal with Nine Mountain Island Lord the most. However, he had cast Samsara on Nine Mountain Island Lord previously. It was a strike at the infinite converging sword level and all it did was injure Nine Mountain Island Lord. Ordinary flying sword arts posed no threat at all. Although Nine Mountain Island was only a great fiendish demon at the intent domain level, his true form was a mountain. Among the fiendish demons that had besieged Qin Yun, Nine Mountain Island Lord's strength was only beneath the 3 paramount realm fiendish demons like Patriarch Krokragon. And in terms of life preservation means, he was not inferior to the 3 of them. If he were to hide in his lair, under the protection of his array formations, Qin Yun only had a 10 to 20% chance of killing him. There was a higher possibility of failure. There's a great fiendish demon that has wreaked a lot of havoc. His cruelty is known throughout the world, said Xiao. I think you should choose him. Which great fiendish demon is it? Asked Qin Yun. Azure Wing Demon King, answered Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217. Chapter 217, Ridding Demons from Cloud Prefecture. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Azure Wing Demon King? Qin Yun was surprised. Since when do his atrocities rank highly among all the great fiendish demons in the world? He had intelligence and records that indicated that Azure Wing Demon King was only relatively normal among the great fiendish demons. Brother Yun, Azure Wing Demon King's acts of terror were restrained in the past, but in recent decades, he had become more ruthless and maniacal. On the surface, it looks like his subordinates were responsible, but after Mom and I investigated the matter, we traced it all to him, Azure Wing Demon King. Said Xiao. The Inspector Heavenly Alliance is probably helpless against Azure Wing Demon King, so they have not pursued the matter carefully. Tell me what he has done, asked Qin Yun. He has become increasingly maniacal in recent decades, especially this year. He secretly sent his subordinates to abduct human children. He's abducted even more children than Water God did in Grand Dominance. Furthermore, several of the surrounding counties have suffered because of him, said Xiao anxiously. Just the harm he has brought children in 1 year is enough to match the harm Water God did for more than 10 years. Qin Yun's expression changed instantly. Every child had a family. The Qin family was a victim of demons in the past. Qin Yun would occasionally have nightmares depicting scenes of his younger sister being taken away up to this very day. Qin Yun said, I'll meet up with you tomorrow morning. Cloud Prefecture, Goat County River. A tiny boat was cruising down the river. On the boat was Qin Yun, Xiao, and Ao Shui. The Jiang Prefecture is south of the river and survives through fishing and rice plantations. It also neighbors the East Sea, so there are many Imperial troops and the God-Fiend Guard stationed along the coastline, said Qin Yun. Humans hold the advantage over the entire Jiang Prefecture, but it's a lot more complicated in the Cloud Prefecture. The human faction is the top cultivation sect, Black Turtle Palace. As a subsidiary, it is backed by the Taoist Sacred Land, Primordial Chaos sect. Deep in the mountains, there are many tribes with hints of Gu-Magi. Those Gu-Magi are also disciples of Magistress Mountain, but Magistress Mountain was among the myriad mountains, and it was mainly in Dragon Mountain Prefecture. And bordering the myriad mountains were the Shu and Cloud prefectures. Similarly, there were instances of Magistress Mountain disciples appearing there, but most of them remained reclusive in the mountains. Standing on the human side are Black Turtle Palace and the Magistress Mountain disciples. Qin Yun felt wistful. However, the demons are a lot stronger. They have the Boar ancestral sect of the 9 lineage fiendish demons, the Water Race faction, 9 Caves Water Abode, and the Myriad Demon Mountain that is subordinate to the Sky Demon Palace. The Boar ancestral sect, a faction of the 9 lineage fiendish demons, had existed since ancient times. The 9 Caves Water Abode was located in 9 Caves Lake, which was connected to the largest lake in the world, the Cloud Lake in the Prefecture. However, the 9 Caves Water Abode was united. The 9 Caves Abode Master was an ancient water race existence that even the 4 Seas Dragon race did not dare slight. The 9 Caves Water Abode's strength was on par with the Boar ancestral sect. It was also considered the second strongest faction of the water race, right after the 4 Seas Dragon race. Myriad Demon Mountain was mainly the cultivation ground of Patriarch Myriad Demon from the Sky Demon Palace. Patriarch Myriad Demon was addressed as Demon Master by countless demons in Sky Demon Palace. Myriad Demon Mountain was just one of the subsidiaries of Sky Demon Palace, but was in no way inferior to any of the lineages of the 9 lineage fiendish demons. As for Sky Demon Palace, that was no doubt the best faction of all the demons. Humans truly suffer in the Cloud Prefecture, added Xiao. The demons are too strong. It's mainly a result of the topography, explained Qin Yun. The Cloud Prefecture has many mountains and lakes. Humans find it hard to survive in such places, so they are naturally where demons choose to entrench themselves. Other than the 9 Caves Water Abode's Boar ancestral sect, there's the Water Race's 9 Caves Water Abode and the Myriad Demon Mountain, said Qin Yun. Thankfully, Patriarch Myriad Demon is here to reign in the demons, or the Boar ancestral sect would be a lot stronger. The Jiang Prefecture survives on fishing and rice plantations. It has few mountains and lakes. Consequently, there are relatively fewer demons, said Qin Yun wistfully. The environment determined the kind of entities that dominated an area. For example, the northern lands were particularly harsh. Humans found it impossible to settle and live there. Only demons with tenacious vitality could thrive there, and so occupied a massive region in the north. With so many demons, they formed the Northern Demon Horde. Many of the imperial government's troops were stationed in the north to fend them off. Yeah, here they come. Qin Yun looked up. Are they people from the Black Turtle Palace? Xiao and Ao Shui looked up as well. An assortment of light streams flew over. Leading them was a goateed man with a sword slung behind his back. The Black Turtle Palace was a subsidiary of the Primordial Chaos sect. Although many of them cultivated in the physical establishing sage, it was also common for them to fight with sabers or swords in close combat. Sword Immortal Qin. The goateed man cupped his hands in front of him when he reached a spot not far from the boat. The Black Turtle Palace disciples behind him bowed as well. These disciples were all at the Khanate realm, with most of them at the false core and true core. Leading them was a Khanate golden core cultivator. Fellow Taoist Yen. Qin Yun got up to bow. Xiao and Ao Shui also stood up. Sorry for troubling you, Taoist Yen, said Qin Yun again. Ha, I should be thanking Sword Immortal Qin, said the goateed man immediately. My Black Turtle Palace calls the Cloud Prefecture home, and it pains us that there are so many fiendish demons wreaking havoc here. However, there are some fiendish demons that our Black Turtle Palace are powerless against. This Azure Wing Demon King entrenches himself in Azure Wing Gorge and terrorizes several surrounding counties. His strength is even higher than mine. As long as he hides behind his lair's array formations, there is almost no cultivator in the world that can put him in his place. Now that Sword Immortal Qin is willing to take action, our Cloud Prefecture and its countless commoners are blessed. In a while, I will rid you of Azure Winged Demon King and the other powerful fiendish demons. The remaining demons will be left to my fellow Taoists from the Black Turtle Palace, said Qin Yun. Cleaning up the remnants is very easy for us. However, Azure Winged Demon King is very powerful, so Sword Immortal Qin, you have to be careful, said the goateed man. Fellow Taoists, just watch from the side, said Qin Yun. Alright, we will stay by the side and wait for Sword Immortal Qin's command, said the goateed man. Qin Yun nodded. So, the boat he was on was not paddled by anyone, but the boat accelerated greatly and headed towards Azure Wingorge. According to the rules of engagement that Qin Yun followed, he was responsible for slaying the powerful fiendish demons. As for eradicating the remaining evil, he left it to the local cultivation sects. After all, there were countless lesser demons and cleaning up the mess was just a tedious triviality. Large sects had many disciples so they could naturally clean up the mess. And the local sects were happy to do so. That was because the Inspector Heavenly Alliance was meant to deal with fiendish demons. Dealing with fiendish demons was a meritorious act. Qin Yun slew great fiendish demons and earned great merits. By cleaning up the mess, the local sects also received partial merits. Although it was lesser, it was also easier. Furthermore, they could do their part to bring happiness to the commoners. The convoy from Black Turtle Palace rode a cloud as they watched the tiny boat head for Azure Wingorge. Although Sword Immortal Qin is a paramount realm Sword Immortal, Azure Winged Demon King is a famous great demon king in our Cloud Prefecture. He's also hiding in his lair. Can Sword Immortal Qin really kill him? There is probably no cultivator in the world that can destroy an old demon king like Azure Winged Demon King. The Black Turtle Palace disciples discussed. Although they had the means to deal with fiendish demons, they had long ignored those at Azure Winged Demon King's level. After all, they could not kill him no matter how hard they tried. All they could do was turn a blind eye towards him. Alright, said the goateed man. Since Sword Immortal Qin requested our Black Turtle Palace to watch from the side, he probably has some confidence. I do wish that Sword Immortal Qin will kill the demon, but I don't really pin any hopes on him. After all, Azure Winged Demon King is one of the top-ranked great fiendish demons in the world. Perhaps he has some special plan? The other disciples remarked. The goateed man nodded and said, he should have a special plan. If not, a frontal assault by a paramount realm existence will not be able to kill Azure Winged Demon King. Let's go. We should follow them. Whoosh. The group of cultivators from the Black Turtle Palace rapidly headed for Azure Wingorge. As for Qin Yun, he led his wife and mother-in-law on the boat. The boat was a Dharma treasure and was extremely fast. It had already entered the confines of the Azure Wingorge. Moments later. Creak. The boat slowed down and let the waters bring it forward. Qin Yun stood at the bow with his hands behind his back. He looked at the tall mountains on both sides of the riverbanks and said with a smile, this Azure Winged Demon King sure is careful. We did not encounter any obstacles our entire way in. His lair is right in front of us. Xiao, mother, watch me deal with this Demon King. He obviously did not think up any special plans. The lair's array formations were controlled by the Demon King himself, so there was no way to pull any tricks. If he wanted to kill him, he had to do it with overwhelming strength in a frontal assault. Let's see what means Brother Yun will employ. Xiao was looking forward to it. Ao Shui was also watching with a smile. It would be quite embarrassing if I failed to kill him. Ha ha. Qin Yun laughed, but he was feeling very relaxed. Azure Winged Demon King was relatively normal among the fiendish demons at the intent domain level. He was not unique like Nine Mountain Island Lord who had a mountain as his true form. Qin Yun believed that he could definitely slay him as long as nothing out of the ordinary happened. At that moment in Azure Wing Gorge, in the fiendish demon's lair, many demons were watching nervously from afar. These two bitches are like haunting ghosts that refuse to leave. Through the array formation, Azure Wing Demon King could see the boat cruising down the river a distance away. He also saw the young man standing at the boat's bow. Now even that Qin Yun is here. So what if he is here? That dragon lady can't do a thing to me. An additional Qin Yun would similarly be helpless against me. Azure Wing Demon King's eyes flickered with bloodlust, but he also became more careful. When all was said and done, the Dragon Lady and Qin Yun were two existences with combat strength at the Paramount Realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218. Chapter 218, Azure Wing Demon King's Despair. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. At the bow of the boat, Qin Yun looked up and took in the beautiful scenery. However, the view was soon ruined by demonic auras that shot into the sky from the depths of the mountains up ahead. Commoners did not dare pass by this spot on boat. They would rather go around the area through other rivers because everyone knew that a terrifying great demon lurked there. Qin Yun, I have no feud with you, nor do I have any intention of making you my enemy. If you stand down, I, Azure Wing, will remember this favor of yours. The world seemed to be producing a deep and majestic voice that resonated within Azure Wing Gorge. You wish to gain my favor, but then countless commoners would suffer even more, said Qin Yun as he stood there and observed the array formation. His voice echoed throughout the valley. To me, it's best if great fiendish demons like you fear me. It is not easy for us to cultivate. Are you really going to risk your life by fighting me for those ant-like mortals? The voice rumbled through the world. Those meager tricks of yours cannot threaten me. Qin Yun chuckled. What impudence! An angry cry followed. The surrounding slow river flow was agitated abruptly by of the array formation's powers. 6 gigantic black snakes appeared out from the water, and each of them swam through the air extremely fast. They possessed terrifying might as they began attacking the boat from all sides. Black snake array? Qin Yun stood at the bow of the boat as a flying sword flew out from his sleeve. In an instant, it coruscated several times and vanquished the black snakes completely. What? How can the black snake array pose no threat and be instantly cracked? Previously, that dragon lady took 7 or 8 attacks to crack it. Azure Wing Demon King, who was watching from the mountain, was surprised. Other than preserving his life, his lair's array formations could be used to counterattack. His Azure Wing Gorge's most famous counterattack array formation was the Black Snake Array. Under his control, its strength was extraordinary. Is that all you got? Qin Yun stood at the bow of the boat and looked up at the distant towering mountain. The gray and blurry 7-kill sword that destroyed the 6 black snakes instantly flew towards the sky and headed for the mountain. To Qin Yun, using the first-grade 7-kill sword against his enemy was a form of respect. After all, at the level of immortals and fiend celestials, one would typically use first-grade Dharma treasures if they lacked an intrinsic Dharma treasure. As for the Dharmic power's expenditure of the 7-kill sword, it was nothing worth mentioning for the present Qin Yun. What, a direct attack? Why is he doing it so crudely? The Black Turtle Palace cultivators that were riding clouds a distance away gaped in shock. Everyone knew that Azure Wing Demon King was a great fiendish demon at the Intent Domain realm. In his lair, even existences at the Paramount realm could not kill him. Therefore, the Black Turtle Palace cultivators had believed that Qin Yun invited them to clean up the mess because he had some confidence. He probably had some particularly unique plans, such as using poison. Or perhaps, he was colluding with someone from the inside? But all they saw now was Qin Yun sending out one flying sword. Presumptuous. Azure Wing Demon King phased his body and instantly became hundreds of feet tall. He was covered with a layer of azure-colored scales and azure-colored wings spread out behind him. His body suffused a black fiendish aura. He also cultivated a fiend body and was naturally powerful at close combat. You are trying to storm through the array formation with brute force? Azure Wing Demon King's yellow pupils were filled with scorn. I might be a little afraid of you outside, but why should I fear you inside my own array formation? Kill! Azure Wing Demon King instantly drew his saber. The saber was several hundred feet long and the array formation's powers gathered on it, forming blinding saber flashes that extended thousands of feet. The saber flashes were massive, like towering mountains as they struck at the flying sword that approached. The 7 kills sword streaked through the sky and entered the demonic lair. Qin Yun commanded it with his mind and the flying sword's might increased exponentially. Boom! The earth itself quaked as the surrounding heaven and earth powers condensed sword flashes in response. More than 100 sword flashes fused with the flying sword, turning into a blinding sword flash that resembled a swimming dragon. Compared to Azure Wing Demon King's domineering and mighty saber flashes, Qin Yun's flying sword beam was more restrained. At the instant the two parties clashed, the 1,000-foot-long saber flash shattered instantly, revealing the battle saber's true form. Azure Wing Demon King was sent flying thousands of feet back after being struck by the immense momentum. He crashed into a mountain peak behind him, causing the mountain to rumble. Parts of it even collapsed. Put! Azure Wing Demon King vomited a mouthful of blood as his eyes filled with shock and fear. I have the array formations augmenting me. Why can't I block his attacks? Azure Wing Demon King found it unbelievable. However, he clearly felt the immense might contained in the flying sword that overwhelmed him during the clash from before. Boom! The dragon-like sword beam had already entered the demonic lair. Although it was obstructed by layers of array formations, Qin Yun was forcibly cracking it with overwhelming strength. The array formations were unable to veer Qin Yun's flying sword and were barely able to even impede it, weakening it by 20 to 30%. It was very easy for an array formation to weaken momentum. For example, a flying sword's strength would naturally reduce while underwater due to the impediment of the water. By the same logic, an array formation might not be able to completely ward off an attack, but it could impede the flying sword and reduce its strength. But Azure Wing Demon King was still unable to withstand the strike even after it was weakened by 20 to 30%. It's coming! Azure Wing Demon King held his battle saber as his yellow pupils filled with madness. With his many array formations augmenting him, he proceeded forward maniacally to receive the attack. It's impossible for existences at the paramount realm to kill me when I'm inside the array formations. Impossible. Azure Wing Demon King swung his saber with all his might to receive the strike. The saber flash was so mighty that even the remnant blasts injured many lesser demons. However, Azure Wing Demon King no longer cared about them. Flee for your lives. Quick, dodge. The lesser demons scattered amid the chaos. They tried to hide as far away as they could. The remnant blasts from a battle at that level could annihilate them easily. The massive Azure Wing Demon King that stood hundreds of feet tall brandished his saber with all his strength, but it appeared clumsy and laughable in front of the blinding dragon-like sword flash. Boom! Boom! The flying sword beam continued its relentless assault. Azure Wing Demon King brandished his battle saber twice consecutively, but the sword beam was too fast and unpredictable the third time. Azure Wing Demon King's saber missed, allowing the sword beam to instantly penetrate his body. Azure Wing Demon King immediately cried out in pain. He cultivated in a fiend body, so he naturally had tenacious vital strength. This flying sword is too fast. It's very demanding for me to stop it. I can block it twice, but I can't block it a third time. Azure Wing Demon King felt a horrific unease. Qin Yun's flying sword was far more esoteric than Azure Wing Demon King's means. Now, with the purplish golden core dermic powers, it was just as profound but also much faster and stronger. the difficulty needed to fend off its attack had naturally risen. The reason why he could even block it twice was that the array formations had affected its speed. Swoosh! The sword beam tore through Azure Wing Demon King's back and curved a distance away before it came back for another strike. I can't allow this to continue. The wounds on his body healed, but Azure Wing Demon King was horrified. A few more strikes and I'm dead. Flee. So, as Azure Wing Demon King controlled the array formation to block the attack with all his might, he flapped his wings and rapidly tore through the sky. His flying arts were extremely impressive. He's escaping. Azure Wing Demon King is escaping. The Black Turtle Palace cultivators watching from afar were astounded. They saw a massive figure fly out and its massive azure-colored wings blocked out the mountain. With a reverberation, it tore through the sky and transformed into a dot across the distant horizons. He fled and abandoned his lair? He didn't even care about the lair's array formations. Clearly, the array formations could not withstand Qin Yun. How is it possible? Azure Wing Demon King cannot be killed by someone at the Paramount Realm when he's protected by his lair's array formations. However, Qin Yun's flying sword flew right in and, with a few strikes, sent Azure Wing Demon King fleeing? The Black Turtle Palace cultivators were stupefied. Many cultivators even had a thought rise up in their minds. Existences at the Paramount Realm can't do that. Could Qin Yun no longer be at the Paramount Realm? The spectators were shocked. Qin Yun showed no mercy. Do you think you can escape? With a thought from Qin Yun, a sword beam that resembled a swimming dragon bolted into the sky and tore through the sky in pursuit. Sword immortals were capable of destroying all Dharma with a single sword. They were best at attacking. The flying sword's speed itself was a very important aspect. It also had a long range, and even if a sword immortal remained still, the flying sword could pursue hundreds of kilometers, resulting in the tremendous awe a sword immortal inspired. To compete in speed with Qin Yun's flying sword? There were only a handful of beings in the world capable of doing so, and that list clearly did not include Azure Wing Demon King. No good, it's chasing up to me. Azure Wing Demon King turned his head and saw the sword beam already behind him. Without his lair's array formation impeding it, the flying sword's might was more obvious. It was stronger, faster, more ferocious, and more unpredictable. Azure Wing Demon King did not have any confidence in blocking it. This made him feel a sense of despair. I, Azure Wing, have reigned for 1,000 years. Am I going to die at Qin Yun's hand today? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219. Chapter 219, He must have stepped into the Tao. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Azure Wing Demon King suddenly halted in midair and instantly turned, brandishing his saber. A saber flash filled with bloodlust hummed as it blocked the flying sword. Master, save me! Save me! Azure Wing Demon King contacted his master through his transmission treasure. His master was a fiend celestial from the Boar ancestral sect. Save you? Where are you? Inquired the fiend celestial. I'm at Azure Wing Gorge, replied Azure Wing Demon King anxiously. Who is capable of killing you at Azure Wing Gorge? It's Qin Yun. Sword Immortal Qin is extremely powerful. I can't even defend against him inside of my array formations. He must have stepped into the Tao. He has entered the Tao. Azure Wing Demon King replied with a voice transmission hysterically. Qin Yun has stepped into the Tao? His master was alarmed. Are you sure? Boom! Azure Wing Demon King already found it difficult to fend off the flying sword under the augmentation of his array formations. Now, with the flying sword attacking him outside, it was much faster, more unpredictable, and profounder than before. Azure Wing Demon King's frantic strike from his saber missed completely. A reverberating hum followed as the 7 kills sword directly tore through Azure Wing Demon King's chest, ripping open a gigantic bloody hole. His bones and flesh were instantly pulverized. Thankfully, I moved my heart away. Azure Wing Demon King was still reeling in fear. Boom! The 7 kills sword brushed across him once more, cleaving apart half of Azure Wing Demon King's body. A portion of his flesh was ground into nothingness, but soon, flesh and bone began to rapidly grow from his wounds, healing them. Although Azure Wing Demon King had moved his vital heart elsewhere to avoid the strikes, his life force was being depleted rapidly. He knew that he would die from having his life force completely drained after a few more strikes. Qin Yun, spare me. Spare me and I'll tell you a huge secret. Azure Wing Demon King sent the 7 kills sword a voice transmission. As the attacks were coming in fast and furious, he had no time to vocalize it slowly. What's the secret? The 7 kills sword halted by the side. A treasure, a mysterious treasure, said Azure Wing Demon King with a voice transmission. It's definitely not inferior to a first-grade Dharma treasure. It might even match a transcendent-grade Dharma treasure. Speak. The dharmic powers contained within the 7 kills sword sent Qin Yun's voice transmission. You have to swear on your parents' and wife's lives that you will not harm me at all and let me off if I tell you, said Azure Wing Demon King with a frantic voice transmission. I'll tell you only after you make that vow. If not, I'll take it to my grave and that treasure will remain something you'll never be able to find. Boom! The 7 kills sword transformed into a dragon-like beam that flashed past Azure Wing Demon King's body. This time, other sword flashes also inundated Azure Wing Demon King, shredding the heart he was carefully protecting. There was no other way for it to happen. The flying sword beam that Qin Yun cast was too large. It was a beam formed from hundreds of sword flashes and it was 100 feet wide. There was nowhere for Azure Wing Demon King to hide his heart. No, Azure Wing Demon King stared with widened eyes as his heart was shattered. Does he not care about treasure at all? Azure Wing Demon King only knew that the jade bottle was odd, but, in order to survive, he claimed that it was a first-grade Dharma treasure or a transcendent-grade Dharma treasure. You want me to swear on my family's lives? Qin Yun burned with killing intent. Azure Wing Demon King's body began returning to its true form. It was a gigantic mantis demon. Standing on the boat, Qin Yun, Xiao, and Ao looked into the distant horizon. As they watched the mountain-like mantis corpse plummet to the ground, they felt a mix of emotions. This is the first great fiendish demon at the intent domain realm that I have killed, thought Qin Yun. Previously, he had killed Temple Lord Rui and Valley Lord Windheart, but they were only ordinary great fiendish demons. Apart from having weaker strength and life preservation means, Azure Wing Demon King was a fiendish demon at the same level as 9 Mountain Island Lord. He was one of the higher-ranking ones among the Boar ancestral sect's great fiendish demons. Great, said Xiao. You did a great job killing him. Brother Yun, I wanted to kill this great fiendish demon after seeing how countless people and their families suffered under him. Unfortunately, I lack the strength. Qin Yun, you are indeed a lot stronger than me, said Ao with a smile. And on the other side. In midair, the Black Turtle Palace cultivators were completely dumbfounded. The massive mantis corpse left them in a daze. That Azure Wing Demon King has finally died? There were even cultivators that teared up. He's finally dead. The day of his death has actually come. I always thought there would never be a chance for revenge. The darn Azure Wing Demon King is finally dead. It's great that he's dead. This Qin Yun is way too powerful. Azure Wing Demon King had wreaked havoc for more than 1,000 years in the surrounding counties. Many of the local cultivators had feuds with him. However, they saw no hope and had long abandoned the thought of seeking revenge. Impressive. Sword Immortal Qin cracked the array formation with overwhelming force. His flying sword barged through the array formation and caused Azure Wing Demon King to flee in panic. And before he could escape too far, he was rapidly slain by the flying sword, said the goateed man wistfully. With that strength, does it mean he has really stepped into the Tao? The Inspector Heavenly Alliance's heaven-inspecting mirror was constantly monitoring the world, so the battle in the skies above the Cloud Prefecture's Azure Wing Gorge was naturally detected by it. Oh! Inside the heaven-inspecting mirror's hall, two Taoists responsible for manning the area watched the battle scenes in astonishment. A flying sword barged through the array formation and in 2 or 3 strikes frightened Azure Wing Demon King enough to make him escape. Then he was killed before he could escape far? The two Taoists looked at each other. Azure Wing Demon King is a great fiendish demon at the intent domain realm. He was at an utter disadvantage despite being in his lair. Could Sword Immortal Qin have stepped into the Tao? It was a very ordinary conjecture. Although stepping into the Tao was very difficult, there were people who managed to do so every generation. For example, there was the human reverend from Mahakasayapa Monastery before Qin Yun. There was also the great fiendish demon in the northern lands. Both of them had stepped into the Tao. Instead, cultivating a purplish gold golden core was much more improbable. Of course, there were disparities among those who had stepped into the Tao. Many of those who stepped into the Tao grasped a superficial Tao, and that was relatively weaker. It was even difficult for some of them to condense an essence soul to become immortal. If the Tao they grasped was powerful, it would be easy to become immortal. For example, the Tao Elder Sword grasped was too powerful. If the lineage of sword immortals had a dermic formulation to condense an essence soul, Elder Sword could have rapidly become an immortal with his foundations. Even though he failed to become immortal, he was able to leapfrog a level and kill a fiend celestial with his terrifying Tao. He reached the paramount realm only a few years ago, but he's already stepped into the Tao? Let's quickly report the matter. The two Taoists did not dare hesitate any further. They immediately reported the matter to the upper echelons of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. His Majesty is dead. His Majesty. Many lesser demons in Azure Wing Gorge watched the gigantic mantis corpse plummet. They could not help but reel in shock before they scattered chaotically. They fled frenetically in all directions. Whoosh! A flying sword rapidly returned with the treasures Azure Wing Demon King left behind from a distance away. On the way back, the flying sword disassembled into 7 flying swords. Elder Sword's 7-kill sword could transform into 7 second-grade flying swords. Apart from the sword bringing the treasures back to Qin Yun, the other 6 flying swords swooped down to attack the tens of thousands of demons. They mainly targeted the great demons at the Khanate realm. No good. The flying swords are coming. The 6 flying swords attacked, and many of the once cunning great demons were shuddering in fear. Whoosh! 6 flying swords whistled over. As the array's master was dead, the demon lair's array formations were drastically reduced in strength. The 6 flying swords easily flew past great demons, robbing them of their lives. About 30 seconds later, the 6 flying swords carried a pile of treasures to the boat. Qin Yun stood at the bow and easily stored them away. The 6 flying swords continued circling his wrist before transforming into a bracelet. The 7-kill sword was normally worn as 7 beads. Strange. Among the treasures left behind by Azure Wing Demon King, the most valuable item is a second-grade Dharma treasure. Qin Yun secretly pondered. But before, when he pleaded for mercy, he tried to entice me with the huge secret of a treasure that was not inferior to a first-grade Dharma treasure. It could even be a transcendent-grade Dharma treasure. When the 6 flying swords blasted through his lair, I did not detect any powerful treasures in the vicinity through my flying swords. Xiao, I'm going up to take a look. I'll be back in a while, said Qin Yun to his wife. All right. Xiao was feeling very happy as she beamed. So, Qin Yun transformed into a beam as he shot straight for the demon lair. That sword Immortal Qin is here. Many demons were horrified. However, Qin Yun landed on a mountain, where he observed his surroundings and released his sword intent domain to probe the area. As he strolled around, he flew from one mountain to another, easily visiting more than 10 mountains that surrounded the core area. His sword intent domain reached as far as 1,000 feet, and the shorter mountains were only 1,000 feet tall or so. His sword intent domain could easily scan the major caves. There's nothing. Qin Yun stood on a mountain's peak and frowned slightly. I can't seem to find the powerful treasure that Azure Wing Demon King mentioned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220. Chapter 220, Ownership of the Jade Bottle. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun scanned the surrounding mountain range as his sword intent domain penetrated area after area. I'll tell you only after you make that vow. If not, I'll take it to my grave and that treasure will remain something you'll never be able to find. Qin Yun remembered the words Azure Wing Demon King said before he was killed. Something I will never be able to find? From the looks of it, this treasure is very difficult to find. Qin Yun pondered over the matter. He had searched all the mountains around Azure Wing Demon King's residence but found nothing. Strange, why didn't he carry such a powerful treasure on him? Most cultivators or great demons would carry their most important treasures on them. They ran the risk of having them stolen by placing them anywhere else. Furthermore, he was unable to tell the treasure's grade. Qin Yun was perplexed. If it were an ordinary Dharma treasure, one could easily determine if it was a first-grade or transcendent grade Dharma treasure. Either the treasure is too special, such as the other realm Fiend Celestial's corpse, or it is fraught with danger. He did not dare bring it around with him and hid it instead. If not that, then he only knows a little about the treasure but it is not in his possession. Qin Yun shook his head. And there's another possibility. He deliberately fabricated the story in order to survive. He failed to find it after another round of searching. And from afar, the cultivators from Black Turtle Palace were flying over on a cloud. Forget it, so what if I can't find it? What's most important now is to quickly deal with Nine Mountain Island Lord, thought Qin Yun. Sword Immortal Qin. The group of cultivators from the Black Turtle Palace flew over. All of them looked at Qin Yun with reverential fear. Thank you, Sword Immortal Qin, for ridding our Cloud Prefecture of this great fiendish demon. The cultivators bowed and said politely. Some of the cultivators were filled with excitement and gratefulness. They had vendettas with Azure Wing Demon King. Sorry for leaving the cleaning up to all of you fellow Taoists from the Black Turtle Palace, said Qin Yun with a smile. It's nothing at all. Now that Azure Wing Demon King is dead, the remaining demons are not even worth mentioning. The goateed man waved his hand and said, all of you, hurry and vanquish the lesser demons. These lesser demons were the Azure Wing Demon King's minions and they have tormented humans. There is no need to spare them. Yes. The Khanate realm disciples of the Black Turtle Palace echoed in unison. Apart from the goateed man who was at the Khanate Golden Core realm, the remaining disciples were at the Khanate True Core or False Core. Raiding a demon lair and exterminating the lesser demons was naturally easy. After all, the more powerful demons had been killed by Qin Yun. I have something to tend to. I'll be making a move first, said Qin Yun. With that, he transformed into a beam of light that flew towards the distant boat. The goateed man watched from afar as he sighed secretly. For him to easily kill the Azure Wing Demon King, it probably means Sword Immortal Qin has stepped into the Tao. Out of all the beings, the humans, demons, water race, Sword Immortal Qin is one of the 3 strongest people in the world. But from the looks of it, the Tao he gained insight in isn't considered strong. Qin Yun was considered very ordinary among those who had stepped into the Tao. So, Qin Yun landed on the boat. Brother Yun, what were you investigating when you circled the mountains? Xiao asked curiously. Before Azure Wing Demon King died, he he said he had a powerful treasure. He said he would only tell me about it if I spared his life, replied Qin Yun with a smile. I was using my sword intent domain to search the main areas he stayed and cultivated in but found nothing. From the looks of it, he might have been fabricating the treasure in order to survive. Xiao nodded. Powerful treasures are usually carried on one's person. How many people would leave them elsewhere? It was probably a lie. Shui was more and more satisfied with Qin Yun as she looked at him. Her son-in-law's strength made him one of the top 3 in the world. Although immortals and fiend celestials were more powerful, they did not dare violate the heavenly rules. She was very pleased and relieved that her daughter had found such a husband. Xiao, mother, I'll be returning to Jiang Prefecture, said Qin Yun immediately. My strength has been exposed and the Inspector Heavenly Alliance likely knows of it already. It will also spread among the fiendish demons, but that will take time. Furthermore, some fiendish demons might not abandon their lairs just yet. I want to rush to Jiang Prefecture's 9 Mountain Island as soon as possible and attempt to slay 9 Mountain Island Lord. Although he was aware that he only had a 10 or 20% chance of killing 9 Mountain Island Lord, he still wanted to try. He hoped that 9 Mountain Island Lord had yet to flee. Leave quickly. Dealing with 9 Mountain Island Lord is of utmost importance, said Xiao. Qin Yun, with your flying arts, you should reach 9 Mountain Island in an hour. Perhaps 9 Mountain Island Lord is still in his lair. Shui nodded. All right. Qin Yun nodded and immediately streaked through the sky in the form of a beam. He headed east, straight for Jiang Prefecture. Shui and Xiao looked up to watch him depart. I hope Brother Yun can kill that 9 Mountain Island Lord, muttered Xiao. The death of Brother Yun's sister has always left a mental scar on him. And it was all because of 9 Mountain Island Lord. I heard that 9 Mountain Island Lord is a massive mountain and his body's strength matches that of the Paramount Realm. The outcome of Qin Yun attempting to kill 9 Mountain Island Lord while he is in his lair could go either way, said Shui. The goateed man flew into a depression in the mountains. The massive mantis corpse was there. Here lies the great azure-winged demon king, dead. Awesome. The goateed man laughed as he looked at the corpse, especially the mantis demon's sharp gigantic saber arms. Sword Immortal Qin sure doesn't bother with a lot of things. He abandoned such a huge fiendish demon corpse. This is a demon that cultivated in a fiend body. Its body makes for very rare materials. If these saber arms are harvested, they can be easily refined into a 4th or 5th grade Dharma treasure. Even the body itself makes for good materials for the refinement of pills and weapons. The ordinary demon corpses could be ignored. But with more powerful demons, especially those that cultivated a fiend body, meaning that they had spent immense resources to cultivate their bodies were extremely precious. Kill! Kill! Quickly run! Countless demons were fleeing the mountains. The Black Turtle Palace disciples showed no mercy as they slaughtered them. The Black Turtle Palace called this prefecture their home, after all. They had seen too many incidents of these demons wreaking havoc. Many humans had died under their hands. Now, they naturally showed no mercy when killing them. However, demons had all sorts of tricks and means at their disposal. Some could burrow into the ground, fly into the sky, or swim. 10 minutes later, about 10% of the lesser demons finally escaped while the rest were completely annihilated. After the wipeout, the Black Turtle Palace disciples began to carefully probe the demon lair in search of treasures. They received large amounts of treasures if they succeeded in ridding a place of evil. And according to the rules, the treasures they obtained in the demon lair were theirs for the keeping. Junior brother Xiao, you go that side while I search this area, said a middle-aged Taoist. All right. Another young Khanate false core Taoist nodded with a smile. They naturally needed to search the entire demon lair. After all, cultivation required treasures and resources. The middle-aged Taoist followed a path on the mountainside and quickly entered a somewhat hidden cave. Oh. The middle-aged Taoist looked at the cave and carefully searched the area. There's nothing at all? He immediately turned to leave. In here. In here. A sharp voice rang in his mind. The middle-aged Taoist was alarmed. Who's there? 30 feet in front of you, dig about 10 feet deep and you will be able to see me, said the sharp voice. Oh. The middle-aged Taoist frowned. He looked to be middle-aged, but he was at the Kane true core realm and had cultivated for more than 2 centuries. He had survived long enough to not be dumb. Let me take a look. Although he cultivated in the physical establishing sage, he sent his dermic powers surging out to condense a gigantic palm in midair. Boom! The dermic-powered palm dug up the rocky ground and soon excavated a dry pool at the bottom where there sat a green jade bottle. The green jade bottle flickered with a halo. You are this bottle? The middle-aged Taoist was puzzled. I'm this treasure bottle's item spirit. I was severely damaged in ancient times, said the jade bottle with a voice transmission. Item spirit? The middle-aged Taoist was shocked. Treasures that could produce an item spirit were numinous treasures. He immediately trickled some of his dermic powers into the bottle but found it to be empty. He found it difficult to probe. The jade bottle continued, You are still too weak. There's no way you can control me. However, I can aid your cultivation. You are currently at the Kane true core realm. I can guarantee you that you can attain the golden core realm in 3 years. In the future, there is even some chance of you condensing an essence soul to become immortal. What? Attain the golden core in 3 years? The middle-aged Taoist was immediately moved. He could only live for 300 years and he was already 200 years old, an age considered ordinary among the Kane true core realm disciples in the Black Turtle Palace. He did not even become an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. He had no hopes of reaching the Golden Core realm with his current potential. At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist made the decision. This treasure bottle is solely the opportunity of me, Yushichi. I cannot let anyone else know about it. Inside the bottle, the spirit thought to itself. Humans. As long as they have desires, they will ultimately be obediently used by me. The existence inside the bottle was secretly delighted. That sword immortal from before was truly powerful. Even the array formation's impediment could not prevent him from killing that mantis demon. If the mantis demon had aided me for another 10 years, I'd have definitely been able to escape this bottle and regain my freedom. I have to be a little patient and properly nurture this human cultivator. I'll give him some benefits first before I slowly manipulate him into doing my bidding. Moments later. The middle-aged Taoist held a jade bottle the size of a finger under his clothes. He walked out of the cave with a smile. Senior brother, you look like you are in a good mood. Did you find some treasure? A Black Turtle Palace disciple walked over and said with a smile. Only an 8th grade Dharma treasure, replied the middle-aged Taoist with a smile. Junior brother Xiao, how was it for you? I'm not that lucky. I returned empty-handed. There weren't any treasures, said the Black Turtle Palace disciple with a shake of the head. Let's go. Let's see if there's anything else elsewhere, suggested the middle-aged Taoist. The duo walked out alongside each other. Like many other Black Turtle Palace disciples, they continued wiping clean the demon lair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221. Chapter 221, A World in Upheaval. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun had killed Cloud Prefecture's great fiendish demon, Azure Wing Demon King, who had dominated Azure Wing Gorge for more than 1,000 years. This news spread at an astonishing speed, quickly making its way to all 19 prefectures of the world. It even reached the northern lands and the 4 seas. Humans, fiendish demons, water race, experts from various factions were shocked when they learned the news. Many great fiendish demons were horrified. Humans had only one existence that had stepped into the Tao in the present era. He was the monk, Sacred Reverend Darvana from Mahakasayapa Monastery. However, he was only good at close combat. His flying arts were far inferior to a flying sword. Secondly, Sacred Reverend Darvana had entered perpetual seclusion in a dedicated bid to enter the Arhat realm to attain immortality. Qin Yun was different. He was a sword immortal and there was no hope for him to gain immortality. In addition, he showed no mercy to fiendish demons. He would even go as far as pursuing them to their deaths. Run! Leave quickly! In many parts of the world, great fiendish demons did not hesitate to take their treasures with them as they abandoned their lairs. Younglings, I will be returning to the sacred palace for cultivation from this day forth. All of you should disperse. That sword immortal Qin might storm this area, and when he doesn't find me, he could wipe out all of you in passing. Take off, all of you. A great fiendish demon informed the demons under him before riding a black wind to head straight for Snow Prefecture's Golden Royal Palace. The Golden Royal Palace sounded lofty and orthodox, but it belonged to one of the 9 lineage fiendish demons. The birth of a sword immortal that had stepped into the Tao influenced the world greatly. Especially because this sword immortal that had stepped into the Tao was one who would pursue great fiendish demons everywhere in the world. There were crazy sword immortals that had stepped into the Tao previously in history. For example, Elder Sword was one of those that was rather crazy. He had even stormed several sects and fiendish demon factions to rob them of their manuals. However, Qin Yun's ruthlessness was solely aimed at great fiendish demons. He showed them no mercy. The hands of these great fiendish demons were stained with the blood of the countless humans they terrorized. Qin Yun would not show any mercy once he had the chance to kill them. Nicely done of Qin Yun. Qin Prefecture, Imperial Capital. Inside the Royal Palace. Human Emperor was leisurely drawing in a pavilion as he listened to the head eunuch's report. He could not help but smile and praise him. Since he is capable of such feats, he must have stepped into the Tao. He did take a few moves to kill Azure Wing Demon King, so it is unlikely that his Tao is very powerful. However, fiendish demons in the Paramount Realm are probably all reeling in fear. There are only so many great fiendish demons in the Paramount Realm. And only a few of those are on land. From this day forth, all great fiendish demons below the Paramount Realm might be returning to their sects to hide. In that case, the lesser demons would no longer have someone to rely on. They can only scatter and hide. The commoners would lead much better lives. Human Emperor felt wistful. Although this Qin Yun will incur the hate of many great fiendish demons upon himself and his family, he has benefited all the commoners in the world. Human Emperor was the absolute leader of the God-fiend lineage. He ruled over the entire world and was recognized by all as one of the most terrifying existences in the world. But Human Emperor appeared ordinary at that moment. He lacked might and appeared mortal. It is the good fortune of countless commoners that Qin Yun shows no mercy to fiendish demons, said the head eunuch with a smile. He has stepped into the Tao and is willing to lose all decorum with fiendish demons. He even crazily pursues fiendish demons to kill them. He's unafraid of any backlash. This only occurs occasionally in history, said Human Emperor. Every time such a person appears, it benefits the commoners. For several centuries, human commoners lead good lives. In fact, I would like to do so too, but there are heavenly rules I have to abide by. I'm unable to directly interfere in these matters. How wise of your majesty. Before the dynasty was established, the northern demon horde would frequently invade the central plains to wreak havoc. And now, our great Chang Empire has completely fended off the northern demon horde. Your Majesty's merits are limitless, said the head eunuch immediately. Ha, Afu, all you know is to say something pleasing to the ears, commented Human Emperor. Regardless, Qin Yun's actions will indeed lead to the saving of countless commoners. He will have great merits conferred on him by the heavens. Unfortunately, the sword immortal lineage doesn't have a way to condense an essence soul. If there was, with his talent, he would definitely become an immortal. The head eunuch said with a smile, for the sake of countless mortals, perhaps the inability for sword immortal Qin to become immortal is for the best. That's true. Human Emperor nodded slightly. Him not becoming immortal, it is indeed better for mortals. Becoming immortal meant being restrained by the heavenly rules. Across the world, great fiendish demons fled. There were too few fiendish demons at the paramount realm, and most of them were water fiendish demons. There were only 7 continental paramount realm great fiendish demons. Among the 7, 3 of them kept low profiles and cultivated in secret. The other 4 arrogantly occupied an area and made themselves hegemons, kings, or patriarchs. Countless demons subordinated themselves under them. Even these 4 were somewhat troubled. They might be safe their lairs, but did that mean they would have to hide in their lairs forever? Therefore, 2 out of the 4 fiendish demons fled back to their sections. Instantly. It was very rare to see even one true great fiendish demon in the world. Benefiting countless commoners augmented one with tremendous merit. If one could see the light bestowed by providence or merit, they would be able to see it rise and shine brightly on Qin Yun. Furthermore, it would constantly grow with time. The longer he lived, the more he benefited the commoners. The accrued merit he had would naturally increase. 9 Mountain Island. Qin Yun was rushing east at the fastest possible speed with his beam transformation art. Light from providence, merit, ... Qin Yun did not pay much attention to those. After all, strength was key. His strength was destined to make him reign supreme throughout the world. As for creating a dermic formulation to condense an essence soul, the difficulty was too high. It was more difficult than perfecting the divine firmament lightning dharma like ancestral master Zhang did in the past. Not a single sword immortal in history had succeeded in doing so. He could do as he pleased regardless of the amount of merit. Those fiendish demons that inflicted misery on humans had to die. From Qin Yun's point of view, why couldn't humans and demons live peacefully? The Sky Demon Palace was a representative of the demon faction. Didn't it coexist with humans perfectly fine? Wasn't it the same with the Four Seas dragon race? Among the populace, there were demons such as the dog demon, Xian Bao, that was willing to give up his life for his owner. There were humans and demons who fell in love and had children. Humans and demons could definitely coexist peacefully. So why did some fiendish demons like to eat humans and treat humans no different from beasts? In those cases, they had to be killed. All those fiendish demons would be wiped out. Fiendish demons had fiend celestials backing them. If they were other realm fiend celestials? That resulted in humans having to ally with the Four Seas dragon race and Sky Demon Palace to deal with them. Regardless, he would put in his best. How much strength he possessed would imply what he could do. Jiang Prefecture, Cloud Prefecture. On 9 Mountain Island. In a deep and dark cavern on the island, there was a chamber for seclusion. 9 Mountain, you must quickly return. That Qin Yun has a vendetta against you. He will definitely not spare you. Although your life preservation methods are powerful, it's not guaranteed that you can survive Qin Yun's flying sword. Quickly return to Cloudfiend Mountain and cultivate in peace. If you can attain the paramount realm, with you having a mountain as your true form, there will be nothing you need to fear in the future. Master, let me consider it a little more. The black-robed 9 Mountain Island Lord had a complicated look in his eyes under his blood-colored brows. You are still considering? With Qin Yun's flying arts, it wouldn't take long for him to arrive from Cloud Prefecture's Azure Wing Gorge. Let me consider it a little more. 9 Mountain Island Lord cut the transmission. He sat cross-legged in silence. He took out a fiend celestial figurine that had dozens of arms and faces on both sides. My true body is a towering mountain. This makes me extremely powerful early on, but eventually, it becomes tougher to cultivate. Anything I learn is learned slowly, and any cogitation is slow as well. According to the other realm Fiend Celestial, it's because I'm a mountain. Mountains are meant to be extremely calm. Cultivation would naturally be extremely slow. Nine Mountain Island Lord thought to himself. This towering mountain shackles me. Do I really have to free myself from these shackles? Do I have to abandon my true mountain body? I thought I still had time and did not need to rush it. Who knew that Qin Yun would make a breakthrough so quickly? Forget it. After cultivating arduously, I feel that there's no chance for me to reach the paramount realm. In that case, I might as well risk it. Nine Mountain Island Lord looked at the Fiend Celestial figurine in his hand. Buzz. He activated the Fiend Celestial figurine. Boom. The space behind the Fiend Celestial figurine distorted as a rift opened up. Through the rift in the void, he could barely see a portion of the other realm Fiend Celestial's head. Nine Mountain, said the other realm Fiend Celestial. Is there something you need? Fiend Celestial, I agree to whatever you said previously. Nine Mountain Island nodded. I will abandon my true body and offer my body to you. However, you have to give me a new body as you previously promised me. Ha ha ha, the other realm Fiend Celestial guffawed. His mouth opened wide, revealing the teeth that appeared as indestructible as Dharma treasures. Very good. A mountain body does have its advantages, but it also has its flaws. It's too slow to cultivate with one. An excellent body allows for easier cultivation. Your cultivation is only slow because it is restricted by your body despite you having high comprehension ability. I will give you a possession spell too. The body is born out of the Sanguine Sea Fiend embryo. During the gestation period, I will wipe its intelligence, making it a body of pure flesh that lacks a soul. There will be no danger in possessing it. Your cultivation in the Fiend Celestial lineage dermic formulations will progress at breakneck speeds, said the other realm Fiend Celestial. Whoosh. Following that, a weak body wrapped in black light forcibly penetrated the void's obstruction. Thankfully, it was the weakest and smallest body that had not yet cultivated. The price of letting it tunnel through the void was something the other realm Fiend Celestial could afford. The black-robed Nine Mountain Island Lord looked at the black light dissipate. In front of him was an infant's body. I'll abandon my mountain body and take the risk. I will have memories of my cultivation realms, so I believe I can regain my strength very quickly. Nine Mountain Island Lord looked at the baby as he thought to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222. Chapter 222, Descent. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Boom. Qin Yun entered the Zhang Prefecture's Wushu County in the form of a beam. I'm almost there. Qin Yun looked down. The vast, shimmering cloud lake was already underneath him. In it lived members of the water race. Humans could coexist with the water race living in the lake as long as they did not harm humanity. Although the cloud lake was expansive, at Qin Yun's flying speed it only took him a few seconds to reach a point where he could see Nine Mountain Island. In another blink of an eye, he was already hovering above Nine Mountain Island. Oh! Qin Yun stopped in midair and looked at the Nine Mountain Island beneath him. It was silent. Even the array formation is gone? Qin Yun landed on the soft wild grass of the island. There were numerous caves on the island since it was a place where a large number of demons lived. Nine Mountain Island was far more imposing than Azure Wing Gorge. He really fled. Even the lesser demons are gone. No one is left. After condensing the purplish gold golden core, he experienced growth in his soul again, making it stronger. Now, Qin Yun could sense the surrounding 30 kilometers through his intrinsic flying sword. His flying sword could also kill enemies up to 500 kilometers out. Without the 9 mountain island array formations obstruction, his psyche reached everywhere. There were no demons or treasures at all on the island. Qin Yun turned to look at the vast lake. There were boats on the lake filled with lesser demons paddling with all their strength. There were also lesser demons swimming, as well as avian demons flying away. Obviously, these lesser demons were the slowest of those on 9 Mountain Island. So, Qin Yun flashed, transforming into a stream of light before landing on the bow of one of the boats. The demons on the boat were so shocked they jumped into the lake. As they abandoned the boat so quickly, water splashed, leaving Qin Yun a little taken aback. You. Qin Yun looked at one of the demons that had abandoned the boat. His sword intent domain restrained him instantly. He was a cat demon and half his body had entered the water, but, due to the sword intent domain's restraint, he could not move up or down. He was fixed in place. Esteemed immortal, spare me. Spare me, please. Pleaded the cat demon immediately. Where's 9 Mountain Island Lord? Asked Qin Yun. Island Lord said that he's returning to Cloudfiend Mountain. He said that Sword Immortal Qin Yun will be coming and wanted us to disperse. Many great demons have also fled, said the cat demon immediately. Qin Yun nodded. It was truly as he expected. 9 Mountain Island Lord's life preservation was immensely strong, yet he was not deluded into thinking he stood a chance. He decided to disband the entire 9 Mountain Island and fled. It was said that 9 Mountain Island was 9 Mountain Island Lord's birthplace since his true body was the island's mountain. Even so, he was rather decisive in leaving a place as important as his birth home. Phew! Qin Yun departed as he transformed into a stream of light that streaked across the sky. Palatial Lord Essence Charm. Qin Yun contacted Palatial Lord Essence Charm through his Inspect Heavenly token. 9 Mountain Island Lord has fled his island. The demons on the island have scattered. The Jiang Prefecture can now pursue the demons. Ha ha ha, we have already begun mustering the troops. There is not a single great fiendish demon in Jiang Prefecture currently. We will meet zero resistance. We naturally have to eliminate the demons as soon as possible. Palatial Lord Essence Charm was very happy as well. I have to thank you, fellow Taoist Qin. This isn't only happening in our Jiang Prefecture, all 19 prefectures in the world will experience great changes because of this. Taoist Qin, you have really gained boundless beneficence. Unfortunately, those great fiendish demons are very crafty. They immediately flee the moment they see the situation turn against them, said Qin Yun. Fiendish demons had longer lifespans than humans. 5 centuries later, these great fiendish demons that had hidden away would mostly still be alive. They could very well reappear to plunge humanity into misery. As long as Taoist Qin is around, the great fiendish demons will have to hide. Palatial Lord Essence Charm said with a smile. In the coming centuries, the commoners will live much better lives. And with your talent, you might even be able to create a dermic formulation that allows the Sword Immortal lineage to condense an essence soul. Palatial Lord Essence Charm was in an extremely good mood. In recent years, the Scenic Mountain sect had obtained the sect's long-lost cornerstone manuals from Scenic Yang Immortal Abode. Now all they needed was time to develop the techniques. And with all the great fiendish demons in Jiang Prefecture fleeing, all that was left were lesser demons of no consequence. With that, the Jiang Prefecture's population would soar in the next few centuries. The Scenic Mountains sect could use this growth to recruit more excellent disciples. The next few centuries would be a time for the Scenic Mountains sect to rapidly grow. Everything was perfectly aligned. The Scenic Mountains sect naturally wished to see such a situation. Even the last token of the Scenic Yang Immortal Abode, the thing that triggered this happy period, had been produced by Qin Yun. To the scenic mountain sect, Qin Yun was their lucky star. Deep in a desolate mountain of the Qin prefecture, there was an array formation set up. An infant sat cross-legged there, cultivating. The surface of his body was swirling with a fiendish aura. With time, the infant began to grow up. Soon, he became a youth. He wore black and also had blood-colored brows. Phew! The youth opened his eyes. This body is indeed innately suitable to cultivate the fiend celestial dermic formulations. It's extremely easy to cultivate now. Also, since I have prepared sufficient treasures and retained the knowledge of my previous realms, it took me just 3 days to return to the Khanate realm. It's true, the other realm fiend celestial did not lie to me. That's right. He still needs my true body from before. Why would he dare lie to me? If he does try to pull anything, I'd rather destroy my true body and lead us to an internecine outcome. The youth looked at a mountain suffusing fiendish aura inside the array formation. That was his previous true body. If not for the other realm fiend celestial, he would not have learned such an intricate possession spell. Swoosh! The youth took out the fiend celestial figurine from his cosmic bag. Buzz! The fiend celestial figurine immediately resonated with distant space. With a rumble, a rift began to appear in the void. The gigantic fiend celestial head was watching through the rift. Ha, you have already returned to the Khanate realm? That body I gave you isn't bad, right? Said the other realm fiend celestial. Indeed, I can feel that my soul is a lot emptier. Cultivation comprehension is more than 100 times faster, said Nine Mountain Island Lord with a nod. Your mountain body from before made your cultivation much slower than that of ordinary demons. And this sanguine sea fiend embryo makes cultivating much faster than ordinary demons. Due to this, your cultivation speed will far exceed what it was in the past, said the other realm fiend celestial. It's a common saying that humans cultivate quickly. Now, you are probably no longer inferior to the humans. I do have to warn you that, although you have possessed this new body, your soul has not changed. Qin Yun, who wants you dead, can instantly discover your soul's aura when he sees you. You have to be careful while you are still weak. Do not be discovered by him. I understand. Nine Mountain Island Lord nodded. Powerful demons and cultivators had various means to change their looks. Only the soul's aura could truly determine one's identity. This body is now yours, Fiend Celestial. I'll be leaving first. Once Nine Mountain Island Lord said that, he left the array formation quickly. He fled rather quickly. Was he afraid that I would kill him? Through the void rift, the other realm Fiend Celestial watched Nine Mountain Island Lord escape. It's time. The other realm Fiend Celestial looked at the mountain body. Only when the soul leaves willingly, leaving no resistance, can I successfully descend. It sure wasn't easy. How many years has it taken for a demon possessing a mountain body to appear in this world? He was finally willing to give me this body after I tempted him for so long. Alright, . The other realm Fiend Celestial, who had long prepared for this moment, instantly sent a faint purple light out from his glabella. The purple light traveled through the void rift with great difficulty. It appeared close, but in fact, it was extremely far away. The purple light traversed the void with great difficulty. It was thousands of times harder than his previous sending of the weak infant body. The purple light appeared ordinary, but it was in fact the vital essence of the other realm Fiend Celestial after he abandoned his body. As for tunneling through the void with a body? It was something impossible for the other realm Fiend Celestial even if he made every sacrifice possible. After the purple light entered the world rumbled as lightning clouds gathered. Such an existence would receive punishment from heavens the moment it descended. However, just as the purple light entered the world, it immediately bore into the mountain that was suffusing fiendish auras. Although the lightning clouds had gathered in the sky, they quickly stopped and after some time they dispersed altogether. The purple light entered the mountain and rapidly took it over. After all, the original soul had departed of its own will. There was no resistance at all. This mountain body has long reached the level of the intent domain realm. Although this is my first descent, I can rapidly recover most of my strength. With a whoosh, the mountain transformed into a purple-robed youth. He smiled. Excellent. I entered this world with all my memories intact. I wonder how many fiend celestials will envy me. No one can recognize my aura. Even 9 Mountain Island Lord would not recognize me. I have to give myself a name, a human name. The purple-robed youth pondered and recalled the human that had worshipped and communicated with him tens of thousands of years ago. It left a deep impression on him. All right, from this day forth, my name is Xiao. Ha ha. Xiao. Xiao. The purple-robed youth stepped out with big strides. He traversed more than 1,000 feet with each step. That night, he left the mountain and entered the human world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223. Chapter 223, Time. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. When Qin Yun was young, he felt that time passed very slowly. Each day seemed to pass as though he was counting his fingers. He looked forward to growing up, becoming an expert of an era, and killing Water God for revenge. But when he truly embarked onto the path of cultivation, Qin Yun felt that time began to pass even faster. One round of sword art cogitation would take half a month. Without him realizing it, several years had passed. Morning. Qin Yun was having his breakfast and eating some pastry. Master. Agui respectfully placed a dossier on the side of his food. Qin Yun nodded and opened the dossier. It contained the latest daily news on humans, demons, and the water race. Fiendish demons are becoming more crafty in the way they handle things. Qin Yun looked at the information and shook his head. They're taking human form to infiltrate us humans, before they secretly commit murder. Master, said Agui immediately. Years ago, demons wreaked havoc openly. They would pillage villages directly, killing and eating people in an unbridled fashion. Now, great fiendish demons do not dare to publicly appear, and the lesser demons have been forced into hiding by cultivators. No matter how bloodthirsty they are, they do not dare act brashly. They occasionally pillage while others transform into humans to infiltrate large family clans, villages, or even cities. There, they secretly kill and eat people. They do not dare attract attention to themselves anymore. Qin Yun nodded. Now, many sects had fiendish demons lurking within them. There could be demons hidden in brothels, whorehouses, escort companies, local gangs, beggars, etc. According to the records, the number of humans that have died due to demons had been reduced by 99%. Agui lauded. This is all because of you, Master. Now, every cultivator in the world looks up to you, Master. Enough, enough. Stop flattering me. Qin Yun smiled. All right, you can take your leave. Yes. Agui retreated respectfully. Agui had been working in the Qin manor for a long time. He was honest and intelligent. Although he was mortal, Qin Yun trusted him with many tasks. After interacting with all sorts of information on a daily basis, Agui had a deep understanding of the fiendish demons. The more he understood, the more impressed he was by Qin Yun. The second young master of yesteryear was now the most famous and best sword immortal in the world. Unknowingly, the tactics of fiendish demons have changed. They do know how to adapt. Qin Yun read the dossier. But in that case, it will become harder to deal with fiendish demons. In the past, he could storm a demon lair once it was discovered, wiping all of them out in the process. But now, fiendish demons had infiltrated the humans. For one thing, there were too few cultivators, and also, not all of them were capable of using Dharma eyes. Even if they had Dharma eyes, most could only discern their surroundings. There was news of demons killing humans everywhere in the world. However, it became rarer for commoners to see demons with their own eyes. Demons went from being blatantly open to discreetly hidden. But these days were a lot better than the past. After having breakfast, Qin Yun leisurely went to the Mirror Lake. As he walked across the water's surface and into the middle of the lake, he extended his hand. He began practicing his swordplay with a sword that appeared in his extended hand. As long as there wasn't anything important to take care of, Qin Yun would spend every morning practicing his swordplay. Hum. 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 While demonstrating his swordplay, the surrounding world would gently reverberate. Furthermore, Qin Yun's every move naturally formed a picturesque scene. Ordinary cultivators would see a picture when they saw Qin Yun's swordplay. It was art such as that of misty rain, pedestrians, or migratory birds. They were the heaven and earth phenomena stemming from his sword arts. After practicing for an hour, Qin Yun put away his sword and stood there. Now, I have grasped 3 paramount realms. The 3 are defense, decimation, and juxtaposition. Qin Yun stood on the lake. If there is the heaven, there is also the earth. Where there is night, there is day. My sword path has defense, as well as decimation. However, they similarly need to fuse together. They are complete opposites, but they rely on each other. That is the juxtaposition paramount realm. With the juxtaposition paramount realm as the bond, the 2 defense and decimation paramount realms will be the foundation. As such, my sword Dao has finally taken embryonic form. I can also faintly see my sword Dao. I just wonder when I can fully perfect it. It's said that gaining insights into the Dao will be a great awakening. The heart becomes clear without any puzzlement. From the looks of it, I still need some time before I can step into the Dao, thought Qin Yun. Speaking of time, he had grasped his defense paramount realm in the winter of his 26th birthday. Now, he was already 34. 7 years had passed. According to the past experiences of sword immortals that grasped sword Dao in history, the heaven-defying ones took only 3 or 4 years to go from paramount realm to stepping into the Dao. Ordinary ones would take about 20 or 30 years. Those that spent more than a century were considered slow. 7 years have passed since I grasped the paramount realm. I wonder how long more it will take before I step into the Dao. Qin Yun looked forward to the day. As for creating a dermic formulation to condense an essence soul himself? If he could not even step into the Dao, what was the point of creating a dermic formulation? If the difficulty of stepping into the Dao was like climbing a tiny building, then creating a dermic formulation to condense an essence soul himself was like ascending into the heavens. Qin Yun walked from the lake to a garden. He cast his senses around the area and discovered a young man and woman eating happily from a street-side stall in Grand Dominant City. Shu Yan, shoving. Come over here. Qin Yun frowned as he bellowed with a voice transmission. When the young man and woman heard the voice ring in their ears, they immediately gave each other wry looks. After that, they obediently returned to Qin Manor. Moments later. Uncle. Qin Shubing and Qin Shuyan stood respectfully in front of Qin Yun. Both of you are already 16. Neither of you are exactly young anymore, Qin Yun said with a frown. According to our Qin family's agreed-upon date with the Hong family, Shu Yan, you will be married in 3 years. Can't you be more enterprising? Qin Yun and Xiao remained childless. He naturally taught his brother Qin An's children with painstaking effort. The many cultivation manuals, treasures, and conditions given to them were even more exaggerated than those used to nurture core disciples of thousand-year-old families. As thousand-year-old family clans had many rules and members, it had to be fair to all. Qin Shubing and Qin Shuyan did not have any competitors, so a large amount of resources were spent on them. It was enough to make even connate cultivators envious. Under such conditions, both of them had knocked open the gate of immortality 2 years ago. As they both idolized Qin Yun, they also practiced in the way of the sword. But in terms of sword arts? Qin Shuyan had barely become one with the sword while Qin Shubing had not even done so. Okay. Qin Shubing and Qin Shuyan nodded obediently. Work harder. Shuyan, Brother Han's daughter is 1 year younger than you, but she's so much better. She has long reached the seamless realm and is already at the perfected 12th level of Qi refinement. She might even step into the Khanate realm by the time of your marriage, said Qin Yun exasperatedly. ORH. Qin Shuyan felt a little vexed. The marriage his uncle had arranged for him was troublesome. His future father-in-law, Hong Lingtong, had recently broken through to the Khanate Golden Core realm. There were 2 Khanate Golden Core experts in Grand Dominance County. One was Qin Yun and the other was Hong Lingtong. As the best sword immortal, Qin Yun's fame was so great that it drowned out the other genius Hong Lingtong's halo, but it did not matter. His future father-in-law was at the Khanate Golden Core realm. It made Qin Shuyan feel a lot of pressure. As for his fiancée, she was also a genius. I have spoken to Brother Cui from Sword Tower, said Qin Yun. You will be going to Sword Tower's 100 Sword Peak to gain experience. You will return whenever you are done with it. Sword Tower? Qin Shuyan's eyes lit up and he was bewildered. Uncle, what is this 100 Sword Peak? It's a test for Sword Tower disciples. If they do not pass 100 Sword Peak, the Sword Tower disciples do not have the right to leave the mountain to vanquish evil, replied Qin Yun. You are too lazy, so it's good that you experience 100 Sword Peak for yourself. Oh. Surprisingly, Qin Shuyan began anticipating it. He had been in Grand Dominance all his life and wished to go out into the world. However, he had been barred from doing so by his uncle. Sword Tower was the best sword cultivation sect. Although Sword Tower would send many excellent disciples to visit Qin Yun annually, wishing for Qin Yun to give them pointers, Qin Shuyan was still very curious about it. Uncle. What about me? Am I going too? Qin Shubing asked immediately. You? Qin Yun pointed at Qin Shubing. You have the nerve to even ask? You are already 16 and you haven't even become one with the sword. I don't even dare to make it public that you are my niece and you were taught personally by me. Qin Shubing immediately nodded obediently. I, Qin Yun, personally taught you, my niece. Yet at 16, you have yet to be one with the sword? Qin Yun shook his head. What a disgrace. Then, when can I go to Sword Tower? Qin Shubing could not help but ask. Whenever you become one with the sword, I'll send you to Sword Tower, said Qin Yun helplessly. It was only one with the sword. All he did was practice ordinary sword arts with his father and a few constables. He had become one with the sword at age 13. He later obtained the sword immortal legacy, but, without a master to advise him, there were many complicated things in the sword immortal legacy which he failed to understand at all. Some of the terminologies in cultivation could be learned instantly if there was a master to go to for advice, but he did not have one. He had to learn everything through trial and error. At 15, he traveled the world and spent most of his time risking his life in combat. Only then did he gain insight into the profundity of the sword immortal legacy. He nearly missed the maximum age limit to knock open the gate of immortality at 19. Xiao came out of seclusion and saw Qin Yun reprimanding his niece and nephew in a distant garden. Sigh. Xiao suddenly felt her heart wince. They had been married for more than 10 years since their time in the immortal abode. Xiao looked down at her belly. It's been 10 years and still nothing. Mom said that I'm a Khanate true core realm cultivator and I have a dragon bloodline. Brother Yun is a Khanate golden core, a purplish gold golden core one at that. His bloodline is equally strong. It will be very difficult to have children. But it has already been a decade. How much longer do have I to wait? Xiao thought to herself as she looked at her belly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224. Chapter 224, Reappearance of the Jade Bottle. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Lu Prefecture. Yonglai County City. Ximen family. The Ximen family was a family clan that was famous throughout all of Lu Prefecture. Its patriarch was a Khanate golden core cultivator from the Taoist sacred land, primordial chaos sect. Naturally, his entire family's standing rose together with his. In Yonglai County, the family wielded absolute power. Every newly appointed county governor would have to first visit the Ximen family. However, the Ximen family had recently plunged into terror. Second master, second master. A servant called for the second master, Ximenjin. Ximenjin was the second son of the Ximen family patriarch, Ximen Feng. As he had reached the Khanate false core realm, he was made the head of the Ximen family. What happened now? Ximenjin shouted helplessly as he looked at the panic-stricken servant. The 3 cultivators we invited are all dead, whispered the servant. What? Taoist Zhong and company are dead? Ximenjin's expression changed drastically. Where are their corpses? In the front yard. The servant led the way. Soon. In a side hall of Ximen Manor's courtyard, there were 3 corpses. Many members of the Ximen family were gathered in the hall. People immediately made way when Ximenjin came in. Taoist Zhong. Ximenjin's expression changed greatly when he saw the 3 corpses. My Ximen family has caused you harm. We caused you harm, Ximenjin said with a pained heart. A female cultivator came over and said, Second master, these 3 corpses and the corpses of our Ximen family's clansmen have identical symptoms. Their flesh and blood have been sucked dry, leaving only bone and skin. Ximenjin nodded slightly. Indeed. The 3 corpses in front of him were devoid of flesh and blood. All that remained was bone and skin. Not a single drop of blood would flow, even if he carved the skin with a knife. In the past 5 days, our Ximen family has seen 100 clansmen die each day. All of them have had their flesh and blood sucked dry. An elder said sullenly. And now, the 3 cultivation experts that came to our aid have also met a tragic end. 2 of them were at the Khanate True Core realm. Our Ximen family does not even have anyone at the Khanate True Core realm. How are we to fend off this murderer? Those that fled the family clan have also had their flesh and blood sucked dry. Those that remain in the family clan are still sucked dry despite the family manor's array formations. Escape means death, remaining also means death. What are we to do now? The upper echelon members of the Ximen family were indeed worried. Second master. They looked at Ximenjin. Ximenjin was similarly vexed. The Ximen family had 3 people at the Khanate false core realm initially. With the array formations left behind by the patriarch, even an entity at the Khanate True Core realm could not intimidate the Ximen family. In a world where people at the Khanate Golden Core realm seldom took action, those at the Khanate True Core realm were typically the greatest experts of a prefecture. The Ximen family was considered very strong, so with its strength, it was not afraid of enemies or fiendish demons. With their patriarch Ximen Feng being a Khanate Golden Core realm expert of the primordial chaos sect, the Ximen family had lived unfettered for the past 100+ years. I have put in a request for Patriarch to come help, but I can't contact him. Ximenjin shook his head. There's no response from Patriarch, and I have also requested help from the primordial chaos sect. I have sought their help every day. But I have no idea when the primordial chaos sect will send help over. Sigh. The family is in danger. Why is there no response from Patriarch? The clansmen were all panicking. Some of them even had the thought that the patriarch had suffered something untoward. However, the patriarch was of eminent standing. He was the pillar of support for the family clan. No one dared to raise the possibility that something had happened to him. Now, Taoist Zhong and company are dead too. Perhaps no other Taoists from the Lu prefecture will dare to come after hearing of this, Shimenjin said with a sigh. Let's wait. Let's wait for people from the primordial chaos sect. We can only suffer and wait in silence. Let's hope they come sooner rather than later. With 100 clansmen being killed a day, it won't take half a month for our Shimen family to be wiped out. The clansmen were all feeling distraught. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful might enveloped the area. Shimenjin. An indifferent voice sounded. The moment Shimenjin heard that, he rushed out of the side hall and looked up. He saw two Taoists on a cloud above the Shimen family. One of the Taoists slung two swords behind his back. He had silver white hair and he looked rather handsome. Signorine. Shimenjin was overjoyed. Primordial Chaos Sect Xin Lihua was a Khanate Golden Core expert. He was ranked in the top 5 and had reached the intent domain realm. In addition, he cultivated in the physical establishing sage. He was capable of fighting existences at the paramount realm in close combat. Whoosh! Yin Lihua flew down with his junior brother in tow. Greetings, Signorine. Shimenjin immediately led his Shimen family clansmen to greet him politely. Have you not found my junior brother Shimen yet? Asked Yin Lihua. Up to 100 Shimen family clansmen died daily these past few days. Yet, there has been no news from Patriarch, said Shimenjin immediately. Nothing? Yin Lihua frowned. Patriarch Shimen was a Khanate Golden Core expert of the Primordial Chaos sect after all. His sudden disappearance, and the inability to communicate with him despite his transmission mark not dissipating, was highly unusual. In addition, up to 100 members of the Shimen family were being killed daily. In light of such a strange situation, the Primordial Chaos sect immediately sent Yin Lihua to investigate the matter. Just today, I invited 3 fellow Taoists from the Lu prefecture to help us. 2 of them were at the Khanate True Core realm, but they were similarly sucked dry of their flesh and blood, and now lay dead, said Shimenjin anxiously. Oh? Bring me there, instructed Yin Lihua. Signorine, please follow me. Shimenjin led the way. Soon, they came into a hall. Yin Lihua led his junior brother to where the 3 corpses were lying on the floor. They were only skin and bones, with not a drop of blood left in their bodies. Senior brother, this matter seems odd. The gray-robed Taoist whispered. All that's left is skin and bones and not one bit of flesh or blood. It resembles the Magi lineage, but sinister Dharma spells are also equally capable of these feats. Yeah. Yin Lihua looked calmly. Ah. Suddenly, a clansman cried out in pain. Yin Lihua and the gray-robed Taoist turned their heads instantly. A clansman was writhing in pain on the ground. His body rapidly withered and in seconds, all his flesh and blood was gone, leaving only skin and bones behind. What? Yin Lihua was alarmed. His intent domain covered 800 feet of his surroundings. The clansman was well within his intent domain. That's what happens. That's how it happens. Shimenjin and company were panic-stricken. Shimenjin added immediately, our Shimen family clansmen die like that. I have seen with my own eyes several who have had their flesh and blood sucked clean out of thin air. All that's left is skin and bones. I just arrived and the murderer kills a Shimen family clansman right under my nose? Was it a deliberate show of force? Yin Lihua's pupils constricted. Shimenjin, said Yin Lihua. Signorine, answered Shimenjin respectfully. From this moment forth, your Shimen family's array formation shall be under my control. Yin Lihua instructed. I want to see who this person lurking in the dark is. How dare he provoke my primordial chaos sect? Yes. Shimanjin nodded immediately. He couldn't wish for anything better than to have such an existence help preside over his family clan. At that moment, in an inn about 5 kilometers away from the Shiman family, a middle-aged man stood in front of the window and looked in the direction of the Shiman family manor. "In Lihua is here," said the middle-aged man softly. "At my present strength, even if I use my fiend celestial lineage methods, I can barely equal him, right? Don't worry. Don't you have me?" A jade bottle said with a voice transmission from the table. "With me aiding you, In Lihua is not your match. As long as you heavily injure In Lihua, the primordial chaos sect will become more careful. The primordial chaos sect currently only has one entity at the paramount realm. They would not let such an existence take any risks unless they were absolutely confident." "All right." The middle-aged man nodded. Shu Prefecture's Sword Tower. The upper echelons of Sword Tower welcomed Qin Yun warmly. "I'll hand this nephew of mine over to you, Brother Chui. Let him suffer at 100 Swords Peak," joked Qin Yun. "Dear Shuyan's talent and perception are pretty good," praised Shui Lianfeng. The other Khanate Golden Core Sword Immortals were very friendly as well. Now, among all the sects in the world, Sword Tower was the closest to the Qin family. Sword Tower always had the hope of making Qin Yun one of theirs. After all, they were all sword immortals and Qin Yun was an itinerant cultivator. Shu Yan. Qin Yun looked at Qin Shu Yan. "Your marriage will be in 3 years. I hope that you are already out of 100 Swords Peak by the time those 3 years are up." "Don't worry, uncle. I'll escape it in a year. Give me a year." Qin Shu Yan was very confident. "Ha, nice ambition." Qin Yun smiled and did not say another word. "All right, everyone. I have matters to tend to and shall take my leave. I'll trouble all of you with this nephew of mine." "Not at all. Our Sword Tower sends disciples to Brother Qin every year and you have guided them seriously. It is us who should be ashamed. Brother Qin, you should send more disciples over to our Sword Tower." All of them were very warm. Sword Tower was the #1 sword cultivation sect in the world. It was extremely difficult to enter Sword Tower as a disciple. Even many rich families could exhaust all their wealth and still fail to have their children enter. As for Qin Shu Yan, his visit was for cultivation. He did not need to take anyone as a master, yet, he made all the Golden Core Sword Immortals treat him genially. In fact, Qin Yun was somewhat envious of this. Back when he roamed the world, he wished that he had a Sword Immortal master to guide him. Phew. Soon, Qin Yun left Sword Tower and transformed into a beam of light that headed northeast. Lu Prefecture. Qin Yun held the Inspect Heavenly token and saw the latest blub. Primordial Chaos Sect's Khanate Golden Core Cultivator, Shiman Feng's family clan has had 100 clansmen die daily for 6 consecutive days. The cultivators that provided their aid have died too. All of them died by having their flesh and blood sucked dry. Primordial Chaos Sect's In Lihua went and ended up seriously injured. It is confirmed that the murderer in question is a mysterious great fiendish demon, one that has never been seen before. A great fiendish demon that even In Lihua is no match for? I'll take a look. Qin Yun cast his beam transformation art and headed straight for Lu Prefecture. His flying sword had not slain a great fiendish demon in a long time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225. Chapter 225, Qin Yun is here. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A beam zoomed through the clouds before plummeting and landing in Lu Prefecture's Yonglai County City with a flash. Inside Yonglai County City. Great fiendish demon? Qin Yun appeared on the streets, but the surrounding passers-by did not notice Qin Yun at all. Using his intrinsic flying sword, Qin Yun instantly sensed 50 kilometers around him. Ever since he condensed a purplish golden core, it had nurtured his soul, strengthening it greatly. But it reached its limit after 3+ years. Now, Qin Yun could sense 50 kilometers around him with the aid of his intrinsic flying sword. If he released his flying sword, he could send it out 1,000 kilometers. It was double what even the legends spoke of, sword immortals releasing their flying swords to kill enemies 500 kilometers away. In fact, the so-called killing of enemies 500 kilometers away was something only typical Khanate Golden Core Paramount Realm sword immortals were capable of. Qin Yun's dermic powers and soul were much stronger, allowing his range to extend. Yanlai County City was slightly smaller than Grand Dominant City. Thus, his perception could naturally envelop the entire city. He could sense that the people in the County Governor Manor and Shiman Manor were hiding like frightened birds. They had their array formations perpetually activated, insulating them from psyche perception. I haven't discovered any great fiendish demons anywhere in the city. Qin Yun shook his head. Even if great fiendish demons converge their aura, their powerful vital forces cannot be concealed unless they have some sort of treasure that insulates them from my psyche perception. Powerful array formations and treasures could insulate an area from psyche perception. However, the Shiman family has up to 100 clansmen dying daily. According to the reports, a Shiman clansman died under Lihua's nose the moment he arrived. That great fiendish demon might be constantly monitoring the Shiman family, thought Qin Yun. He must have some treasure insulating him from psyche perception. If not, he would have long been discovered by the primordial chaos sect. I have to use my sword intent domain to search the area carefully. Qin Yun walked around the city as his sword intent domain spread out to cover 1,000 feet of his surroundings. He could spread it out a radius of 1,000 feet. That was already a very large radius, and to probe an entire city with one sword intent domain was perhaps something only existences at the Paramount Realm were capable of. Qin Yun probed area after area and soon heard a din ahead of him. Young Master Shiman, I beg you. Spare my daughter. Please, spare my daughter. A shrill voice sounded from up ahead. Old bitch, you really have a death wish. Beat her up. A maniacal voice rang out. Qin Yun frowned when he heard it, and quickly took a step which allowed him to traverse more than 1,000 feet. Nearby, there was a colorful robed youth with deranged eyes. He had a huge mole on his face, making him look even uglier. Accompanying him was a group of guards and servants. 2 servants were holding on to an adolescent girl, while another servant was kicking an old woman by the side. Mother! Don't beat my mother! The girl cried. Humph! The youth scoffed. I suggest you come with me without a fuss and your mother will be fine. If not, you know the consequences. Daughter, you cannot leave with him. He has defiled many maidens in the past 2 days. You will be finished if you go, shouted the old woman as she struggled. Stop! An angry shout came from the side. Another white-robed youth grabbed the servant who was beating the old woman. The servant had a hideous expression as he shouted, who dares interfere with the Shiman family's matters? Are you sick of living? You third young master. The servant was shocked. The white-robed youth was enraged when he appeared. He plainly gave a push while the servant immediately turned extremely respectful. Brother. The white-robed youth looked angrily at the colorful-robed youth. That's enough. Ah, my younger brother. Ha, share a drink with me tonight, said the colorful-robed youth with a laugh. What drinks? Quickly release this maiden, said the white-robed youth immediately. Release? Why should I release her? I want her to serve me later. The colorful-robed youth scoffed. Why? Are you trying to meddle in your elder brother's affairs? The white-robed youth said angrily, you have already gone too far in the past 2 days. A group of spectators a distance away were murmuring in whispers. This Shiman Chang is atrocious. He has already defiled dozens of maidens these past 2 days. The city's prettiest maidens and even some beautiful married women have been taken away by him. None of them survived a night. Rumors say that they were tortured badly. They died horrible deaths. I heard the rumors too. A cousin of my neighbor is a servant of the Shiman family. He was in charge of burying the corpses. It was really tragic. What a pity. Even the officials do not dare to interfere in this matter. After all, the county governor has to take into account the Shiman family's standing. Everyone was discussing in whispers. A glint flashed coldly in Qin Yun's eyes when he heard the conversations. A purple token inspector Heavenly Ambassador's family clan did have a lot of influence. However, such large family clans also needed to maintain a good reputation. Even if there was scum in the family, they had to act covertly. They would not dare commit acts of evil openly. "Brother," said the white-robed youth angrily. "The elders are busy dealing with external threats. When they are done, they will definitely not spare you for the atrocities you've committed." "Spare me? Ha ha ha," the colorful robed youth scoffed. "You are talking about sparing me? So many of our clansmen are dead, with up to 100 deaths a day. Speaking of which, there will be clansmen dying today too, isn't that so? Perhaps you and I will die today. In that case, we might as well enjoy ourselves. Previously, father reined me in. Grandfather was reining me in as well. Now, they no longer have the time or energy to watch me. He, I have taken all the girls that have caught my eye to serve me at my residence. If I die, they will all die with me." Ha! The colorful robed youth was on the brink of madness. The white-robed youth could not help but say, "You're insane. Completely insane. I am insane. Come on, bring her away." The colorful robed youth turned to leave. "Daughter! Daughter!" the old woman yelled with a face full of tears. "I heard that the Shiman family has quite a number of clansmen dying every day. This Shiman Chang doesn't know when he will die. So before his death, he has decided to defile so many maidens." People whispered as they shook their heads and sighed. Although they pitied the victims and were outraged, they did not dare meddle in the Shiman family's affairs. They did not even dare speak against them aloud. "Brother!" The white-robed youth tried to stop his elder brother. "Hold him back," said the colorful robed youth with a sneer. At that moment, even a brother's urging was useless. Just as the colorful robed youth was about to board his carriage, he turned his head to give instructions. "Put the beauty on the carriage." "I want to." Suddenly, his eyes widened as a trickle of blood appeared at his glabella. He turned limp and fell from the carriage. Blood constantly flowed out of his forehead, dyeing the ground red. "Young master!" The guards and servants jumped in fright as they checked for any signs of breathing. "He's dead. He died." Everyone was astounded. The white-robed youth went forward to investigate while still reeling in shock. His elder brother was indeed dead. Who killed him? Who was it? The surrounding guards and servants checked the vicinity. There was a cultivator at the 11th level of Qi refinement among the guards. Qin Yun walked out of the crowd. "I was the one who killed him," said Qin Yun nonchalantly. "You?" The Shiman family's guards and servants, including the white-robed youth, looked at the blue-clothed man in shock. "You dare to kill our Shiman family's young master?" bellowed a guard. Qin Yun flipped his hand, produced his purple-colored Inspect Heavenly token, and showed it to them. Most of the guards did not recognize it, but the white-robed youth and the leader cultivator of the guards recognized it. They jumped in fright. A purple-colored Inspect Heavenly token? Likewise, their patriarch had a purple-colored Inspect Heavenly token. Such an existence had the authority to persecute any official under the 5th grade without waiting for approval, much less a young master who was not an official. Senior. The leader of the guards bowed respectfully. The white-robed youth bowed immediately too. The person in front of them was in existence at the same level as their patriarch. Humph, to think the Ximen family is in such a state. To defile dozens of innocent girls in just 2 or 3 days? Qin Yun said coldly. I will discuss this matter with your Ximen family. Yes. The leader of the guards and the white-robed youth responded. They left such a matter to those above them. They did not dare intervene. Qin Yun looked at the horrified duo who was huddled in the corner. He gave a gentle sigh. Lord, thank you for saving us. The old woman and the beautiful girl kowtowed and thanked him. However, they were still feeling uneasy, afraid that the Ximen family would seek revenge later. After all, the Ximen family had just lost a young master. All right, go home, the both of you, said Qin Yun. Don't worry. I, Qin Yun, guarantee you that the Ximen family will absolutely not dare to even touch the both of you. With that said, he left a sliver of his dermic powers on the mother and daughter duo. The Ximen family won't dare touch us? The duo was a little flustered. To them, the Ximen family was like the heavens. He said his name is Qin Yun? Is what he said of any worth? Although the duo was feeling very uneasy, they were filled with gratitude. Qin Yun turned to shoot a glance at the white-robed youth and company. He instructed, all of you return. Tell your family head that I'll be visiting your Ximen family in an hour. Yes, senior. We will take our leave. The white-robed youth and company did not dare utter a word. They quietly left with Ximen Cheng's corpse. After all, what could they say when a purple token inspector heavenly ambassador was the one who killed a person? In addition, Ximen Cheng had conducted himself terribly. Even his brother did not feel any pity in regards to his death. With him dead, many ladies will probably escape this calamity. I guess it can be considered a good thing. The white-robed youth heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Yun left after that. He continued walking through the city in search of signs of the mysterious fiendish demon. In a tea restaurant, a middle-aged man was listening to a lady sing a tune. He was watching the people walking up and down the streets with a smile. Yin Lihua is no match for me. Primordial Chaos Sect, what else can you do? Send the only paramount realm existence in the sect to risk his life? The middle-aged man scoffed inwardly. Such a large sect would not dare to take such a risk. No good. The jade bottle under his clothes immediately sent a voice transmission. Leave quickly. Head southeast. Quick. What's the matter? Asked the middle-aged man puzzledly. Qin Yun is here. Jade Bottle said urgently with a voice transmission. He is using his sword intent domain to probe every part of this city. He is approaching us. We have to leave quickly. Qin Yun? The middle-aged man also felt flustered. Grand Dominance County's Qin Yun, the #1 sword immortal in the world. His reputation preceded him, so the middle-aged man was naturally afraid. You have no means of matching him? Asked the middle-aged man with a voice transmission. You can't even ensure my safety? Over the past few years, the jade bottle had been helping him, making him think it was omnipotent. He left a road of corpses in his wake, and rarely was there anything he couldn't kill. Even the physical establishing sage lineages in Liuwa had been severely injured by him. He even had a feeling that, with the jade bottle's help, he was in no way inferior to the paramount realm. Perhaps he had a chance of matching Qin Yun in combat? That is Qin Yun. If I had another 10 years, I might be able to help you fight him. Now, it's best we hide as far away from him as possible. Don't go courting death, urged Jade Bottle. Quick, cut the crap and leave immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226. Chapter 226, His reputation preceded him. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The middle-aged man's heart palpitated. Years ago, he was one of the Black Turtle Palace disciples that watched the battle in which Qin Yun killed Azure Wing Demon King. However, he was only an ordinary Kane True Core Realm cultivator at the time. He wasn't even an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. He lacked the ability to grasp how profound and terrifying Qin Yun's flying sword arts were. He reached the Kane Golden Core Realm 2 years after he obtained the Jade Bottle. When he used Fiend Celestial methods, his combat strength could match those at the Paramount Realm. Coupled with the many amazing techniques the Jade Bottle was capable of, he led a high and mighty life in an invincible manner. Now, the Jade Bottle was telling him hide as far away from him as possible. Don't go courting death. It truly chilled his heart. That's right. Jade Bottle isn't omnipotent. Leave quickly. The middle-aged man left behind some silver and immediately cast a divine concealment spell before leaving the tea restaurant. He quickly departed the area. The middle-aged man said disgruntledly, I have to destroy the Ximen family. Even if Qin Yun is here, I still want them destroyed. Jade Bottle, do you have any solutions? Sai, what's most important for you now is to leave Yonglai County and hide far away, persuaded Jade Bottle. Do you have any solutions? Pressed the middle-aged man. If you are bent on tormenting the Ximen family to death, let's do it this way. Once Qin Yun comes within 1,500 meters of us, I'll be able to sense him. You have to maintain a distance of at least 1,500 meters from him at all times, said Jade Bottle. Once I sense him, you have to immediately distance yourself. All right. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Seriously. The Jade Bottle secretly grumbled. In the past, that mantis demon was too cautious. He was extremely wary of me. This human cultivator is easy to influence, but he is inclined towards insanity. While being trapped in this bottle, I'm at my weakest. It's during this time when I should keep a low profile the most. There were benefits to his flaws. As the middle-aged man was inclined to taking insane risks, he was easily influenced by Jade Bottle. Jade Bottle gained many benefits from this dynamic and expedited its escape from the bottle. I have been sealed since ancient times. Thankfully, the seal has been gradually wearing out and, with external help, I have accelerated the damage. It won't be too much longer before I can escape. Jade Bottle anticipated the moment. But for now, I still have to make use of him. Yonglai County City. Qin Yun had traveled all the main streets of the city and probed with his sword intent domain carefully, yet, he did not discover the great fiendish demon. Instead, he saw some Ximen family clansmen that went insane in the face of death. There were 2 that were lost in hysteria like Ximen Chang. They acted in an unbridled manner and had caused the deaths of many. Qin Yun naturally killed the 2 of them in passing. I didn't find it. Qin Yun frowned slightly and shook his head gently. I'll first go to the Ximen family to take a look. It clearly has the strength to severely injure Liwa, making it capable of wiping out the entire Ximen family. But it hasn't done so. Instead, it kills up to 100 clansmen a day. It is slowly killing them, making this a deliberate attempt to torment the Ximen family. It would not have done so unless there is some huge vendetta. Qin Yun pondered over the matter as he headed for the Ximen family manor. As for the Ximen family, it received Ximen Chang's corpse. Young Master Chang is dead too? The clansmen were alarmed. Ximen Jin and company were in the front yard when they saw the corpse being carried in. Once it was discovered to be Ximen Chang's corpse, a senior from the clan rushed over. Even the family head, Ximen Jin, rushed over since Ximen Chang was his grandson. He isn't sucked dry of his flesh and blood. The clansmen were all astonished. Xiao was appalled too. Yin Liehua had come to investigate the matter with his junior brother. What happened? Who killed Cheng'er? Xiao immediately looked at the guards that brought the corpse back. It was Sword Qi. The killer is likely an expert that has knocked open the gate of immortality, very possibly a Khanate realm cultivator. A clansman made the judgment immediately. What lawlessness! A great fiendish demon is secretly killing my Xiao family clansmen, and now there's someone else sneaking an attack on us? Do they really think our Xiao family is that easily bullied? Roared a clansman angrily. They were forced to endure the mysterious great fiendish demon, but now there were others that had their sights on the Xiao family. Grandfather, brother was killed by a purple token inspector heavenly ambassador, said the white-robed youth immediately. Purple token inspector heavenly ambassador? There was immediate silence. Instead, Yin Liehua's eyes lit up. He immediately asked, which inspector heavenly ambassador is it? The white-robed youth said under his breath, he said his name is Qin Yun. He also said he would come to see our Xiao family in a while. He wants to have a chat regarding my brother's defiling of dozens of innocent ladies in the recent days. Qin Yun? Xiao revealed a look of delight. My Xiao family is saved. It's saved. It's Qin Yun? The #1 sword immortal in the world, Qin Yun? Grand Dominance County's Qin Yun is supposedly invincible. All the great fiendish demons in the world went into hiding because of him. He is here in Yanlai County? The Xiao family is saved. All the clan elders were feeling extremely excited. His reputation preceded him. Ordinary people might not know much about Qin Yun, but any sizable family clan in the world with a good news network would know of the #1 sword immortal in the world, Qin Yun. All the great fiendish demons in the world were hiding because of this terrifying sword immortal. It was said that his strength was the greatest in the world. Sword immortal Qin is here. Yin Liehua smiled. Since sword immortal Qin is here, there is nothing for your Xiao family to worry anymore. Xiao nodded immediately. The talk of the world was that sword immortal Qin Yun was the strongest in the world. However, the family head of the Xiao family, Xiao, as well as experts like Yin Liehua, knew very well that it was an exaggeration. The truth was that Qin Yun was considered invincible only beneath immortals and fiend celestials. The sacred Reverend Darvana from Mahakasayapa Monastery, who had stepped into the Tao as well, was likely comparable to Qin Yun. However, Qin Yun was capable of killing his enemies with his flying sword 1,000 kilometers away, so the fear he struck into the hearts of demons was naturally greater than that of sacred Reverend Darvana. Which great fiendish demon would not shudder in fear of the thought of being pursued by a flying sword for 1,000 kilometers? Sword immortal Qin will be here later. He abhors evil and will not tolerate evil people. Yin Liehua shot a glance at Xiao and said, your Xiao family has probably treated the lives of others with utter disregard in recent days, isn't that so? Sigh. Xiao immediately whispered, in the past, those juniors did not dare act in such an unbridled fashion. Or if they did, they would do it in secret, afraid that the family might discover it. But now, with up to 100 clansmen dying every day, it's true that some clansmen have gone crazy. They act without fear and do whatever they want. Discuss this with sword immortal Qin in a while, said Yin Liehua indifferently. Xiao and the upper echelons of the family, as well as many clansmen, were waiting by the entrance. Before Qin Yun arrived, the corpses of another 2 Xiao family members were brought back. They were people who had utterly disregarded the lives of others. It left the Xiao family members very perturbed. These bunch of good-for-nothings. I hope they did not infuriate sword immortal Qin. What should we do if sword immortal Qin does not help the Xiao family because of this? They are a bunch of good-for-nothings. The rest of the clansmen are innocent. Everyone discussed fervently. They were feeling quite uneasy. The Shiman family had prospered for more than 100 years. It went from an ordinary family clan with dozens of people to a large family clan with thousands of clansmen. These days, although hundreds had died, more than half of them remained alive. They had a strong desire to continue living. Finally, on the streets a distance away, a blue-robed man could be seen walking over. As the blue-robed man walked over, his body turned into a blur with each step as he traversed hundreds of feet. In just a few steps, he was at the Shiman family's entrance. Taoist Qin Yin Lihua immediately bowed and greeted warmly. Sword Immortal Qin, I greet you on behalf of the Shiman family. Shiman Jin led by kneeling down. Immediately, a large group of people behind him knelt down. At that moment, only Yin Lihua and his junior brother were still standing. Qin Yun looked at all the kneeling Shiman family members before he said with a frown. Arise, all of you. Taoist Yin. Qin Yun looked at Yin Lihua and nodded slightly. Only then did all the members of the Shiman family stand up. Sword Immortal Qin, I humbly stand before you as Shiman Jin. I am in charge of the Shiman family's daily affairs. Shiman Jin was somewhat terrified. After all, the number one sword immortal in the world was a very famous accolade. Even Patriarch Shiman was far from comparable to the person in front of him. Besides, the person in front of him could save his entire family. Over the past few days, my Shiman family has been pushed to the brink of destruction. Amid this calamity, some of the family members have gone insane and treated the lives of others with utter disregard. My Shiman family is truly ashamed. We have let down our fellow townsfolk. It further shames my Shiman family that Sword Immortal Qin had to rid them on our behalf. Sword Immortal Qin, do not worry. The victimized townsfolk will definitely be compensated by my Shiman family. Any clansman that harms others and commits crimes will be severely punished. Not one of them will be spared. All right. Those that were harmed will be compensated. Those that did evil are not to be spared. I heard that very clearly, said Qin Yun indifferently. I will get the Inspector Heavenly Alliance to watch your Shiman family. Yes, yes, yes. Shiman Jin began sweating from his forehead. When he heard what Qin Yun said, he immediately made the decision to be more ruthless towards his clansmen. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Although he had killed 3 members of the Shiman family that had committed atrocities, it was a large family clan with more than 1,000 people. Black sheep were unavoidable. But there were also good people in the family clan who were innocent. For example, Qin Yun had a good impression of the white-robed youth that had stopped Shiman Chang. Secondly, there was a mysterious great fiendish demon behind all of this. Qin Yun would not spare any great fiendish demon. Taoist Qin, let's talk inside, said Yin Lihua with a smile. He felt relieved seeing Qin Yun here. No conic golden core cultivator from the primordial chaos sect at present was Qin Yun's match. I just arrived in Yanlai County and am unaware of many matters. Taoist Yin, you have made contact with that great fiendish demon, so you should know quite a lot. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. He entered together with Yin Lihua. The clan elders of the Shiman family immediately followed and awaited instructions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227. Chapter 227, Suspected Dharma Treasure. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Yin Lihua led the grey-robed Taoist and Qin Yun to a pavilion where they sat down. Maidservants served them tea and pastries while the Shiman family clan elders stood outside the garden to await further instruction. They did not dare disturb Qin Yun and company. I'm relieved that fellow Taoist Qin is here, said Yin Lihua with a smile. Taoist Yin, with your strength and the famous physical establishing sage being extremely capable of life preservation, you would even be able to fight existences at the paramount realm. How were you seriously injured by the great fiendish demon? Qin Yun asked puzzledly. Is his strength greater than that of a paramount realm existence? In terms of strength, he was at best senior brother's equal, said the gray-robed Taoist. Equal? Qin Yun was surprised. Practitioners of the physical establishing sage were well known for being difficult to kill. If someone stronger could not even kill him, why was someone equal in strength able to severely injure Enlihua? Enlihua nodded and said, yes, that mysterious great fiendish demon's strength is indeed my equal. However, he has a strange dharma spell that I have never seen or heard of before. While engaging him in combat, I could not prevent him from absorbing my body's lifeblood. The closer I was to him, the more powerful the absorption. You should know that we primordial chaos sect disciples focus on cultivating our bodies. We typically fight in close proximity, so while I was gritting my teeth to fight him, lifeblood was constantly being drained from my body. I eventually got to a point where I couldn't endure it and had to flee. Your lifeblood was absorbed? Qin Yun frowned. I have never seen or heard of anything as powerful as you describe either. That's right. It's too strange. Enlihua nodded solemnly. A physical establishing sage expert, and one at the Khanate Golden Core intent domain realm at that, can actually have his lifeblood absorbed away. Qin Yun shook his head. This dharma spell is too horrible. If there exists such a powerful dharma spell, it shouldn't be so unknown. But even so, I felt it myself, said Enlihua. By the way, there's more to it. The Ximen family clansmen were all in the compound with array formations isolating them from the outside world. However, the mysterious great fiendish demon was able to forcibly suck the flesh and blood off the Ximen family clansmen from outside the Ximen family manor and across the array formations. They were sucked dry to literally skin and bones, causing the Ximen family clansmen to die one after another. After their bodies are sucked dry of their flesh and blood, their corpses all end up the same. All that's left is skin and bones. Sucking their flesh and blood from outside an array formation? Qin Yun murmured, such means are truly unimaginable. When he killed the Ximen family clansmen, did you not use your intent domain to probe? Inquired Qin Yun. Of course I did, said Enlihua. When I first arrived in the Ximen family, he killed a Ximen family clansman right in front of me. I probed with my intent domain and felt that a mysterious and sinister energy was seeping in from afar, sucking away the clansman's flesh and blood. But the mysterious power can only be detected with an intent domain, continued Enlihua. I also took control of the Ximen family's array formation and even used my psyche perception but failed to detect the mysterious power. Only the intent domain could sense it. Qin Yun nodded. One could pull the wool over someone's eyes. Psyche perception could even be insulated. But to prevent detection from intent domain was just too difficult. Even most immortals and fiend celestials were incapable of doing so. And even sensing it didn't solve anything. My intent domain only has a range of 80 feet. I could barely determine that the mysterious power comes from the southwest. But no matter how I probed, I could not find any great fiendish demon in the southwest, explained Enlihua. My intent domain is too small, so there was no way for me to fully investigate the matter. Later, that great fiendish demon deliberately provoked me and lured me out to do battle. Back then, I thought he was a fool. Who knew that during the battle, if I had not escaped as quickly as I did, my lifeblood would have been sucked dry, ending my life in the process. Enlihua was still feeling pangs of lingering fear. Qin Yun nodded. I think this is not the work of some dharma spell or divine power. I felt it myself, remarked Enlihua immediately. I believe what you say, Taoist In, said Qin Yun. However, the means of sucking out the lifeblood of others should not be some dharma spell or divine power. How can such powerful means be unheard of? I'm of the opinion that it's a special dharma treasure. It might even be at the level of a transcendent grade dharma treasure. Enlihua nodded immediately when he heard that. That makes sense. The world would only have one such powerful Dharma treasure with the capability of sucking lifeblood. However, his ability to conceal his aura is redoubtable as well. Although I know he is secretly watching the Ximen family, I just can't find him. Taoist Qin, do you have any solutions? Qin Yun shook his head. When I arrived, I searched Yanlai County City with my intent domain but failed as well. I believe he should be in the city, but he avoided me the moment he discovered me. Then, what can be done? Asked Yin Lihua. If the first attempt to capture him fails, it's highly possible we will frighten him away. There will be no second chance, said Qin Yun. The best outcome would be to achieve success on the first try. In that case, I will need the primordial chaos sect's help. Oh? Yin Lihua's eyes lit up and said with a smile. By the way, my primordial chaos sect's elder Guo wants to meet you now, Sword Immortal Qin. Of course, where is the elder? Asked Qin Yun. Yin Lihua waved his hand. A phantom appeared in midair. It took the form of a frosty-looking elder. He looked at Qin Yun and said with a smile, Sword Immortal Qin. Both Qin Yun and Yin Lihua stood up. Elder Gui. Qin Yun also knew that Elder Gui was in essence sole immortal of the primordial chaos sect. I'll have to thank you, Sword Immortal Qin. If not for you, this matter would be a continuing headache even for my primordial chaos sect, said the elder with a smile. My primordial chaos sect will be indebted to Sword Immortal Qin. It's only right to help one another when dealing with great fiendish demons, replied Qin Yun. How can my primordial chaos sect turn a blind eye to the help you are rendering us? By the way, I still need to request your help in finding my primordial chaos sect disciple, Ximen Feng, said the elder. Ximen Feng disappeared recently. His transmission mark has yet to dissipate, but there's no way of contacting him. With the mysterious demon attacking the Ximen family recently, killing up to 100 clansmen a day, I believe there must be some feud. We can also assume that Ximen Feng's disappearance is very likely related to the mysterious Great Fiendish Demon. Sword Immortal Qin, when you deal with the Great Fiendish Demon, please investigate Ximen Feng's whereabouts too. Alright, I'll try my best to. However, it can't be helped if my investigations are fruitless, said Qin Yun. We are already very grateful that Sword Immortal Qin is willing to help, said the elder with a chuckle. Those at the level of immortals and fiend celestials thought highly of themselves. However, due to the restrictions of the heavenly rules, they still had to be very courteous to top Khanate golden cores, especially people like Qin Yun, who was invincible beneath immortals. This great fiendish demon has strange and unpredictable means. He's also good at concealing himself, said Qin Yun. I will also need the primordial chaos sect's help. Oh? Feel free to speak, Sword Immortal Qin, said the elder. I require an array formation. It doesn't need to be powerful, but it needs to be good for searching. In addition, it has to have a huge range. It must at least cover the entire Yanlai County City, said Qin Yun. You do not need it to be powerful? That's doable. I'll send a disciple over with one, said the elder. All right. Qin Yun nodded. An array formation that was used for searching was very simple. That day, the primordial chaos sect sent a disciple to set up a mist lock array in the Ximen family manor. Once triggered, a light mist would emanate the surrounding 45 kilometers. In that radius, a search could be done thoroughly. However, it could not attack or trap enemies. Taoist Qin, do you want to give this array formation a try? Asked Yin Lihua. No, it cannot be tested. Once it's activated, the great fiendish demon will learn of the array formation, replied Qin Yun. To be honest, said a worried Yin Lihua. That great fiendish demon is adept at concealing his tracks. This array formation might not actually find him. Don't worry. The sole purpose of this array formation is to aid me. I will still have to depend on my flying sword when actually dealing with him, said Qin Yun with a smile. However, with this array formation, I gauge success to be 70% at the very least. Daoist Qin, it's good that you have the confidence. What do we do now? Asked Yin Lihua. Let all the Shiman family members live in the main ancestral building, said Qin Yun. We just need to wait. All right. Yin Lihua nodded with a smile. Then, Daoist Qin, I'll be looking forward to seeing your capabilities. Qin Yun rested in a yard in the middle of the Shiman Manor's ancestral building. His intent domain covered 1,000 feet around him, completely immersing the ancestral building. The Shiman family clansmen lived in the house, constantly under his watch. Qin Yun would detect the enemy the moment he took action. Time to wait. I hope he hasn't been scared off, thought Qin Yun. If the enemy had escaped thousands of miles away never to return, there would be nothing he could do. 2 days passed. No clansman from the Shiman family died. The great fiendish demon did not take action again. As expected of sword immortal Qin, the great fiendish demon turned frightened the moment he arrived. Not a single person has died. That great fiendish demon does no fear. I wish sword immortal Qin could kill that great fiendish demon. The Shiman family clansmen were happy but worried at the same time. They worried that if the great fiendish demon continued hiding, sword immortal Qin would eventually leave. What would happen if the great fiendish demon came for them again? On the third day of Qin Yun's arrival, 2,500 meters south of the Shiman family, in a VIP room of a 3-storied restaurant, a middle-aged man pushed the windows open and looked to the north where the Shiman family was. It's the third day. He has yet to leave, said the middle-aged man with a snort. However, even Qin Yun cannot stop me. You Shichi, can't you bear with it? Just for a few more years? I refuse to believe that Qin Yun will guard the Shiman family for years, said Jade Bottle with a voice transmission. The middle-aged man said coldly, I can't bear with it. Fine, fine. I'll let you drop the idea forever. Jade Bottle could not do a thing either. The previous Azure Wing Demon King was too careful. This cultivator, Yoshichi, was insane but easy to make use of. However, when he was having a bout of insanity, Jade Bottle could not control him. Then, I'll begin, said Jade Bottle with a voice transmission. All right. The middle-aged man looked coldly towards the Shiman family. Phew. Jade Bottle sensed the living beings in the Shiman family. It marked one of the clansmen and began absorbing their lifeblood from a distance. Sucking the lifeblood of a mortal, one who had yet to knock open the gate of immortality across 2,500 meters was Jade Bottle's present limit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228. Chapter 228, Trapped Beast. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Inside Shiman Manor. The clansmen were gathered in groups, scattered in various spots. As instructed by Qin Yun, they had to go about their days in a specific region. Thankfully, there were many servants to tend to them. The servants were free to move about, because this mysterious great fiendish demon acted oddly. He only attacked the members of the Shiman family, as well as the cultivators that came to help them. As for the ordinary servants, none of them fell victim. When Qin Yun noticed this, he sighed. These actions did not resemble that of a great fiendish demon. Instead, they was akin to those of great demons from Sky Demon Palace. Big. Small. A group of Shiman family clansmen was gathered in a hall, playing dice. Open. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the wooden bowl. A thin youth gave an odd chuckle. Everyone watched closely. As the house, I'm going to wipe you all out. As he spoke, he opened the wooden bowl. 1, 2, 5. Small. The thin youth quickly distributed and took the money. This is yours. This is yours. This is mine. Ah, what a pity. I didn't wipe you all out. I earned only a little. Let's have another round. A glint flashed in the thin youth's eyes. Master Bien, you sure made a killing today. You have really good luck. I, on the other hand, am doomed. I have lost everything, a person beside him flattered. Can you loan me some silver? I'll return it to you when I recoup my losses. There is to be no borrowing of money in gambling, rejected the thin youth directly. Place your bets. Quick! Finalize your bets. At that moment, the thin youth's face suddenly flushed red as the flesh and blood in his body was rapidly sucked away. He thinned at a discernible speed. The Xiamen family clansmen who were betting by the side had drastic changes in expression when they saw this. It's here again. That great fiendish demon is here again. Oh no. The clansmen were horrified. After 2 days of inaction, the great fiendish demon had reared its head once again. In a yard inside the ancestral building, Qin Yun was sitting quietly on grass. He was cultivating, but his sword-intent domain continued to envelope 1,000 feet of his surroundings. The entire ancestral building was within his purview. There were people gambling, producing calligraphy, cultivating, having sex, and all sorts of other things. There were all kinds of people. Although Qin Yun was constantly paying attention, he did not do so with full concentration. He was mostly focused on improving his sword art. Suddenly, in his sword-intent domain, a mysterious and sinister power crept over from the south. It targeted the thin gambling youth. He's finally here. Qin Yun opened his eyes as a sharp glint flashed in them. So, instantly, Qin Yun transformed into a beam and headed south, straight for the mysterious and evil power. As he flew, Qin Yun instantly triggered the mist lock array that had already been set up. Instantly, 45 kilometers around the Xiamen family began to be covered in a thin mist. The thin mist also appeared everywhere in Yanlai County City, be it the streets, the residences of the commoners, or wealthy manors. Taoist Qin has taken action? Yin Lihua was also at Xiamen Manor. He noticed that Qin Yun had transformed into a beam and headed south. He also transformed into a blazing inferno and flew south. However, his speed was clearly slower. He's right ahead. Qin Yun flew south in the form of a beam. His sword-intent domain constantly enveloped 1,000 feet of his surroundings. As he headed south, he naturally sensed the mysterious power. Qin Yun had long cultivated the beam transformation art to the 9th level. It was powered by the purplish gold golden core, so how astonishingly fast was his flying art? He was not much inferior to the Elder's Sword of yesteryear. In fact, when it came to dermic powers, Elder's Sword was not even comparable to Qin Yun. Only his realm was higher. With his flying art, he traveled about 2 kilometers in a blink of an eye. On the 3rd floor of the restaurant, the middle-aged man was still standing by the window, looking north. Jade Bottle was sucking the thin youth's lifeblood from a distance. No good. Quickly leave. Qin Yun is here. Quick, head east. Go, now. Jade Bottle sent an anxious voice transmission. It could sense Qin Yun's extremely fast flying art, and although they were 2,500 meters away from the Xiamen family, Qin Yun would catch up to them if they hesitated for even a minute longer. As Jade Bottle anxiously urged him, it instantly severed the suction. If it continued sucking, the mysterious evil power would only lead Qin Yun right to them. Although the suction had been severed, Qin Yun would continue flying in the direction that he sensed the power coming from. When Qin Yun passed overhead, his sword-intent domain would sweep the area and be able to discover them if they were still 1,000 feet from the restaurant. No matter how much the middle-aged man converged his aura, he had an aura at the Khanate Golden Core realm. There was no way to hide it from Qin Yun. What? Yu Shichi was alarmed. However, he rapidly transformed into a stream of light as he leaped out of the third floor of the restaurant and headed east. His speed was extremely fast as well. When Qin Yun flew over the restaurant, he was already half a kilometer away from the restaurant. Qin Yun's sword intent domain naturally could not detect him. He's fast. Qin Yun suddenly stopped in midair. The commoners in Yonglai County City continued their bustle and went about their ordinary lives. As for Qin Yun, he turned to head east in midair. A cold smile suffused his lips, instantly escaping half a kilometer away. However, there's no way you can escape. Qin Yun transformed into a beam and whizzed towards the east, in pursuit of the escapee. The middle-aged man who was escaping heaved a sigh of relief. No good, this thin mist is the work of an array formation. We have been discovered. Jade Bottle said urgently. Keep escaping east. Escape at your maximum possible speed. What? As the middle-aged man escaped, he remained alarmed. Aren't you able to insulate us from psyche probes? To the point that even the heaven and earth powers cannot discover us? This mist is covering the whole city. It's not heaven and earth powers but an array formation's powers. Any sentient being that moves in the array formation will be obstructed by the thin mist, said Jade Bottle. Just like when you swim in water. You will disturb the flow of water. By flying inside the array formation, you are disturbing the mist, allowing the array formation's controller to immediately detect our location. Don't slow down. Keep escaping. Let's hope we can escape out of this array formation, said Jade Bottle with an anxious voice transmission. Indeed. With the mist lock array, Qin Yun was able to observe all motion in a 45-kilometer radius. The enemy might be able to control the heaven and earth powers and isolate themselves from the probing of psyche perception, but the array formation's powers were constantly powered by the array formation's controller. Any movement by a sentient being in the city would stir the mist. If he had stayed in his original spot or did not escape far, my sword intent domain would have discovered him when I arrived. And if he can escape more than 1,000 feet away in a short amount of time, that speed is not achievable by typical connate false cores, thought Qin Yun. When I was in pursuit, there was only one being that was flying extremely fast in this direction. He has to be the murderer, that great fiendish demon. He happened to be chasing. And this particular person was fleeing? Especially at such extreme speeds? Who else could he be but the murderer? According to the mist lock array's 45-kilometer range, other than himself and Liwa, who was following behind him, the murderer was the only one moving so quickly. The beam transformation art rapidly pursued the murderer. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yun released the 7-kill sword. Shoo! The 7-kill sword transformed into a stream of light and moved at a speed even faster than Qin Yun. We won't be able to escape, said Jade Bottle with a voice transmission. The flying sword is coming. There's no way to flee. We aren't even able to escape out of Yonglai County City. What? The middle-aged man panicked. We can't hold back anymore. He clenched his teeth as his body phased into a fiend body. He was more than 10 feet tall and his body was covered with black scales. His eyes were red, and there were 2 gigantic curved horns growing from his head. Any cultivator who saw this fiend body would recognize it as a great fiendish demon. After he revealed his fiend body, the middle-aged man continued escaping east. But with a whoosh, a flying sword overtook him and stopped in front of him. Flying sword? The middle-aged man halted in his tracks. In his fiend body state, he looked at the floating and blurry flying sword. He had a twisted expression. I wonder which great fiendish demon you are from the 9 lineage fiendish demons. Qin Yun's voice sounded behind him. The middle-aged man, in his fiend body form, turned back. Qin Yun was already hovering in midair not far behind him, glaring at him. Behind him was Qin Yun and in front of him, a flying sword that blocked his way. At that moment, the middle-aged man finally felt that he was truly in trouble. Jade bottle, what do I do now? Fight it out. Perhaps you might survive. Jade bottle replied with a voice transmission and did not speak again. However, Jade bottle was cursing inwardly. Fool, what a fool. I told him to escape. I told him to leave. He refused. I allowed him to kill the Xiaoman family and it could have been done in one go, but he insisted on tormenting them slowly. He still refused to escape when Qin Yun arrived. He still wanted to continue tormenting the Xiaoman family? Great. Now we are targeted. It looks like this helper of mine is finished. Whatever, the seal on the jade bottle is almost half gone. It won't be long before I can escape. I must turn my thoughts to my next host. Will it be this Qin Yun? Jade bottle pondered in secret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229. Chapter 229, Capturing Alive. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Above the bustling Yanlai County city, a large gap stood between Qin Yun and the 10-foot-tall mysterious great fiendish demon. Yin Liua flew over in the form of a flame before he stopped a distance away and did not approach any closer. He's that great fiendish demon. Yin Liua recognized at a glance and could not help but become agitated. Daoist Qin does indeed have extraordinary means. He was able to find the great fiendish demon the moment he took action. Since the demon is blocked, he's doomed. I'm asking you a question, Qin Yun looked at the mysterious demon with interest. Although there are many demons in this world, they usually leave traces. Your strength is nowhere inferior to Daoist Yin, and with that strange Dharma spells of yours, you are even more powerful. Yet, we humans have no intelligence on you. That's truly odd. Were you hiding in some rural region cultivating all this time? One that had no contact with the outside world? Why do you care what lineage I'm from? The demon stared coldly at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, don't you humans have very good relations with the Sky Demon Palace? You don't kill demons without good reason, isn't that so? Although I cultivate in the fiend celestial dermic formulations, I have not committed atrocities towards humans. Qin Yun, you wouldn't target a demon that doesn't wantonly kill humans, would you? Naturally, I will not kill good demons. Qin Yun nodded. But you have already taken the lives of hundreds of people in a matter of days. Almost all that I have killed were people from the Xiaoman family. I have a feud with them, can't I seek my revenge? Is that your business? Shouted the mysterious demon. You say you have a feud with them? If other great fiendish demons were to commit atrocities and say that it was only because they were enemies, isn't that too convenient an excuse? Qin Yun shook his head. Tell me clearly, how and when did the Xiaoman family enter this feud with you? The demon was stumped. He was at a loss for words. Qin Yun, I have no interest in being your enemy. Don't force me. The demon stared at Qin Yun. This is Yanlai County City. There are many people in the city, and if we really fight it out, I do not know how many humans would die along with me. Do you think you have what it takes? A sharp glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Shoo! The hovering 7 kills sword suddenly moved in the form of a translucent stream of light. The demon's expression changed immediately. He charged at Qin Yun in the form of a beam in a bid to enter close combat. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission, Jade Bottle. Jade Bottle. I'll close the distance with Qin Yun, you suck his lifeblood. Alright, the closer the better, replied Jade Bottle. Shoo! The 7 kills sword was already in front of him. The translucent sword beam appeared like a dreamy illusion, and in response, the demon brandished a saber to block it. His saber arts were rather profound as they produced a gigantic 8 trigram and touched the 7-kill sword. Qin Yun pricked up his brows in astonishment. This saber art is quite interesting. It seems to resemble Taoist methodologies. With a command, the 7-kill sword became unpredictable. With a whoosh, it made contact with the demon's saber flash and easily diverted the strength away, cleaving straight into the demon's shoulder. An arm covered in scales flew out. Ah! The demon cried out in pain. No good, I can't close in on him. Be it my dermic powers, realm, or dharma treasures, none of them are comparable. The demon was feeling extremely nervous when he realized the situation he was in. Go! The demon gritted his teeth. The 2 curved horns on his head flew out, transforming into 2 black beams. They cleaved at Qin Yun like sabers. Swoosh! Qin Yun gently pointed his finger and 2 flying swords easily wrapped around the 2 curved horns like fingers. The 2 curved horns stopped in midair, completely bound by the flying swords. This move is quite interesting, said Qin Yun with a nod. What, it was that easily taken down? The demon felt despair. He thought himself a bug that was trapped in a spider's web, with no way to escape despite his desperate struggles. Jade bottle, did you manage to suck his lifeblood? How am I to suck it when we are so far away? Such an existence requires me to be as close as possible. It would be best if you can touch him. Right now, we are 100 feet away. There's no way to suck, said Jade Bottle through a voice transmission. When the demon heard that, he turned and transformed into a stream of light to escape. At the same time, he bellowed angrily, Qin Yun, don't force me. If you push me, I'll make countless mortals of Yanlai County City perish with me. Such overestimation of your abilities. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. The distant 7-kill sword instantly disassembled into 7 flying swords. One of the flying swords turned and cast cyclic sword flash. The gigantic spherical sword flash barrier trapped the demon. Cyclic sword flash could protect against external attacks from enemies. It could also be used to trap enemies. It prevented the enemies from escaping using the heavenly cycles. Break! The demon turned strangely murderous. His broken arm grew back as he cleaved down with a battle saber at the cyclic sword flash barrier. The cyclic sword flash easily withstood the strike with a loud rumbling boom. The other 6 flying swords were floating inside the cyclic sword flash too. Kill! Qin Yun commanded with his mind. Shoo! 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 The 6 flying swords surrounded the demon and shuttled back and forth, lacerating the demon's body. Instantly, blood splattered as a broken arm flew off. No! The demon felt despair, but, no matter how he struggled, the difference in strength was too great. I'm doomed. Whatever. At least I have obtained my revenge. At that moment, the demon had accepted his impending death. This fool! I previously told him to hide as far away from Qin Yun as possible and not court death. But he refused to listen. He's just too prone to insanity, grumbled Jade Bottle secretly. Great, now he is going to die under Qin Yun's hand. Whatever, so what if he dies? As long as I keep quiet, I can pretend to be an ordinary treasure. Qin Yun would not be able to figure out what I am. Perhaps, I might have a chance to entice him? Pondered Jade Bottle. Qin Yun controlled the 6 flying swords as they surrounded the demon and attempted to inject dermic powers into the mysterious demon's body in a bid to seal off his strength. Boom! 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 The demon's heart was the core of his fiend body, so, with a surge of his powers, Qin Yun's dermic powers were prevented from sealing him. Qin Yun looked at the demon and frowned. His fiend body is rather strong. I'm not adept at sealing spells, and typical Dharma spells can't seal him. Capturing him alive will be a little troublesome. Sealing-style Dharma spells? Qin Yun was only considered normal at those. Although the purplish golden core's dermic powers were sufficiently mighty, it was not capable of sealing a great fiendish demon at the intent domain realm. Go. Qin Yun waved his hand. 2 bangles flew out. According to Qin Yun's estimations, 2 cosmic bangles were sufficient to seal the mysterious demon when powered by his dermic powers. Phew! After the 2 bangles flew out, they entered the cyclic sword flash barrier's interior. They rapidly expanded and encircled the demon. What is this? The demon was alarmed, but now that he was completely taken down, there was no way for him to resist. The 2 black bangles bound him and rapidly contracted. Instantly, they were wrapped around his body. The cosmic bangles were first-grade Dharma treasures. Qin Yun had taken years to figure out the cosmic heavenly cycles that they contained. They were powerful in his hands. The 2 combined were naturally stronger. The demon felt his dermic powers being instantly sealed when he was bound by the 2 cosmic bangles. Be it connate golden cores or the fiend celestial powers inside a heart, even the soul and psyche were sealed from radiating outwards. The mysterious great fiendish demon's appearance rapidly changed. Due to having his fiend celestial powers sealed, his fiend body naturally began to undergo a change, returning him to his true form. A wretched-looking middle-aged man with a broken arm appeared in midair. He was trapped by 2 cosmic bangles and was unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. What? Why didn't Qin Yun kill him? Instead he sealed his strength? What sort of treasure are these bangles? They are even able to seal the fiend celestial powers that match an existence at the intent domain realm? Jade Bottle was stunned. And on the other side, Qin Yun and the distant Enlihua were shocked. A human? Qin Yun never imagined that the great fiendish demon from before would turn into a human after having his dermic powers sealed. He immediately understood. He had previously encountered Gonya Bing before, after all. Gonya Bing was a human that cultivated in the fiend celestial lineage. You are human, yet you cultivate in the fiend celestial dermic formulations. Qin Yun shook his head, but his gaze turned colder. Qin Yun's killing intent for such betrayers of the human race was even stronger. So, the distant Enlihua flew over with reddened eyes. He said angrily, "Junior brother, I never expected it to be you. We have been searching for you for a long time. Finally, the heavens have shown their light, allowing Taoist Qin to capture you today." Junior brother, Qin Yun realized something as he asked, "He's Yu Shiqi?" Enlihua's eyes were filled with fury as he said with a nod, "That's right. It's that scum, Yu Shiqi. He caused the death of his fellow disciples. The Primordial Chaos Sect and the Black Turtle Palace have been searching for him for ages. We never expected him to cultivate the fiend celestial dermic formulations. He has truly fallen into the ways of evil and has severed all ties with his kinsmen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 230. Chapter 230, Yu Shiqi's Revenge. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The trapped Yu Shiqiu remained silent despite facing Enlihua's fury. His eyes effused calmness and indifference as though nothing in the world mattered to him. The moment he was trapped by the cosmic bangles, Yu Shiqi knew he was doomed. "Yu Shiqi," bellowed Enlihua. "The Black Turtle Palace treated you well, teaching you dermic formulations and guiding your cultivation before you managed to embark on the path of cultivation. When you encountered troubles, your fellow sect members stood by your side. I have not heard of you suffering many grievances at the Black Turtle Palace. So why did you commit such an atrocious act against your fellow disciples?" The Black Turtle Palace was a subsidiary of the Primordial Chaos Sect. As such, it was considered part of the Primordial Chaos Sect. Both shared the same roots, and Yushichi and Inlihua addressed each other as junior and senior brothers. "I'm apologize to senior brother Jin and the rest." Yushichi nodded gently. "It was all my fault." "Why were you so vicious?" pressed Inlihua. "What was the reason? Also, where did you learn this fiend celestial dermic formulation? You cultivated to the Khanate Golden Core realm as a Black Turtle Palace disciple. You were supposed to be basking in the limelight, so why did you suddenly fall to evil? You even killed your fellow disciples? Help us understand why." This was something many disciples from the Black Turtle Palace and Primordial Chaos sect could not figure out. He had no grudges, he was at the precipice of his cultivation career, so why would he suddenly kill his fellow disciples and abandon his sect? "Don't ask anymore," Yushichi muttered. "It was my fault. I let senior brother Jin and the sect down." "What happened to the ancient blood amber?" asked Inlihua again. "After you killed junior brother Jin and the rest, you stole the ancient blood amber that they were guarding." "Where is the ancient blood amber? Did you sacrifice it to the 9 lineage fiendish demons?" The ancient blood amber was rather fascinating. It was a boon for Black Turtle Palace disciples in their cultivation of the physical establishing sage. The Black Turtle Palace would usually arrange for a Khanate Golden Core Realm Elder and 2 Khanate True Core Realm cultivators to guard it. Yushichi had silently killed those guards, snatched the ancient blood amber, and secretly fled Black Turtle Palace. Ancient blood amber? Yushichi shook his head. "It's been used. It's gone." "Used? How?" pressed Inlihua. Yushichi fell silent. The jade bottle under his clothes secretly sneered. He, of course it has been used by me. That ancient blood amber was the condensation of blood essence after the death of an other realm fiend celestial. It's a lot better than the blood of children's hearts. With it, I was able to greatly weaken the seals, bringing the day of my release closer. Inlihua pressed again. Your fiend celestial dermic formulations have been cultivated to such a high cultivation realm, which implies that you have been cultivating it for a long time. When did you succumb to evil? Or could it be that you were already a fiendish demon disciple when you entered the Black Turtle Palace? Yushichi did not speak again. That's enough. Qin Yun spoke up. Daoist Yin, ask about Shiman Feng first. Right, where's junior brother Shiman? Asked Inlihua. Shiman Feng? Yushichi's eyes lit up as a sneer suffused the corners of his mouth. You want to meet Shiman Feng? Yes, he's not dead yet. I've just imprisoned him somewhere. Qin Yun asked, where is he imprisoned? I can bring you there, said Yushichi with a chuckle. Qin Yun was surprised. Yushichi was rather obliging when Shiman Feng was mentioned. He even took the initiative to lead the way. Swoosh! Qin Yun, Inlihua, and Yushichi rode a cloud and left Yanlai County City. With Yushichi's guidance, they flew more than 100 kilometers to a cave deep in the mountains. Although there were array formations concealing the area, Yushichi's instructions made it easy to enter. Whoosh! The cave was extremely hot. When Qin Yun and company entered, they quickly saw a chained couple. A middle-aged man and woman were each chained to a torture rack. Both were covered in injuries from torture and the racks were enveloped by an array formation that constantly assaulted the duo with flames. The couple sensed something and raised their heads. Yushichi! The chained man shouted angrily when he saw Yushichi. His voice was hoarse but it was filled with fervent hatred. However, when he saw Qin Yun and Inlihua, and especially Yushichi trapped in black bangles, he could not help but turn excited. Ha, Yushichi, to think that such a day has come for you. The heavens have eyes. Evil will eventually suffer retribution. He's captured? The woman was already breathing her last few breaths of life, but she could not help but be excited. Good, this lunatic is finally caught. Awesome. Junior brother Shiman, junior sister Qi? Yin Lihua recognized them and went forward instantly. Do not move, Yu Shiqi said with a sneer. If you come within 100 feet of them, the surrounding array formation will trigger. They would be rapidly reduced to ash. Yin Lihua's expression changed as he halted. Qin Yun's sword intent domain enveloped the area and even permeated the duo's body. His expression could not help but change. Taoist Yin, this Yushichi has indeed set up an array formation. Both of them even have array formations sealing their innards. Any contact would instantly cause the seals to explode. The two would die instantly. By the way, both of them have been crippled of their dantians. They are crippled? Yin Lihua was enraged the moment he heard that. Shiman Feng was a Khanate golden core and junior sister Qi was a Khanate true core. They were crippled just like that? Senior brother Yin, save us. Shiman Feng's voice was hoarse as he pleaded incessantly. Senior brother Yin, shouted the woman as well. No one can save the two of you, said Yushichi with a scoff. The seals left in your bodies will explode your hearts and brains the moment contact is made. Shiman Feng's eyes were red as he hollered, Yushichi, you lunatic. I regret showing you mercy by sparing you, and leaving such a scourge behind. You harmed your fellow disciples and us. Mercy. Yushichi's expression turned hideous. Do you have any shame, mentioning the word mercy? Back then, you were a primordial chaos sect genius disciple, with a high chance of reaching the Golden Core realm. You came to cultivate in my Black Turtle Palace for a few days, and during those days, I treated you like a brother. I even let you live at my place as I discussed the Tao daily with you. But you? You ended up eloping with my wife. What do you mean elope? Shouted Shiman Feng. You and junior sister Qi were indeed Tao partners, but since there was no more love between you, both of you just went your separate ways. Junior sister left willingly with me. Willingly? She and I were arranged to be married before we were even born. We got married and she entered the Black Turtle Palace with me. We were together for nearly a century. Yushichi's expression was hideous as he looked at the woman. Feelings that lasted nearly a century. Qi Qingshui, you sure are heartless. Did you feel that Shiman Feng had a brighter future than me, and fell into his embrace? You and I are both cultivators. We come together and separate without a fuss, said the woman in a hoarse voice. I never imagined a lunatic like you would hold this grudge for so long, to the point of wanting to torture me so terribly. Ha ha ha. Yushichi laughed maniacally. I have long seen through you. We were arranged to be married before we were born, but I didn't catch your eye when I came for visits. Later, when Master took me in as a disciple, you immediately clung to me and used me to enter Black Turtle Palace. I detest my younger self for being so infatuated with you. But we were together for nearly 100 years, how can you be that heartless? Cultivating Tao couples were more easygoing than mortal couples. If their paths diverted, it was not rare for them to go their separate ways. And you, Shiman Feng, shouted Yushichi. I treated you as a brother, but you flirted with my wife and even lost decorum to reprimand me. Back then, I was weaker than you and was even taught a lesson. Ha, that slut even stood completely on your side. How shameful it was. It was truly a disgrace. Ever since I, Yushichi, swore that the both of you would suffer a terrible end, but you were much stronger than me. After waiting for so long, I finally decided that I would have my chance or I would suffer in silence my entire life. Yushichi's expression was hideous. Qin Yun and Yin Lihua watched by the side in silence. Tao couples separating due to strife, with the woman entering the embrace of another, was something done completely willingly. It was not something other fellow disciples were qualified to comment on. Back then, there were other disciples that said that Shiman Feng was way too ruthless to do that, but there were also others that said, junior sister Qi willingly followed senior brother Shiman, so if anyone is to blame, it should be junior brother Yu for his ineptness. Back then, many people pitied Yu Shiqi. But the more they pitied him, the more depressed he felt. Ah! Shiman Feng and Qi Qingshui suddenly yelled as they went ablaze in flames. What? Qin Yun and Yin Liuo were alarmed. It was already too late. Qin Yun's sword intent domain could sense it. Shiman Feng and Qi Qingshui's hearts, brains, and other vital organs were burning. By the time they shouted, they were already turning to ash. When I brought the both of you into the cave, the array formations had already been triggered. In fact, no matter who enters, they would automatically trigger the array formation unless I'm the one controlling it. Yu Shiqi looked at the two fiery wisps. I deliberately spoke out to get a kick out of it. After I was done, I knew they would die. Watching them die was thrilling. Excellent. Yu Shiqi's eyes were filled with madness. Following that, Yu Shiqi looked at Qin Yun and Yin Liuo. Senior brother Yin, I'm truly sorry about senior brother Jin and the rest. But to raise my strength for my revenge, I could not let guilt get in my way, explained Yu Shiqi. I know I'm riddled with sins, but whatever. What is done is done. I have no regrets and I'm thrilled with the outcome. Before I die, Sword Immortal Qin, I have something to tell you. Qin Yun and Yin Liuo were astonished. Something to tell me? Qin Yun was perplexed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231. Chapter 231, Bottle Stopper and Jade Bottle. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Yu Shiqi looked at Qin Yun and said with a solemn expression, Sword Immortal Qin, in my cosmic bag, there is a bottle stopper. Before he could finish his words, his eyes widened and he fell to the ground, breathless. Oh? Qin Yun and Yin Liuo were astonished. He's dead? Qin Yun's sword intent domain permeated Yu Shiqi's body, and he realized that his heart had already shattered. His brain had been reduced to mush and even his golden core had dissipated. In Taoist cultivation, a golden core's dissipation would at best result in a loss of all dermic powers. Those that cultivated in fiend bodies, however, would definitely die once their core heart was shattered. But even in that case, they typically maintained a few seconds of consciousness. But when one's brain turned to mush, their thoughts were instantly wiped out. Darn it! Darn it! Jade Bottle was incensed. That lunatic. He even bit at me before his death. If he only allowed Qin Yun to kill him without a fuss, how good that would have been. I could have feigned being an ordinary treasure flawlessly. Perhaps, I could feign being a damaged treasure. If Qin Yun had just killed Yu Shiqi in battle, he would have continued being unaware of the uniqueness of the Jade Bottle. Jade Bottle would have then been able to perfectly conceal itself. But now, you almost revealed my secret and exposed me. You forced me to kill you. Thankfully, I left a trump card when I enhanced your fiend body. I made it so I could wipe you out of existence with a thought Jade Bottle secretly. Although I have killed Yu Shiqi, it was done clean. They shouldn't suspect me. With Jade Bottle's help, Yu Shiqi's strength had increased rapidly. However, Jade Bottle had secretly left a kill switch in his body. If he dared betray the bottle, he would be instantly killed. But to die for no good reason would ultimately seem strange. Qin Yun and Yin Liuo must be suspicious of the cause of death. I really did not want to take action. I hope they won't suspect me. Although I have greatly worn out the seal with the help of the ancient blood amber, it is not yet time to escape, thought Jade Bottle. The price of me forcibly escaping would be tremendous. I'll wait a little longer. When the seal is completely worn out, it will be the easiest time for me to escape. Jade Bottle hoped. Qin Yun and Yin Liuo looked at Yu Shiqi's corpse. With a beckon of his hand, Qin Yun retrieved the 2 cosmic bangles. Strange. Yin Lihua frowned. It is very strange. Qin Yun was puzzled as well. A golden core cultivator who has even cultivated a fiend body. How can he just die out of the blue? Yin Lihua added, my intent domain did not detect any external powers. However, if he wasn't attacked by something, how are his heart and brain destroyed? Even if it's a hex, it would not be able to hide from our perception. Qin Yun was perplexed as well. What kind of force made Yushichi die so suddenly? I heard that, said Yin Lihua. When the 9 lineage fiendish demons make sacrifices to the other realm fiend celestials, the other realm fiend celestials would bestow upon them power to enhance their strength. However, if they ever betray the other realm fiend celestial, the other realm fiend celestial would be able to kill the betrayer with a thought. Qin Yun nodded. The 9 lineage fiendish demons were proud beings. When they made sacrifices to the other realm fiend celestials, they would deliberately request treasures and not a direct increase in strength. Of course, there were those that were willing to ask the other realm fiend celestials to directly increase their strength. After all, as long as they did not connect with the other realm fiend celestials and remained separated between the worlds, other realm fiend celestials were unable to influence the world they lived in. There are dharma spells that can leave seals on a person's body, added Qin Yun. They can also instantly kill others. However, that also requires the use of dharmic powers to trigger the seal. Yeah. Yin Lihua scanned his surroundings. All we can confirm is that a mysterious existence killed Yushichi, but who could it be? Qin Yun's sword intent domain enveloped an area of 1,000 feet, but he did not discover anything. Qin Yun beckoned with his hand as the cosmic bag on Yushichi's body flew into his hand. He took a brief look at it. Many items in the cosmic bag were naturally of little worth to Qin Yun. Qin Yun still remembered the last words of Yushichi. Sword immortal Qin, in my cosmic bag, there is a bottle stopper. Before he finished his words, Yushichi died. His death might be related to a bottle stopper. Qin Yun made a silent guess. He carefully investigated the interior of the cosmic bag, which was nearly 100 feet wide, bigger than ordinary halls. There were also many items inside. After all, a cultivator would require daily necessities and cultivation items while out in the world. Over time, they would place all sorts of miscellaneous items in their cosmic bag. With Yushichi killing Shiman Feng and so many other cultivators, he had taken many items. Therefore, the items in his cosmic bag formed a tiny hill. Bottle stopper. Where's the bottle stopper? Qin Yun searched carefully until, finally, he found a bottle stopper. This bottle stopper, Qin Yun flipped his hand and looked at the dark purple wooden stopper. It's made of purple Zen sanguine wood? That's extravagant. A small piece of purple Zen sanguine wood is used as a stopper? Besides, there seem to be some mystic runes on it. He commanded with a thought. The bottle stopper rapidly increased in size and, with another thought, it rapidly shrunk. It could expand and contract. As for the mystic runes, they were rather profound. Furthermore, it seemed like a small portion of countless amounts of runes. A portion of a Dharma treasure? Thought Qin Yun. By the side, Yin Lihua asked, Taoist Qin, did you find the ancient blood amber? It has a powerful aura and is capable of stirring lifeblood. Just sensing it will cause one's soul to tremble. No, said Qin Yun as he shook his head. You can take a look. Yin Lihua searched the area with a sliver of dharmic powers since it was an important treasure of the Black Turtle Palace. It was previously given to Black Turtle by the Primordial Chaos Sect, a gift meant to be the cornerstone treasure of Black Turtle Palace at its inception. In fact, the Black Turtle Palace and the Primordial Chaos Sect were 2 sides of the same coin. And the preciousness of the ancient blood amber was enough to match 2 to 3 first-grade Dharma treasures. Yin Lihua naturally had to search thoroughly. It really is gone. Was it really given to the 9 lineage fiendish demons? Yin Lihua clenched his teeth. This Yushichi gave an important treasure of his sect to fiendish demons. His death really doesn't merit any pity. Daoist Qin, that Yushichi is capable of absorbing lifeblood from afar. You mentioned that it should be the effect of a special Dharma treasure, asked Yin Lihua. Can you find that Dharma treasure? No, the most valuable item in the cosmic bag is a second-grade Dharma treasure. It doesn't have any means to suck lifeblood. Perhaps it is on his person? Qin Yun looked at Yushichi's corpse. Who? Qin Yun commanded with his mind. Various items on Yushichi's body flew over. There were the items he wore, some currency, as well as a seemingly ordinary jade bottle the size of a finger. Qin Yun beckoned and held the tiny jade bottle in hand. He sent his dermic powers into the bottle. This jade bottle is ordinary. Qin Yun was baffled. Is it an accessory, or something else? Why would Yushichi carry such an ordinary item on his person? Is this bottle not special at all? Asked Yin Lihua out of curiosity. I don't sense anything special. It's very ordinary. As Qin Yun spoke, he looked down at his hands. His left hand held the tiny jade bottle and on the right hand was a bottle stopper. Jade bottle, bottle stopper? At that moment, Qin Yun seemed to have a thought. With that, the bottle stopper in his hand shrank and matched perfectly with the jade bottle. It was almost stuffed in. Jade bottle anxiously monitored what was happening outside. When Qin Yun took out the bottle stopper from the cosmic bag, he cursed. Yushichi, you fool. You bloody fool. Be it Azure Wing Demon King, who was extremely wary of him, or crazy Yushichi, none of them threw away the stopper after pulling it out. Clearly, they had their reservations towards Jade Bottle. Had Yushichi not mentioned it before his death, how likely was it that Qin Yun would especially take out a bottle stopper out of all the miscellaneous items and the mountain load worth of items in the cosmic bag? Oh no. When Jade Bottle noticed Qin Yun pick up the Jade Bottle and hold the bottle stopper in his other hand, he no longer held any inkling of hope. If it's stuffed in, the seals will be empowered. How long will it take for me to escape? Whatever. I have to escape now. While in Azure Wing Demon King's hands, he was not capable of escaping no matter how much he tried. But due to the ancient blood amber, which greatly weakened the seal, he could escape if he paid a sufficiently high price. If he could escape, he absolutely did not wish for the wooden stopper to be stuffed in again. Go on and crack. A terrifying might gathered as he even burned the essence energies within his body. With a boom, all his might blasted outwards. Break! After arduously breaking through the seal's obstructions, a green arm suddenly rushed out of the jade bottle's mouth. Qin Yun was holding the jade bottle and the bottle stopper in each hand, almost about to put them together. But with a sudden boom, a terrifying might spewed out of the jade bottle. The strength of the might even caused a tumultuous explosion that surged in every direction. Qin Yun's palm instantly failed to hold onto the jade bottle as it flew out of his grasp. The jade bottle that flew out floated in midair. A green arm extended out of the jade bottle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232. Chapter 232, Qin Yun vs. Fiend Celestial, Part 1/3. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The green arm had smooth skin and 5 fingers. But what stood out most was the especially sharp fingernails. Following the green arm was a head that squeezed out of the bottle. The head was dark green in color and there was a purple scale on its glabella. It had 2 sharp horns and it emanated a terrifying aura that permeated the entire cave. Furthermore, the scale at its glabella naturally effused a formless fluctuation that seeped into Qin Yun and Yin Lihua's souls. Just after Qin Yun and Lihua recovered from the jade bottle's blast, they saw the creature crawling out of the jade bottle. They could not help but have a change in expression. It's a fiend celestial. Qin Yun and Lihua felt their hearts palpitate. The evil aura made Qin Yun and Lihua tremble involuntarily. That was a disparity stemming from life's natural order. It was an innate, instinctual fear. Ah! Lihua held his head and grunted in pain. Qin Yun also felt an invisible blast affect his soul. Thankfully, his soul had been strengthened after being nourished by the purplish golden core. His resistance was a lot stronger, so all he felt was discomfort. Taoist Yin, leave quickly. Qin Yun waved his hand as dermic powers carried Lihua away. Taoist Qin, be careful of this fiend celestial. It's a lot more terrifying than any fiend celestial I have previously encountered. It might even be an other realm fiend celestial. Taoist Yin wore a painful expression as he sent an anxious voice transmission. Ha ha ha, the fiend celestial who had squeezed out an arm and head laughed with a thunderous voice that caused the cave to shake. I'm out. I'm finally out. The fiend celestial looked at Qin Yun and Lihua. How powerful. Qin Yun was alarmed. The fiend celestial's aura was too terrifying. In a way, my escape is thanks to you two humans. The fiend celestial looked at Qin Yun and Lihua. And since I just came out, I do not wish to taint myself with karma. I will allow both of you to escape. Taoist Qin, we have to leave quickly. This fiend celestial is a lot stronger than us. Also, he is different from ordinary fiend celestials. He is definitely an extremely powerful fiend celestial that has been sealed away for a long time, said Lihua through a voice transmission. I feel that he can easily destroy the both of us. He is only sparing us because of the heavenly rules and his unwillingness to be tainted with karma. However, Qin Yun showed no fear. Kill him. He had single-handedly changed the situation in the world. It was he who scared many great fiendish demons into hiding, leading to better days for countless commoners. With such huge positive karma, what immortal or fiendish demon would dare kill him? Those that dared to kill him would only end up dying instantly from the massive karma retaliation. The fiend celestial had gone through such great effort to escape the bottle, so why would he be willing to end in mutual destruction with Qin Yun? As he was not afraid, Qin Yun was able to calmly study the situation. After the fiend celestial's head and arm came out, his entire body gradually squeezed outwards, so that more and more of his body appeared slowly. You are trying to stall for time so that you can fully escape? Qin Yun's expression changed as he shouted, "Go!" He waved his right hand. His intrinsic flying sword flew out from his fingertip. The scene of a surging tidal wave suddenly appeared. It raged over from the horizon and its roar reached a crescendo as the flying swords might turn more terrifying. Over the years, Qin Yun had already grasped 3 paramount realms. He also gained more powerful sword moves. This move was called Grand Dominance Tide. It was built on Qin Yun's original Lightning Tide foundations. It was finally perfected after watching the Grand Dominance Tide every year. The ferocious might of the Misty Rain Sword Art's Grand Dominance Tide seemed to render the world asunder. I permitted you to leave, but you didn't. The fiend celestial suddenly waved his arm and his palm whizzed over. It appeared like a direct attack, but in fact, its profundity was far above Qin Yun's flying sword. With a whoosh, it smacked the flying sword, completely stopping it. The intrinsic flying sword was sent flying from the hit. The blast that resulted from the collision rushed at Qin Yun in a material form. Qin Yun used his sword intent domain to immediately obstruct the blast wave. The heavens have their rules. I do not wish to kill you, but if you keep embroiling yourself in this, I will not simply spare you. I will definitely make you suffer. Now, it's best you scram far away, bellowed the fiend celestial. Killing Qin Yun naturally meant a huge karma penalty, but a simple exchanging of blows was trivial. For instance, Elder Sword had fought several immortals and fiend celestials in his day. While he is resisting my attacks, the speed at which he comes out from the bottle slows down too. Qin Yun completely ignored the threat. Instead, he was focusing on the fiend celestial's body that was constantly squeezing out of the bottle. Go! Qin Yun waved his hand. Phew! 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 For flying swords, intrinsic flying sword, heavy sand sword, coiling dust sword, wretched blood sword surrounded the fiend celestial and cast the fastest attack in the misty rain sword art, bright moon over river. River waters surged as 4 bright moons rose. The sword beams resembled dreams. Enemies would be immersed in the dream before being struck by the swords. This Qin Yun sure is irritating. He is deliberately attacking me at this crucial moment. I still need to divert attention so that I can fully break the seal. The fiend celestial was especially enraged. While he resisted the damaged seal in the bottle, he was working hard on squeezing out. At the same time, he had to divert his attention to withstand Qin Yun's flying sword. The might of Qin Yun's flying sword wasn't trivial. It was just barely capable of matching that of immortals. The 4 flying swords attacked together and the fiend celestial could only use one hand to withstand them. While occupied with the diversion, he finally squeezed out his second arm with great difficulty. He's still coming out slowly. My flying swords can't stop him. Qin Yun frowned. The cosmic bangle is good for sealing and trapping enemies. I should give it a try. Go, commanded Qin Yun. The 3 cosmic bangles on his wrist flew out simultaneously as they rapidly expanded into 3 gigantic black bangles. At the same time, they surrounded the fiend celestial who was half out of the bottle. When it was surrounded, the 3 cosmic bangles shrank simultaneously to trap it. Get lost! The fiend celestial waved one of his palms and with a whoosh, the 3 mighty bangles were sent flying back. Qin Yun, you are provoking me, roared the flying sword. As he withstood the flying swords and the cosmic bangle with one hand, his other hand extended towards Qin Yun. His arm expanded rapidly, along with his palm. Instantly, the huge palm expanded to the size of half the cave. It swept over in an attempt to grab hold of Qin Yun. Qin Yun's expression changed. Cyclic sword flash. With a thought, the first grade flying sword 7 kills sword cast the cyclic sword flash barrier to withstand the gigantic palm. Simultaneously, the intrinsic flying sword rapidly flew back. After some grinding sounds, the cyclic sword flash barrier formed by the 7 kills sword lasted only for a moment before shattering under the gigantic palm's strike. Again. The intrinsic flying sword cast the cyclic sword flash in a bid to resist the ensuing attack. As the gigantic palm held the cyclic sword flash barrier, the sword flashes trembled but did not instantly crack. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The suppression he emits appears very strong, as though he can crush me with a single finger. But when we truly cross swords, he isn't that ridiculously strong. There is a limit to how much stronger he is than me. How could he know? This fiend celestial had been sealed since ancient times. After being imprisoned for so long, its strength had greatly decreased. In order to come out, it burnt its blood essence and was weakened once more. At that moment, the fiend celestial was in an unprecedented state of weakness. Furthermore, he had to divert his attention to resist the seal. The amount of strength he could produce was naturally limited. The aura he emitted represented their lives' natural order. But that was all superficial. He was too weak. But even in his weakness, the first-grade flying sword cyclic sword flash failed to resist his attacks. Go! Qin Yun focused all his attention into controlling the heavy sandsword, cosmic bangle, and wretched blood sword, as well as the 3 cosmic bangles, to attack the fiend celestial. The fiend celestial resisted the attacks with one hand and used his other hand to deal with Qin Yun. At the same time, its body was trying to escape while withstanding the seal. This incensed the fiend celestial. Although he would not dare to kill Qin Yun, he did plan on teaching Qin Yun a lesson he would never forget. "Qin Yun, you are trying my patience," growled the fiend celestial softly. Following that, he opened his mouth and began to suck at Qin Yun. Boom. A terrifying suction power instantly acted on Qin Yun's body. His expression changed. The cyclic sword flash barrier expanded to block out half the cave. It also blocked the fiend celestial's mouth. But the suction force continued to suck away at Qin Yun's flesh. Back then, the suction of lifeblood was still incredibly powerful despite the jade bottle obstructing it. Now, even with the fiend celestial at his weakest, this suction caused Qin Yun's flesh and blood to be rapidly drained away. He was thinning at a discernible speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233. Chapter 233, Qin Yun vs. Fiend Celestial, Part 2/3. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. No good. Qin Yun realized the terrible situation he was in as he retreated without any hesitation. While he retreated, his sword intent domain rapidly removed the array formation that Yoshichi had set up. He flew out of the mountain cave and opened up a gap between him and the fiend celestial. They were about 3,000 feet apart and the suction force was greatly reduced. Qin Yun was now able to resist the force pulling at his flesh and blood. At the same time, his golden core dermic powers surged through his body as he fattened up at a discernible rate. His dry skin turned smooth again as he gradually regained his former appearance. Humph. Inside the cave, the fiend celestial that had crawled out partially from the floating jade bottle closed his mouth. He looked coldly at the distant Qin Yun and continued struggling to escape. The concerted efforts of the 3 cosmic bangles and the 3 flying swords failed to affect the fiend celestial at all. Senior E, I discovered a fiend celestial that was trapped in a jade bottle. Now, he's struggling to escape the jade bottle. His aura's suppression is far stronger than mine. I have tried my best but I am unable to stop him. Now, more than half his body is out the jade bottle. Qin Yun immediately contacted Patriarch E through his Inspect Heavily token. The Fiend Celestial and I are in Tiascance Mountain at Lu Prefecture's Yanlai County. Nearly instantaneously, Patriarch E replied with a voice transmission, a Fiend Celestial that's trapped in a jade bottle? Its suppressive might is much higher than yours? This is definitely no ordinary Fiend Celestial. Qin Yun, you have to think of a way to delay its escape. I have already informed my master. He is traveling as fast as he can to assist you. It will probably take 10 minutes. Can he be any quicker? Are there no essence soul immortals nearby? Qin Yun was anxious. 10 minutes? It would be too late. A typical essence soul immortal speed might not be comparable to yours, replied Patriarch E. Out of the strongest ones in the world, the one from Numinous Treasure Mountain is far in Kunlun Prefecture and His Majesty Human Emperor is in the western Qin Prefecture at the imperial capital. As for my master, he is in the Prefecture's Divine Firmament chapter. He is rather close to Lu Prefecture and cultivates in the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma, giving him unparalleled speed. It will only take him 10 minutes. There was nothing Qin Yun's anxiousness would accomplish anyway. He was a sword immortal that cultivated in the beam transformation art. Especially after he condensed a purplish gold golden core, his flying art was considered one of the fastest in the world. Beneath the level of immortals and fiend celestials, he was one of the few that could match their speed. Typical immortals and fiend celestials might not even be much faster than him. Back when Qin Yun and the E family exited the scenic Yan cave abode, Patriarch E had once escorted him. Qin Yun had seen Patriarch E's speed. Compared to the present Qin Yun, Patriarch E was about 2 times faster. Speed was something that was harder to improve the higher it was. Ancestral Master Zhang was extremely good when it came to speed. He was several times faster than Patriarch E. To travel from Prefecture's Divine Firmament chapter to Lu Prefecture's Yanlai County, Qin Yun would take almost an hour, but Divine Firmament chapter's ancestral master Zhang only required 10 minutes. 10 minutes was very short already. But Qin Yun's clash with the Fiend Celestial did not take too much time. 10 minutes seemed like a long time in that context. I have to rely on my own abilities, thought Qin Yun. Qin Yun, please think of ways to hold him back. Don't let that Fiend Celestial escape, Patriarchy said anxiously through the voice transmission. You have to stall for time till my master arrives. If that Fiend Celestial were to escape, it would really result in endless trouble. Qin Yun had no other options. There was no time to request for help, and ordinary attacks were useless. There was only one attack he had left. Go! A glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. This conversation would usually take time, but since Qin Yun and Patriarchy were communicating through their minds, it was extremely fast. At that moment, Qin Yun did not hesitate to release his intrinsic flying sword. His eyes turned red. He filled himself with strong emotions as he burned his life, risking it all but hoping never to abandon his loved one. Even reincarnation was unable to come between Qin Yun and Xiao. The attack that was imbued with these rich life-abandoning emotions was also Qin Yun's strongest attack, Samsara. Although Qin Yun grasped 3 paramount realms and had harmonized them, perfecting Samsara even more, as well as having the purplish golden core's dermic powers nourishing and strengthening his soul, for some baffling reason, the attack continued to drain his mental strength greatly. 2 strikes were his limit under ordinary circumstances. Qin Yun did not even dare to attempt a third, for it would damage his soul's core. Whoosh! The sword flashes streaked across the sky as a gigantic black and white image appeared. Along with the black and white image was a blinding sword flash that struck the Fiend Celestial directly. Oh! The Fiend Celestial was struggling to escape and had only used one hand to withstand Qin Yun's 3 flying swords and 3 cosmic bangles. But now, when Qin Yun cast his best killer move, Samsara, the Fiend Celestial felt a chill run through his heart. Oh no! The Fiend Celestial could sense that there was a qualitative change in the strength of the attack, one that put it on a different level than all the previous attacks. He joined his hands together to brace against it. Boom! Dot! A loud explosion was heard. Although he had used all his strength to resist the attack, the Fiend Celestial turned flustered. Oh no! Because at the instant he met the attack, the Fiend Celestial knew he could not withstand it. Although he consumed his blood essence instantly, he was ultimately a little too slow. The Fiend Celestial's body sank abruptly from the blow. His waist was almost out of the jade bottle's mouth, but now, due to the flying sword's mighty smiting, a portion of the Fiend Celestial's body sunk into the jade bottle, all the way to his chest level. Darn it! Darn it! The Fiend Celestial was worried. Good. Qin Yun, who was watching the cave from outside, watched with lit-up eyes. I'll kick him while he's down. Kill. Dot. The intrinsic flying sword produced the second attack. It was another Samsara. Augmented by the craziness of consuming his own life, the phenomenon of the black and white image came pressing down with the dazzling sword flashes. Get lost. The Fiend Celestial was prepared this time. He disregarded everything and consumed his blood essence, raising his aura greatly so that it sent out burning heat waves. The other 3 flying swords and cosmic bangles did not pose a threat to the Fiend Celestial at all. All the Fiend Celestial focused on was fending off Qin Yun's Samsara. He struck out with both palms once again. The flying sword and the Fiend Celestial struck and produced a loud boom. The might was in no way inferior to the previous attack. But its effects were clearly reduced. Although the Fiend Celestial still sank, it was only for a tiny amount. What? Qin Yun was enervated at that moment. However, he was disgruntled to find that the Fiend Celestial was far from being completely smashed back into the jade bottle. At that moment, the Fiend Celestial was further enraged. From his ancient imprisonment to this day, he was already extremely weak. He was forced to consume his vital essence to escape, so his injuries were even heavier. In order to prevent himself from being pushed further back into the bottle, he continued consuming his vitality. Qin Yun was only immortal. His lifespan was a mere 500 years. At his peak, he was several times stronger than Qin Yun, but now he had been forced to consume his vitality. The amount of energy I have left is too little. Every amount used now damages my core. How long will it take before I can recover? The Fiend Celestial was anxious and furious. The weaker he became, the harder it would be to restore to his peak. Qin Yun. The Fiend Celestial let out a bellow. Get lost now, or I swear that I will wipe out your entire Qin family. He had no way to directly attack mortals, but he could entice other great fiendish demons. He couldn't do much when Qin Yun was alive, but once his 5 centuries were up, he could uproot the Qin family and wipe it from the face of the world. Do you think I'm afraid of your threat? Qin Yun endured his exhaustion and took out a fire cloud calabash from the cosmic bag by his waist. He pulled its stopper and opened his mouth to throw a pill in. The legendary pill, 9 Revolution Spirit Pill. The 9 Revolution Spirit Pill could be consumed by everyone, from lowly mortals to immortals. It could even revive mortals that had yet to have their souls dissipate. For Khanate golden core cultivators that were trying to step into the Tao, their golden cores would be damaged if they failed to condense their essence soul. They could use the 9 Revolution Spirit Pills to treat those injuries. Essence Soul immortals would use it to treat injuries in their essence soul. The 9 Revolution Spirit Pills were best at healing one's vital essence. And now, Qin Yun was, in fact, not damaged in any way. He was only mentally drained. There was no way to instantly recover his soul strength because ordinary pills were too slow. Qin Yun was being extravagant in his use of a 9 Revolution Spirit Pill. Phew! 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 The miraculous power of the pill naturally nourished his soul, restoring his drained mental strength rapidly. After all, he had yet to hurt his soul's core, and it was quite an overkill to use it. Again! Qin Yun did not hesitate to use his killer move, Samsara, again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234. Chapter 234, Qin Yun vs. Fiend Celestial, Part 3/3. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The intrinsic flying sword transformed into a blinding sword flash as it bolted over with the black and white phenomenon. He can cast it again? The Fiend Celestial was astounded. He knew very well from the first 2 clashes that Qin Yun's strongest attack possessed the strength of ordinary immortals and Fiend Celestials. Before he was imprisoned, at his prime, he was naturally unfazed by ordinary immortals or Fiend Celestials. But now, he was the weakest he had ever been. He had even consumed his vital essence, making him even weaker. Furthermore, he had to constantly resist the seal. Pang! But no matter how flustered he was, the Fiend Celestial resisted with everything he had. He managed to withstand the strike, but at the same time his resistance towards the damaged seal turned weaker. He sank down slightly again. I need to get out now. Now! The Fiend Celestial burned his blood essence as he grabbed the bottle's mouth with both hands, trying to crawl out with all his might. Who? 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 The 3 cosmic bangles surrounded him again, and the Fiend Celestial had no choice but to send them flying by diverting one hand. He knew very well that the cosmic bangles were only ordinary in strength, but, if they truly bound him, they would strengthen the seal. As a result, he might very well be sealed back into the jade bottle again. Phew! The intrinsic flying sword flew over, producing the black and white phenomenon once again. When will this end? The Fiend Celestial was truly flustered. The 3rd time, 4th time, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Qin Yun constantly cast samsara and, including the first 2, he had cast a total of 8 samsaras in a blink of an eye. The 9 revolution spirit pills were magical. They could be used to treat the essence soul injuries of immortals and easily recover one's mental strength. The powerful soul that Qin Yun's purplish gold golden core dermic powers nurtured ended up draining Qin Yun's mental strength tremendously. Without the 9 revolution spirit pills, he would have been drained of his mental strength after 3 times. If his mental strength was completely drained, it would naturally harm his core. The 9 revolution spirit pills' medicinal effects could allow him to use samsara 6 times. In addition to the first 2 strikes, he was able to use samsara 8 consecutive times. At that moment, Qin Yun was very exhausted. I have yet to suppress him successfully. Qin Yun looked at the Fiend Celestial, who had only one hand outside. The Fiend Celestial was still struggling and was unwilling to give up. It pinned its hopes on Qin Yun not being able to cast samsara again. Qin Yun took out the fire cloud calabash from the cosmic bag by his waist again. He pulled the stopper open and poured a 9 revolution spirit pill into his mouth once again. The moment Qin Yun raised the fire cloud calabash to his mouth, the Fiend Celestial who could see the external world from inside the cave felt despair. He's eating another pill? A 9 revolution spirit pill entered Qin Yun's stomach and its medicinal effects nourished his soul, rapidly replenishing his mental strength. Years ago, Qin Yun obtained 6 9 revolution spirit pills from Xiao immortal abode. He split them equally with Hong Lingtong, leaving him with 3. He had never used any of the 3 9 revolution spirit pills. But to deal with the Fiend Celestial, he had already eaten his second pill. Another time. The intrinsic flying sword cast samsara once again, bolting over with the black and white image. This Qin Yun did not cast such a flying sword art in the beginning. It must be extremely draining on him, so much so he had to eat a pill after casting it twice. Clearly, he can only cast it twice normally. But after eating 1 pill, he is able to cast it another 6 times? Now he has eaten another pill. Is he going to cast it another 6 times? The Fiend Celestial was drowning in despair. I'm finished. I'll definitely lose. In order to escape, I have already burned my blood essence. Now, I'm out of blood essence to burn to resist his flying sword. If I burn any more, I will enter a slumber. The Fiend Celestial felt weakness permeating his entire body. He really was at his limit. Boom! 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 Dot. The flying sword showed no mercy, as it was always accompanied by the black and white image. Again and again, it repeated multiple times. Samsara was cast 3 consecutive times. The first time, the Fiend Celestial's head was struck, leaving its neck at the bottle's mouth. The second time, the head completely sank back in, leaving half an arm outside. The palm was still struggling to crawl out of the bottle's mouth. The third time forced the arm completely into the bottle. Swoosh! Qin Yun waved his hand as his dermic powers carried the bottle stopper over to cork the jade bottle. The moment the jade bottle was corked, it fell to the ground. When it reached the ground, it remained motionless. Alright, dot. With a flash, Qin Yun entered the cave and extended his hand to grab the jade bottle. Upon seeing the jade bottle, Qin Yun's eyes were filled with excitement. In order to deal with you, I ate 2 9 revolution spirit pills. Qin Yun looked at the jade bottle. Although he was dedicated to dealing with all fiendish demons of the world, he would not go as far as eating 9 revolution spirit pills to take down ordinary great fiendish demons. That was because 1 9 revolution spirit pill was equivalent to a second-grade Dharma treasure. Eating a few of them was enough to match a first-grade Dharma treasure. For reference, some top sects would use a first-grade Dharma treasure as a cornerstone treasure that was handed down for generations. Qin Yun might have had many treasures, but he could not afford such extravagance. But in order to deal with a mysterious Fiend Celestial, it was worth it. Qin Yun knew very well. The fight between humans and fiendish demons was ultimately decided by immortals and Fiend Celestials. Although he was very powerful, all he could do was influence the situation of mortals for a few hundred years. For instance, the Bai family's patriarch was the pillar of support for humans since ancient times. He wielded the stellar heavenly cycle and fought many fiend celestials, giving peace to humans. Another example would be ancestral Master Zhang. He made humans become stronger and it had a lasting effect. By the same reasoning, weakening the enemy's strongest combatants was very important too. I, Qin Yun, might never become immortal my entire life, stopping only at the Khanate Golden Core. Qin Yun looked at the jade bottle. But I have taken down a top fiend celestial like you. Although I had to take advantage of your perilous situation, such an opportunity might only appear once in a lifetime. How could I not grasp it? Just from the might of the fiend celestial's aura, one could tell that the fiend celestial inside the jade bottle was an extremely high life form. It was probably comparable to the other realm fiend celestial from the ancient Skydragon Palace. It might have been slightly weaker, but ordinary immortals and fiend celestials were far from comparable to him. Such a terrifying fiend celestial was not someone even Elder Sword could match. Once he escaped, he would have truly brought about endless tragedies. Qin Yun, who was rather excited and reveling in his accomplishments, held the Inspect Heavenly token. He contacted Patriarch Ian in midair. A phantom appeared in front of him. It was none other than Patriarch E. How is it? Patriarch E looked at Qin Yun. He has been suppressed by me. Qin Yun held the jade bottle. Great, great, great. Patriarch E looked with lit eyes. Qin Yun, you have done something tremendous for us humans. Quick, get away from that place. That fiend celestial might have secretly contacted the 9 lineage fiendish demons. The 9 lineage fiendish demons' fiend celestials might be rushing over. Quickly leave and head for the Divine Firmament chapter. My master will meet you midway. All right. Qin Yun was alarmed. So, he immediately flew out of the cave. Yin Lihua stood on a cloud a distance away from the cave. He was watching from afar uneasily. Taoist Yin, leave quickly. The 9 lineage fiendish demons' fiend celestials might come here, said Qin Yun urgently with a voice transmission. Has that fiend celestial escaped? Asked Yin Lihua immediately. I managed to suppress him, replied Qin Yun through a voice transmission. I'm leaving first. So, a beam streaked across the sky as it rushed towards the Divine Firmament chapter. The fiend celestial has been suppressed? Yin Lihua was astonished. He could clearly sense the might from the fiend celestial. It was truly terrifying. Has an immortal rushed here in time? But I had already informed my sect and the nearest immortal Fu will take 15 minutes to get here. He obviously did not know that Qin Yun had directly contacted one of the top existences in the world, Patriarch E. Following that, ancestral Master Zhang himself was rushing over. And in the E family's ancestral grounds, Purple Cloud Palace. The fiend celestial has been suppressed by Qin Yun? Patriarch E was astonished. Qin Yun previously mentioned that the fiend celestial is extremely terrifying. Even if it lost a great deal of its strength after being imprisoned for eons, all I hoped was that Qin Yun would hold out for a while. Yet, he directly suppressed it. Did I make a mistake? Was the sealed fiend celestial not as strong as I imagined? I'll go take a look. Patriarch E immediately departed Purple Cloud Palace and rushed towards Divine Firmament chapter. He was similarly curious over the fiend celestial that was trapped in the jade bottle. Patriarch E flew over quickly. But after flying for a while, ancestral Master Zhang's voice sounded in Patriarch E's ears. Yen, I have met up with Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235. Chapter 235, Ancestral Master Zhang in Jade Bottle. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun was in the form of a beam as he rushed in the direction of the Divine Firmament chapter. Suddenly, an obstreperous power enveloped his surroundings. Qin Yun felt like he had fallen into a mother's embrace as he could not help but come to a stop. Despite stopping suddenly while traveling at an extreme speed, he did not feel any discomfort. This is? Qin Yun looked in front of him as a purple bolt of lightning condensed into a body. Finally, it turned corporeal, revealing a middle-aged Taoist in a robe. He wore a headdress and looked rather ordinary, but he had an air of nobility. It was as though he held the secrets to the heavenly Tao. His aura was warm, but it did not emit any suppressive feelings. Qin Yun felt that the existence in front of him was absolutely the most impressive existence he had ever encountered. Even the terrifying other realm fiend celestial that died in the ancient Skydragon Palace felt weaker. This lightning. Qin Yun frequently watched his wife cultivating the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma, so he could naturally tell that the lightning was the Divine Firmament Lightning. However, it was a lot more brilliant than what his wife produced. Despite being known for its oppressiveness, the lightning appeared genial and completely lacked killing intent. "Are you Ancestral Master Zhang?" asked Qin Yun. The middle-aged Taoist smiled and nodded. "That's me. I understand that you caught a fiend celestial of extraordinary origins. It's very impressive that you could seal it. Let's go, we can have a chat in my Divine Firmament chapter." "Yes," Qin Yun said politely. Creating and perfecting a Dharmic Tao that was recognized as the best Dharmic Tao in the world. Ancestral Master Zhang was considered the strongest Taoist in the eyes of the world's cultivators. The Taoist movement had quite a number of immortals at present. For instance, Patriarch Bai presided over Numinous Treasure Mountain. Back when the Tao ancestor taught the Tao at Numinous Treasure Mountain, Patriarch Bai had been there listening. Since ancient times, Patriarch Bai's presence ensured that Numinous Treasure Mountain constantly remained prosperous. The Bai family was the oldest family clan, but in the eyes of cultivators like Qin Yun, Ancestral Master Zhang was even more powerful. If it were just cultivating the best Dharmic Tao and reaching the highest cultivation realm, that would already be impressive. However, Ancestral Master Zhang had created the best Dharmic Tao. Anyone that knew the implications of that would be astounded. An existence like Ancestral Master Zhang was like he was a world unto himself. He was an anchor of all humanity. Swoosh! The middle-aged Taoist brought Qin Yun along as they transformed into a purple bolt of lightning that headed straight for the Divine Firmament chapter. Qin Yun took the time to study Ancestral Master Zhang. He looks ordinary, but his aura is more aloof compared to the other realm fiend celestial's oppressive aura. Just a brief encounter was enough for Qin Yun to observe that, if Ancestral Master Zhang wished to, he could crush him to death with a finger. Above Tiascance Mountain in Lu Prefecture's Yanlai County, where Qin Yun fought the fiend celestial. Swoosh! The faint figure of a purple-robed youth appeared in the clouds. He overlooked Tiascance Mountain and, although he was very far away, his gaze allowed him to probe the entire area that spanned hundreds of kilometers. No longer here after such a short period of time? Did he escape, or was he sealed by humans once again? The purple-robed youth, He Qian, muttered to himself. He just escaped imprisonment and should be weak. It's possible that he escaped this area and found somewhere to secretly recover his strength. As for being sealed, there are no auras left behind by immortals. It's unlikely that he has been sealed. After all, it's impossible for him to be sealed by a mortal cultivator, right? He Qian surmised. Time to leave. I have important matters to handle. If this world is taken over, it would be a meritorious accomplishment. With a flick of his sleeve, he silently vanished. In a quiet residence of the Divine Firmament chapter, there were pavilions with beautiful scenery. It was not tended to by any servants. "Have a seat," said the middle-aged Taoist with a smile as he sat down inside a pavilion. "Senior, I'll take my seat then." Only then did Qin Yun sit down. The middle-aged Taoist smiled as he looked at Qin Yun. It's said that you are a sword immortal that has stepped into the Tao. However, I just realized that you are still at the paramount realm after meeting you in person today. The only difference is that you have condensed a purplish gold golden core. I can't keep it from Senior Zhang, said Qin Yun immediately after feeling a little shocked. Don't worry. I did not probe your body, said the middle-aged Taoist. A wisp of dermic powers effuse from your body and, although it's very weak, I am able to recognize it as purplish gold golden core dermic powers. Speaking of which, I condensed a purplish gold golden core back in my day. And it has already been more than 2 millennia since then. Time sure passes fast. I still remember the days when I stormed the world to rid it of evil after condensing a purplish gold golden core. Qin Yun listened. If ancestral Master Zhang claimed that he was the most talented Taoist since ancient times, very few people would disagree with him. For instance, people like immortal Scenic Yang, known as leaders of the Taoist movement, might only number a handful, but that was still a non-zero number. Even the imperial government conferred immortals kingships like it did with Patriarch Yi, Patriarch Zhongli, and Patriarch Xiao. They were patriarchs of thousand-year-old family clans and even held huge influence in a sacred land. The imperial government had to appease them. For example, the Xiao family had great influence in the primordial chaos sect. Such a figure could be deemed a leader of the Taoist movement. However, ancestral Master Zhang and the Bai family's patriarch were of even higher standing. It would actually be an insult if the imperial government conferred them kingships. Condensing a purplish gold golden core implies you have a robust foundation and extremely high talent. Speaking of which, you condensed a purplish gold golden core somewhat earlier than me, said the middle-aged Taoist. The path for cultivation is long. Senior, I'm just a beginner compared to you, replied Qin Yun. You and other sword immortals have yet to condense an essence soul. The middle-aged Taoist looked at Qin Yun and nodded with a sigh. However, we owe the sword immortal lineage a lot. Numinous Treasure Mountain taught the sword immortal lineage to the world because sword immortals are best at killing. Destroying evil increases the light providence shines on us humans. It has made quite a number of good human seedlings become sword immortals. There have been quite a number of sword immortals that stepped into the Tao. There are even some who grasped extremely strong Tao. Logically speaking, such talent should make it extremely easy for them to become immortal. Unfortunately, the sword immortal lineage lacks a dermic formulation to condense an essence soul. Old Bai and I have thought of all possible ways, said the middle-aged Taoist with a sigh. If we could obtain the sword immortal lineage's dermic formulation for condensing an essence soul, it would be worth it even if my Divine Firmament chapter's numinous treasures are depleted. Unfortunately, it just doesn't exist. Qin Yun felt his heart jolt from hearing that. Old Bai was likely referring to numinous Treasure Mountain's Patriarch Bai. Ancestral Master Zhang and Patriarch Bai were both helpless? Isn't it said that the Myriad Temple is omnipotent? Do they not have any means? Other realm fiend celestials try to entice us cultivators, saying that they can satisfy all of our wishes. Is that just deliberate lies? Asked Qin Yun immediately. Myriad Temple? The middle-aged Taoist shook his head. There's no need to think so highly of the Myriad Temple. They only know a lot of powerful figures. If Old Bai and I can't obtain it, there's no way for Myriad Temple to obtain it. Qin Yun nodded slightly. As for the other realm fiend celestials? The middle-aged Taoist scoffed and said, how can the enticement of other realm fiend celestials be believed? The sword immortal lineage is a lineage of the Taoist movement after all. Even we don't have the dermic formulation for the sword immortals to condense an essence soul, so how can other realm fiend celestials have it? If they did have it, we would have long gotten our hands on it. I can very confidently tell you that there are only 2 ways to obtain the essence soul dermic formulations for the sword immortal lineage. Oh? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. One way is for the Tao ancestor to impart the Tao once again, said the middle-aged Taoist. The second way is to create it yourself. Other than that, there is no other way. Qin Yun's heart chilled. To get the Tao ancestor to impart the Tao? What sort of status did the Tao ancestor have? Back when the world was still in its nascent state, the Tao ancestor had descended upon the world to impart the Tao. Humans and fiendish demons have been fighting ever since. The wars raged on since ancient times and numerous sects and fiendish demons died, yet, the Tao ancestor never descended again. It looks like I can only rely on creating it myself, said Qin Yun as he shook his head. The sword immortal lineage has had many talented people in history. There were many who stepped into the Tao, but all of them eventually turned to dust. The Tao ancestor has never descended again, so I, Qin Yun, will naturally forego any extravagant hopes of the Tao ancestor imparting the Tao again. Cultivation methods are all created by humans, said the middle-aged Taoist with a laugh. Qin Yun, I have my bets on you. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. I have 500 years. I'll naturally do my best. It's good to have such a Tao heart, praised the middle-aged Taoist. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw Patriarch Yi descend on a cloud. Master. Patriarch Yi was dressed ordinarily and he was very respectful. Yi Yan, come. Have a seat, said the middle-aged Taoist with a smile. Patriarch Yi sat down, looked at Qin Yun, and marveled, my young friend, Qin Yun. You sure were impressive this time. You managed to seal a fiend celestial. Can I see what fiend celestial it is? Qin Yun was not an immortal but had succeeded in suppressing and sealing a fiend celestial. It left Patriarch Yi curious about the fiend celestial's identity. Of course. In fact, while I was bringing the fiend celestial with me, I was afraid the fiend celestial might charge out again suddenly. Qin Yun took out the jade bottle and placed it on a stone table. In order to suppress the fiend celestial, he had truly gone for broke. He had even eaten 2 9 Revolution spirit pills. Oh! Ancestral Master Zhang's expression changed slightly when he saw it. He immediately extended his hand and grabbed the jade bottle. He pulled out the stopper as a terrifying might emanated from the middle-aged Taoist. He glared at the jade bottle and a glint flashed in his eyes. His hand trembled gently as he muttered softly, "It's him? I never expected it. I really never expected it." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236. Chapter 236, Fiend Celestial Pooming. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. At Ancestral Master Zhang's level of cultivation, very few things would excite him. He would place importance on items only if they were suitable for him, even if it were a numinous treasure. Those that were unsuitable for his personal cultivation would only become one of the treasures in his collection, left for the sect, or used to exchange for something he needed. With this other realm Fiend Celestial, there is hope that I can master one of my divine powers. Ancestral Master Zhang's eyes were twinkling with delight. Making use of the Fiend Celestial? Ancestral Master Zhang was truly uninhibited. He was a master while the Fiend Celestial would only be his slave. And Ancestral Master Zhang knew very well that other realm Fiend Celestials only sounded scary. In fact, they were just beings of other worlds. There were even some other realm Fiend Celestials who were aligned with good. Only those Fiend Celestials that enticed humans in a bid to seize the world were evil. It also resulted in other realm Fiend Celestials having such a bad reputation. As for Ancestral Master Zhang, he treated every Fiend Celestial differently. For example, the Fiend Celestial that was imprisoned in the jade bottle in front of him might have been evil, but it was also a rare treasure. Come out. Ancestral Master Zhang pointed with his finger, sending a wisp of lightning to permeate the jade bottle. He grabbed the Fiend Celestial directly out of the bottle. Swoosh! The green-skinned Fiend Celestial was pulled out by lightning that wrapped around him. He was the size of a palm, and in the middle of his glabella was a purple scale. He had two thin, long, and sharp curved horns. At that moment, there was horror written all over his face. He looked up at the gargantuan Qin Yun, patriarchy, and the middle-aged Taoist. He could not help but lament inwardly, "It's over. I've landed in the hands of such a terrifying immortal. This immortal that can control lightning is way beyond my match even if I was in my prime. I think he can even match Empyrean Lord." The fiend celestial was panicking. "Enlarge yourself," instructed ancestral Master Zhang. "Yes, yes." The fiend celestial rapidly grew to a size that was approximately the same as Qin Yun and company. He stood there reverentially. "Greetings, immortals." Patriarchy looked at the fiend celestial and sensed his aura. He could not help but be shocked as he secretly thought to himself, "What a powerful aura. He could probably match me when he's not injured." "You are fiend celestial Puming, am I right?" asked ancestral Master Zhang. "Immortal, how impressive you are to recognize me instantly." The fiend celestial smiled sycophantically. He had none of the arrogance or domineering air from before. He even tried to converge his aura as much as he could. "Master, who is fiend celestial Puming?" Patriarchy asked perplexedly. Even with his status and knowledge, he was unaware of this fiend celestial. Ancestral Master Zhang explained, "He's an other-realm fiend celestial that has been sealed since ancient times. Even back then he rarely made an appearance, so he is quite unknown. It's not surprising that few know him in the present day. I learned of a jade bottle that immortal Red Lotus possessed while chatting with old Bai. Fiend celestial Puming would usually live in the jade bottle, but the jade bottle was eventually lost. I never expected that after so much time, he has made an appearance once again through Qin Yun." "Other realm fiend celestial?" Qin Yun clicked his tongue when he heard that. He had really suppressed and sealed an other realm fiend celestial. "From what I observe of his strength, he should be able to match the leader of the 9 lineage fiendish demons at his peak." Patriarchy smiled and marveled while looking at Qin Yun. "I never expected that our young friend Qin Yun would be able to suppress and seal a being of such strength. Truly impressive." "I was only lucky," said Qin Yun immediately. "His strength is indeed ranked within the top 10 of all the fiend celestials among the fiendish demons," ancestral Master Zhang praised with a nod. "However, what he is best at is not killing. If all he knew was decimation, he would have been destroyed by us humans back in ancient times. We wouldn't have spent so much effort to deliberately imprison him in the jade bottle." Qin Yun nodded. "Yes, if he was truly a scourge on humans, he would have long been wiped out. Even the other realm fiend celestial with a mightier aura in the ancient Skydragon Palace was dead. If the humans and water race truly wanted him eradicated, he would absolutely be destroyed. Qin Yun, I have a presumptuous request." Ancestral Master Zhang looked at Qin Yun. "Senior Zhang, feel free to ask me," replied Qin Yun immediately. Patriarchy was shocked. What sort of status did his master enjoy? He actually said the words "presumptuous request" to a connate golden core sword immortal? "This fiend celestial is very useful to me. I would like you to hand him to me." "Of course, your repayment will not be shabby," said ancestral Master Zhang. "Senior Zhang, please take it immediately if you wish to have it." "I wouldn't dare to keep such a terrifying fiend celestial in my home," said Qin Yun immediately. "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you," said ancestral Master Zhang. What status did he have? If he took advantage of a junior, it would affect his Tao heart. At his level, he paid greater attention to having a clear Tao heart. If he hustled on profits, he would abhor himself, much less talk about having a clear Tao heart. Fiend Celestial Puming. Ancestral Master Zhang looked at the Fiend Celestial. "Yes, I await your instruction." The Fiend Celestial was polite. He might have nefarious thoughts in front of others, but he did not dare show any disrespect in front of Ancestral Master Zhang. Are you willing to take me on as your master? Ancestral Master Zhang looked at him. If you don't, I can only give you a taste of the grinding punishment Dharma. When the Fiend Celestial heard that, his expression changed drastically. Ancestral Master Zhang knew him too well. Back then, he had refused to be the slave of the ancient immortal Red Lotus. Immortal Red Lotus did a long investigation before he found the Fiend Celestial's weakness and specially created the grinding punishment Dharma. In just 3 days, he submitted obediently. Back then, I was unwilling to submit because that Immortal Red Lotus was about my equal in strength, said the Fiend Celestial in a sycophantic manner. But Master, your strength is unfathomable and you are much stronger than Immortal Red Lotus. How could I be unwilling? Greetings, Master, I am your lowly slave, Puming. As he said that, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. When Ancestral Master Zhang saw this, he nodded. Return to the bottle and rest. I will soon restore your strength. Yes, the Fiend Celestial immediately said with an obsequious smile. But inside he felt bitter. He glanced at Qin Yun. It's all because of this darn sword immortal. I nearly regained my freedom and would have able to live unbridled in the human world. Now, I have become the slave of this terrifying immortal. This immortal might live on for very, very long. Sigh, I can no longer see the day of my freedom. He felt aggrieved, but there was no solution. So, the Fiend Celestial transformed into a stream of light before entering the jade bottle. Only then did Ancestral Master Zhang put away the jade bottle. Congratulations, Master, said Patriarch Yi instantly. Yin, and you too, Qin Yun, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Do not tell others of this matter regarding Fiend Celestial Puming. Qin Yun said immediately, we will naturally keep our mouths sealed, but... Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. He obviously wasn't afraid, but he did not wish for trouble either. This Fiend Celestial Puming might have strength at the Cloud Fiend Mountain Lord's level, said Ancestral Master Zhang. But it is extremely useful for me. After benefiting from your work, I'll naturally not take advantage of you. Of everything in my treasure collection, I think there are 5 treasures that are more suitable for you. You can choose any 2. Patriarch Yi also smiled and looked at Qin Yun. Since my master is offering it to you, accept it. You are a cultivator too. You should know the importance of a clear Tao heart. You have to accept the treasures. I understand. Qin Yun did not say anything else. In fact, the Fiend Celestial was a huge trouble that he was glad to be rid of. However, Ancestral Master Zhang naturally had complete control over the Fiend Celestial. Ancestral Master Zhang, I wonder what treasures there are that I need to choose 2 from. Qin Yun looked forward to it. You have to choose well from these 5 treasures. Ancestral Master Zhang said as he took a tiny figure the size of a palm from his sleeve. This is? A yellow-scarved strongman? Qin Yun recognized instantly. The tiny figure was identical to the yellow-scarved strongman that was protecting the Qin family. The only difference was it was much smaller. Yes. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. This is the actual body of the yellow-scarved strongman that is currently protecting your Qin family. If you choose it, it will forever protect your Qin family. Qin Yun faltered. One of the 5 treasures was a yellow-scarved strongman? Its value was in no way inferior to the golden core cauldron. Having said that, Ancestral Master Zhang placed the tiny figure on the table. Following that, he took out a second treasure from his sleeve. It was an ancient stone tablet with many cracks. It looked damaged and there were some drawings engraved on it. Qin Yun felt a numbing feeling when he saw it. A wisp of lightning naturally sparked in his body. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. Just looking at it generates lightning in my body in such a natural manner. What sort of stone tablet is this? He controlled his dermic powers to expel the lightning. Ancestral Master Zhang looked at the damaged stone tablet and said with a sigh. This stone tablet was something I obtained out of sheer chance. It contains a divine power, Eye of Lightning. It allows one to open the third eye. However, such a divine power garners the jealousy of the heavens. Every time it is learned, the stone tablet's remnant powers are reduced. In its present damaged state, it will shatter after one more person learns from it. The divine power, Eye of Lightning? Qin Yun was perplexed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237. Chapter 237, 5 Treasures. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Qin Yun was not unfamiliar with divine powers. For instance, the god-fiend lineage that the imperial government cultivated and focused mainly on various divine powers. The Buddhist sacred land Mahakasyapa Monastery was most famous for its 6 divine powers: heavenly eye, heavenly ear, divine feet, telepathy, predestination, and unvexed. It was considered a marvel by cultivators all over the world. Another example was the primordial chaos sect. It was of the physical establishing sage lineage, but it had a divine power, nomological phenomenon, that was extremely famous. Although Taoists could cultivate a golden core, they could also have divine powers such as all-seeing eyes and all-hearing ears. Why have I never heard of the Eye of Lightning? Qin Yun was curious. Ancestral Master Zhang said with a chuckle. That's because the stone tablet can only be learned from 3 times. I learned once and my Divine Firmament chapter's Elder Mu has learned it once. There's only one more time left. The people that have seen the Eye of Lightning in this world only amount to a handful. It's normal that you have not heard of it. With that said, he placed the damaged stone tablet on the table and took out the 3rd treasure from his sleeve. It was a flying sword. The flying sword had a blade that resembled a leaf and it was naturally very sharp. Just looking at the flying sword made Qin Yun feel like he was seeing a phenomenon of green leaves slicing apart the world. This is Sword Immortal Green Leaf's intrinsic flying sword. As he grasped a very powerful sword Dao, he was even stronger than Elder Sword. He sought and gathered many rare materials and eventually managed to raise his intrinsic flying sword to a transcendent grade Dharma treasure. Ancestral Master Zhang said with a smile. I think that this flying sword might be of some use to you. Green leaf? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Senior Zhang, can I study it in detail? There's no rush. You can take a look later. Ancestral Master Zhang placed the transcendent grade flying sword down and took out a bronze calabash from his cosmic bag. He said, this calabash Dharma treasure is known as the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash. It is especially meant for sword immortals. Sword chi can be injected into it and the sword chi will naturally fuse with the runic array formations inside the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash. Once the array formation is completely energized, it will be complete and its strength will reach an extremum. A single thought can permeate the calabash and release millions of beams of sword chi to kill enemies. Its might far exceeds that of any ordinary killer moves. However, its flaw is that you will need to replenish the sword chi inside the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash after each use. Even with your rich and immense dharmic powers, it will probably take you a year, said Ancestral Master Zhang. A year? Qin Yun frowned slightly. Ancestral Master Zhang smiled and placed the bronze calabash on the table. Finally, he took out the final treasure from his sleeve. It was a Buddha figurine that was sitting cross-legged made of wood. It appeared to be carved by a beginner artisan, for it was crudely made. Ancestral Master Zhang said, this is the Buddhist Amita's wooden figurine. There's something amazing about it. Qin Yun was astonished. Amita? Buddhist monks would often say the word, Amitba. Qin Yun also knew what Amita's standing in Buddhism was. It was said that this world's Taoists were taught the Tao by the Tao ancestor back on Numinous Treasure Mountain. As for the Buddhists, they were supposedly taught by the Buddha Amita through a dream, allowing Buddhism to spread in this world. Buddhists kept low profiles and stood aloof from the world, but they had unfathomable strength. 5 treasures. Ancestral Master Zhang smiled as he looked at Qin Yun. The first is a yellow-scarfed strongman. There's no need to elaborate on that. The second is the Eye of Lightning. Once it's cultivated to the limit, the Eye of Lightning can even stand in place against the lightning tribulations sent from the heavens. The third is Sword Immortal Greenleaf's Flying Sword. There are only 2 intrinsic flying sword in the world that have been cultivated to the level of transcendent grade Dharma treasure. This is one of them. The fourth is the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash. The stronger your sword chi is, the stronger the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash is. The fifth is the Amida wooden figurine. This figurine can guide you to dream for 100 years. Dream for 100 years? Qin Yun was perplexed. Your usual dreams might appear very long, but you will realize that you only slept a little after awakening. Have you had such a feeling? Asked Ancestral Master Zhang. Qin Yun nodded. Yes. This wooden sculpture of Amida can guide you into a dream. The dream will be extremely realistic. In the dream, you will experience 100 years. Of course, a day in the outside world is a year in the dream world. To dream for 100 years would only mean 100 days passing in the outside world, said Amitabha Zhang. If its only uniqueness was time, it would not be comparable to the 4 items here. But the most important thing about it is that it can guide your cultivation in the dream. This 100 years of cultivation in the dream would be more helpful than cultivating 100 years in the outside world. Ancestral Master Zhang looked at Qin Yun. Sword immortals only have 500 years. If you take this Amida figurine, the chances of you creating a dharmic formulation that can condense an essence soul will be higher. Qin Yun was immediately moved. Even if it could not guide his cultivation, spending 100 years cultivating in his dream was equivalent to extending his lifespan to 600 years. Cultivating an additional 500 years led to more possibilities, not to mention the cultivation guidance it provided. To immortals and fiend celestials with long lifespans, its value is limited. However, the fact that it provides cultivation guidance gives it the worth of a transcendent grade Dharma treasure, said Ancestral Master Zhang. For a sword immortal like yourself, I think this is the most suitable item out of the 5 for you. Choose 2 wisely. Qin Yun looked at the 5 treasures and was tempted. Patriarch Yi chuckled as he watched. My young friend, Qin Yun, it looks like you have a tough choice on your hands. You can only choose 2. Ancestral Master Zhang sat there and said leisurely. Qin Yun sighed emotively in secret. As he looked at the palm-sized yellow-scarfed strongman, he immediately eliminated it. If I were to die in the future, the Qin family members will not be able to hide in Grand Dominance City forever. Once they leave, they would lose the protection of the yellow-scarfed strongman. Powerful cultivators or fiendish demons can use hypnotizing spells or other means to control others. They could easily control my Qin family members to lure them outside. It might end up with the yellow-scarfed strongman being given for nothing. Greenleaf's Flying Sword. Qin Yun picked up the flying sword. It was cold like a fairy from the Moon Palace. A chill transmitted from the flying sword, making Qin Yun's hand tremble. According to the available heritage, intrinsic flying swords can typically only reach the 1st grade. However, there have been heaven-defying sword immortals that have grasped extremely powerful sword Dao. Supplemented by some treasures, they were able to forcefully raise their intrinsic flying sword to the transcendent grade. Qin Yun sighed silently. Since ancient times, there have only been 2 that have been capable of doing so. Sword Immortal Greenleaf was one of them. My intrinsic flying sword is currently at the 2nd grade, but it can produce strength that matches that of a transcendent grade flying sword. Therefore, an additional Greenleaf flying sword is superfluous. When my intrinsic flying sword reaches the 1st grade, its strength will match a numinous treasure. This Greenleaf flying sword would be worth even less. Although it spoke volumes, Qin Yun decided to eliminate it. The yellow-scarfed strongman and the green leaf flying sword can be eliminated. There are 3 items left. Qin Yun looked at the other 3 items. The Eye of Lightning Divine Power, the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash, and the Amida wooden sculpture. The wooden sculpture that allows me to dream 100 years. I have to choose it, thought Qin Yun. Taking it is equivalent to having an additional 100 years of cultivation. It can even guide my cultivation. Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash? This is equivalent to having an additional powerful killer move. Qin Yun looked at Ancestral Master Zhang and asked, Senior Zhang, I have never heard of this Eye of Lightning Divine Power. Can you explain it in more detail? Ancestral Master Zhang looked at the damaged stone tablet, thought for a moment before saying, I wouldn't dare claim that this divine power is the best in the world, but it's definitely in the top 3. It is also the most powerful divine power out of the myriad divine powers I cultivate in. Furthermore, when facing the tribulations, one of the heavenly punishments is lightning. One can use the Eye of Lightning to greatly lessen the smite. Therefore, just having the chance to learn this divine power makes its value comparable to that of a transcendent grade Dharma treasure. Qin Yun nodded slightly. In fact, when he heard that cultivating the Eye of Lightning to the limit was able to stand in place of the lightning tribulations, he realized how terrifying the divine power was. Even Ancestral Master Zhang, a person acknowledged as the strongest Daoist, said that it was the most powerful divine power he cultivated in. What are the requirements of cultivating it? Asked Qin Yun. There is a very high requirement for one's dharmic powers, said Ancestral Master Zhang. The first barrier to entry is usually being in essence soul immortal. As you have condensed a purplish gold golden core, making your dharmic powers match that of an immortal, you are able to meet the barrier of entry. However, even the beginning stages are enough to aid you greatly. Being able to identify human from a demon, or the light that shines upon a person by providence, or treasure auras are in no way inferior to the Buddhist's heavenly eye. And in combat, the might of the Eye of Lightning is even higher than the divine firmament lightning Dharma. The only problem is that the Eye of Lightning is not easily cultivated. The requirements are that high? Qin Yun frowned. He was planning on choosing something for his wife. As for himself? Qin Yun trusted his flying sword more. Ancestral Master Zhang said with a chuckle, Why? Are you choosing something for your wife? That lassie Xiao wants to step into the Tao and become an immortal? The chances are less than 1 in 1,000. Qin Yun could not help but remark, My wife is still young and has grasped lightning intent. That is an intent obtained when heavenly lightning surged through her body. Has she reached the intent domain realm yet? If not, the chances are even lower, said Ancestral Master Zhang. One has to step into the Tao to become immortal. Among the human mortals, including you, there are only 10 at the paramount realm. Do you think that your wife can become one of the 10? After the paramount realm, there's the harder task of entering the Tao. Only by stepping into the Tao would one have a chance of becoming immortal. Since ancient times, how many people have become immortal? Our Daoist school of thought only has immortals cultivating secretly in the 3 sacred lands. Most top cultivation sects do not have immortals, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Qin Yun nodded. There were 19 top sects in the world and there were only a handful of immortals. Ancestral Master Zhang looked at Patriarchy and said, By the way, Ian. Do not spread the news that Qin Yun has condensed a purplish gold golden core. I understand. Patriarch Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Yun. Nice one, kid. You have actually condensed a purplish gold golden core. You hit it well. Qin Yun smiled. Have you made your choice? Asked Ancestral Master Zhang. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. I'll choose these 2. As he said, he pointed to the Amida wooden sculpture, as well as the damaged stone tablet. The capability to dream 100 years and the Eye of Lightning. Those were the two. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238. Chapter 238, That Arm, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun naturally needed to choose the wooden sculpture that allowed him to dream 100 years. As for the Eye of Lightning, Qin Yun temporarily put it aside for his wife. After all, such a divine power was truly rare, allowing one to identify human from a demon, or the light shined upon a person by providence or treasure auras. It was similar in effect to the heavenly eye divine power. However, it was not necessary for Qin Yun. The weakening of the lightning tribulations from the heavenly punishments was only useful if he managed to defy the heavens and create an essence-soul dermic formulation. If not, the tribulation would not happen to him at all. As for using it to supplement him in battle, it was certainly useful, but he still trusted his flying sword the most. He might as well take it regardless. After all, it was a divine power that ranked highly in the world. Clever. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded and praised him. This divine power might be difficult to grasp, but once you do so, it will aid you greatly. The lightning released can match ordinary immortals and fiend celestials in strength. If you comprehend the way of the lightning, the power you would release would be even stronger. Oh? Qin Yun was a little moved, but with the wooden sculpture that allowed him to dream 100 years, Qin Yun felt that his strength could still improve. He still needed to cast his killer move, Samsara, to match the power of an immortal or fiend celestial. In the future, when his strength increased tremendously, he would likely be able to do so easily. When that time came, the mastery of the Eye of Lightning would only give him limited aid. After all, he did not know anything about the way of the lightning. Senior Zhang, how do I use this wooden sculpture? Inquired Qin Yun. Just drip your blood in, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Qin Yun immediately extended his hand and grabbed the Amida wooden sculpture and the damaged stone tablet. He turned to look at the bronze calabash. Senior Zhang, can this grotto heaven sword calabash be sold to me? Sold? Ancestral Master Zhang and Patriarch Yi were astonished. I'm not able to use it, so I can obviously sell it. But what can you offer in exchange? Ancestral Master Zhan was puzzled as he asked. Although sword immortals halt at the Khanate Golden Core, making the price of the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash drop somewhat, it is still in no way inferior to a transcendent grade Dharma treasure. From the looks of it, our young friend Qin Yun has quite a lot of treasures, quipped Patriarch Yi in a friendly manner. Qin Yun removed a cosmic bag that he kept under his shirt. You even hid a cosmic bag there, joked Patriarch Yi. Please take a look. Qin Yun waved his hand, sending the cosmic bag flying up. The mouth of the bag rapidly expanded, as a gigantic red-scaled arm flew out, landing in the yard. It was the other realm fiend celestial arm that Qin Yun had obtained from the ancient Skydragon Palace. Oh? Ancestral Master Zhang and Patriarch Yi's eyes lit up. They immediately walked out and carefully studied it. When they saw the gigantic claws that were each as sharp as a sickle, they could sense an extreme sharpness despite all the time that had passed. Ancestral Master Zhang could not help but wave his hand to dispel the seals Qin Yun had cast on it. Instantly, the gigantic red-scaled arm produced black fiendish gases. Fiend monsters began to appear one after another, and in a blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them. All of them were snarling angrily as they charged at Ancestral Master Zhang and company. Ancestral Master Zhang casually flipped his hand, and instantly, a new seal enveloped the arm, making the fiendish gases dissipate as quickly as they appeared. It's the Skyfiend's arm. Ancestral Master Zhang's pupils constricted in astonishment. Patriarch Yi looked at Ancestral Master Zhang and sent a voice transmission. Master, if I'm not wrong, this arm is. It's the Skyfiend's. Ancestral Master Zhang replied with a voice transmission and nodded. Senior Zhang, is this arm enough to exchange for the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash? asked Qin Yun. He knew very well that even a finger bone of the other realm fiend celestial would make fiendish demons go nuts. This was an other realm fiend celestial that had stormed into the ancient Skydragon Palace, fought the water race guarding it, and wiped them out. The ancient Skydragon eventually killed it at the cost of his own life and died sealing off the ancient Skydragon Palace. It was evident that the other realm fiend celestial's strength was not that much inferior to the ancient Skydragon's. When it came to such a fiend celestial, even a bone or a scale would be worth a lot. Where did you obtain this? Ancestral Master Zhang looked at Qin Yun. Was it from the West Sea's ancient Skydragon Palace? Yes. Qin Yun nodded. I was lucky to obtain it. It took me a great deal of effort to deal with those fiend monsters before I could grab this fiend celestial arm. It's truly that fiend celestial. Back then, he managed to obliterate the ancient Skydragon Palace with his own strength. Ancestral Master Zhang felt wistful. Unfortunately, all you obtained was an arm. If you obtained the entire corpse, it would be entirely different. The fiend monsters generated by an arm are already this powerful. If it were the entire corpse, I could not even fend against the most basic fiend monsters it generates, remarked Qin Yun. That's true. Patriarch E nodded. He looked at the gigantic arm and said, now that I'm looking at this arm, I'm even more impressed by the ancient Skydragon. Back then, it sacrificed himself to kill this other realm fiend celestial, preventing him from continue his rampage in this world. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. He did not think anything of the fiend celestial that had been imprisoned in the jade bottle. However, the original owner of this arm was not someone Ancestral Master Zhang would dare to slight. Senior Zhang, can this arm be used to exchange for the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash? Pressed Qin Yun. There isn't a lot of flesh and blood on this arm, but the claws are easily refinable. Every claw is easily a first-grade Dharma treasure. They can even be used to construct a Dharma treasure set. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. It is indeed an item of equivalent exchange. Take it. The Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash is yours, That. Qin Yun revealed a look of glee. By the way, if you step into the Dao and experience a great increase in strength, you can still explore the ancient Skydragon Palace, said Ancestral Master Zhang in anticipation. That ancient Skydragon was afraid that people from the future would blaspheme his corpse, so he set a restriction that even immortals and fiend celestials are unable to enter. As for Khanate Golden Core realms, even those that have stepped into the Dao are limited in strength. Perhaps it will be hard to enter the inner core of the ancient Skydragon Palace, but the other realm fiend celestial's corpse is something you have a chance of obtaining. I'll give it another try when my strength increases greatly, said Qin Yun. Qin Yun picked up the bronze calabash and could control it quickly once his purplish gold golden core dermic powers were infused into it. However, it was clear that it was tough for him to control it. There was a world of chaos inside the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash. Its profundity is unparalleled. Qin Yun sensed it, and sensed that there were countless runes flowing within the chaotic world within. It was filled with amazing wonders. Senior Zhang, the stronger the sword chi I inject, the stronger the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash's strength would be, pressed Qin Yun. Can it still withstand my sword chi after I step into the Dao? Don't worry, Ancestral Master Zhang said confidently. Qin Yun nodded and felt delighted. It was likely that he would be stuck at the Khanate Golden Core realm for a very, very long time. After he stepped into the Dao, it would be very difficult to improve his strength. When the time came, the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash would be his strongest killer move. The stronger he became, the more powerful the killer move would be. Qin Yun naturally wanted to buy it. Senior Zhang, Signory, if there's nothing else, I shall bid the both of you farewell. Qin Yun cupped his hands and said, You may leave. Ancestral Master Zhang smiled as he watched Qin Yun depart in the form of a beam. Yen, this Qin Yun really is my lucky star. Ancestral Master Zhang held the jade bottle in his hand. Not only did he deliver the fiend celestial Puming to me, he even brought the Skyfiend's arm. The arm can be ignored, but these claws are truly special. They are easily refined and can become a set of transcendent grade Dharma treasures. However, the material is extraordinary. I will need to find other treasures to refine them with. If I'm lucky, I might even get a set of numinous treasures. If only Qin Yun had managed to bring the other arm's claws over, the quantity would be double and, complemented with other treasures, the chances of refining a numinous treasure would greatly increase. A numinous treasure in the form of a set. For example, 6 of Qin Yun's cosmic bangles formed a set which would result in a qualitative change in strength. Another example would be the Bai family's stellar heavenly cycle. It was a set made out of 360 stars. The Amida wooden sculpture that Qin Yun obtained will probably ensure that he steps into the Tao soon by allowing him to dream 100 years, said Patriarchy with a smile. When the time comes, he might be able to bring the Skyfiend's corpse over. It will depend on how strong his sword Tao is when he steps into the Tao, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Grand Dominance. Qin Manor. So, a beam descended from the sky and landed in a garden. Xiao was sitting cross-legged on a grass patch in the garden. There was a flowery fragrance permeating the garden. When Qin Yun landed, Xiao opened her eyes, having sensed him. Brother Yun. Xiao stood up immediately and said with a smile. You sent Xu Yan to Sword Tower and your trip took days, but I went to the Lu Prefecture on the way. The Lu Prefecture's Yonglai County's Shiman family had up to 100 clansmen dying every day. It was said to be the work of a mysterious great fiendish demon, so I rushed there to investigate the matter, said Qin Yun. Great fiendish demon? Xiao was surprised. I later discovered that it wasn't a great fiendish demon. Instead, it was a human. It was the Khanate Golden Core cultivator Yoshichi from the Black Turtle Palace. The matter secretly involved an other realm fiend celestial, said Qin Yun. Other realm fiend celestial? What happened? Xiao was appalled. Qin Yun began recounting the entire story and explained what happened with Ancestral Master Zhang. Xiao gradually calmed down. Brother Yun, the 3 treasures you chose are excellent. Xiao nodded in agreement. However, after hearing the entire story, I think Yoshichi deserved his end, but he is also very pitiable. Qin Yun nodded. I have to thank him too. If he had not mentioned the bottle stopper, I'd probably have gone on without knowing that the jade bottle hid a fiend celestial. He probably guessed that he would die the moment he mentioned the jade bottle's secret. He was truly, fully prepared to die back then. Yeah. Xiao nodded. Let's not talk about that. Xiao, I plan to enter seclusion to cultivate in a few days' time, said Qin Yun. Dreaming 100 years? Asked Xiao. Yeah, I'll enter seclusion for 100 days and dream 100 years. Qin Yun nodded. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239. Chapter 239, Coming of Age Ceremony. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Grand Dominance. Qin Manor. Xiao prepared a variety of dishes for Qin Yun. Brother Yun, I'm somewhat worried. Xiao held a cup of alcohol. What are you worried about? Asked Qin Yun with a smile. You previously said that you would dream 100 years and that the dream would feel realistic, allowing you to cultivate, whispered Xiao. But Brother Yun, wouldn't that make you live an additional 100 years? 100 years is a very long time. We are only in our 30s. When you wake up from your dream, what if you find me unfamiliar, or even abandon me? Qin Yun walked to his wife's side and gently embraced her. He whispered with a smile, Don't worry. Your husband is the world's best sword immortal. There's chance of him even stepping into the Tao. How can a mere 100-year cultivation in a dream make my heart waver? If you end up treating me heartlessly, said Xiao as she looked at him. Humph, I'll smite you with divine firmament lightning before returning to the divine firmament chapter. You would not be able to see me even if you wanted to. Smite me with divine firmament lightning? My wife, that's ruthless. Are you going to murder your husband? Qin Yun stared at her. Let's see how your dream of 100 years goes and how you treat me after you come out of seclusion. Don't worry. I'll immediately pull you into the room once I'm awake, said Qin Yun. Pull me into the room? What for? Xiao was perplexed. Of course we'll need to cultivate in yin-yang complementation arts. Qin Yun sighed. Loaning does not lead to birth and solitary yang does not allow growth. The worldly yin-yang is the orthodox path. What are you talking about? Xiao blushed slightly. We have already been married for so long. And the dream is realistic. I'll have to hold it in for 100 years, said Qin Yun immediately. Do you think it'll be easy on me? Xiao laughed with her mouth covered. That night, Xiao sent Qin Yun to the private chamber and sealed it. Many array formations were activated and the yellow-scarfed strongman was given special orders to heavily secure the chamber. No one was to be allowed in. In the chamber, Qin Yun sat cross-legged and took out the Amida wooden sculpture. The sculpture was crudely made, but it had a baffling charm to it. Qin Yun placed the sculpture in midair in front of him. Dream for 100 years? And it can even guide my cultivation? Qin Yun pondered inwardly. I wonder what dreaming 100 years will be like. Ancestral Master Zhan was quite vague. It's time. Qin Yun permeated the Amida sculpture with his consciousness and in an instant. Boom! Qin Yun felt his soul resonate abruptly. As the resonance spread throughout his body, Qin Yun thought he saw the Amida sculpture smiling. What? The Buddha sculpture can smile? Following that, Qin Yun's mind went blank from the resonance. He knew nothing. In an infinite distance away, there was a Buddha with infinite light emitting from his body. His eyes were filled with unfathomable wisdom as he turned to look in Qin Yun's direction. He smiled. Go. The infinitely radiant Buddha smiled as he gently pointed. Immediately, Qin Yun's soul tore through space and time at a fascinating speed and headed for an endless and distant world. Following that, he entered the body of a sleeping youth. Qin Yun only felt that his mind was abuzz, as though it was about to split apart. Even his memories were fuzzy. For a moment, he would remember himself as Qin Yun. And another moment, he seemed to be a youth called Wing. I must be dreaming. Qin Yun made a judgment in his dazed state. Right. I'm dreaming. I remember the Amida wooden sculpture that allows me to dream 100 years. Is this Wing, my identity in the dream? However, the memories feel real and they are very chaotic too. Memories belonging to Wing constantly surged into his mind. Wing. Quick, wake up! Wake up! A voice entered his ears. Let Wing sleep a little longer. He might feel better if he sleeps a little more. Wing won't die, right? Someone from the High Warrior family's bloodline will not die that easily. There were young voices around him. Following that, the voices vanished. What seemed like a long time later, Qin Yun gradually awakened. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a cave. There was wild grass underneath him and there were two youths, one male and one female, sleeping soundly beside him. I'm injured? Qin Yun looked at his chest. There was a throbbing pain coming from it and it had been wrapped simply with rags. Qin Yun carefully pulled the rags away and saw the wound beneath it. The wound looked gruesome but it was recovering at a discernible pace. It's recovering so quickly, but wouldn't that mean that the original injury was horrible? This body is stronger than my Khanate golden core sword immortal body. Qin Yun murmured to himself. It's only 14 years old and the dermic formulation he cultivates in is similar to my homeworld's godfiend lineage of the imperial government. However, it's much cruder. The godfiend lineage dermic formulation might have been exclusive to the imperial government, but what status did Qin Yun enjoy? He had killed many great fiendish demons and had amassed some of the lower-grade dermic formulations of the godfiend lineage. Comparing it to those formulations, he realized that the dermic formulation that Wing cultivated in was very crude. According to the memories, a high warrior family clan is the descendant of a Khanate godfiend. Qin Yun exclaimed in surprise. With the Khanate godfiend's bloodline, one can still master the crude dermic formulation, High Warrior 3 volumes. The dermic formulation would be completely useless if ordinary people were to cultivate it. Although it's crude, it leads straight to the godfiend realm. I've just started this dream and I've already discovered a cultivation dermic formulation. I can't find any mistakes in it. Qin Yun found it unbelievable. He was very knowledgeable and had a critical eye. He could only say that the dermic formulation was crude, but he could not point out any mistakes in it. Dreaming for 100 years, with the dream similar to reality. I was secretly doubtful when I heard it from ancestral Master Zhang. After all, how can a dream compare with reality? But now, with Wing's memories so vivid and detailed, the surrounding grass, stones, and even this body's flesh and bones, my soul, as well as the dermic formulation, there is no way for me to tell illusion from the truth. At this realm, he felt that it was real no matter how he dissected it. If it's just a dream, it's truly impressive for it to create a world that I cannot detect any flaws with, marveled Qin Yun inwardly. Wing, you are awake, shouted a youth who walked in from outside. He was excited seeing Qin Yun awake. Immediately, the sleeping boy and girl woke up. Another youth ran in from outside the cave. Ha, Wing. Wonderful, you are finally awake. You gave us a fright. The fiendish demon had torn apart your chest with a swipe of its claw. Thankfully, your heart wasn't damaged or you would have died there and then, shouted a fat youth. With that said, he came forward and tore away the rags. He took a look and nodded. Almost there. You'll probably recover completely tomorrow morning. You will definitely be able to successfully kill a fiendish demon having survived such a calamity. Wing has the High Warrior family's bloodline. He obviously won't die, said the girl beside him. That's good. Now, Wing is fine and our chances of hunting a fiendish demon are a lot higher. Wing is the strongest among us. Without Wing, it will be difficult for us to fulfill the coming-of-age ceremony's requirements. Qin Yun smiled as he looked at the four youths in front of him. According to Wing's memories, the 5 of them were members of large family clans. They were all 14. They had entered the desolate plains to slay fiendish demons. All of them needed to kill one fiendish demon in order to fulfill the coming-of-age ceremony's requirements. If they did not succeed, they were never to return. After completing the ceremony, their standings would change. They would be truly recognized by the family clan and be given real names, with the right to use the family's surname. For example, Wing was only a nickname. Qin Yun suddenly frowned as a bloodlust gradually rose from his heart and filled his entire body. It even influenced his mind and soul. This aura made Qin Yun feel an intense need to kill. Furthermore, this aura also faintly informed him, 50 years from now, this dream would shatter. 50 years? Qin Yun was puzzled. The dream will shatter after 50 years? Qin Yun stood up. Although his chest remained in pain, he could still walk to the cave's entrance. Wing, you are injured. There's no need for you to do guard duty, said the fat youth immediately. Dawn, I'm only taking a look. Qin Yun stood at the cave's entrance and looked outside. The moon was hanging massively in the sky. And the desolate plains outside were filled with wild grass as far as the eyes could see. It's so realistic. Qin Yun took in everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240. Chapter 240, Three Firmaments of the Mortal Realm. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun's soul was very strong, just as it was before he entered the dream. He could still release his psyche and carefully observe every spot in his surroundings. He could even use the heaven and earth powers. The heaven and earth powers are different from my homeworld. They're rawer and richer. Qin Yun sensed his surroundings. In terms of richness, they're 100 times more than my homeworld's. Oh? Qin Yun frowned slightly. His pupils turned slightly red before he forcefully repressed the sensation, restoring his eyes to normal. The bloodlust in his body was influencing his soul, and his killing intent would gradually become stronger with time. Why does this body have such intense killing intent? According to Wing's memories, Wing never had such strong killing intent previously. Could it be that after I entered this body through my dream, it began to have such intense killing intent? Qin Yun pondered over it. With time, the killing intent will grow stronger. Even my Tao heart will eventually fail to repress it. But there's no rush. Qin Yun carefully observed the outside world. I can't detect anything unreal about the vegetation, the mud, and water, or even the essence of the moon. This 100-year dream is truly amazing, but... However, Qin Yun did not know that with the Buddha, Amida's aid, he had actually been sent to another world. Qin Yun sat cross-legged after returning to the cave. Wing, you should sleep since you are injured, said the fat youth. Wing is cultivating. He's nothing like you, only knowing how to eat all day, said the girl beside them. Qin Yun did not comment. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as the dermic formulation, High Warrior 3 volumes, surfaced in his mind from Wing's memories. According to the memories of this boy named Wing, humans in this world have the God Fiend and Magus lineage, thought Qin Yun. More than 10,000 years ago, the world began to produce sentient beings. Khanate God Fiends were born with immense strength, and their descendants could become powerful through cultivation and end up possessing the strength of God Fiends. As humans and God Fiends lived together, many Khanate God Fiends married humans, leaving a long line of descendants. These Khanate God Fiends would protect humans. As for Magi, they are much weaker than God Fiends in terms of overall strength. Why does it feel like this is my homeworld's ancient world? Muttered Qin Yun secretly. His homeworld had a legend. In the earliest era, the world was in chaos. It was then that Khanate God Fiends, humans, and demons were born slowly. Humans were weak and puny. They were protected by the Khanate God Fiends until, slowly, humans began to develop the Magus cultivation system. The Magus system was complemented by the world's mysterious and poisonous items, and gradually Gu arts, Hex arts, and array formations were created. Eventually, there were things such as battle magi. The God Fiend lineage was the primary power, while the Magus lineage was only secondary. As time passed, the God Fiend bloodline thinned and the God Fiend lineage gradually weakened. In time, the Magus lineage also gradually became stronger. Later on, the Tao ancestor imparted the Tao on numinous treasure mountain. And after the ancient era ended, the Taoist and Magus schools of thought thrived. The God Fiend lineage weakened, and much later, Amida taught through a dream, allowing his homeworld to have Buddhism. As the heaven and earth powers gradually thinned, the number of rare and mystic items in the world decreased. It also led to the decline of the Magi. Many generations later, the God Fiend lineage produced Human Emperor, the powerful existence that caused the God Fiend lineage to thrive once again in Qin Yun's homeworld. As such, the God Fiend lineage was ranked on par with the Tao and Buddhist cultivation systems among humans. As for the Magus lineage, only Magistress Mountain managed to barely hold on. However, it was far from comparable to the other three lineages. This world I have entered through my dream resembles the period when god-fiends and humans lived together. The magi also gradually rose up, but this period's magi still do not have battle magi, thought Qin Yun. And this youth, Wing, is a descendant of a Khanate god-fiend. Furthermore, he has already cultivated to the second firmament of the mortal realm. His family's dermic formulation, a high warrior 3 volumes, are separated into cultivation, divine powers, and combat arts. The cultivation volume has a total of 6 firmaments. The first 3 firmaments belong to the mortal realm, and the later 3 firmaments belong to the godfiend realm. The first firmament is equivalent to the Khanate false core. The second firmament is equivalent to the Khanate true core. The third firmament is equivalent to the Khanate golden core. The godfiend's first firmament is equivalent to the immortals and fiend celestials of my homeworld. The godfiend's second firmament is naturally an improvement. The godfiend realm's 3 firmaments are recorded in books. The Khanate godfiend high warrior was born at the 3rd firmament of the godfiend realm, thought Qin Yun. Since I'm going to cultivate in this dream world for 50 years, I should treat everything here as real if I want to step into the Tao. He obviously had no idea that he was in another world that was extremely far from his homeworld. The High Warrior 3 volumes. The combat volume has records of all sorts of weapons and their respective killing arts. But it's too ordinary, thought Qin Yun. That's right. In ancient times, it took time for my homeworld's various combat techniques to take form. They only became a lot more intricate and amazing after being developed for many years. This world's godfiend descendants could cultivate very easily. They could reach the second firmament of the mortal realm at age 14. And that was only considered ordinary. This period's education was poor and they put more importance on power and speed. Fast and powerful attacks were valued. As for intricate moves, typical godfiend descendants were incapable of that. Qin Yun placed the divine power and combat volumes aside temporarily and concentrated on cultivation. From his heart, immense godfiend powers surged out. According to the memorized dermic formulations he had, the powers coursed through his body and nourished it, healing his wounds quickly. The 3rd firmament of the mortal realm is slightly complicated. Qin Yun sped up the healing of his wounds as he pondered over the cultivation volume of the High Warrior 3 volumes. There were 6 firmaments, but every firmament was only described by a single line of text. In addition to the mystical runic patterns, each pattern increased in complexity from the 1st to the 6th. Once one figured it out successfully, it would be imprinted in their hearts, allowing them to step into a new level. Cultivation by godfiend descendants is just so direct and easy. The 3rd mortal firmament's runic pattern is somewhat difficult. It will probably take an hour. Qin Yun's realm was extremely high after all. In fact, he had fully figured out the runic pattern in less than an hour. It was much easier than gaining insights into the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, only descendants of the Khanate godfiend bloodline could cultivate in such a manner. All right. Qin Yun commanded with his mind. The godfiend powers coursed over his heart and formed a complicated runic pattern, encompassing the 2nd firmament runic pattern from before. The instant the runic pattern completed, the power hidden deep within his heart was stirred. His heart gradually changed as even the life force within it shone with a golden glimmer of light. Wherever the blood that suffused golden light coursed through his body, that part of the body, be it the blood, flesh, tendons, or bones, would transform. What's happening? The 2 youths that were sleeping, as well as the 2 youths that were standing guard outside, were alerted of what was happening. A violent surge of the heaven and earth powers was rushing into the sitting Qin Yun constantly. Wing, what is it? They saw a golden luster suffuse Qin Yun's skin and noticed that his body's aura was becoming stronger. Wing has broken through to the 3rd firmament. The 4 youths were extremely astonished. Just as in Qin Yun's homeworld, going from the Khanate true core to the Khanate golden core was a qualitative transformation. For these descendants of the god fiend, every firmament was a huge leap. That's bad. This stir will attract fiendish demons. Immediately, a youth ran to the entrance of the cave to keep watch. Clarity, stay here and watch Wing. The three youths stood in the cave's entrance, looking in different directions. The stirring of the heaven and earth powers could easily be sensed by many descendants of the Khanate godfiend or powerful great fiendish demons. All of them could easily attain heaven-man unity, so they could detect the gathering of the heaven and earth powers from a good distance away. No good, there are fiendish demons coming, at least 5 of them. The three youths were somewhat flustered. Why are there so many fiendish demons inside the cave? The girl was also very anxious when she suddenly saw Qin Yun open his eyes. Wing, have you already succeeded in breaking through? Asked the girl in pleasant surprise. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. By the way, lend me your sword. You want to borrow my sword? The girl was puzzled, but she still handed over one of the 2 swords hanging by her waist to Qin Yun. Wing, don't you usually use a hammer? I gained some insights while bordering on life and death, especially more into sword arts. Qin Yun was somewhat helpless. Hammers? Seriously? Thankfully, 14-year-old youths would typically train in a myriad of weapons. They would use whatever weapon that felt the best. Combat involving the Khanate godfiend descendants was simply too crude. Therefore, it was not strange that Qin Yun changed his weapon to a sword. Of course, it wasn't odd for a 14-year-old to change weapons. If it was someone centuries old, or an aged godfiend who changed weapons suddenly, it would definitely leave people baffled. As for youths, it was too common. There were many reasons for youths to switch weapons, such as taking on a new master, or some psychological scar, or because a particular weapon was cool. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241. Chapter 241, Fire Phoenix City. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Qin Yun took the sword and inspected it. It was old and unadorned, but it sent a cold chill through him. It's a 5th-grade Dharma treasure. Its quality is extraordinary, but the refinement process is overly crude. If the refinement techniques were better, it would easily have been refined into a 3rd-grade Dharma treasure. I'll go out and kill a few fiendish demons, said Qin Yun as he tapped his feet and shot out the cave. Wing! The girl exclaimed as she chased after him. As for the 3 youths standing by the cave's entrance, they were staring at the 6 rapidly approaching figures with weapons in hand. There are 6 fiendish demons. We are going to be in big trouble. The 3 youths were panic-stricken. Wing is currently making a breakthrough. He cannot be disturbed. One of the youths suddenly pulled open his bow. It was a black bow that suffused a luster that coursed along the bow's body. With a whoosh, an arrow shot out, traversing thousands of feet in the direction of a wolf demon. The wolf demon easily dodged the arrow, and it continued its trajectory for about 1,000 feet before hitting a distant mountain cliff. A deep hole blasted open from the shattered rock. He. Little bastards of the godfiend? We will be rewarded for killing them. The distant fiendish demons had hideous faces that were filled with killing intent. The 3 youths glared at them with gritted teeth. But at that moment, a figure shot out from deep within the cave, stirring a gust of wind that swept past the 3. The 3 youths widened their eyes in shock when they saw it was Wing charging into the distance. It's Wing! Wing! Wait for us, Dot. You just made a breakthrough. You need to be careful. We are coming to help you. The 3 youths shouted immediately. Although they knew that Wing had just made a breakthrough in strength, a life-and-death battle was not determined solely by strength. Besides, there were 6 fiendish demons and only 1 Wing. There was an advantage in numbers, and a 14-year-old youth was too young. Their combat techniques were rather ordinary, and, even if their strength and speed increased, they could still be defeated when surrounded. Qin Yun felt the wind blowing right at him as the surging powers in his body gave him a new feeling. It made the corners of his mouth curl up. The complete use of my body's strength feels rather special. However, I have long reached the seamless realm. I can perfectly control every strand of energy. Close combat with enemies. I have not engaged in close combat for a long time. Qin Yun was smiling. Back in his youth, he had traveled the world and fought at the northern borders for a total of 6 years. All of them were spent in close combat. Ever since he attained Heaven-Man unity, he mostly just released his flying sword to kill his enemies. So, Qin Yun reveled in his newfound strength, for he thought nothing of the 6 fiendish demons in front of him. He had immense strength that could match the god-fiend Khanate Golden Core realm from his homeworld. With his sword arts, wouldn't dealing with these 6 fiendish demons that were roughly at the level of the Khanate True Core be trivial? Let's see how much different the demons of this world are from those of my homeworld, thought Qin Yun. This little god-fiend bastard runs pretty fast. The moment they saw the 6 of us, one of them actually charged forward. What a fool! Little god-fiend bastard, meet your death. The 6 fiendish demons rapidly spread out in preparation to surround Qin Yun. Kill! At the instant he approached them, Qin Yun's right foot suddenly exerted strength. The seamless realm gave Qin Yun perfect control over his strength. A typical 14-year-old god-fiend youth with the same body would not be capable of doing what Qin Yun was doing now. Their strength usage was too crude. The strength blasted out. He instantly unsheathed his sword, sparking light flashes. He's fast. The fiendish demons were horrified. Pwah! 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 Qin Yun's sword flashes were no longer bumbling and crude but extremely intricate. They even contained a bit of the heavenly Tao. Wherever a sword flash streaked, it would easily split apart the fiendish demons' bodies. Out of the 6 fiendish demons, 3 immediately perished. The other 3 were injured. And that was only because Qin Yun was deliberately experimenting. He wanted to know the difference between the fiendish demons' bodies of this world and his homeworlds. If he didn't, he could have easily vanquished the 6 fiendish demons with one strike. No. What sort of sword art is this? How can this little bastard's sword art be this powerful? The remaining 3 injured fiendish demons were stunned. Quickly flee! The remaining trio now wanted to escape. But could they? The 3 youths flew over from afar in a panic. The girl had joined them too, but as they got closer, they gradually slowed down and watched the scene in front of them in a daze. They saw sword flashes coruscating like the lunar light, beautiful but ice-cold. How beautiful! The girl watched as her eyes seemed to burn. Wing's swordplay is truly beautiful. That's not swordplay. He's killing fiendish demons. A youth beside her said immediately. That's way too powerful. The 6 fiendish demons weren't even able to put up any resistance at all. The 4 youths watched and could not help but gulp. Qin Yun slashed out 18 times before all 6 fiendish demons were dead. Near the end of his rampage, the fiendish demons yelled, "Spare me!" As they tried to flee, Qin Yun cleaved off their legs and experimented with a few more strikes before killing them. There's no difference. Their bodies are similar to the fiendish demons of my homeworld. Qin Yun looked at the 6 fiendish demon corpses. However, these fiendish demons only know how to fight in close combat. None of them are capable of casting Dharma spells. Also, now that I have engaged in decimation, the increasing bloodlust in me has dissipated. Qin Yun was secretly baffled. Ever since he entered the world where he would dream 100 years, the bloodlust had influenced his soul, giving him a strong desire the act to destroy others. It accumulated with time, but after engaging in this massacre, that desire was completely gone. Wing! Wing! The 4 youths surrounded Qin Yun and looked excitedly at him. Wing, you were awesome. I think your sword skills are even better my father's, exclaimed one of the four. You have already 6 kills but we still have none. We will certainly be needing your help. Sure thing. Qin Yun nodded. Qin Yun spent the rest of the day helping each of the 4 youths slay a fiendish demon of their own. Let's go. We can return now. All thanks to Wing. If not for him, who knows how long it would have taken us to kill the fiendish demons. A massive red cloud carried Qin Yun and company, as well as the fiendish demon corpses they had hunted, away. The cloud flew southwest. Among the 5 of them, only the girl Clarity could fly before Qin Yun made a breakthrough. Furthermore, she was only able to fly because of her bloodline. Clearly, this world did not have dermic spells. There were only capabilities provided by Magus arts or Godfiend powers. Even flying arts were rare. Of course, one could slowly fly using the heaven and earth powers, but that was not considered a flying art as the speed was ridiculously slow. Fire Phoenix City. As the gigantic fire cloud soared on, Qin Yun and company saw a majestic city in the distance. We're back. We are back. The 5 youths looked into the distance. The soldiers on the city walls saw them from afar and immediately reported the matter. Qin Yun looked at the majestic city from afar. This is Fire Phoenix City, one of the 9 great cities of humanity? Qin Yun could sense the city's magnificent aura pouring out from it. Fire Phoenix City. According to Wing's memories, Fire Phoenix City was one of the 9 great cities of humanity. The present era resembled an ancient era of his homeworld. Humans and Godfiends lived together. Humans were rather few in number, so there were only 9 main human cities. Every city had 1 or even 2 connate Godfiends presiding over it. A city has a connate Godfiend in it, as well as descendants that have reached the Godfiend realm, Qin Yun thought wistfully. Each one of these 9 cities of humanity can match the Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands of my homeworld. Swoosh! The fire cloud carried Qin Yun and company before landing in front of a gigantic city gate. The moment the city gate opened, it revealed adults with extraordinary auras. Clarity. Wing. The adults happily shouted out their children's names. Qin Yun instantly saw a brawny red-robed man and a beautiful woman. They were Wing's parents. As they were descendants of connate Godfiends, their standing inside the city was naturally very high. As for the other youths, they were also descendants of connate Godfiends. For instance, Clarity was a child of the Fire Phoenix family. Father. Mother. Qin Yun went forward. Good. The brawny man smiled with a nod when he suddenly looked at Qin Yun in surprise. Wing, you have already reached the 3rd firmament. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242. Chapter 242, Godfiend Temple. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. What? 3rd firmament? The High Warrior family's Wing just came of age and he has already reached the 3rd firmament? The parents of the other youths looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. They were all descendants of the connate Godfiends. Only by persistently cultivating for a long time, perhaps as long as a few centuries, would they reach the 3rd firmament of the mortal realm. However, a 14-year-old would be considered a genius among connate Godfiend descendants if he reached the 3rd firmament of the mortal realm. Qin Yun replied, after I was severely injured, I gained new insights while on the border of life and death. Yes, Wing nearly died from his injuries. We saved him. The other 4 youths said immediately. The parents present all came from the large family clans of the city. All of them knew. Struggling on the border of life and death was very effective, but it was similarly very risky. My Wing has already reached the 3rd firmament. Let's bring him to the Godfiend temple first. The muscular man said with a laugh. He immediately led Qin Yun and his wife onto a carriage. The beast pulling the carriage was a four-legged, white-furred mutate. There was a driver on the carriage who sent the beast flying rapidly forward with a shake of the ropes. "Let's go. We should go to the God-Fiend Temple as well, to take a look. It's been a long while since our Fire Phoenix city has seen a 14-year-old reach the third firmament of the mortal realm. Let's all go. Father, Wing's sword skills are very impressive." "Oh? Very impressive?" The soldiers stored the spoils of war that the young God-Fiend descendants had brought back. As for the four youths themselves, they followed their parents up a path that traveled straight to the God-Fiend Temple. On the carriage, Qin Yun looked at the mutated beast in front of him. He sighed secretly. About 10,000 years have passed since the birth of the world. The heaven and earth spiritual energies are still rich, richer than my homeworld by 100 times. In such an environment, many fascinating mutated beasts can be produced. This snow-treading beast seems to be considered common in this era, but in my homeworld, there are only regular animals like cows, horses, and goats. With such rich heaven and earth spiritual energies, cultivation becomes much easier. Furthermore, with my present identity as a Khanate God-Fiend descendant, my talent in cultivating the God-Fiend dermic formulations will be even more astounding. I can match Khanate golden cores at 14. But in this world, this is still only considered a basic genius. The third firmament of the mortal realm is rather common. The ones that can step into the God-Fiend realm are still few and far between. To go from the third firmament of the mortal realm to the first firmament of the God-Fiend realm was equivalent to a Khanate golden core reaching the level of immortal. Such a breakthrough was equally difficult for God-Fiend descendants. They were capable of reaching the third firmament of the mortal realm because of their bloodline. But to reach the God-Fiend realm, one needed to comprehend the heavenly Tao. To the God-Fiend descendants that usually valued strength and speed, it was too difficult to comprehend the mysticism and offensive moves or wonders of the heavenly Tao. "We have arrived at the God-Fiend Temple," said Wing's father, High Warrior Ambition, loudly. God-Fiend descendants had very unique names. They would place their ancestral Khanate God-Fiend's name in front of their own names. And after their coming-of-age ceremony, they would take on another name and place it behind. For example, High Warrior Ambition, Fire Phoenix Tianin. And the greatest pursuit of God-Fiend descendants was the day they would cultivate to the third firmament of the God-Fiend realm, gaining strength that could match Khanate God-Fiends. That way, their own names would become a God-Fiend surname. For example, if High Warrior Ambition reached the third firmament of the God-Fiend realm, his name would possess wondrous might. He could create a God-Fiend family clan and his descendants would take on Ambition as a surname. Of course, Wing's father, High Warrior Ambition, was merely at the third firmament of the mortal realm. He was but one of the more ordinary members among the many Khanate God-Fiend family clans. God-Fiend Temple? Qin Yun looked over. Humanity had 9 main cities. Each city had a Magus God Temple and God-Fiend Temple. The Magus God Temple was a sacred land for Magi in every city. The God-Fiend Temple was similarly the sacred land of the many Khanate God-Fiend family clans. High Warrior Ambition and his wife disembarked the carriage with Qin Yun and walked through the God-Fiend Temple's humongous door. "Ambition, why are you here?" The guard at the door was also a Khanate God-Fiend descendant. He too was at the third firmament of the mortal realm. "I'm bringing Wing to meet the elders," said High Warrior Ambition loudly and clearly. "Meet the elders? Ah, has Wing already reached the third firmament?" "It's true. He has indeed reached the third firmament." 2 other guards immediately determined Qin Yun's strength. Although the city was large, there were only a total of 15 Khanate God-Fiend families in Fire Phoenix City. It was difficult for God-Fiend descendants to reproduce, so there were not many God-Fiend descendants. Everyone knew each other very well. Qin Yun continued following his parents obediently. In truth, he had long reached the seamless realm. His soul was fully capable of perfectly converging his aura, preventing others from determining his strength. But the god-fiend descendants in this world had imperfect control of energy. They naturally did not converge their auras, so if he deliberately converged his, it would raise the suspicions of his elders. Soon after traveling across a huge square in the god-fiend temple, they came in front of an ancient and unadorned building. Elder High Warrior Ambition stood respectfully outside and said, "Wing has broken through to the third firmament during the coming-of-age ceremony. I have brought him here specially to meet you." "Oh?" A hunchbacked elder with long brows walked out. He smiled at High Warrior Ambition. "Oh, it's Ambition from the High Warrior family. Not bad. Your child is not bad at all. To reach the third firmament of the mortal realm at such an early age, he is much better than a father like you." Ha ha ha. High Warrior Ambition laughed as he scratched his head. The beautiful woman beside him giggled. "Your name is Wing, isn't it?" The elder looked at Qin Yun and said with a smile, "In a while, I'll arrange an opponent for you. You must attack with all you got. By the way, what weapon do you use?" "Sword," said Qin Yun. The elder grabbed a sword out from the bag by his waist. Qin Yun thought to himself, "Since Dharma spells are uncommon here, the cosmic bags that can store items are extremely rare in this world. You can use this sword for now." The elder threw the sword to Qin Yun. Qin Yun extended his hand and grabbed it. When he unsheathed it, he saw that the sword had patterns on it that resembled a silver dragon. He faintly heard a dragon's roar from the pattern. It was a third-grade Dharma treasure. He immediately said, "Thank you, elder." "Why are you using a sword?" High Warrior Ambition asked, puzzled. "Don't you use a hammer?" "I had some insights while bordering life and death. I prefer to use swords now," explained Qin Yun immediately. "Hammer?" He was a sword immortal. "As long as you like it. You are still young, so it's fine to switch weapons. But in the future, don't switch weapons so easily. Focus on one type of weapon," exhorted High Warrior Ambition. "Yes, father," Qin Yun answered. "Also, do well later for me." "It will be an honor for our High Warrior family," said High Warrior Ambition. "Use as much strength as you have. Wing, remember, go all out." The woman looked at Qin Yun with eyes filled with anticipation. "Okay." Qin Yun nodded. He could sense the immense anticipation Wing's parents had for him. He also knew that although there were not many Khanate Godfiend descendants, it would still be a sizable number when all 9 cities' worth were added up. The Khanate Godfiends that stood atop the pack would naturally choose the best for further nurturing. It was impossible for plebeians and geniuses to receive the same treatment. How much the Godfiend Temple is willing to nurture you will all depend on this battle. High Warrior Ambition was filled with anticipation. Moments later, many Khanate Godfiend descendants were gathered on the sides, watching the distant Qin Yun and the brawny man in front of him. There were 15 Khanate Godfiend family clans in the city, and with a few people from each family coming to spectate, there were easily more than 100 clansmen there. High Warrior's family's Wing? He just had his coming-of-age ceremony, didn't he? What, he's already at the third firmament of the mortal realm at such a young age? I would never guess that Ambition could produce such an impressive son. There was a flurry of discussion. Ha ha. High Warrior Ambition was extremely happy. He had never felt so proud in his life. However, he's still too young. He will at best last 10 strikes against Bofeng. I heard that his sword skills aren't bad. He might be able to last 15 strikes. I think he might be defeated in 3 strikes. There were all sorts of discussions. High Warrior Ambition frowned when he heard it. He stared at the distant Qin Yun and mumbled, "Wing, you have to do well. Last 50 strikes or something." The beautiful woman beside him looked at her husband and whispered, "Ambition, Wing is still too young. He's lacking in combat experience while team leader Bofeng has a rich history of combat experience that might not even be inferior to yours. I think we should be satisfied if Wing can last 10 strikes. And a distance away. Begin then. The hunchbacked elder said. Qin Yun looked at the brawny man who was wielding a thick saber in front of him. The man laughed and said, "High warrior family's Wing. I never expected you to come to the God-Fiend Temple at 14. Come on, use all your strength. Do not be afraid of injuring me." "Uncle Bofeng, you should be careful," said Qin Yun. Don't you worry about me. Numerous fiendish demons have died under my blade. My strength is not something a child like you can match, said the man confidently. All right. Qin Yun grabbed his scabbard with his left hand. I'm going to attack. Come on, let me see what you are capable of. The man nodded. So? Qin Yun suddenly charged forward. You are pretty fast. The man looked with interest. The 100-plus Khanate Godfiend descendants, who were a distance away, watched carefully. The high warrior couple was even more nervous. Qin Yun was extremely fast, and at the exact instant he approached the man, his right hand flashed. He had instantly drawn his sword. The sword unsheathed. The brawny man only felt a lunar beam flash across his eyes. He immediately swung his thick saber up to block but failed. Whoosh! The lunar beam came to a halt. The sword that Qin Yun held with one hand stopped beside the man's neck. One strike. Victory! There was silence. Many of the Khanate Godfiend family clansmen widened their eyes as they stared at the scene in disbelief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243. Chapter 243, Moonlight Sword Skill. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Wolfling felt a chill at his neck before looking down to see the sword. He looked at Qin Yun in front of him and opened his mouth but did not say a word. Am I seeing things? Wing from the High Warrior family defeated Brother Wolfing in one strike? That strike was so fast and pretty. The surrounding Khanate Godfiend descendants broke out into a flurry of discussion. Qin Yun's strike had attracted their attention without them realizing. They only felt a sense of awe at its beauty. Before one's skills reached expertise nearing Dao, the common combat moves most people usually encountered were only considered skills. Even though Qin Yun had deliberately kept a low profile, the sword skills he used contained slight implications of the heavenly Dao. Ambition, how did you teach your son? Why does Wing seem to be stronger than you, his father? Ambition, I never expected you to have such a powerful son. The crowd sounded out as High Warrior Ambition grinned happily and said, all I do is force him to train in a weapon every day. If he doesn't, I'll beat his ass. Look, isn't he now stronger than me? High Warrior Ambition could feel that many people were changing their attitudes towards him. Envy, jealousy, respect. In the past, High Warrior Ambition was only an ordinary clansman of the High Warrior family. But now, his son was already remarkable at the age of 14. His son was destined to have a limitless future, possibly even becoming a famous godfiend. Everyone naturally treated High Warrior Ambition differently. As the clansmen were discussing the matter fervently, with some even flattering High Warrior Ambition and his wife, the distant hunchbacked elder with the long brows was alarmed. He directly sent a voice transmission to the other elders in the Godfiend Temple. All of you, quickly come out of the hall. I feel that Wing from the High Warrior family has a chance of reaching the Godfiend realm. General Yu Chang, come to Godfiend Temple as soon as possible. The elder quickly sent out these voice transmissions. And at that moment, Wolfeng, who had lost to Qin Yun, was smiling. He said to Qin Yun, Wing, I fully acknowledge my loss. Your sword skills are much greater than mine. I was trying to parry the attack but your sword was too fast. There was no way for me to defend against it. Besides, I couldn't even see the trajectory of your sword. I really do not know how a kid like you practiced. You are much stronger than me. I discovered all of this during the coming-of-age ceremony while bordering between life and death, said Qin Yun humbly. Ha, good. It looks like the High Warrior family will have an additional godfiend in the future. Wolfeng said with a wistful laugh before walking to the side. After the match ended, Qin Yun immediately walked towards High Warrior Ambition and his wife. Wing, wait a little longer. I'm getting Yu Chang from the Fire Phoenix family to come. I want you to fight him, said the hunchbacked elder loudly. General Yu Chang? Qin Yun was astonished. What? Fire Phoenix Yu Chang? General Yu Chang? There was an uproar. Even the High Warrior couple was alarmed. They are getting General Yu Chang to spar with Wing? Why is the elder thinking so highly of Wing? The couple turned anxious too. The reason for the commotion was that Fire Phoenix Yu Chang was Fire Phoenix City's presiding general. He was one of the few top existences below the Godfiend realm. Look, there are more elders coming. Many of the clansmen quickly lowered their voices. The 4 elders that walked out of Godfiend Temple arrived and stood beside the hunchbacked elder. The 5 of them were at the Godfiend realm, so they naturally had immense auras. The clansmen that came to watch also felt the pressure. They seldom saw the 5 elders appear at the same time. Soon, Fire Phoenix Yu Chang arrived too. The 5 elders will be watching the battle and they are getting General Yu Chang to personally spar with Wing. The elders must value Wing highly. Yeah, General Yu Chang is the presiding general of our Fire Phoenix City. He's nearly invincible against anyone beneath the Godfiend realm. Even if Wing does have extraordinary potential, he's only 14. People discussed in murmurs. Both of you can begin, then. The hunchbacked elder said. Qin Yun looked at Fire Phoenix Yu Chang, who stood opposite him. He was dressed in fiery red scaled armor and had 4 sabers hanging behind him. He looked at Qin Yun and gave a casual smile. Wing, I never expected you to defeat Wolfeng with 1 strike. The elders have instructed me to use all my strength. Therefore, you have to be careful. With that said, 2 arms grew from the sides of his torso. All 4 of his arms simultaneously drew the sabers behind him, each holding 1. Divine power 8 arms. However, Fire Phoenix Yu Chang had yet to reach the Godfiend realm. He could only have 4 arms from the 8 arms divine power. The clansmen fell silent as they watched the battle from a distance. The High Warrior couple also turned especially nervous. Uncle Yu Chang, be careful. Qin Yun tapped his feet and quickly charged forward. He appeared in front of General Yu Chang in almost a blink of an eye. He instantly unsheathed his sword. His sword's shadow was like a moonbeam, fast and ethereal. Clang! General Yu Chang's 4 arms wielded 4 sabers. He began brandishing the 4 sabers so fast that they produced afterimages. It resembled a mountain of blades that easily blocked Qin Yun's sword. In the eyes of the surrounding clansmen, Qin Yun's figure appeared erratic. He was constantly circling General Yu Chang and producing cold sword flashes. Moonlight-like sword shadows flashed as though moonlight was carving out different spots. General Yu Chang was forced to withstand the attacks with all his strength. He began to turn serious. What a fast strike! The sword's trajectory is hard to discern, but I have to attack. I cannot be forced to defend passively. If I only stand here and defend, I'll eventually reveal a flaw. Kill! General Yu Chang suddenly bellowed. A gigantic Fire Phoenix phantom appeared behind him. The Fire Phoenix cried as an invisible blast inundated Qin Yun's mind and soul. See. Divine power, Phoenix cry. Qin Yun's soul had been nurtured from the purplish golden core he condensed. How powerful was it? Although he did feel the blast, his combat prowess was unaffected. To these people, I'm only a 14-year-old. I can't appear too heaven-defying. Qin Yun pretended to fall into a daze. Only when General Yu Chang's saber came cleaving over did he finally react, barely managing to strike out with his sword. Bam! 2 consecutive saber beams cleaved down while Qin Yun directly retreated and tumbled onto the ground a distance away. But he immediately stood up after doing a roll. There was blood on the corner of his mouth. General Yu Chang had rich combat experience, after all. He kept up his momentum and unleashed a barrage of attacks, enveloping Qin Yun with a series of saber beams. Just after he stood up from tumbling, Qin Yun rushed to receive the blows. After receiving a few strikes in a wretched manner, he seemed to find his footing. He began to exchange blows with General Yu Chang on more equal terms. After more than 20 blows were exchanged, General Yu Chang used his divine power, Phoenix Cry again. Kill! But this time, Qin Yun was prepared, so his reaction was clearly better. Why do I feel that General Yu Chang isn't able to hold the advantage at all? Wing is still too young. He hasn't cultivated in any powerful divine powers. General Yu Chang is able to have 4 arms from the 8 arms divine power he cultivates in. Yet, he fails to take the upper hand. If Wing were to cultivate in some powerful divine power, wouldn't General Yu Chang lose? That kid Wing is that powerful? The spectating clansmen were very shocked. High Warrior Ambition and his wife were completely dumbfounded. They were filled with anticipation for their son's future, hoping that he would be more excellent than they were. But at only 14, he was equivalent to General Yu Chang, who was nearly invincible below the Godfiend realm? Soon, both sides had exchanged more than 100 blows. Everyone noticed that Qin Yun appeared to be increasingly relaxed. Wing is showing increased confidence in his sword skills. Although he has little combat experience, Wing is slowly getting familiar with General Yu Chang's moves. Why do I feel like General Yu Chang will lose? Just as his voice faded. Bam! A sword flash streaked past General Yu Chang's neck, leaving behind a wound. With that, Qin Yun retreated. General Yu Chang sheathed his saber and touched his neck. The wound by his neck rapidly healed as he looked at Qin Yun with a complicated look. Wing, you have won. Qin Yun nodded and pretended to look excited. However, he was secretly grumbling, these Khanate Godfiend descendants only rely on their bloodline strength. Their close combat skills are too crude. I simply used a set of sword intense skills, the Moonlight Sword skill, to defeat him. Qin Yun needed to spend 50 years in this world, so he naturally had to work hard at accumulating resources, so as to cultivate to a higher realm. Therefore, he decided on taking the path of being a super genius. Being able to use sword intense skills at 14. This made him a super genius among Khanate Godfiend descendants. What if Qin Yun used sword skills from the Paramount realm? That would leave the Khanate Godfiends reeling in disbelief. They might even suspect that he was possessed. The main reason stemmed from the fact that the Taoist school of thought valued the comprehension of the heavenly Tao greatly. The Paramount realm made one heaven-defying among anyone beneath immortals in Qin Yun's homeworld. Paramount realm sword immortals were extremely rare. And what did this mean to Khanate Godfiend descendants in this world? What the heck was the heavenly Tao? 99% of Khanate Godfiend descendants would not comprehend the heavenly Tao their entire lives. Those that could would have long stepped into the Godfiend realm with the nascent environment of the world and their bloodline. In Qin Yun's era, the Taoists and Buddhists all needed to step into the Tao to become an immortal or arhat. The 5 elders that was spectating the battle from afar stared at Qin Yun with lit eyes. Did I see wrong? The hunchbacked elder said with a voice transmission. His sword skills seem to have reached the heavenly Tao intent realm? That's right. You didn't see wrong. It must be the heavenly Tao intent realm. It looks like the High Warrior family will have an additional Godfiend. This matter must be reported to Patriarch High Warrior. These elders discussed among themselves through voice transmissions. This matter had to be reported to the High Warrior family's patriarch, the Khanate God Fiend, High Warrior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244. Chapter 244, Spiritual Companion Item. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. While the 5 Godfiend temple elders were reeling in excitement, the crowd of Khanate Godfiend descendants broke into an uproar. The 14-year-old Wing had really defeated General Yu Chang. With him so strong now, he was likely to become a Godfiend in the future. He will definitely enter the Godfiend realm if he cultivates for another century or so. That will mean eternal life. All of us will only live for 500 years. Ambition, you actually managed to train up such a powerful son. Is beating your son's ass really so effective? Looks like I will have to give it a try. Ambition was just pulling your leg. You actually believed him? Amid the din, the hunchbacked elder said, Ambition, bring Wing and your wife along. Yes. High Warrior Ambition answered immediately. The beautiful woman beamed, and her eyes narrowed into curved slits. The couple brought Qin Yun into a room. They sat cross-legged and faced a cauldron. The cauldron had a fire burning beneath it and there was copious amounts of meat in it. A female servant was roasting the meat and pouring condiments on it. Shortly after they arrived, she placed the cooked meat on a plate, sliced it with a sharp knife, and began serving them reverentially. Let's talk as we eat. The hunchbacked elder grabbed a pair of bronze chopsticks and began eating the roasted meat. Qin Yun also took a bite. In this era, meat was the staple. How fragrant! Qin Yun could feel the rich spiritual energy within the meat that gave it its fragrance. It was supreme enjoyment all in one bite. It had been slightly more than 10,000 years since the world came into existence, so the vegetation and animals were still filled with spiritual energy. They made for especially delicious food. The High Warrior couple also ate happily. Wing, said the hunchbacked elder with a smile. I noticed that your sword skills possess the intent of heaven. How did you train? Elder, said Qin Yun after he immediately swallowed the meat he was chewing. During my coming-of-age ceremony, I was severely injured and nearly died. Back then, the demon's claws tore apart my chest and I was rescued by Dawn and the others. As I lay there resting and healing, I kept thinking about the instant the claw shredded my chest. I gradually began to think of measures to parry the attack and felt that using a sword would be most suitable. My sword art is extremely fast, making it possible for me to resist fiendish demons. It is unfathomable, like moonlight. He gained insights into the heavenly Tao's intent while bordering life and death? Thought the elder secretly. As I expected. Qin Yun did not speak further. He was a Paramount Realm sword immortal. His homeworld had a long history and there were countless people who had achieved the intent realm during that history. At the very least, all Khanate Golden Core cultivators were capable of doing so. Therefore, Qin Yun could naturally fabricate a perfect explanation. For example, Xiao was once struck by divine lightning. On one hand, she came into close contact with divine lightning, and on the other, her potential arose while she bordered life and death, allowing her to gain insights into the lightning intent. These Khanate Godfiend descendants had powerful souls and were capable of heaven-man unity. They could easily control the heaven and earth powers. Those that could attain heaven-man unity could naturally perceive the movements of the heavenly Tao. However, gaining insight was a different story altogether. It was possible to gain insights while hanging between life and death because of their great potential. Elder, said an alarmed High Warrior Ambition. Are you implying that Wing has grasped the heaven's intent realm? His beautiful wife beside him was also reeling in disbelief. That's right. The elder smiled. Then, Wing will become a god fiend? High warrior ambition found it unbelievable. It shouldn't take long. The elder smiled with a nod. Those that grasp the heaven's intent realm will definitely enter the godfiend realm with the aid of a connate godfiend patriarch. Qin Yun sighed wistfully when he heard that. Connate godfiend descendants truly enjoy exceptional advantages. It's so much easier for them to cultivate than ordinary humans. According to the High Warrior 3 volumes, once one can produce the 4th runic pattern out of the 6, they have basically reached the first firmament of the godfiend realm. Taoists and Buddhists must first step into the Tao before they can become immortals or arhats. With the insights from my paramount realm, I believe it will take half a month to reach the 4th runic pattern if I study it carefully. If it's only at the intent domain realm, it will probably take me decades to grasp the 4th runic pattern. If it is the intent realm, there's probably no hope at all without outside help, thought Qin Yun. In this present era, connate godfiends are all alive. With the patriarch's help, one can naturally break through more easily. That's good. I can use this opportunity to break through to the godfiend realm. I entered this world by invoking a 100-year dream. Because this dream is so realistic, I can still sense the heavenly Tao in this world. Although there are some differences with the heavenly Tao from my homeworld, they're only superficial. The core is still the same, thought Qin Yun. Since the heavenly Tao is real, I believe my soul will become stronger if I can step into the godfiend realm. It will also make my cultivation faster. He could only spend 50 years in this world. After that, the dream would shatter. He needed to make good use of that time to increase his strength. Fire Phoenix City, deep in the godfiend temple. Beside a black lake. A godfiend temple elder dressed in black robes stood beside the lake. A mist gradually rose above the lake as a phantom appeared. It was a stocky figure dressed in a simple beast hide. A gigantic snake coiled around his left arm and his pupils were golden in color as they locked onto the elder. The figure was none other than the connate godfiend high warrior. A connate godfiend's bloodline was too powerful. It was difficult for them to bear children as they typically took human wives. After 10,000 years of procreation, the high warrior family's offspring was spread out among the 9 human cities. Of course, the majority, nearly half of them, lived in High Warrior City. Fire Phoenix Yoshu, you were looking for me? The man in beast hide said with a repressive voice. Godfiend High Warrior. Fire Phoenix Yoshu bowed slightly. He was at the 2nd firmament of the godfiend realm. He was not much lower in standing than connate godfiend High Warrior. I have a good news for you. Your High Warrior family has a child named Wing in Fire Phoenix City. He's only 14, but he has grasped the heavenly Tao's intent realm during the coming of age ceremony. What? 14? He just finished the coming of age ceremony and he has already grasped the heavenly Tao's intent realm? Ha ha. To grasp it at such a young age, he would probably reach the 2nd firmament of the godfiend realm if he cultivates for a few centuries or millennia. High Warrior looked delighted. Great, I'll send Zhu to Fire Phoenix City. All right. Fire Phoenix Yoshu nodded. High Warrior Zhu was a godfiend whose standing was only second to the patriarch of the High Warrior family. He had similarly reached the 2nd firmament of the godfiend realm. By sending him, High Warrior was showing the importance he placed on Wing. As for the connate godfiend himself, he would typically preside over the city and not leave without good reason. Qin Yun ate the roasted meat with his parents while chatting with the hunchbacked elder. The elder seemed to be very interested in Qin Yun and they talked about Qin Yun's 14 years. The High Warrior couple felt honored that an elder would warmly chat with them. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours passed. Swoosh! A stream of light descended from the sky and landed outside the house. It transformed to reveal an elder with black disheveled hair. When the elder entered, the High Warrior couple immediately stood up, thrilled. They politely bowed, Elder Zhu. Zhu? Qin Yun bowed. He immediately knew who the person was. High warrior Zhu Yong was the most powerful godfiend among the Khanate godfiend High Warrior's descendants. He would usually stay in High Warrior City to receive the teachings of the patriarch. Good. The elder's gaze landed on Qin Yun. Are you Wing? Yes, said Qin Yun politely. The elder replied, I can sense the High Warrior bloodline in you. However, it doesn't seem to be particularly strong. Did you really grasp the heavenly Tao's intent realm? I guess so. Qin Yun looked nervous. Then, release your godfiend powers and slash at this cauldron with a sword beam. Remember, the sword beam has to contain the heavenly Tao's intent. The elder pointed to a cauldron nearby and instructed. Yes. Qin Yun immediately waved his hand and cleaved at the cauldron more than 100 feet away. Swoosh! He cleaved with his palm, condensing his sword beam with his godfiend powers. When the sword beam flew out, it struck the distant cauldron like a thin beam of moonlight. However, the beam experienced an invisible obstruction when it hit the cauldron. It was completely blocked. Your sword beam already has this much power. You truly have grasped the heavenly Tao's intent realm. The black-haired elder's eyes lit up as he laughed out loudly. My High Warrior family will prosper. For you to grasp the heavenly Tao's intent realm at 14, you even have a chance of catching up to me in the future. The both of you can return first. The black-haired elder looked at the High Warrior couple and instructed. Wing will have to enter seclusive cultivation. He will return after his cultivation. Yes. Wing, listen to the elder. The High Warrior couple was extremely excited. They knew that their son would enjoy a meteoric rise. Yes, father. Qin Yun answered obediently. After the High Warrior couple left, the female servants left too. There was only Qin Yun and the two elders left in the room. In other occasions, clansmen who attain the intent realm would be sent to your family's city. This time, you have come personally to us. Your family sure thinks highly of this child, said the hunchbacked elder with a smile. Patriarch personally gave me the instructions, so I naturally had to come. The black-haired elder flipped his hand and produced a black palm-sized stone before handing it to Qin Yun. Wing, our High Warrior family's patriarch, is a Khanate godfiend. When the world came into existence, this stone was Patriarch's spiritual companion item, Stone of the Earth. This spiritual companion item is the most important treasure of the High Warrior family. Patriarch has directed me to loan you this stone for 100 years of cultivation. Remember, the Stone of the Earth has to be left in Godfiend Temple's Fire Phoenix Nest. If you want to cultivate, come to the Godfiend Temple. The Stone of the Earth is not to leave the vicinity. Our High Warrior family cannot afford to lose it. Yes, I understand, replied Qin Yun immediately. Your High Warrior family is lending the Stone of the Earth to this young kid for 100 years? The hunchbacked elder was astonished. A spiritual companion item would be consumed gradually with every use. It was destined to dissipate one day. To let a descendant use it for 100 years was an astonishing investment. The clansmen that cultivated for centuries before grasping the heavenly Tao's intent realm would typically use a spiritual companion item for about 4 years. That amount of time was sufficient for them to break through to the Godfiend realm. It's Patriarch's decision, said the black-haired elder. All right, quickly open the Fire Phoenix Nest. Let Wing cultivate in there. All right, follow me, said the hunchbacked elder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245. Chapter 245, Breakthrough. Godfiend Realm, Part 1/2. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. As Qin Yun walked in, he inspected the black stone of the earth in his hand. How strange. I feel my blood boiling while holding it, and there's a strong desire to eat it. When cultivating, inject your God-fiend energies into the stone of the earth. High warrior Qin Yun looked at Qin Yun and exhorted, remember, don't eat it. Even a piece the size of a fingernail will explode your body to smithereens. Besides, future descendants of our high warrior family will rely on the stone of the earth for cultivation. Just relying on your own power to attain the God-fiend realm is too difficult. I understand, answered Qin Yun. The security became tighter as the trio proceeded inside. They walked across inconspicuous corridors and gradually went deeper underground. There was another world underground. How beautiful! When Qin Yun reached the underground space, he saw that the stone walls in the distance had colorful crystals embedded in them. There were rivers by the side that emanated rich spiritual energies. It feels as though the heaven and earth spiritual energies are richer here than in the outside world, Qin Yun could not help but comment. At the same time, he looked at the river that suffused colorful light with spiritual energies rising up from it. When he sensed it, he could not help but exclaim, "What? The river is made of liquid condensed from heaven and earth spiritual energies? The heaven and earth spiritual energies condensed to form a river? That was unheard of in his homeworld. Wing, what's there to be surprised about? There will be stuff that will shock you even more later." The hunchbacked elder pointed to a distant bronze door. By the way, the area behind the door contains many manuals of the God-fiend temple, as well as manuals for all sorts of divine powers. When you reach the God-fiend realm, you can enter and choose as you please. Learn whatever fancies you. However, you have to focus on one or two divine powers because they are not easy to cultivate. Qin Yun nodded to show his compliance. He sighed inwardly. According to Wing's memories, humans have 9 great cities. There are very few God-fiends in each city. I'm being given the freedom to choose any of these manuals to study. There are no restrictions. He continued walking. The underground space was the most important area in the God-fiend temple. It had manuals, weapons, and treasures. The elder introduced the various aspects of the hall along the way, broadening Qin Yun's worldview. Soon, Qin Yun and company arrived in front of an underground lake. The gigantic lake spanned about half a kilometer. It was filled with liquid condensed from heaven and earth spiritual energies. There were 12 huge buildings constructed on the surface of the lake. Together, they looked like an island in the middle of the lake. This is the fire phoenix nest. The hunchbacked elder pointed at the 12 chambers. The fire phoenix nest is a place for those at the God-fiend realm to enter seclusive cultivation. There are 12 chambers here and, other than the Khanate God-fiend, Fire Phoenix, our Fire Phoenix city has had at most 12 God-fiends throughout history. Each one of them occupies a chamber. But now, there are only 7 God-fiends left. What happened to the other God-fiends? Qin Yun could not help but ask. Wing, you are still too young. You are only 14, said the hunchbacked elder. The last time the fiendish demons fought our Fire Phoenix city was 18 years ago. Therefore, you have never seen such a massive war. Every war was horrifying. Naturally, God-fiends would die in battle, but Qin Yun nodded and looked at the 12 chambers. Every generation, more God-fiends would be produced. But God-fiends would also die in battle. At its peak, Fire Phoenix City had a total of 12 God-fiends, but now it only had 7 God-fiends. How many Fire Phoenix City God-fiends had died throughout history? Qin Yun did not know, but he could sense the tragedy behind it. Fiendish demons have always fought with us in order to determine the true owner of this world, said the hunchbacked elder. Khanate God-fiends can travel the world freely, but they slowly spread their bloodline to humans one generation after another. Wing, you are considered as having awakened your bloodline. However, there are still many things you have not awakened. If you can't cultivate in God-fiend dermic formulations, you have no right to obtain a God-fiend surname. You can only live like an ordinary human and procreate. The God-fiend bloodline has long spread among humans, and we believe that in tens of thousands of years, every newborn will probably have a sliver of the Godfiend bloodline. Therefore, Khanate Godfiends choose to protect humans, the hunchbacked elder continued. However, the heaven and earth spiritual energies are too rich. Even vegetation can gain sentience and become demons, not to mention beasts. If you include the water race, then there are just too many demons that far exceed our numbers. Besides, other realm fiend celestials have also given demons cultivation formulations. High Warrior Juyong added, "We have not created demonic cultivation formulations, but the other realm fiend celestial know of it. They have even created 2 fiend nests, making it easier for demons to attain the fiend celestial realm." Fiend nest? Qin Yun was puzzled. "It's a land of cultivation more unique than Fire Phoenix Nest," said the hunchbacked elder as he pointed at the 12 chambers. This entire underground space was originally one of the sources of the heaven and earth spiritual energies. Therefore, it can easily form rivers and even a lake filled with heaven and earth spiritual energies. And in the middle of the lake, there are solidified heaven-earth essence crystals. There are heaven-earth essence crystals everywhere inside the chambers. Cultivating amid them will naturally be fast, said the hunchbacked elder. We humans have 9 great cities that contain 9 sources of the heaven and earth spiritual energies. We never expected the other realm fiend celestials to occupy 2 other spots, or that they would transform them into 2 fiend nests. If we eventually lose the war, it would be equivalent to seeing our race be exterminated. This world would then be the world of the fiendish demons. The hunchbacked elder frowned as he looked at Qin Yun. Wing, go on in. There are 5 doors out of the 12 chambers that can be pushed open. Choose any one of them. The cultivation chambers have Magus arrays set up. You will become the owner of the chamber and then even we cannot enter. Only the Khanate Godfiend Fire Phoenix can forcibly enter because this entire Godfiend temple is under Fire Phoenix's control. Go on. Step into the Godfiend realm as soon as possible. High Warrior Juyong's eyes were filled with anticipation. The 3rd firmament of the mortal realm is too weak. Yes. Qin Yun held the stone of the earth with one hand and walked across the lake that diffused spiritual energy to the middle of the lake where there were 12 chambers. He controlled the heaven and earth powers and gently pushed. Soon, he discovered he could open the 5th chamber. High Warrior Juyong and the hunchbacked elder watched Qin Yun enter a chamber. Your Fire Phoenix City will have an additional Godfiend, said High Warrior Juyong wistfully. Even if he's slow, it will only take 4 years or so. He will definitely break through, but he's too young. He's lacking in combat experience. You have to take good care of him in the beginning. Do not let the weak him encounter formidable foes or he might lose his life. I think he will have no problems reaching the 2nd firmament of the Godfiend realm. Don't worry. So many Godfiends have died every generation. It's rare for us to encounter a kid with such immense talent. During this 100 years, we will protect him with utmost care, said the hunchbacked elder. All right. High Warrior Juyong nodded slightly. Slightly more than 10,000 years had passed since the birth of the world. In the beginning, humans were slowly born and they started from humble origins. Khanate Godfiends also traversed the world in a daze. With time, Khanate Godfiends made contact with other living beings and gradually, their intelligence grew. Demons also began to come into existence and there were no wars in the beginning. At best, there was some friction between the races. Later on, other realm fiend celestials entered the fray. They wanted dominion over this world. Khanate Godfiends wanted to protect their bloodline and also to never submit. So they chose to fight. The war was extremely horrifying. Patriarch High Warrior said that the heaven and earth spiritual energies would gradually thin. The number of vegetation and animals that gain sentience will also decrease, resulting in a gradual decrease in the demon population. As for humans, they will increase in number. The longer this goes on, the more of an advantage we will have, said High Warrior Juyong. Therefore, as long as we can hold on and last until the end, we will definitely win. I wish I could live to see that day, said the hunchbacked elder. Nuki, you will, said High Warrior Juyong with a smile. Qin Yun entered one of the chambers. The chamber was about 100 feet wide. There were large crystals in the room, with the largest ones being 20 to 30 feet wide. The smaller ones were a few feet wide. These crystals had Magus arrays enveloping them on the surface. There was no way to take them away. These are, Qin Yun looked at the resplendent crystals that filled the room in disbelief. They are immortal crystals. What they call heaven-earth essence crystals are known as immortal crystals in my homeworld. A tiny immortal crystal is already extremely valuable. This many immortal crystals, Qin Yun was a little dazed. It's completely unimaginable in my homeworld. He had once used a fluttering water immortal stone to step into the Khanate realm. And immortal crystals were even purer and more valuable than fluttering water immortal stones. The Myriad Temple's standard currency was immortal crystals. The sheer number of immortal crystals in this chamber could only be found in such ancient periods, especially in sources of the heaven and earth spiritual energies. In such an environment, even if I do not cultivate, my body would still gradually experience changes. Even a simple plant in here would attain sentience and become a demon. Perhaps, they might even become an ancient mutant. Sighed Qin Yun. In my homeworld, no one would even dare to dream of having such a land of cultivation. Time to begin. Let me first break through to the God-fiend realm in one shot. Qin Yun sat cross-legged on an immortal crystal that was about 10 feet wide. He then placed the valuable stone of the earth in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246. Chapter 246, Breakthrough. God-Fiend Realm, Part 2 Halves. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A wisp of God-Fiend power flew out of Qin Yun's body, permeating the stone of the earth in front of him. The instant it penetrated the stone. Boom! His mind went into a buzz. In Qin Yun's perception, he saw an exceptionally profound runic pattern. On it, there were all sorts of runes that were constantly in flux. The High Warrior 3 volumes cultivation manual had a total of 6 runic patterns, and it was said that comprehending the 6th runic pattern would allow one to achieve the 3rd firmament of the God-Fiend realm. But at that moment, the runic patterns that Qin Yun sensed from the stone of the earth seemed more profound than the 6th runic pattern. Stately, expansive, strength, the land. Qin Yun felt that he was seeing a portion of the heavenly Tao's maneuvering, and it moved his heart. Acquiring comprehension of the Tao in the morning leaves one contented even if one dies in the evening. I have been cultivating my sword all this while, and today, I have finally seen the Tao for myself. Qin Yun was filled with excitement. At that moment, the mysterious powers in the stone of the earth surged into Qin Yun's body. His blood was boiling as every muscle, bone, meridian, and organ, down to the very last cell, rejoiced. The original 3rd firmament mortal realm runic pattern on his most important organ, his heart, seemed to be covered in countless networks both inside and outside. Now, the runic network was being guided by the stone of the earth's mysterious power, and very naturally, it began to form even smaller runic patterns. His body was also absorbing the energy from the immortal crystals around him. As the energies surged into his body, they catalyzed the transformation of his heart. With the stone of the earth and so many heaven-earth essence crystals, my strength would slowly increase even if I did not cultivate, probably causing me to step into the God-Fiend realm in a few decades, thought Qin Yun. The Khanate God-Fiend High Warrior loaned me this stone of the earth to cultivate for 100 years. That shows how highly he thinks of me. He probably hopes I can cultivate to an even higher realm, thought. Previously, without any external help, it would have taken me half a month to comprehend the 4th runic pattern with my paramount realm insights. And with so much external help, I'll make the breakthrough now. Qin Yun gave a mental command. countless golden runic patterns began to spread all over his heart. Some remained on the surface of his heart while others were buried within. Instantly, a gigantic three-dimensional runic pattern took form. His heart was palpitating with the undulating changes. Boisterous power surged from the immortal crystals constantly into his heart, causing his heart to constantly produce god-fiend blood that spread throughout his body. His body rapidly transformed, metamorphosing from the mortal realm to the god-fiend realm. This transformation was truly a quantum leap in realm. With the immortal crystal's help, it took just 10 minutes for Qin Yun to step into the god-fiend realm. His body's metamorphosis was completed and his soul was rapidly enhanced during the breakthrough. Although the speed had slowed down and required a long period of nurturing, it would still take a month or two to complete the enhancement. God-fiend realm? On the 10-foot-wide immortal crystal, the cross-legged Qin Yun opened his eyes. He extended his hands and gently clenched them. Boom! When he made a fist, it caused the air around him to gently tremble. No wonder Khanate Godfiend descendants employ such crude combat moves. The advantage their bodies have is just too apparent, thought Qin Yun. I have cultivated for many years and grasped 3 paramount realms, and only by giving my all can I produce the final killer move Samsara that can barely reach the might of immortals and fiend celestials. But now, by entering the Godfiend realm, just my strength alone can match my Samsara flying sword art. Perhaps it is greatly lacking in profundity and would be completely decimated by a flying sword art, but if I cultivate in a few more divine powers, my attacks would be a lot more powerful than Samsara. After all, I can only cast Samsara 2 or 3 times. Qin Yun sighed emotively in secret. Ha ha. Whatever, this is only a world formed by the 100 Years Dream. Here, my body and soul's enhancements are all fake. When I wake from my dream, I'll return to my true body. Qin Yun gave a self-deprecating laugh. Only enlightenment in the heavenly Tao can be brought back to reality. However, my comprehension will be much faster after the qualitative change in my soul. Qin Yun was delighted. He looked at the stone of the earth in front of him. It seems that this stone of the earth is the source of the High Warrior family's bloodline. It's more intricate than the 6th runic pattern. It's no wonder that it is the spiritual companion item of the Khanate God-fiend, High Warrior. Although Qin Yun had broken through, he was inside the fire phoenix nest and constantly absorbing energy from the immortal crystals, so he did not cause a commotion in the outside world. After the breakthrough, Qin Yun was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he continued cultivating. The stone of the earth was the source of the High Warrior bloodline and a manifestation of the Tao. However, the High Warrior bloodline's Tao that it represented was known as the Tao of the land. The defense paramount realm he comprehended was also a tiny portion of the Tao of the land. In a blink of an eye, half a year passed. The chamber's stone door opened. Qin Yun walked across the surface of the lake. His body's aura was clearly immense. Wing from the High Warrior family, you are out. The clansman who was responsible for watching the area could not help but yell happily from afar. Following that, he became astonished. You have reached the God-fiend realm? Yeah, I just broke through, said Qin Yun. However, he was thinking to himself, if you were to know that I immediately broke through the moment I began my seclusion, you would probably get quite a scare. After all, even the heavenly Tao intent realm will require about 4 months to make a breakthrough. I'll inform the elders. The clansman immediately departed. Qin Yun walked onto the bank. He saw clansmen paying attention to him from a distance away. They were familiar people. In the past, Wing was a junior at the 2nd firmament of the mortal realm and they were obviously very casual with him. But when Qin Yun took over, he reached the 3rd firmament of the mortal realm during the coming-of-age ceremony and then defeated General Yu Chang. Now, he had reached the Godfiend realm after a seclusion, making him instantly become an elder of the Godfiend temple. His status was now completely different and they did not dare act too casually with him. This strength. Qin Yun felt his body's immense strength as well as the limitations the heavenly Tao had on him. I can now sense the limitations the heavenly Tao has placed on me. If I were to violate them, I'd receive heavenly punishment. But since I'm alive, unless I enter seclusion forever and never make contact with other sentient beings, I will ultimately generate karma and the tribulations will befall me. Tribulations. They differed in strength. The strong ones could even cause him to die instantly. That's right. In life, there has to be something to fear. Mortals are afraid of influence, experts, and strength. Even those who attain immortality are afraid of the heavens, thought Qin Yun. If I were to live truly unbridled, I would probably treat countless mortals like ants. I would even engage in war heedlessly, rendering the world asunder. The rules that the heavens created make life better for all living beings. As Qin Yun was pondering over the matter, a group of elders rushed over from afar. Leading them was the black-robed elder, Fire Phoenix Xiao. Achievement of the God-fiend realm also meant that one was a God-fiend existence. The group of elders was naturally all God-fiends. Wing. The black-robed elder Fire Phoenix Xiao looked at Qin Yun joyfully. It's awesome that you were able to break through to the God-fiend realm in half a year's time. Our Fire Phoenix city has an additional God-fiend now. Ha ha. Wing, cultivate well and perhaps you can reach a higher realm in the future. All the elders were rejoicing. Every major war would see generations of God-fiends die in battle. As such, every birth of a new God-fiend made them happy. As long as there was no end to the production of God-fiends and future generations became stronger, they would eventually clinch the ultimate victory. Wing, you came here to cultivate after completing the coming-of-age ceremony, said Fire Phoenix Xiao with a smile. You haven't taken up a name yet, right? I've thought of a name, said Qin Yun. You came up a name for yourself? What is it? All the elders looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, said Qin Yun. Qin Yun? The elders were puzzled. High warrior Qin Yun? Which Qin and which Yun? Everyone pressed for an answer as Qin Yun explained the characters. High warrior Qin Yun? Everyone memorized this name. This name is a little odd. I think it's not bad. Your name is Muki. I think it's worse than Qin Yun. As long as he likes it. From this day forth, my Fire Phoenix city will have an additional God-fiend, High Warrior Qin Yun. The elders were feeling extremely delighted. As for the name? Names in this world were chosen without much thought. They randomly selected a nickname in their youth. If they reached a dignified status, they would have a surname and a name. Names could take any form. For example, Yoshu or Muki. Even Khanate Godfiends had rather random names, such as Fire Phoenix, High Warrior, and Heaven Shroud. From that moment forth, the nickname Wing was history. High Warrior Qin Yun officially took his place on the stage of humanity, becoming one of the many Godfiends in humanity's 9 great cities. Time passed as Qin Yun continued cultivating in peace after his breakthrough. Nothing major happened in that time. Before he knew it, 10 years passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247. Chapter 247, 10 years later. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. It was deep in winter, during the last month of the year. Snowflakes fluttered around and the ground was encrusted with a thick layer of snow. Fire Phoenix City, High Warrior Family. Although Fire Phoenix City had 15 families comprised of Khanate Godfiend descendants, only the Fire Phoenix family's main lineage was here. Other than the Khanate Godfiend Fire Phoenix, among the 8 elders that included Qin Yun, only 4 of the Godfiend Temple elders were from the Fire Phoenix family. As for the other family clans, they were branched lineages. For example, there were only a few dozen High Warrior family members in Fire Phoenix City. Qin Yun, it's rare for you to come back from the Godfiend Temple. Why don't you share a meal with your clansmen? said the beautiful woman, Xiao. She looked at her son who had reached the god-fiend realm proudly. Due to her son, the High Warrior family received greater respect in Fire Phoenix City. Her standing in the Magus God Temple also rose. At the current time, the Magus lineage was still weaker. Humanity still depended on the godfiends to protect them, with the Magus lineage serving as a backup. If I'm there, both the clansmen and I would end up eating uneasily, said Qin Yun with a smile. Mother, go on in and have your meal. I'll keep walking around for now. You are an elder after all. The clansmen would definitely not dare to be too casual with you. Alright, go on your merry way. Xiao nodded. Qin Yun strolled across the laden snow and came to a wooden pavilion. He sat inside and looked at the lake. It had a pristine, thin layer of ice on its surface. Shortly after, he took a calabash out from his cosmic bag and began drinking. Great wine. Qin Yun enjoyed the alcohol and smiled. The wine here is much better than in my homeworld. The heaven and earth spiritual energies were rich. It made the wine brewed here excellent too. Everything has happened so fast. In a blink of an eye, I have already spent 10 years in this world. Unfortunately, I have yet to step into the Tao. In the past 10 years, I managed to grasp 5 paramount realms. I believed that I could fuse the 5 paramount realms together, but I'm just short of creating a sword Tao that belongs to me. Qin Yun felt anxious and helpless too. It was the feeling of understanding something very clearly but being unable to articulate it well. Qin Yun's comprehension was clearly solid, but there was something lacking when he attempted to put it to use. That can only mean that my comprehension isn't deep enough and that I do not understand it thoroughly. But it shouldn't take much longer. I believe I will step into the Tao soon. I still have 40 years to spend in this world. There is more than enough time. Qin Yun anticipated the day he stepped into the Tao. That was the most important matter in this dream of 100 years. As for the cultivation of the God-fiend lineage, he believed he could spend 10 years to complete the 5th runic pattern so as to step into the 2nd firmament of the God-fiend realm, considering the cumulative effects of his 5 paramount realms, the Fire Phoenix Nest, and the Stone of the Earth. However, Qin Yun did not wish to do so just yet. He didn't come to this world to study runic patterns. Putting effort into that was a waste of time. He came to this world to step into the Tao. Cultivating his sword skills was most crucial to him. This world is a dream after all. My sword skills are core. Qin Yun looked at the feather-like snow as he extended his hand to catch a snowflake. His eyes suffused a look of puzzlement. However, this world feels too real. During my 10 years here, my parents, my clansmen, and all the elders, they felt so real. Could this be a real world? Qin Yun could not help but think of that. With that, he shook his head and chuckled. I shouldn't let my thoughts run wild. Yun. A clear voice sounded from afar. Elder Yun. Another voice was heard. He saw a red-dressed girl with a heroic bearing and a beautiful blue-dressed girl approaching him. They had completely different demeanors. One was passionate like fire while the other was tender and soft like water. It's the two of them. Qin Yun felt his head ache. Yun. The red-dressed girl was overjoyed as she ran over and clung to Qin Yun's arm. She immediately said, when I heard that you came out of seclusion from Fire Phoenix Nest and went to the High Warrior family, I immediately rushed here. Yuqing, take a seat. Sit down first. Qin Yun immediately shrugged her arms off him. When the red-dressed girl saw this, she felt a little helpless and melancholic. Yun, you always treat me with such disdain. The blue-dressed girl beside watched with a smile. Not at all, said Qin Yun immediately. The two girls. The red-dressed girl was a childhood playmate who had the name Clarity during his coming-of-age ceremony. Clarity was her nickname, but now she was called Yuqing, Fire Phoenix Yuqing. Her talent was not bad and she had reached the third firmament of the mortal realm 2 years ago. Since they grew up together, and given Qin Yun's excellent credentials, Fire Phoenix Yuqing naturally courted him like crazy. The girls of Khanate Godfiend descendants showed initiative when it came to relationships. Due to their powerful bloodline and difficulty in having children, male Khanate Godfiend descendants would usually have a harem. Similarly, female Khanate Godfiend descendants could have a male harem. Therefore, female Khanate Godfiend descendants would show passionate initiative. Fire Phoenix Yuqing had confessed thrice. Whenever Qin Yun wasn't locked away in seclusion or in solemn grounds like the Godfiend Temple, where she could not trespass, she would usually take the opportunity to look for Qin Yun. Yun, we are only 24. We are still young. You will definitely fall for my charms. I, Fire Phoenix Yuqing, will definitely make you my man. Fire Phoenix Yuqing's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Qin Yun was rendered helpless. Yun, although we are descendants of Khanate Godfiends, and you are even in the Godfiend realm, it will be difficult to have children in the future. But you can marry other ordinary human girls. I wouldn't mind, said Fire Phoenix Yuqing immediately. Alright, enough. Cut it out. Qin Yun was exasperated. Sister Yuqing, don't force Elder Yun, said the blue-dressed woman by the side with a smile. Qin Yun glanced at the blue-dressed girl. The blue-dressed girl was a Magus maiden of Magus God Temple. Her name was Kylon. His mother had brought her into the High Warrior family and she was purported to be his chosen wife. His mother claimed that the dermic formulations which Kylon cultivated in made it easier for her to bear children with High Warrior sons. Back then, his mother also said, I don't care if you find other women but you have to take Kylon in. You are at the Godfiend realm. It's very difficult for ordinary girls to bear your children. From then on, Kylon frequently looked for him. Although she was not as passionate as Fire Phoenix Yuqing, she was as steady and gentle as water and had been patiently waiting for him all this while. Sigh. Qin Yun sighed inwardly once again. This was only because he frequently cultivated in seclusion. He was focused on cultivating and had rejected arranged marriages. As a result, there were only these two who refused to give up. With him being the youngest Godfiend Temple elder in Fire Phoenix City, he could probably have a huge harem if he was willing. He could not shirk off the duo because one of them had his parents on her side and the other was too passionate. Furthermore, Fire Phoenix Yuqing had no ill intentions and they had developed a relationship since childhood, so Qin Yun could not be too heartless. They are still very young. Both of them are in their 20s and they should be fine when they grow older, thought Qin Yun. Anyway, they both have extremely long lifespans. This fruitless pursuit of me won't set them back too much. At that moment, in the desolate plains thousands of kilometers away from Fire Phoenix City, 20 fiend celestials stood above a black cloud. All of them had immense and unfathomable auras that emanated fiendish gases. We are finally beginning the war, said a brawny red-scaled fiend celestial. Among the humans' 9 great cities, 7 of them will be saved for later. Fire Phoenix City and Blackwater City are the true targets this time. And what's required of us is to deal with Fire Phoenix City. We have to destroy Fire Phoenix City this time. If we can destroy one of the 9 great cities of humanity, it will shake their foundations. Fiend Celestials remarked one after another. The brawny red-scaled Fiend Celestial said, that Khanate Godfiend Fire Phoenix is the most powerful and the hardest to deal with. The 3 of us are responsible for ensnaring her in the name of the Empyrean Lord. The rest of you are responsible for killing the other Godfiends. Once the Godfiend Realm Elders are destroyed, the remaining mortals. Without the Godfiend Realm Elders protecting them, Fire Phoenix City will fall. The large number of fiendish demons under us will flatten it. How many fiendish demons have we amassed? Don't worry. For this attack on Fire Phoenix City and Blackwater City, I have amassed a fiendish demon force that numbers 100 of times that of the Fire Phoenix City's mortals. As long as more than half the Godfiend Realm Elders perish, and Khanate Godfiend fire phoenixes held back, they would not be able to hold their ground. The army of fiendish demons that is 100 times more than them will easily flatten the humans in the city. With our numbers, we hold the absolute advantage against the mortals. The most critical thing is the Godfiend realm elders. As long as we succeed, the Empyrean Lord will definitely reward us handsomely. If anyone were to cower away in fear and spoil our plans, humph. All of you know what will await you, said the red-scaled fiend celestial fiercely. Many fiend celestials exchanged looks and felt their hearts tighten. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248. Chapter 248, Preparation for War. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In a yard of the Fire Phoenix City's high warrior family, Qin Yun was practicing with his sword as sword flashes surged like a tide, leaving anyone who saw them stifled. How powerful! Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan were watching not far away. Yun's sword arts are the strongest I've ever seen. Fire Phoenix Yuqing could not help but comment. Kailan nodded as well. Temple Lord has also praised Elder Yun for his impressive sword arts. His attainment in sword arts alone would rank him in the top 5 among humanity's 9 great cities. You call that praise? Fire Phoenix Yuqing could not help but remark. Among all the elders in Fire Phoenix City, Yun is the only one that uses a sword. There aren't many elders who use swords in the 9 great cities. So what if he's ranked in the top 5? I think Yun's sword skills should be either first or second in all of humanity. Unlike Khanate Godfiends that were born from the world, the Khanate Godfiend descendants had human blood running through them. Thus, they were also considered a part of humanity. Oh! Qin Yun was practicing freely with his sword when suddenly, his eyes were filled with a redness. He immediately repressed it. Ever since I came to this world, the rich bloodlust in my body has been affecting me, filling me with great killing intent, thought Qin Yun. The bloodlust dissipated after I killed those fiendish demons during the coming-of-age ceremony. Later, when I broke through to the Godfiend realm, the bloodlust arose once again. It made me more intent on killing and keeps pushing me to the limit. Such horrifying killing intent would have driven me mad if I were still at the 3rd firmament of the mortal realm. Thankfully, my soul experienced a qualitative change after reaching the Godfiend realm, allowing me to endure this killing intent. However, it still doesn't feel good having to live with such intense killing intent for the past 10 years. Even my sword arts have become ruthlessly oppressive. Qin Yun stopped his practice and frowned slightly. He did not really mind since the path the Stone of the Earth paved for him was very similar to the defense paramount realm he already comprehended. His greatest improvement was in the defensive aspect of his sword art. But due to the influence of the killing intent, his sword arts also turned more oppressive. It did not matter though, since the more powerful it was, the better it was at slaying his enemies. Furthermore, it gave him unexpected results. The focus it took to repress his killing intent all day also honed his Tao heart. Gone. 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 Suddenly, deep and urgent-sounding gongs resounded throughout the city. Qin Yun's expression changed. This is? Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan, who were watching Qin Yun practice his sword arts, suddenly had drastic changes in expression. Everyone in the High Warrior family, be it sleeping elders that were awoken, youths, women practicing their archery, or men, all of them stopped what they were doing. Quick! To the city walls. Instantly, all the men and women from the High Warrior family, including the elderly, donned armor as fast as they could before running out with weapons in hand. Fiendish demons are here. I'll be going to the city walls. Fire Phoenix Yuqing rushed out quickly too. She had reached the 3rd firmament of the mortal realm and needed to participate in battle as well. Another war? Kailan also immediately rushed toward Magus God Temple. Qin Yun retrieved a black armor Dharma treasure from his cosmic bag. With a thought, the black armor covered him entirely. Following that, he tapped his feet and transformed into a stream of light that streaked across the sky, heading straight for Godfiend Temple. At that moment, countless people in Fire Phoenix City were anxiously looking up. Khanate Godfiend descendants at the third firmament of the mortal realm, as well as the heaven magi of the Magus lineage were running, leaping to cover more than 1,000 feet, while others were flying across the sky. All of them headed for the 4 different walls. The countless commoners in the city were praying. They had no means to participate in the battle, for they would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they did so. Therefore, although the Khanate Godfiend descendants and magi enjoyed high prestige in the city, numerous commoners were willing to serve them. This was because every time the fiendish demons attacked the city, it was the Khanate Godfiend descendants and magi who stood on the city walls to fend them off. There, they risked their lives. In a square at the Godfiend Temple. So, after Qin Yun landed, other beams of light descended. Some walked out of Godfiend Temple. In a blink of an eye, 8 Godfiend Temple elders were gathered there. Your Majesty Fire Phoenix. The 8 elders, including Qin Yun, saw a beautiful woman dressed in a fiery red dress. She had flaming red hair and brows. Her eyes suffused red light, but she looked absolutely gorgeous. Qin Yun considered his wife, Xiao, to be the prettiest woman he had ever seen, but Fire Phoenix was in no way inferior to Xiao. Furthermore, she had a domineering air to her. Fire Phoenix scanned the area and said, "The fiendish demon horde is attacking. Many of you are already experienced, except for High Warrior Qin Yun. It's his first time participating in war, but I believe you have heard from others about it many times." Qin Yun nodded. Fire Phoenix continued, "The 8 of you will divide yourselves evenly to defend the 4 walls. The main thing to defend are the Magus pillars. Yoshu, you and Qin Yun are to defend the eastern wall. Qin Yun is young and lacking in experience. You have to help him." "Yes," replied Fire Phoenix Yoshu respectfully. "Li, you will go to the south wall with Miyuki. The remaining 4 will take their usual places," commanded Fire Phoenix. "Remember, although protecting the Magus pillar is important, your lives are more important. Be fully vigilant." The 8 elders were extremely solemn and serious. In such a massive war, dying in combat was possible no matter how careful they were. "All right, move out," Fire Phoenix commanded. Immediately, Qin Yun and Fire Phoenix Yoshu streaked across the sky and headed for the eastern city wall. Only 10,000 plus years had passed since the birth of the world. Humans were still few in number, and although Fire Phoenix City was one of the 9 great cities of humanity, it had a radius of only about 5 kilometers. On the eastern wall, there were already many Godfiend descendants dressed in armor and wielding weapons. They were prepared for the oncoming onslaught. There were also a few heaven magi, but they were not adept at close combat. Boom! Boom! Qin Yun and Fire Phoenix Yoshu landed on the eastern wall and stood about 1,000 feet apart. They looked at the eastern horizon. Along the horizon were rolling black clouds. Standing on them was a dense horde of fiendish demons. It wasn't only the east. The other 3 directions all had large hordes of fiendish demons riding over on black clouds. Fire Phoenix was standing at the top of a towering column in the middle of the city. Fire Phoenix City had a total of 5 Magus pillars. There was 1 in the city and 1 situated along each of the 4 walls. The 5 Magus pillars formed the core of the Magus array that fortified Fire Phoenix City. "Your Majesty Fire Phoenix." A voice sounded from afar. Fire Phoenix turned to look. Far away where the Magus temple was, a black-haired man was leading 8 heaven magi. "Temple Lord, I'll leave the Magus array to you," said Fire Phoenix. "Don't worry." The black-haired man nodded. Each Magus pillar was 50 feet in diameter and about 300 feet tall. The 5 Magus pillars were also the prisons of Fire Phoenix City. Those that had committed severe crimes were imprisoned in the Magus Pillars. Of course, there were fiendish demons that were caught alive. They too were imprisoned in the Magus Pillars. Activate all the Magus arrays. There were all sorts of mechanisms within the Magus Pillar. The Magi immediately activated the many minor Magus arrays in the Magus Pillars, enveloping all the prison cells. If those fiend celestials dare attack the Magus Pillars, just a slight stir will kill the numerous fiendish demons and inmates in them. These are all mortals. With so many mortals dying instantly, the fiend celestials would probably be smitten by the tribulations instantly. The Magi had eyes filled with frenzy. On the city walls, Qin Yun was dressed in black armor and a companion sword hung by his waist as he looked at the eastern horizon. He also knew that all the god-fiend descendants and Magi were doing their utmost in the city to prepare for the battle ahead. Yun. Among the many warriors on the city walls, Fire Phoenix Yuqing stood there dressed in blue armor. She looked at the distant Qin Yun and suffused a smile. Yun and I will be fighting alongside each other. Yuqing, follow me later. This is your first time you are participating in battle. Remember, follow your training. A voice sounded beside her. Fire Phoenix Yuqing immediately answered, Yes, Father. As long as God-fiend family members could live long enough, they would all reach the third firmament of the mortal realm. Therefore, there were many people on the city walls with father-daughter relationships, or even had their grandfathers and great-grandfathers standing alongside them. Every Khanate God-fiend family clan sent scores of their members to the battlefront. Anyone at the third firmament of the mortal realm had to participate in the battle. There was no exception. Qin Yun turned his head to look at the clansmen that were prepared to do battle. He felt his heart undulating. 15 Khanate God-fiend family clans. Other than the children that lack God-fiend bloodlines, as well as the youths that have yet to reach the third firmament of the mortal realm, everyone else is here. All of them are prepared to risk their lives in battle. Perhaps, my homeworld's ancient times also had such wars. Following that, black clouds from all over approached. Prepare for battle. A clear voice resounded throughout the city. Fire Phoenix stood on the Magus Pillar and swept her surroundings with a gaze. To arms! To arms! To arms! All the clansmen on the 4 city walls roared angrily. They were either at the third firmament of the mortal realm or heavenly Magi. Their roars quaked the world, distorting even the air around them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249. Chapter 249, Qin Yun. Come back. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In the city, the black-haired man was controlling the 5 critical Magus pillars from afar. Boom. 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 With the 5 gigantic Magus pillars as the core, a Magus array enveloped the entirety of Fire Phoenix City, extending to a kilometer past Fire Phoenix City's walls. And in the sky, there were 20 fiend celestials overlooking Fire Phoenix City on the amassing black clouds. Leading them was the brawny fiend celestial in red-scaled armor. He looked coldly at the distant Fire Phoenix. Charge! 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 The fiendish demon horde also had its leaders who immediately gave the order to attack. Instantly, all the fiendish demons charged at Fire Phoenix City on black clouds. However, when they entered the range of Fire Phoenix City's Magus array, they could not help but plummet to the ground, slamming heavily onto the desolate plains, leaving craters in the ground. They rapidly got up unfazed, since there was no fall that could kill such powerful fiendish demons. Many fiendish demons saw this and took the initiative to steer their clouds to the ground. As long as they were within the Magus array's area of effect, no fiendish demon could fly. Kill those humans! Kill! The fiendish demons roared. They either charged forward on all fours or strode with their two humanoid legs. Instantly, a large fiendish demon horde swarmed Fire Phoenix City from all sides. If we don't destroy these Magus arrays, there is no way we can conquer Fire Phoenix City. On the rolling black clouds, the 20 Fiend Celestials were extremely calm. One of them said with a smile, "Although our numbers dwarf the humans by 100-fold, they have only about 10 to 20% of their strength under the Magus Array's repression. Those humans are all Khanate Godfiend descendants. Their strength is increased under the Magus Array and they also have battle formations. The fiendish demons under us will die en masse while those humans might occasionally see only one of theirs perish. So what if they die? This war is meant to give them a taste of the threat of death. As long as one of them can grasp the Heavenly Dao's intent realm after hundreds or even 1,000 of them die, we can use the Fiend Nest to allow them to step into the Fiend Celestial realm. The loss would be worth it. Yes, at least an attack on a city pits them against humans. They usually engage in mindless slaughter against each other on the Great Plains. Even if more than half these fiendish demons die, it would be nothing if 3 to 5 Fiend Celestials are born. These Fiend Celestials were already used to this game. Fiendish demons would kill one another on the Great Desolate Plains. But due to the tiny differences in strength, their lives were not threatened enough. Or it could be said that fiendish demons were long accustomed to being threatened. As for attacking the city, with its Magus Array and the great disparity in strength, the sense of having their lives threatened would be more intense. Typically, a group of fiendish demons would die before one human Khanate Godfiend descendant perished. Under the threat of death, it was indeed easier to force fiendish demons to gain insights into the Heavenly Dao's intent. Only by gaining insights into the intent realm could they retreat from battle without punishment. In the present world, humans had small territories. They converged to form the 9 great cities of humanity. Meanwhile, the vast desolate plains were the territories of the fiendish demons. The fiendish demons were numerous and, with the rich heaven and earth spiritual energies available in that era, the demons were usually of higher realms than those from Qin Yun's homeworld. The fiendish demons that dared to attack were mostly existences that could match the third firmament of the mortal realm. They numbered 100 times more than the human warriors as they took huge strides forward, traversing a distance of 1 kilometer with each step. Swoosh, dot. They rapidly climbed up or leaped onto the city walls. Some even used each other to bolster their efforts. Soon, the first among them had scaled the 200 feet tall city walls. Groups of fiendish demons would also form battle formations to kill the human warriors. Kill! The humans on the city walls roared furiously. They formed battle formations of 3 or 5 and fought together seamlessly. They watched each other's backs and their flanks. They trusted their clansmen absolutely and joined hands in slaying the fiendish demons. In their own cities, with the augmentation of the Magus Array, their strength held the absolute advantage. Kill! 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 Fire Phoenix Yuqing held one sword in each hand as she manically slew fiendish demons. Blood splattered around as she gritted her teeth in her battle fury. Her father and others were aiding her as well. There were also heaven magi that hid far away in midair. They cast Magus arts and took the opportunity to attack the fiendish demons while they were down. As for the fiendish demons, they were accustomed to fighting for their lives. Survival in the desolate plains engraved the law of the jungle into their bones. They did not dare defy the Fiend Celestial's orders. And as long as they provided meritorious service, the handsome rewards were enough to drive them crazy. Yuqing. Qin Yun also saw Fire Phoenix Yuqing fighting not far away from him. With him in the Godfiend realm, he could not participate in the battles between mortals. Instead, the outcome of the war eventually depended on the fight between the Godfiends and Fiend Celestials. The Magus Pillars have many mortal prisoners in them. Those Fiend Celestials would not dare to forcibly attack them. Once they attack it, the prisoners within will die. The massive karma will probably incur heavenly tribulation upon them, thought Qin Yun. However, if the Fiend Celestials are allowed to use their tricks, such as using a domain attack or an attack that controls souls, they will eventually be able to topple the Magus Pillars given time. But in order to slowly take down the Magus Pillars, they have to kill the God Fiend Elders. Qin Yun understood this point. Every war, the Fiend Celestials surround and attack the various Elders. Fire Phoenix, not bad. You now have one more God Fiend under you. I heard his name is High Warrior Qin Yun. The red-scaled armor Fiend Celestial, leader of the 20 Fiend Celestials, said with a resounding voice. But since the last time we fought, I have gained 5 more Fiend Celestials under me. The rate at which you humans create God Fiends is far inferior to us Fiend Celestials. Humph! Fire Phoenix stood on the Magus Pillar in the middle of the city as she darted her eyes coldly at them. Wu Xiao. I didn't manage to kill you last time, but who knew, you actually have the guts to seek death this time. Seek death? Ha ha ha. Fire Phoenix, you think too highly of yourself. Everyone, begin the attack. Let Fire Phoenix see how powerful we are. The stocky Fiend Celestial and the 2 Fiend Celestials beside him transformed into streams of light simultaneously as they went straight for Fire Phoenix. Kill. Everyone, obliterate Fire Phoenix City. The Fiend Celestials streaked through the sky. Although they were repressed upon entry into the Magus Array formation, it was nothing worth mentioning. The strength of a Fiend Celestial at the first firmament would only decrease by about 10%. It begins. The 8 Heaven Magi immediately initiated the Magus Array in the city's Magus God Temple. Boom! 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 One Magus Array after another was activated. Qin Yun, Fire Phoenix Yoshu, and all the other God Fiends had their might augmented by the powerful Magus Array. The strength of the Elders that were at the first firmament nearly doubled. Of course, the Magus Array's augmentation on the extremely strong Qin Yun wasn't as exaggerated. However, it was still better than nothing. Qin Yun, be careful in a while. Don't get more than 1,000 feet away from me. Fire Phoenix Yoshu exhorted with a voice transmission as he looked at the 4 Fiend Celestials charging towards his eastern wall. All right. Qin Yun nodded. He felt the killing intent he had repressed for a decade boil. Finally. I finally do not need to suppress it any further. The eastern, western, and northern walls were attacked by 4 Fiend Celestials each. The southern wall was being attacked by 5 Fiend Celestials. It was normal. Throughout history, humans were forced to fight battles with a numbers disadvantage. The fact that they were defending their own city and the augmentation of the Magus Arrays allowed them to make up for the numbers disadvantage. Fire Phoenix Yoshu. A roar was heard. On the eastern wall, 4 Fiend Celestials charged straight at Fire Phoenix Yoshu. None of them bothered with Qin Yun. This was because Fire Phoenix Yoshu was the only person at the second firmament of the God Fiend realm in Fire Phoenix City. The 4 Fiend Celestials that were sent to attack the eastern wall also had redoubtable strengths themselves. Kuehua. Fire Phoenix Yoshu's fighting spirit surged as he immediately clashed with the Fiend Celestial Kuehua, who was his equal in strength. However, he still needed to divert his attention to deal with the other 3 Fiend Celestials at the first firmament. The 4 Fiend Celestials attacked Fire Phoenix Yoshu but did not have an instant advantage. No one is bothering with me? Qin Yun was taken aback before a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Alright, since all of you underestimate me, I'll take this opportunity to vanquish all of you. Oh no. Qin Yun's expression changed. Oh no. Be it Fire Phoenix, who was high in the sky, the Temple Lord in the city, or the God Fiend Temple Elders on the eastern, western, and northern walls, their expressions changed drastically. Fire Phoenix City was only about 5 kilometers in radius. At their levels, they could easily take note of the battles between the Fiend Celestials and the God Fiend Realm Elders anywhere in the city. And at that moment, Elder Muki and Elder Leanly were responsible for guarding the southern wall where they were facing the attacks of 5 Fiend Celestials. They were not afraid in the beginning since they were fighting together and had the Magus array augmenting them. The extra Fiend Celestial didn't make much of a difference. Both of them were elders with rich combat experience. But the instant they clashed, one of the Fiend Celestials swiped down with his claw. Elder Linley's large hammer was deflected. He lost his defensive stance and revealed all sorts of openings. Ha! Another Fiend Celestial got in with a quick slash, slicing off Elder Linley's arm that held the huge hammer. The first Fiend Celestial, who had two gigantic claws, tore through Elder Linley's chest and grabbed his heart. He ruthlessly crushed it. Those that reached the God-Fiend realm would not die that easily even if their hearts were smashed to smithereens. However, they would lose all means of resistance. Following that, the second saber-wielding Fiend Celestial slashed out, instantly dicing Fire Phoenix Linley into pieces, completely decimating him. With that, the God-Fiend Realm Elder, Fire Phoenix Linley, was slain by two Fiend Celestials upon first impact. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Linley! High in the sky, Fire Phoenix's eyes were brimming with tears as she yelled. "Ha, you never expected that, did you? We brought 5 Fiend Celestials at the second firmament this time." The red-scaled Fiend Celestial cackled as he fought Fire Phoenix. "The two of us work together to hold you back, while one of them deals with Fire Phoenix Yoshu. These 3 are already long famous, but the other 2 are brothers from Blackwater Pond. Both of them made a breakthrough to the second firmament in the past 20 years, one after another. Ha, it has been kept highly confidential. If a Fiend Celestial made such a name for themselves, the humans would have received detailed information about them. At the Fiend Celestial realm, they also knew how to converge and control their auras with the increase in levels. One could not tell their strength simply from their external appearances. If it were Qin Yun's homeworld, even a connate false core could converge their auras, preventing others from determining their strength. The Blackwater Pond brothers could only be determined to be Fiend Celestials. They had deliberately converged their aura, preventing others from telling that they were at the second firmament. Among the 20 Fiend Celestials, 5 of them are at the second firmament. Fire Phoenix was feeling an anxious rage. In comparison, Fire Phoenix City only had 7 elders at the first firmament and 1 at the second firmament. As for the Fiend Celestials, they had 14 at the first firmament. 5 of them were at the second firmament. This ratio was obviously abnormal. It was clearly deliberate. Darn it! Both of the Blackwater Pond brothers have broken through to the second firmament of the Fiend Celestial realm. The elders along the other 3 city walls turned anxious and furious. If they knew about the Fiend Celestials being at the second firmament, Fire Phoenix Linley and Elder Muki would have chosen to flee. They would have diverted additional resources to deal with them, preventing such a quick loss of a god fiend. Muki! Run! The other elders turned anxious. The elders on the western and northern walls had their hands tied. They were unable to provide any assistance. Besides, they did not dare to. If someone at the first firmament of the God-Fiend realm went to fight a Fiend Celestial at the second firmament realm, they would barely last 10 to 20 strikes due to the array's augmentation. But if they fought the combined forces of 2 Fiend Celestials at the second firmament, they would be instantly decimated. Fire Phoenix Linley was a perfect example. And now, there was a total of 5 Fiend Celestials on the southern wall. 2 of them were at the second firmament and 3 of them were at the first firmament. Initially, the 3 Fiend Celestials at the first firmament attacked Elder Muki and held him back. After the Blackwater Pond brothers killed Fire Phoenix Linley, they quickly came to deal with Elder Muki. Everyone was gripped with anxiety at that moment. Boom! However, there was a stream of light that shot from the eastern wall, streaking across the sky in the direction of the southern wall. Qin Yun! The elders, including Fire Phoenix, had drastic changes in expression. The person that had charged to the southern tower to defend it was the newly promoted God Fiend, also the youngest 24-year-old God Fiend elder, High Warrior Qin Yun. Qin Yun! Come back. Quickly come back. Don't send yourself to your death. Bellowed one after another. You are sending yourself to your death. Fire Phoenix Xiao, who was being held back, turned anxious. He tried charging out, but the other 4 Fiend Celestials held him back. Ah, Fire Phoenix Xiao, Elder Qin Yun is very young and brave. Let him be. Fire Phoenix Xiao's eyes burst with anger. He had been exhorted to watch over the still inexperienced Qin Yun. Qin Yun! Fire Phoenix Xiao bellowed angrily with a voice transmission. Come back. Yun! Fire Phoenix Yuqing turned anxious when she noticed the scene. Yuqing, stay focused. Her father blocked a fiendish demon's attack meant for her as he shouted immediately. So. However, Qin Yun rushed straight for the southern wall in the form of a beam. The killing intent he had repressed for 10 years boiled over as his eyes turned red. Divine power. Infinite light. Third firmament. Qin Yun instantly cast a divine power. A divine power had an extremely high requirement for one's realm. However, Qin Yun now grasped 5 paramount realms. Infinite was one of the more recently grasped paramount realms. It was similar in nature to infinite light, one of the many divine powers available in Godfiend Temple. At the realm Qin Yun had attained, cultivating in a divine power was doing things somewhat in reverse order. As such, he was naturally able to cultivate infinite light to the third firmament. With the divine power cast, Qin Yun's speed rose tremendously, making him akin to a blurry beam of light. He was 50% faster than when he used the beam transformation art back in his homeworld. The eastern wall was only about 4 kilometers from the southern wall. Just after the 2 Fiend Celestials at the second firmament killed Fire Phoenix Linley, they sensed a flash coming from the eastern wall that shot towards them. Swing! Instantly, his sword was drawn. Kill! Qin Yun's eyes burned blood red as they were filled with killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250. Chapter 250, Killing Fiend Celestials. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Among all the Godfiend elders present, the one wallowing in despair the most was Elder Muki. He was about to be surrounded by 5 Fiend Celestials and 2 of them were at the second firmament realm. The only thing that could be considered lucky for Elder Muki was that the 2 second firmament brothers dealt with Elder Linley first. However, with Elder Linley dead, he was the only Godfiend elder left on the southern city wall. Escape. Elder Muki only had thoughts of escaping. Divine power, mountain uprooting. The hunchbacked Elder Muki had long fluttering brows. His stocky body suddenly buffed up as the might of his wooden stave increased. Ha, you won't be able to escape. The 3 of us will hold you back. If you actually manage to escape, we might as well kill ourselves. Muki, you will definitely die today. Your beloved Fire Phoenix City will be flattened by us. In truth, the 3 Fiend Celestials did not believe they could kill Elder Muki by themselves. They were only doing their best to hold him back to prevent him from escaping. I'm doomed. Elder Muki could not help but panic as his struggle to escape ended in failure. Just as the 3 Fiend Celestials had him pinned down, he saw a beam of light surging towards him from the eastern wall. Qin Yun's casting of the divine power, infinite light, allowed him to traverse 4 kilometers in a flash. It's that high warrior Qin Yun. He's rather fast. Is he adept at divine powers related to speed? Humph. Having cultivated for such a short time, he foolishly focused on that instead of cultivating divine powers for close combat. Did he cultivate a speed-based divine power to ensure that he could escape? He's not a fool. He didn't charge at the 2 from Blackwater Pool but towards us instead. Is he trying to save Muki? Coming here is no different from seeking death. The three fiend celestials surrounding Elder Muki similarly noticed Qin Yun rushing at them. They thought nothing of him simply because divine powers had extremely high requirements for one's realm. Every divine power required a lot of time and effort to master. To push a divine power to the intent realm would only be considered the first firmament. The intent domain realm would be considered the second firmament, while the paramount realm was the third firmament. They all knew that High Warrior Qin Yun had only stepped into the Godfiend realm 10 years ago. It would already be impressive if he was even good at one divine power. In terms of combat strength, how could the three fiend celestials with rich combat experience be inferior to a newly promoted elder? Qin Yun, quickly leave. Although Elder Muki was reeling in despair, he still sent an urgent voice transmission. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with killing intent. At the moment he drew his sword, he cast an even more special divine power. Boom! His surging godfiend powers formed two thick clouds. The upper cloud was blue and the lower cloud was earth yellow. The two clouds resembled a millstone that ground a space in between them that spanned 1,000 feet. The two clouds slowly spun as though the millstone was mashing down on the three fiend celestials in the middle. As for Elder Muki, he was completely unaffected. Everything was within Qin Yun's control. Divine power, heaven-earth millstone. Qin Yun now grasped 5 paramount realms. To complement those 5 paramount realms, Qin Yun found 4 divine powers that corresponded to them. This was because at the paramount realm, he could naturally cultivate the 4 divine powers to the third firmament. Of course, Qin Yun had much bolstering him up. He could have cultivated another divine power, but he believed that he would only be able to cultivate it to the second firmament or maybe only up to the first firmament. He did not waste further effort because the 4 divine powers were already sufficient. To cultivate all 4 divine powers to the third firmament was already an astounding feat. The complement of the heaven-earth millstone was Qin Yun's juxtaposition paramount realm. It was an extremely rare domain-type divine power. When trapped in the domain, enemies would be suppressed from all sides and greatly have their strength reduced. What? Domain-type divine power? The 3 fiend celestials were alarmed. Furthermore, this divine power is too strong. My strength has halved. How is this possible? Just as the 3 were still reeling in shock, the phenomena of a river appeared around them. Above the river, a moon-like sword flash rose. It was the sword skill, Bright Moon over River. This strike was even more perfect and intoxicating than back in Qin Yun's homeworld. Qin Yun had grasped 5 paramount realms and the strike was powered by the only paramount realm that he could not find a corresponding divine power for. Qin Yun called it paramount emotions. Paramount emotions represented how much more important emotions were than anything else. Qin Yun was adept in various flying sword attacks, such as Bright Moon over River, Dual Flight, and the Samsara that he created early on. He later created Parting and Homecoming. Parting was created due to his good friend Fu Qing's death, which left him in grief for a very long time. He also thought of the many brothers he had while fighting in the northern borders, eventually creating such a strike. As for Homecoming, it was created by Qin Yun based on his pining for his wife and family after being in this world for too long. As he created these similar moves, Qin Yun finally gained insights into a new paramount realm, paramount emotions. However, there was no corresponding divine power that matched paramount emotions despite the many divine powers the 9 cities of humanity had. Divine power, infinite light. Sword art, Bright Moon over River. Kill. Qin Yun showed no mercy. Infinite light was not only fast when flying, it also made his movements and attacks much faster. Furthermore, he had attained the third firmament of the divine power. Coupled with Bright Moon over River, his sword art was as fast as it could go. By coupling the divine power with his sword art, it was a pursuit of extreme speed. It was perfect when combined with his domain divine power, Heaven-Earth Millstone, that repressed his opponents. He's too fast. I can't make out anything. A fiend celestial looked at the moon-like sword beam appear before him in panic. All he could do was try his best to brandish his large axe in hopes of blocking. Clang! Although he was horrified, his axe had luckily blocked Qin Yun's strike. He was feeling thankful but fearful. I managed to block it. I blocked it. Die! Qin Yun's killing intent turned more boisterous. With a tap of his feet, he turned his body slightly and the sword in his hand naturally produced a second strike. It was still bright moon over river, but the moon-like sword beam lit up once again. This time, the fiend celestial's luck ran out. Even though his axe head was huge, the sword beam slashed over from the side, slicing through the fiend celestial's neck, sending his head flying. Obliterate! Qin Yun's sword flash swirled around, producing sword beams that immediately and rapidly drilled right into the open neck. The organs in the headless fiend celestial's body were decimated without resistance. Naturally, its heart was also destroyed. The fiend celestial's surface also had many wounds appear. His body directly plummeted to the ground, showing no resistance. However, the head that was sent flying continued escaping frantically. At the fiend celestial realm, their life force was extremely exaggerated. Even a severed head could still live on. How is this possible? The other two fiend celestials were shocked. Even if a domain divine power reduces our strength by half, he shouldn't have been finished in just 2 moves. How long has he been cultivating? Could he be at the second firmament of the god-fiend realm? The two fiend celestials found it unbelievable. Die! Qin Yun's divine power, heaven-earth millstone, could half the fiend celestial's strength, so how could a mere head hope to escape? It was impossible. The heaven-earth millstone spun and came pressing down from the clouds, leaving no way for the head to escape anymore. Following that, Qin Yun coldly waved his hands, condensing god-fiend powers into sword beams that shot out. This was the power of the god-fiend realm after all. When it entered the fiend celestial head in the form of sword beams, it immediately ground its interior into mush. The fiend celestial head fell to the side completely enervated. Its eyes turned dim and died there and then. This scene left all the elders and fiend celestials on the battlefield astounded. And you too. Qin Yun flew towards the southern wall and with the combination of the two divine powers, infinite light and heaven-earth millstone, he cast bright moon over river again. In 3 strikes, he killed another fiend celestial. The might he brought to the battlefield left everyone astounded. As for Qin Yun, he did not hesitate to charge towards the silver-armored fiend celestial that was closest to him. Stop! With 2 world-shaking bellows, the Blackwater Pond brothers rushed to block his path. They were feeling guilt-ridden. After killing Elder Leanly, they noticed that Qin Yun was charging towards the southern wall. The both of them had immediately set off, but as they had only acted in response, they were slightly slower than Qin Yun. But just that slight difference caused their companions to die. It was simply because High Warrior Qin Yun was too ferocious. He slew a fiend celestial in 2 or 3 strikes, preventing them from saving their companions in time. High Warrior Qin Yun, die! The Blackwater Pond brothers attacked Qin Yun together as soon as they arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251. Chapter 251, At the Disadvantage. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Elder Muki, quickly escape. Qin Yun called out with an urgent voice transmission. At the same time, he clashed with the 2 second firmament realm Blackwater Pond fiend celestials. Qin Yun, you have to be careful. Elder Muki was shocked that Qin Yun managed to destroy a fiend celestial in a few moves, but he also knew that he would only be a hindrance if he stayed behind. Furthermore, 2 of the 3 first firmament fiend celestials that were attacking him previously had fled, while the 3rd was dead. No fiend celestial was hindering him, so he naturally phased away and shot straight for the eastern wall. The Blackwater Pond brothers did not pursue him either. In their eyes, Qin Yun was the most important prey. After all, if they separated, with Qin Yun's terrifying speed, it was likely that he could escape easily. They needed to focus on surrounding Qin Yun. Boom! 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 On the southern wall, Qin Yun and the two Blackwater Pond Fiend Celestials engaged in an intense battle. They sent shockwaves in every direction. Although the surrounding mortal warriors and fiendish demons diverted some attention to watch the battle, they could not see much. Throughout the battlefield, the God-Fiend Elders, the Magus God Temple Lord, Fire Phoenix, and the many Fiend Celestials were paying attention to everything that happened on the southern wall. Just moments ago, Fire Phoenix Leanly was instantly killed by the Blackwater Pond brothers, but the young elder Qin Yun suddenly showed his prowess, vanquishing a Fiend Celestial in a few strikes. All of them were somewhat in a daze. Has Qin Yun already reached the second firmament of the God-Fiend realm? If not, how is he able to kill a Fiend Celestial in just a few moves? The elders were happy but also astounded. It hasn't been long since he broke through to the God-Fiend realm. It has only been 10 years. He's only 24 this year and he has already reached the second firmament of the God-Fiend realm? Qin Yun's rate of improvement left the human elders excited. They even felt that Qin Yun was likely to reach the third firmament of the God-Fiend realm. That would allow him to match the strength of Khanate God-Fiends. And high above Fire Phoenix City, the stocky red-scaled Fiend Celestial, Xiao, led two companions while they surrounded Fire Phoenix, preventing her from saving the other God-Fiend elders. However, Qin Yun's sudden actions left him stunned. Cultivating a domain-type divine power to such a terrifying state and having such horrifying sword skills makes him capable of vanquishing a first firmament Fiend Celestial in a few strikes. The gap is just too great. He must be a second firmament God-Fiend. Although Xiao was fighting Fire Phoenix, he could still divert a bit of attention to watch the battle on the southern wall. He made an instant judgment of Qin Yun's strength. He had to be at the second firmament. Furthermore, it was likely that he had many more tricks up his sleeve. There were just too few humans or fiendish demons in the world that could cast domain-type divine powers. Bam! Fire Phoenix and Xiao separated from each other after striking one another with a reverberating blow. Fire Phoenix, said Xiao as he gritted his teeth. I was planning on giving you and all of Fire Phoenix City a huge surprise with the successive breakthroughs of the Blackwater Pond brothers, a rare feat for us fiendish demons. I never expected you to be able to hide one of your own so well. A young elder that has broken through only 10 years ago is already at the second firmament of the God-Fiend realm. This is something I would never have expected. There are still many things coming that you didn't expect. Fire Phoenix sneered, but she was ruminating inwardly. When did that kid high warrior Qin Yun reach the second firmament? Even I, the mighty Fire Phoenix, did not know of it? He sure hit it well. She was even afraid that he lacked experience and specially requested Yoshu to take good care of him. But from the looks of it, his strength was in no way inferior to Yoshu's. I should have a good chat with this kid after the battle is over. Fire Phoenix thought to herself. Is it because he doesn't trust me that he kept his breakthrough a secret? However, if he can attain the second firmament at the age of 24, there is hope for him to reach the third firmament in the future. Fire Phoenix was filled with joy and anticipation. Yun. Elder Yun. Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan were paying fervent attention to the matter. When they discovered that Qin Yun had easily slain one Fiend Celestial before fighting the Blackwater Pond brothers, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, despite the various God-Fiend elders, Magus God Temple Lord, and Fire Phoenix feeling excited in the beginning, they slowly began to worry. Bam! 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 Qin Yun and the Blackwater Pond brothers were embroiled in an intense battle. Within the domain-type divine power, Qin Yun's sword produced mystical sword strikes, but he was clearly disadvantaged fighting the two alone. The Blackwater Pond brothers attacked manically with their sharp claws and saber flashes. Although Qin Yun could occasionally counterattack, he was forced to defend most of the time. Although both of them have just broken through to the second firmament of the fiend celestial realm, their bodies are even stronger than that. I'm only equal to them in a one-on-one situation. Fighting them both at once is a little troublesome. Qin Yun had already expected this before he took action. Typically, one could eventually attain the first firmament of the God-Fiend realm with the aid of things like a spiritual companion item if they were at the intent realm. Cultivating with a spiritual companion item gradually enhanced one's realm and, over long periods of time, a first firmament God-Fiend would gradually attain the intent domain. An intent domain represented the average standard of a first firmament fiend celestial with rich combat experience. The paramount realm, with the aid of external forces, allowed one to become a second firmament God-Fiend. If Qin Yun made it his goal to focus on the runic patterns in the High Warrior 3 volumes and used the spiritual companion item to help him, he would have probably reached the second firmament of the God-Fiend realm by now. But if that happened, he would only have 3 paramount realms. That was not what he wanted. He placed all his efforts on his sword training these past 10 years, allowing him to attain 5 paramount realms. The Blackwater Pond brothers were newly promoted second firmament fiend celestials. Their attacks naturally reached the paramount realm in terms of their realm. But even though they only grasped 1 paramount realm, their bodies were those of second firmament fiend celestials. Their fiend celestial powers were also much stronger. Besides, Qin Yun was dedicated to his cultivation in his sword arts, so his body was still at the first firmament of the God-Fiend realm. This made his foundation weaker. Thankfully, he had 5 paramount realms and he had cultivated 4 divine powers. With the various divine powers combined, he was able to bridge the gap that existed due to his weak foundation. He could fight them to a draw in a one-on-one battle. When fighting 2 alone, it was very demanding on him. Of course, Qin Yun was adept at defense. His sword skills were also very powerful. Just his defense alone was impregnable. He's totally at a disadvantage. That's bad. A perpetual defense is bound to fail. Qin Yun is still too young and he lacks experience. If Qin Yun fails to defend against the Blackwater Pond brothers' combined attacks, the elders, Magus God Temple Lord, and Fire Phoenix were worried. Qin Yun, can you keep up your defense? Fire Phoenix sent a voice transmission. If you can't, I have means of helping you. Fire Phoenix City was one of the 9 great cities of humanity and Fire Phoenix was also a Khanate God-Fiend. She naturally had accumulated a lot of resources. She had only failed to save Fire Phoenix leanly because he was killed instantly within seconds of the battle's start. If she was given time, she had many means she could have used to save him. It was only a question of whether she was willing to pay the price. Your Majesty Fire Phoenix, don't worry. You should know what's the most famous divine power of my High Warrior lineage. They won't be able to kill me. Qin Yun replied with a voice transmission. When Fire Phoenix heard that, she was immediately delighted. She immediately asked with a voice transmission, "You have even cultivated the divine power indestructible body to an extremely high level?" Yes, Qin Yun replied with a voice transmission. Fire Phoenix immediately felt relieved. The most famous divine power of the High Warrior lineage was the indestructible body. The High Warrior lineage sourced from the Tao of the land. As for Qin Yun's defense paramount realm, it was considered a part of it. Qin Yun had sought a divine power that complemented defense among all the divine powers in the God-Fiend Temple. What he found was an indestructible body that remained unperturbed even against many enemies. For instance, Qin Yun's casting of the cyclic sword flash was best at defense. As for the indestructible body, it was similarly great at withstanding attacks. Even if he did not block with a weapon and allowed enemies to attack his body, his indestructible body would rapidly dissipate the enemy's might. It was just too difficult to injure an indestructible body. Furthermore, Qin Yun's indestructible body divine power had also reached the 3rd firmament. I can identify the divine powers Qin Yun has already used as infinite light and heaven-earth millstone. Now, he is telling me that he has also cultivated the indestructible body to an extremely high realm, Fire Phoenix ruminated inwardly. How long has he been cultivating? Yet, he has already cultivated at least 3 powerful divine powers, and all of them have been cultivated to an extremely profound level? In terms of talent, he is absolutely the best in all of Fire Phoenix City's history. Even though his foundation was inferior, Qin Yun was still able to battle with fervent passion. Pang! The elder brother of the Blackwater Pond brothers, Qin, angrily swiped at Qin Yun's left arm, leaving wounds on his arm. He could not help but be surprised. What, he didn't block? Logically, with Qin Yun's powerful sword skills, he was able to completely block the attack, but he chose not to. When the claw struck his left arm, runic patterns appeared over his entire body as he took a step back. The wound on his left arm bled, but the wound rapidly healed. Qin Yun took the opportunity to slash at Qin's abdomen with his sword. A first firmament body coupled with the third firmament of the indestructible body is unable to brush off their attacks. But this feeling of danger only makes it more exciting. Qin Yun cast his sword arts heartily. He coupled the 4 divine powers with his sword arts and did his best in battle. The more he fought, the more intense his killing intent became. A killing intent that had been suppressed for 10 years was not that easily wiped away by killing one fiend celestial. Awesome! The both of them are also at the paramount realm, and the strength of their attacks isn't much different from mine. It's been 10 years. It's been so long since I've had such a good time killing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252. Chapter 252, Stepping into the Tao. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In this new life, Qin Yun was often annoyed because he never had a suitable opponent. The other first firmament elders in Fire Phoenix City were too weak. The Khanate Godfiend Fire Phoenix was too strong. Only Elder Fire Phoenix Yoshu was barely suitable, but he did not pose a sufficient threat to him. Furthermore, he could not deal killer blows on allies. He was restricted while sparring, and even then he could only reveal bits of his strength gradually with age. He had to make his strength appear normal. Geniuses also had a genius's development trajectory. For instance, entering the Godfiend realm at the coming of age ceremony. Reaching the intent domain realm at 15. And then, reaching the paramount realm at 20. Elder Yoshu and company knew Qin Yun was rather strong, but Qin Yun had only revealed 2 divine powers, infinite light and heaven-earth millstone. I had to hold back in the past. After all, the raising of one's realm is done one step at a time. I can't just grasp the paramount realm before grasping the intent domain realm, can I? Even a fool would realize that there's a problem. Would I end up being possessed by an other realm fiend celestial? Qin Yun reflected. For years ago, I revealed that I had reached the paramount realm, with infinite light reaching the 3rd firmament. Now, even if I reveal another 2 divine powers, it will only show my genius. A genius was like that. After entering the paramount realm, it was normal for them to directly step into the Tao in about 4 years. Today's battle is the only time I can use all my strength. I can freely use every move I know. I want both of them dead, and they want me dead. Qin Yun freely attacked with his sword. Over the past 10 years, he had grasped 5 paramount realms. He felt that they could fuse into one, but he was just short of achieving it. In the past, he had to spend great effort to understand the mysteries of the world through meditation. Now, he was engaged in a life and death battle. He could imbue all the ideas and teachings he had come up with in his attacks freely. If he made any mistakes in his comprehension, it could be proven in combat. The enemy's defense and counterattacks would allow him to realize the flaws in his sword skills. Yes. This attack actually has a flaw. It's not natural enough. The more Qin Yun fought, the happier he became. He was even willing to risk injury to test out his attacks. The two fiend celestials were extremely cautious against him as a result. This high warrior Qin Yun is only 24, but he already has strength equivalent to ours. If he were to continue developing his strength, he might one day become a god fiend at the third firmament. The both of us must eliminate him when he is still weak. We must make use of today's opportunity. We can't kill him when fighting him one-on-one. But when it's 2 against 1, there's no way he can keep fending us off. The Blackwater Pond brothers were extremely confident. But as they continued engaging in battle, they gradually became more and more dumbfounded. Qin Yun's defense with his sword was perfect. It was impregnable. Occasionally, he would reveal a flaw, but he could withstand their attacks with his divine power, indestructible body. He could even counter-attack each time, causing the both of them to turn flustered. "Achin, what are the both of you doing? Fight with all you've got. Kill that high warrior Qin Yun. Even if our assault on the city fails, we still need to kill him." Wu Xiao sent an urgent voice transmission. He was the leader of the Fiend Celestials, and he was the only third firmament Fiend Celestial present. He knew how difficult it was to attain the third firmament. An entity at the third firmament had worth equivalent to that of a whole city. For example, they might be able to decimate Fire Phoenix City, but it would be very difficult for them to kill the Khanate God Fiend, Fire Phoenix. Therefore, when Wu Xiao realized Qin Yun's potential, he turned anxious. "As long as you can kill Qin Yun, I guarantee that the both of you will each receive 3 Sky Fiend crystals." Wu Xiao sent a voice transmission again. "Don't worry, the 2 of us will definitely kill him." The eyes of the Blackwater Pond brothers instantly turned red. "Let's risk it all. For the Sky Fiend crystals, it's worth the risk. We will be rid of him even if we have to heavily injure ourselves to do it." The Blackwater Pond brothers were prepared to suffer serious injuries. They wanted to smash Qin Yun's head to pieces even if their stomachs were stabbed by his sword. Despite engaging in combat that seemed to ensure an internecine outcome, they were Fiend Celestials after all. They worked together, and their second firmament Fiend Celestial bodies were extremely strong. As long as they complemented each other, it would be very difficult for Qin Yun to really kill them. "Oh? They have turned more fervent? Good, that's even better. Make it more dangerous and more relentless." Instead of being shocked, Qin Yun was overjoyed. Due to the elevated threat, Qin Yun had even more intense inspirations while using his sword skills. The various insights he had gained over the past decade were verified in actual combat, allowing new insights to constantly surface. The 5 Paramount Realms fusion was improving. Qin Yun's sword skills became more unified. A casual slash, slice, tremor, or swipe seemed to contain the simplest implications of the Tao. What seemed extremely simple contained infinite mysticism. The Blackwater Pond brothers' frenzied attacks, containing their hopes for an internecine outcome, were completely withstood by Qin Yun's sword. He could easily parry their attacks while also creating opportunities to hurt them. The feeling was very magical. The 5 Paramount Realms seemed to form a perfect whole. Just like the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, could become whole, Qin Yun's 5 Paramount Realms also began to form a complete sword Tao. Slowly, Qin Yun could not help but immerse himself in his sword arts. He even forgot about his enemies. All Qin Yun did was rely on his innate instinct to fend off the Blackwater Pond brothers' attacks. Is this a sword Tao that belongs to me? Via defense, decimation, juxtaposition, infinite, and paramount emotions, they are part of my sword Tao. The lack of any one of them would result in an incomplete sword Tao, thought Qin Yun. He felt that the intent domain around him was experiencing changes. It rapidly expanded beyond 1,000 feet. Even his soul was beginning to transform. What happened? We risked an internecine outcome to kill him. In the beginning, we were able to injure him, but now, we are the ones being injured? The Blackwater Pond brothers exchanged glances and saw the horror in each other. And at that moment, Qin Yun did not look right. Despite standing there and being assaulted, he would casually use his sword to parry an attack. It looked casual, but it seemed like an integral whole. There were no flaws. Whoosh! Qin Yun brandished his sword nonchalantly once again. With a flash, the sword quickly sliced through the younger of the Blackwater Pond brothers duo, Ilang. His powerful fiend celestial body had a gaping wound sliced through it that left Ilang retreating in shock. He immediately sent a voice transmission. "Brother, his attack was too fast. It's a lot stronger than before too." "What?" Qin was alarmed too. But following that, Qin Yun's attacks returned to normal. Moments later, he struck out with another terrifying strike. It sent Qin retreating in a wretched manner. What happened? The two fiend celestial brothers, Qin and Ilang, stopped fighting. They hovered far away and exchanged glances. They felt that something wasn't right. 2 times his attacks were very powerful, but the other attacks were very ordinary. The both of them were extremely worried. They kept their distance and remained motionless. Qin Yun hovered in his spot without attacking as well. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled. Countless sword flashes suffused around him as they spiraled. As for Qin Yun, he seemed to be the one true god with the sword flashes encircling him. At that moment, the luster in Qin Yun's eyes gradually returned. He extended his hand to gently touch the surrounding sword flashes. "Sword Dao." "This is my sword Dao," whispered Qin Yun. "It's mine, Qin Yun's sword Dao." "He has stepped into the Dao?" "Escape!" The red-scaled fiend celestial, Xiao, saw sword flashes radiating from afar. When he sensed that they were manifestations of the Dao, he anxiously sent a booming voice transmission. "Stepped into the Dao?" Qin and Ilang had drastic changes in their expressions as they hastily retreated as fast as they could. "Do you think the both of you can escape?" Qin Yun's voice was still resounding when he took a step forward. With a flash of light, he had appeared beside the two fiend celestials. Following that, he casually swung his sword. "So what if you have stepped into the Dao? How much stronger can you be?" Qin immediately turned and attacked with his claws when he realized there was no way to escape. However, Qin Yun's simple swing of the sword was of varying speed. The claws actually managed to touch Qin Yun's sword, but when the sword's shadow swept past Qin's neck, his head flew off. However, Qin's headless body grew a new head from his severed neck. He was panicking as he yelled, "Brother, flee in different directions. We won't be able to last against him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 253. Chapter 253, Unable to Stop Him. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Although Qin and Ilang had only recently broken through to the second firmament, they were still second firmament fiend celestials. So no one expected them to fail at resisting High Warrior Qin Yun's sword. "Brother's body is stronger than mine, yet he can't even withstand one strike? What Dao did this High Warrior Qin Yun step into?" Ilang took a large stride and charged beyond the city walls and headed for the desolate plains. "He's way too strong. It's definitely not an ordinary Dao." Qin was panicking as he headed in the opposite direction. He leaped downwards towards the city. Although the Paramount Realm and an ordinary stepping into the Dao did contain a difference in strength, it was not ridiculously huge. It was even possible for one to survive in a one-on-one battle. In Qin Yun's homeworld, it was difficult for him to kill existences at the Intent Domain realm who had powerful life-preserving methods just after he attained the Paramount Realm. By the same logic, Mahakasyapa Monastery's sacred Reverend Darvana might have stepped into the Dao, but it was still very difficult for him to kill a Paramount Realm. Just a difference of one realm made killing the other party very difficult. However, Qin had his head lopped off without even being capable of putting up a resistance. Although he grew a new head, the feeling of being steamrolled only served to accentuate the differences between them. Before he stepped into the Tao, he was about my equal. I could repress him when joining forces with brother. But now, after he stepped into the Tao, I can't even block one strike of his. Such a terrifying Tao means that he has a high chance of attaining the third firmament of the God-fiend realm. As Qin escaped, he looked back at the battle behind him. He immediately noticed that Qin Yun was not pursuing him. Instead, he was pursuing Ilan, who was escaping outside of the city. Brother! Qin turned anxious, but he also felt a little thankful. If his brother were to die in battle, that might buy some time for him to escape. The Blackwater Pond brothers fled in different directions and Qin Yun instantly made a decision. His feet tapped in the air as he transformed into a stream of light that pursued Ilan as he fled out of the city. Ilan, you won't escape. What, he's chasing me? Ilan panicked as he was escaping. Isn't it because you are easier to kill? Qin Yun's eyes suffused a coldness. His infinite light had easily gone from the third firmament to the fifth firmament. He was a lot faster than before. It was pointless for Ilan to panic. He was indeed the weakest link. Of the Blackwater Pond brothers, the younger brother Ilan was more adept in the way of the saber. His elder brother Qin had a stronger body that resembled a Dharma treasure, therefore he would use his claws in battle. Killing Qin would be a lot more troublesome. For example, Qin was able to grow another head immediately after being beheaded. Typical fiend celestials did not have such powerful bodies. He's coming! The panicking Ilan had no choice but to turn around and strike. His saber beam was incisive and extremely fast. However, Qin Yun easily discovered the numerous flaws in the saber strike. Loaning does not lead to birth and solitary yang does not allow growth. His saber strike is overly ruthless, but that only makes it crude. After Qin Yun stepped into the Tao, his 5 paramount realms fused into one. He was no longer plagued with questions. When he saw his opponent's strike, he naturally compared it to his own. The comparison just revealed too many flaws that made it incomparable. The gap was just too great. Swing! Qin Yun easily waved his sword, producing a sword flash that was actually quite slow. But when it came into contact with the saber flash, it leveraged on its strength, accelerating itself. It struck Ilan's abdomen and, like slicing through tofu, split his body in two. This sword art, although Ilan felt despair in the face of death, he also understood how much more brilliant his opponent's sword art was. He was like a child flailing a saber in front of a brilliant swordsman who could take him down simply by tapping him with a tree branch. Swoosh! Qin Yun waved his hand as large amounts of sword chi appeared out of thin air. Following that, it sliced Ilan into two and bored through his body, grinding his heart and other organs, before moving upwards to reduce his head's interior into mush. He was similar to me previously. Ilan's 2 halves fell to the ground as he murmured. Following that, the light in his eyes faded away and he transformed into a gigantic lizard. The fiend celestial Ilan was dead. This was also the first fiend celestial at the second firmament realm that perished in the battle. Similar? Before I entered this world, I had already grasped 3 paramount realms. Up to now, you only had one. The difference in accumulated experience is just too disparate. After Qin Yun slew Ilan, he waved his hands and swept Ilan's weapons and treasures into his cosmic bag. Following that, he transformed into a beam of light and headed for the city in pursuit of Qin. The battle situation completely changed. It was inconceivable that both second firmament fiend celestials were repressed despite joining forces. In a blink of an eye, Ilan was killed. Qin Yun was now pursuing Qin, who had already escaped far away. Yun! Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan, who diverted their attention to watch the battle, were feeling extremely excited and happy. Well done. Elder Qin Yun sure is formidable. The clansmen fighting on the city walls were excited as well. Everyone was rejoicing. The situation was terrible before, but the sudden mighty appearance of Qin Yun, with his illustrious strength, and his stepping into the Tao during a life-and-death battle, changed everything. He proved his strength by taking the life of a second firmament fiend celestial. Wu Xiao, save me! Save me! Uchin sent an anxious voice transmission as he fled. The third firmament fiend celestial, Wu Xiao, who was fighting Fire Phoenix, turned anxious. He did not care about Uchin's life, but he was concerned about Qin Yun. This high warrior Qin Yun is only 24 this year. He's already this fearsome after just stepping into the Tao. With a spiritual companion item, I believe he will achieve the third firmament of the God-Fiend realm in a few decades. With such talent, he might even be the second sky god of humanity. If that happens, we as fiendish demons are doomed. Kanki, Yuma. I'll do my best to deal with Fire Phoenix. The both of you should go deal with Qin Yun and kill him at all costs. If you can kill Qin Yun, it will be a great meritorious deed. The Empyrean Lord will definitely reward you handsomely, said Wu Xiao with a voice transmission. All right. Kanki and Yuma were similarly second firmament fiend celestials. However, since they were chosen to aid Wu Xiao in his battle against Fire Phoenix, they were not like the Blackwater Pond brothers who had only recently broken through. They had already broken through thousands of years ago and had even stepped into the Tao. Unfortunately, they were very ordinary Tao, so they were still stuck in the second firmament of the fiend celestial realm. According to the demarcation of the realms, God-fiends at the first firmament usually were at the heavenly Tao's intent realm and the intent domain realm. God-fiends at the second firmament were usually at the paramount realm, with a number having stepped into the Tao. God-fiends at the third firmament had to step into the Tao. Furthermore, the Tao they comprehended had to be sufficiently strong. With the aid of a spiritual companion item and other external help, there was a chance of someone entering this realm. As for connate God-fiends, they were born into this realm. It was similar for the fiend celestials. Boom, dot. Qin Yun transformed into a stream of light that pursued Uchin. He was extremely fast and, as he had just broken through, he was also working hard at understanding his divine powers. In order to pursue his enemy, he had first raised infinite light to the fifth firmament. Now, his heaven-earth millstone was constantly being refined and perfected in his mind. Nearly instantly, it had reached the fifth firmament. He commanded with a thought. Two large cascading clouds appeared, with a blue cloud above and an earth-yellow cloud below. They encompassed the surrounding 5 kilometers, enveloping half the city. The might was terrifying and abnormal. However, all the human mortals were unaffected. In fact, they were even protected. As for Uchin, his speed was affected by it. High warrior Qin Yun. Kanki and Yuma descended rapidly. Although Fire Phoenix had charged downwards in a form of a fiery light, Wu Xiao roared as well, transforming into a fiery red fiend dragon to hold her back. Even though he was unable to completely stop Fire Phoenix, he was able to slow her down. The two fiend celestials did not hesitate to immediately attack Qin Yun. I'm saved. Uchin, who managed to go beyond Fire Phoenix City's walls, heaved a sigh of relief. Bam! Bam! What ensued was the terrifying might of a blinding sword flash, 2 gigantic axes, and a staff. Qin Yun had managed to barge through the two fiend celestials' obstruction as he continued his pursuit of the fleeing Uchin. He actually managed to break through our blockade, but his strength is even higher than mine. Kanki and Yuma were shocked. Although they were second firmament fiend celestials and held a foundational advantage, Qin Yun had upgraded his infinite light, heaven-earth millstone, and snow wave to the fifth firmament in a short span of time. The divine power snow wave was one of the 4 divine powers that Qin Yun had grasped. It corresponded to the decimation paramount realm. Kanki and Yuma may have had their own divine powers, but they only cultivated in 2 or 3, and they were at best at the fourth firmament. The advantage of his high-level divine power and fearsome sword arts allowed Qin Yun to easily shake them off. Although the both of them cooperated well and Qin Yun was unable to kill the two of them, it was not difficult for him to shake them off with his infinite light. What? Wu Xiao, who was battling Fire Phoenix at a high altitude, turned dull. The both of you were actually unable to stop him. Wu Xiao, he is stronger than us one-on-one. His divine power is too formidable. His sword arts are more terrifying. If he enters seclusion for a decade or two, with external help, he will definitely reach the third firmament of the God-Fiend realm. Kanki and Yuma pursued Qin Yun with all their might as they sent voice transmissions. However, their speeds were clearly slower than Qin Yun's. Ha ha ha. Fire Phoenix was originally planning on helping Qin Yun, but she no longer felt the urgency. She watched with a smile as Qin Yun persisted in the distance. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Wu Xiao yelled with resounding might. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.